Chapter 101. The weather grew colder day by day. The two women ran into Aunt Chien once while out. Aunt Chien saw Lin Duo walking together with a gaunt man, carrying baskets in the fields. She didn't approach or say anything, just watched for a moment. She remembered the tall, strong man wearing sunglasses from last year. He had suddenly disappeared long ago. Lin Duo said he had gone to find a shelter, and the two hadn't gone together. Aunt Chien sighed when she heard this. Later, she always shook her head when she saw Lin Duo riding a tricycle alone to scavenge. That man hadn't taken Lin Duo with him. He either died on the road or went to his shelter. How could he possibly come back? This time, Aunt Chien didn't bother them. Life in the apocalypse was monotonous, but having a neighbor made things much better. She just watched the two walk away. Perhaps it was divine mercy that, in the period between the zombie outbreak and the apocalypse, people had some breathing room, allowing many to leave peacefully. For Lin Duo, having someone to accompany her was always good, even though he was a man resembling a greyhound. Bai Xiao saw Aunt Chien from afar, but since he wasn't wearing sunglasses and was afraid his current appearance would frighten the old woman, he didn't approach. Lin Duo had watched him transform from a bitten creature into a zombie and then recover. Whatever he looked like wouldn't be surprising. But now, he was emaciated and resembled a zombie, which even startled Yuming. Bai Xiao was planning something, weighing his advantages. This disaster was caused by zombies, but eliminating them wasn't the end. Regardless of how the old zombie had changed, at least during the disaster, zombies were the most dangerous predators. Moreover, he was a newly minted zombie who could use weapons, even wielding Lin Duo's homemade gun. Many things had changed since Bai Xiao's departure. Wild vegetables alone were definitely not enough to restore his emaciated body. He needed sufficient supplies before winter, so Bai Xiao shouldered a harpoon, took his homemade gun, and the dry rations Lin Duo had prepared for him, and headed into the mountains. This time, he wasn't cautious. When he first became a zombie, Lin Duo had taught him how to survive in this world, how to distinguish wild vegetables, herbs, and firewood, and had taken him to the mountains to gather chestnuts and raspberries. In the increasingly dangerous mountains, even gathering chestnuts was difficult. Bai Xiao didn't want to wait for the end to come like that anymore. He would be a hunter. Yuming hadn't been a spearfisher from the start either. The emaciated figure entered the mountains, using a kukri to cut through the dry vines. His zombie-like hearing allowed him to detect distant sounds in advance. Bai Xiao called this a zombie jolt, or perhaps a predatory instinct. Nighttime was the animal's territory, and also the zombie's domain. Previously, he only wandered the village with Friday the street urchin. Now he was roaming the mountains. Bai Xiao didn't recognize the bushes, herbs, or mushrooms. Before becoming a zombie, he was just a factory worker who worked overtime all day, but that didn't stop him from recognizing meat and animals. He reached the place where he had encountered the infected deer before. The carcass was long gone. If he could have hunted a deer like that, Bai Xiao estimated he could have eaten for a while. If it wasn't an infected deer, he heard deer blood was very nourishing. And he was currently in dire need of such nourishment. Although he had only come here twice last year with Lin Duo, he felt no sense of unfamiliarity. It was the same feeling he had on the road. When there was no food on the road, he had used a harpoon to hunt stray animals hiding in the ruins of towns, and he had also traversed bushes and thickets when crossing tunnels. Leaves rustled softly against his helmet as Bai Xiao observed the changes in the mountains over the past year. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, making the mountains quieter, with fewer insects chirping and the occasional bird's song. Lin Duo had prepared ample provisions for him, ensuring he maintained his strength. The sun gradually set. After Bai Xiao left, Lin Duo only cooked some wild vegetables and drank some vegetable soup. If the Zombie King's harvest wasn't great, what she had saved could last through the winter. Every little bit counted. People didn't necessarily need to eat their fill. She could recover from her weight loss next year, but Bai Xiao's situation was uncertain. Bai Xiao said he might, but she could tell he wasn't entirely sure either. She had only ever seen the zombies outside grow thinner, never fatter. As darkness fell, Lin Duo sat under the eaves, lifting her trouser leg. Her leg had swelled for a long time after being bitten by insects last year, and this year she had only gone into the mountains once, picking some raspberries before refusing to return. She wove fish baskets and bamboo crates with bamboo strips, blanching the wild vegetables she picked and placing them in the crates to hang out to dry, hoping to supplement her vitamin intake during the winter. Her family taught her all this. Although she had forgotten what vitamins were for, she knew that she should eat vegetables in winter, and that they could be preserved for a long time. In the middle of the night, Lin Duo thought she heard a gunshot. Startled awake, She threw on a coat and sat in the yard, gazing at the night sky. The autumn night was a bit chilly, and the stars were sparse. By afternoon, Lin Duo stood on the hillside and saw a figure dragging something out from the mountain path in the distance. Bai Xiao was dragging a rope with a wooden crowbar tied to the other end. On the crowbar was a wild boar with black fur, which he had already roughly processed, as it slowly walked out. The emaciated body, seemingly possessing an inexplicable strength, dragged itself along until Lin Duo came over and handed it a rope. Only then did they both begin to pull it back. Wasn't the zombie king powerful? Bai Xiao removed his helmet and handed it to her to hold in her other hand. How did you kill it? Lin Duo asked, utterly astonished. They say I'm something like that, a high-level life form. If I asked you to bite my butt, you could do it too, Bai Xiao said. He had never encountered such prey before. At first, he was worried about how to transport it, but when people are in a certain environment, they often learn things on their own. He emptied its internal organs, dismembered it with a kukri, found some wood, stacked it up, and dragged it out piece by piece. After dragging it back to the courtyard, Bai Xiao plopped down on a stool, unbuttoned his clothes. They were stained with blood and reeked of it, and his knife was also stained with blood. He rested for a moment, then went to the bedsheets by the well. Go cook the meat. I want to eat a lot of meat. Bai Xiao ordered the human while rinsing himself. The blood all over him made him restless. He figured he had to leave the disposal of the corpse to her. Lin Duo used the large pot, moved it to the stove, and then brought over a basin. Hungry? How about washing the pig first, then you? Wash me first, then wash the pig, Bai Xiao said. Oh, and give me some clothes. Lin Duo went back into the house, found a few clothes, draped them on the rack next to the bed sheet, and then looked back at the wild boar he had dragged back. Luckily we didn't go too deep, otherwise the stench of blood all the way would have been a huge problem, Bai Xiao said thankfully. Chapter 102. Bai Xiao spoke casually. Lin Duo turned the large piece of wild boar over. It bore not only gunshot wounds, but also knife marks. His homemade gun couldn't hunt an animal of that size. He had fought a perilous battle to kill it. Are you hurt? Lin Duo asked through the curtain. This is nothing. I was hunting infected, crazed animals outside. You wouldn't believe it, those emaciated, rabid dogs huddled together in huge packs, treating the town like their den, more ferocious than wolves. And I was still fine, Bai Xiao said. What he didn't mention was that he'd been chased to the rooftop for 2 days. Those social animals had adapted to the infection, unlike the zombie-like animals after the initial infection, who only followed sounds. They had a cooperative spirit, and might even be capable of reproduction. The situation in the mountains was still manageable. The zombie outbreak originated in the city, and the food chain was still being reshaped. I bandage your wound. Just don't talk to me so close. This human was speaking to him from just a sheet, as if she were right beside him. Being this close, while showering made Bai Xiao feel a little awkward. I always feel like you might suddenly stick your head out. Zombies aren't afraid of being seen. Lin Duo scoffed. Women in the apocalypse are always fierce, and Bai Xiao wasn't afraid of being seen. Well, he was a civilized zombie, different from this barbarian. Bai Xiao said, you barbarian. Lin Duo's hand suddenly landed on the sheet, startling the zombie king, who shrank back. What are you doing? Don't think I can't tell you're insulting me. Lin Duo turned and threw in a large basin. Fill it with water. I soak the food we'd be eating later. Unlike the pheasants and bamboo rats we usually catch, these hunted animals aren't bled before killing, as the blood inside is very fishy if not soaked out. Fortunately, Bai Xiao didn't just shoot it and drag it back. He didn't wait for it to cool completely before butchering it, so it was considered bled. Lin Duo used a knife to remove the bullet from the pork, skinned it, and cut it into pieces. It wasn't an easy task, but she didn't find it troublesome at all. I only brought back the pig's heart and stomach, the rest I left there. Bai Xiao emerged from behind the sheets after showering. He used to love eating pig liver, but given the current environment in the mountains, he wasn't comfortable with offal. He also never ate offal from the infected animals he encountered on the road. He had only intended to catch a muntjac, but instead of a muntjac, he encountered a wild boar. After washing himself, he sat on a small stool under the eaves, leaning against the wall, watching Lin Duo busy herself in the yard. Outside, the smell of blood wafted in on Friday, and a zombie wandered around the gate, occasionally bumping into the protective fence. Lin Duo knew it wouldn't be as easy as he made it out to be. The zombie king needed rest. Go lie down for a while, eat something to tide you over, it'd probably take a long time to recover. I just sit for a bit, Bai Xiao said, leaning against the wall. He rummaged through his clothes, which still smelled of blood, and pulled a handful of chestnuts from his pocket. He picked them up while passing a chestnut tree. They could be roasted in the fire and eaten as snacks, so he gathered a handful and brought them back. Linduoduo pumped the well, cut up large chunks of meat, washed them, and soaked them in water to draw out the blood. She looked around the yard. There were some bamboo rats, pheasants, and wild ducks there before. She wanted to store them. She could hang them on the stove and smoke them. There's not enough space on the stove to smoke all that meat, so she's considering setting up a dedicated smoking area. If handled properly, the meat could last through a more comfortable winter. She used to hate wild boars. They would occasionally come down from the mountain and root around in the fields, ruining everything she hadn't even dug up yet. The wild wheat would be trampled, and at night, in the darkness, there was nothing she could do about them. But now that they're food, they're not so bad anymore. So much meat, eat as much as you want. Don't think about storing it all winter. There's more on the mountain, Bai Xiao said, as if he read her mind. I have a zombie aura. What's that? Linduoduo asked. Have you noticed that Uncle Kai and Friday always manage to find you outside? Yeah. They're old, not as sharp anymore. I'm still fresh. Young, sharper than them. The night I came back, you were peeking at me from the wall, and I caught you, Bai Xiao said. Bai Xiao leaned against the wall, his eyes half closed, resting. Wild boars have a very low body fat percentage. They're mostly red meat with very little fat. Linduoduo changed the water several times, cut the meat into small pieces, put it in a pot of cold water, slowly skimming off the foam and other impurities, then took it out, washed it clean, and threw it into the pot with Sichuan peppercorns and hawthorn berries. The aroma slowly wafted out. She covered the pot and simmered it. The fragrance of food always warms the heart. She cut the remaining meat into strips, placed them in a basin, and rubbed them with salt. She repeatedly applied salt to every part of the meat, waiting for it to be thoroughly salted before hanging it on the stove, otherwise it would spoil quickly. The meat in the pot needed to cook for a long time. At this point, there was no concern about the texture. The most important thing was to cook it thoroughly. Wild boar meat is inherently tough, so she kept it simmering in the pot. When Bai Xiao finally opened his eyes after resting for a while, Linduoduo was already hanging up the laundry. She had also washed the blood-stained homemade gun and the cookery. Almost done, Linduoduo said. Bai Xiao stood up and stretched his shoulders. The rope had been pulling them back, making them a little uncomfortable. The yard still smelled strongly of fish, but she had handled everything perfectly. He took the handful of chestnuts and placed them by the stove. He heated them, then cracked one open and handed it to Linduoduo. She tossed it in her hand, blew on it, and steam rose from the cracked chestnut. This was a small snack they had caught from the mountain. They quickly shared it, and Linduoduo also lifted the pot lid, stirred it with a spoon, and scooped out a piece for the zombie king to try. Meat is still the best, Bai Xiao remarked. Zombies need to eat meat. This was the most he had eaten since leaving the storage cellar left by the reveler. He ate, while urging Linduoduo to eat more. You're so skinny, gain some weight to keep warm. Bai Xiao stood there after eating, pointing to his rehabilitation training equipment. The horizontal bar. We don't lack food now. You better train with me, turn your fat into muscle, keep at it, and you become a human with abs. What's the use? You can live longer. The zombie encouraged her. If you don't lack food, turn it into strength. Bai Xiao thought a barbarian woman with abs seemed. When you become a zombie someday, you can bite a few more people. Bai Xiao painted a strange picture for her, depicting a terrible future. Linduoduo was a little stuffed. Wild boar meat was much more filling than wild vegetables. She wanted the zombie king to eat more and gain weight back, so she cooked a lot. There was a little left, which Bai Xiao told her to leave for later. He wasn't sure how efficient his absorption was, so it was better to eat small, frequent meals first. Chapter 103. It was already dark. The two finished their meal by candlelight. Linduoduo fetched water and rinsed the yard to dilute the smell of blood. She turned around and poked Bai Xiao's body with a finger. When she poked his shoulder, Bai Xiao frowned. Linduoduo lifted his clothes and saw a large bruise. Don't poke me, Bai Xiao said. Linduoduo went back into the house to get some medicinal wine. She poured it into her hands, rubbed them together until her palms were warm, and then placed her burning hands on his bruises. Bai Xiao's body temperature was higher than hers. He had always felt her hands were a little cold. This was the first time he had felt that this human's hands were also warm. And here, Bai Xiao lifted his clothes, revealing a large bruise on his side, where the wild boar had nudged him. Fortunately, he hadn't been poked by its tusks. Linduoduo glanced at it, poured another capful of wine, rubbed her hands together until they were hot, and then applied the medicinal wine to the bruises on the emaciated zombie. If she didn't rub it, the bruises would be sore and painful after tonight. Bai Xiao had experienced this before, so he sat obediently. Hearing the gurgling sound from Bai Xiao's throat, she looked up at the zombie. Her long hair covered her face, and in the dim candlelight, Bai Xiao found her to resemble a female ghost. "I take that piece of meat to Aunt Qian tomorrow," Bai Xiao said. "Okay. That's about enough. Rest for a while, walk around, don't get indigestion. You need to stay still to gain weight, it'd be easier in winter." Lin Duoduo and Bai Xiao held opposite opinions. She thought that eating without moving would lead to weight gain, while Bai Xiao believed that appropriate exercise was better for gaining weight. Bai Xiao stood up and moved around. The bruises felt warm. The medicinal wine was working. It should be much better tomorrow. Lin Duoduo put the medicinal wine away and returned to her room. She came out, washed her hands, and saw Bai Xiao exercising. She watched for a while before going back inside. Before resting, Bai Xiao stuffed 2 pieces of the unfinished meat into his mouth. The zombie training program had begun, and the target of the training was himself. Not having a scale was a problem, Bai Xiao thought for a while, but couldn't come up with a good solution. The next day, Bai Xiao took the piece of wild boar meat he had pointed out the night before, put on sunglasses, and went to Aunt Qian's place. She was wary, and didn't recognize Bai Xiao, but his appearance in sunglasses seemed vaguely familiar. After a moment of recognition, she asked with some doubt, "Is you?" She remembered him as a tall, strong young man who had brought a zombie and a fish basket to the riverbank, and who had brought a ladder to help her repair her roof. "Yes, I'm back," Bai Xiao said. Aunt Qian's white hair had increased again. "Didn't you leave?" Aunt Qian looked him up and down in surprise. "I left to find a safe zone." "You found it?" "I guess I found it," Bai Xiao said. Aunt Qian stared intently at Bai Xiao, then slowly nodded after a moment. "It's rare that you come back. Are you taking Duoduo with you this time?" "Maybe," Bai Xiao said. "Is there a problem?" "It's too far." Bai Xiao looked towards the direction outside the village, at the vast fields. He knew the path well from the first time, and walking it again would be much safer, allowing him to avoid many dangers. But he still wasn't entirely confident he could guarantee someone's safety. Aunt Qian let him in, looking at this drastically changed young man. "You're very capable, more capable than many others. The danger from the zombies outside has decreased. It's not as dangerous as before," Bai Xiao said to the woman who had survived the disaster. "No, even the oldest zombies can't travel far easily. Although I didn't go out, I can imagine what it's like now," Aunt Qian said. "I really didn't expect you to come back. I didn't even recognize you. I just went to find an answer." Whether Lin Duoduo went to the safe zone or not, she had found an answer along the way, an answer for herself, and an answer for this survivor. There was a shelter in the distance, but it was very far. "Take off your sunglasses so I can see?" Aunt Qian said. "The more I look at you, the more you look like a zombie," Aunt Qian frowned. "What zombie can talk?" Bai Xiao chuckled, shaking his head. "Lin Duoduo and I live so close, if she were a zombie, she would have shot me dead." Aunt Qian looked at him. "Yeah, you've gotten thinner," Bai Xiao said. "It's been a long journey." "You really found it?" "I can't believe you found the shelter and came back." Aunt Qian whispered, "Judging from your appearance, it's unlikely you make it back." She hadn't expected this young man to have such courage, going through so much trouble to find the shelter, then choosing to bring news of it back to this small mountain village. Bai Xiao smiled. Whether it was when Lin Duoduo pulled him back in a tricycle after he was bitten, and a few bowls of porridge helped him recover from the initial infection, or when she helped him while he was unconscious, only drooling and babbling, or when she taught him to scavenge, helping him through his first winter, and sharing most of their food reserves with him. That human. If it weren't for that human, he would have become a zombie long ago, or been eliminated by the scavengers from Qinjiabao, who were scattering scraps of paper in the city. Lin Duoduo said he was just sick. If Lin Duoduo wanted to try her luck in the safe zone, she would send the human there, then come back and live a good life in this small mountain village, or go find Yu Ming. "What's it like outside now?" Aunt Qian asked. "There are still shelters." Bai Xiao was silent for a moment. He looked at the old woman, an old woman who had lived from before the disaster until now. She could never go anywhere else in her life. She was trapped in these ruins. "Do you want to hear the good or the bad?" "The good," Aunt Qian said. "The safe zone has restored order, restarted pre-disaster industries, and has a large population. It's no longer called a shelter, it's expanded into a safe zone. I saw thick smoke billowing from the chimneys. People there are working hard for the future, united, disregarding personal gain. Some are risking their lives, venturing alone into the ruins for a better future. Sounds good? Aunt Chien nodded slightly. That's hope. Yes, if there's hope, it's there. Our place is ruins. Aunt Chien said. Yes. So many people died? Aunt Chien looked up at the sky. So many people had died. For a long time, only 2 people remained in their village. Bai Xiao looked at the courtyard where she lived, so gloomy and lifeless. He thought Aunt Chien wouldn't live much longer, but she had survived another year. Anyone who could survive in the ruins until now was truly remarkable. How many people survived along the way? You seen the outside world? Aunt Chien asked. There are some, Bai Xiao said. Chapter 104. Aunt Chien was surprised by the young man who had gone out to find shelter and then returned. Perhaps this is what youth is like. Aunt Chien suddenly said, Are there bad ones too? There are very few young people in the safe zone. Many women and children died in the disaster. The upper echelons are all old, and basic industry and agriculture lack manpower. They're desperate, so they went to find the revelers. The infection hasn't been resolved yet. Bai Xiao said, if the infection were resolved, they would only need to recuperate, they wouldn't have done this. Aunt Chien looked at Bai Xiao and after a while asked, Who told you that? I met some people on the road, and they told me some things, Bai Xiao said. That doesn't sound like something a young person would say, it sounds like something an old man would say before the disaster, Aunt Chien said. I traveled with the revelers for a while, Bai Xiao said, shrugging. They're not so extreme anymore? The extreme ones all died a few years ago. That's true. Aunt Chien closed her eyes and thought for a while. They're ultimately just a minority. That's right. Bai Xiao nodded. He had seen the scale of the safe zone, it was so large, and the population was far greater than that of the doomsday theorists. Different experiences lead to different choices, the revelers are ultimately a small minority. Aunt Chien remained silent for a long time. She sat there, leaning on her cane, seemingly asleep. Just as Bai Xiao was wondering whether to leave, the elderly woman suddenly pointed to a corner of the yard. Bai Xiao looked over, there was a small, old grave in that corner. That's my mother-in-law's grave. She held on for 4 years after the disaster, then died of illness. Before she died, she cursed me for 4 years. Aunt Chien said, because I had a child back then, but I didn't give birth to him, she cursed me until she died, but I didn't regret it. The abortion back then damaged my body, and I look much older. Aunt Chien's cloudy eyes looked at the graves. If the infection is resolved and I can go to the safe zone, that's fine, but if not. Bai Xiao suddenly understood, the old woman was hinting at him by bringing this up. Duo and I are just neighbors. Bai Xiao said seriously. Aunt Chien narrowed her eyes, and Bai Xiao sensed the ferocity within them. Young man, tell the truth. She didn't believe Bai Xiao and Lin Duo were just neighbors, then went out to find a shelter and came back. I understand. Bai Xiao said, glancing at the old grave in the yard. He had thought it was Uncle Kai's cenotaph, but it turned out to be her mother-in-law's. He had seen his mother-in-law off, seen Uncle Kai off, and now, all he cared about was Lin Duo. Aunt Chien didn't say anything more. It was enough that he was back, she was just angry. This kid even called himself a neighbor. Take it back. You and Duo need it more. She nudged the wild boar meat with her cane. We have plenty more. Bai Xiao walked out of the yard, carrying a harpoon to the riverbank. He catch some fish for Lin Duo to smoke and make salted fish, to stock up for winter. Without some supplies, the human would always feel insecure, and so would he. When Bai Xiao returned to the village, before he even entered, he heard muffled thuds. He shooed away Uncle Kai and Friday, who were drawn by the smell of blood, and went into the yard. Lin Duo was using a large stick to pound the wild boar meat. The meat was too tough, pounding it made it much easier. Aunt Chien said, we can't have children, Bai Xiao said as he entered. Lin Duo paused in her pounding of pork, the muffled thud ceasing. She stared blankly at Bai Xiao. I'm not a zombie. Yeah, you're not a zombie, Bai Xiao said. I'm not human either. Lin Duo frowned, then continued pounding the pork. Their hearts were all dirty before the disaster, Bai Xiao said. You went to a shelter for a neighbor and then ran back? Even a zombie wouldn't believe you if you said you weren't asleep. But he was, in fact, a zombie. We need to start our exercise plan. Tomorrow we go running together, a lap around the hillside, and then come back and continue this exercise. Until we finish this pile of meat. Lin Duo looked at him after Bai Xiao finished speaking. You can run faster when there's danger, and I can chase faster when someone bites. Is that so? Barbarian, do you even know what scientific training is? The well isn't pumping water, is it broken? Lin Duo said expressionlessly. Ah? The well. Bai Xiao was about to turn around to look at the well, when he suddenly realized something and paused for a moment. This barbarian woman who grew up in the apocalypse. I think you need to lie down after eating your fill, that way you recover faster, Lin Duo said. We have to survive. Survive long enough to be able to bravely cross this road and reach the safe zone. This is the calm before the storm. Everyone is waiting for the end, and they must be prepared. As Bai Xiao spoke, he took off his shirt and sat in the morning sun. Lin Duo washed her hands, went inside to get some medicinal wine, rubbed it between her hands to warm it, and then massaged it into the bruises on his body. Why don't you lie down? Lin Duo said. I won't drool on your head, Bai Xiao said. Humans don't really believe the zombie king's promises. Last time, it drooled a large stain on her clothes. The medicated wine worked well last night. He wasn't particularly sore today. Bai Xiao felt he was recovering very quickly. It seemed he needed to be more careful with the wine and medicine next time he scavenged. He wondered what kind of shocked expression that old lady would have if she saw Lin Duo applying medicated wine to a zombie. Bai Xiao glanced into the distance. Maybe she think he was hallucinating. Remember to wash your hands thoroughly, Bai Xiao instructed after applying the medicated wine, putting on his coat as he did so. The weather was getting colder, and his body temperature made the drop in temperature even more noticeable. Of course, Lin Duo said, washing her hands and going to kill the fish Bai Xiao had brought back. Bai Xiao, meanwhile, took a stick and continued to pound the wild boar meat she had been pounding for a while, breaking it apart. After Lin Duo cleaned and salted the fish, she threw the wild boar meat, which she had been pounding for a while, into the pot. She glanced at the meat she had salted yesterday. It wasn't fully cured yet. Once thoroughly salted, it would be hung on the stove to smoke, turning a dark reddish brown with a sheen. In winter, after a snowfall, it could be sliced and boiled by the fire inside, making a very fresh smoked meat with a smoky, wood-fired flavor. Lin Duo, her face smeared with ash, looked at the fish hanging in the yard, which she had salted a few days ago, and was now air-drying. Where did you learn to put hawthorn berries in the meat when you cook it? Bai Xiao asked curiously. There weren't many seasonings, so I just put in whatever I could. Doesn't it taste good? It tastes good, Bai Xiao said. Without many seasonings, the wild boar meat wasn't particularly delicious, but it was relatively palatable. Why do I feel like you're getting more and more amazing? She used to follow her around without even recognizing wild vegetables. I'm evolving, Bai Xiao said. Bite my butt? Lin Duo frowned. A bite on the shoulder is fine too. Unlike you, I can't stay sane even when infected. I won't be able to talk when I become a zombie. Lin Duo rubbed her face with her arm, making the ash on her face grow larger. When I can't survive anymore, I let you bite me again. It's better than being bitten by a zombie I don't know, or being eaten by something. I remembered, Bai Xiao said. Chapter 105. The stored salted fish grew day by day, while the wild boar meat dwindled. The zombies were undergoing rehabilitation training. Lin Duo stood nearby with a handful of dates, eating as she watched the zombies hanging there, legs raised. If you were in the old days, you could definitely bite a lot of people. Although she didn't quite understand the old-fashioned fitness methods, Lin Duo sensed that the zombie king was growing stronger in a miraculous way. She had never seen the roaming zombies outside undergo any training to become stronger. They were already strong enough when they were first infected. If all the zombies were like the zombie king, the people outside would probably all be dead by now. You don't understand the power of fresh zombies, Bai Xiao said. Too much time had passed. Over that long period, people's memories of the power possessed by fresh zombies had become blurred. They only remembered that they were terrifying. Then why were you so weak before? Because I was a coward. Bai Xiao remembered how cowardly he was back then. Maintaining rationality meant losing his madness. The fact that he could subdue that big cat with his bare hands during his first scavenging trip was enough to prove he wasn't weak, but rather that he hadn't accepted his identity as a zombie. Rationality is a terrifying thing, but when you're not aware of it, it's a burden. Lin Duo nodded. Indeed, Bai Xiao was quite cowardly when he first became a zombie. He was terrified of Erden, and even a few shouts from Uncle Kai outside would make him panic. Fresh zombies are afraid of old zombies. Lin Duo glanced at him, just in time to meet the zombie king's eyes. The zombie king was doing strength training with this human. Lin Duo had a well-proportioned figure. With no excess fat, she was a healthy human. But it's not enough. She lose weight in winter, and gain a little in autumn, because she needs to stock up for the winter. Living alone makes her not much different from an animal. Lin Duo put good use to the junk piled up in the yard after scavenging. Bai Xiao made a simple dumbbell and created a training plan for her. His plan was Monday for back, Tuesday for chest, Wednesday for shoulders, Thursday for rest, Friday for legs, Saturday for arms, and Sunday for rest again. As for the lack of a calendar, today is Monday. Bai Xiao nailed 7 wooden plaques to the wall to represent the week. Before, they ate wild vegetables, now they have plenty of meat, even though it's not very palatable. The era of humans digging for wild vegetables is over. She revived the zombie king with a paste, and now the zombie king has discovered its own power. With enough meat to eat every day, Bai Xiao can clearly feel his body recovering. Flesh and blood are the best tonics, far superior to wild vegetables, roots, and paste. The tentative name is the Apocalyptic Survival Plan. Bai Xiao tapped the wooden sign on the wall. Whether we stay here or head to the safe zone someday, a strong body will greatly increase our survival rate. What does apocalypse survival have to do with chest training? Lin Duo asked. Strong chest muscles can make your arms stronger, protect your internal organs, improve heart and lung function, and strengthen your immunity. It's integrated with other training, Bai Xiao said. Don't be so filthy, you human. Leg training days can be spent in the yard, otherwise you won't be able to escape if you encounter danger in the wild. Bai Xiao's plan was very detailed. After tapping the wooden sign, Bai Xiao announced the official start of the post-apocalyptic survival plan. Plan participants, 1 human, 1 zombie. Plan objective, to become stronger and survive as long as possible. If your immunity is strong enough, and I infect you, maybe one day you can withstand the infection and become a higher life form like me, Bai Xiao suggested. Then it won't bite your butt, it bite your feet. The virus will spread more slowly, giving you more time to adapt to the infection. Lin Duo examined his homemade dumbbells, her small feet fidgeting restlessly inside her shoes, as if she had actually been bitten by the zombie king. Let's begin. 21 years after the apocalypse, Lin Duo began strength training. One for better hunting, the other for better survival. On the first day, Lin Duo didn't feel anything. She cooked and did laundry as usual, and rubbed some medicinal wine on the zombie king. The bruises on his body had faded, this was the last time, and they would probably be completely gone by tomorrow. The next morning, Lin Duo woke up with a sore shoulder and back. She noticed something was wrong as soon as she got up. She stretched her shoulders and opened the window. The zombie king was already pounding wild boar meat. The pounded meat tasted much better, it wasn't as tough or chewy, and it absorbed the flavors better. Bai Xiao was pounding the meat with a stick, watching the yard. Strips of salted fish hung to dry in the yard, and wild vegetables were being air-dried in bamboo baskets. A persimmon and some shriveled dates sat on a table by the wall. Several pieces of clothing hung to dry under the eaves. This human was always very diligent. He suddenly realized that he had never washed his clothes. Even before she went out to find shelter, during the time she was a zombie, this was the case. In this environment, suitable clothes could always be found in the ruins, whether through scavenging or elsewhere. But Lin Duo would always wash the clothes that were still wearable, because she didn't know how long she would survive, and if she kept throwing them away, she would eventually run out of clothes to wear. Lin Duo always took care of everything quietly, almost imperceptibly. She was like an invisible person, but every time she was seen, she was doing something inconspicuous, and ultimately, she became the home he longed for on his journey to find shelter. My back hurts so much, Lin Duo said. The muscles are torn, and then more will grow back, Bai Xiao said. You need to keep up with your nutrition, eat more meat. Winter is coming soon, it's better to conserve some. I go back into the mountains. The animals there are fattening up in late autumn. Many animals, like Lin Duo, actively forage for food in late autumn to store fat for the food-scarce winter. Bai Xiao looked at the remaining wild boar meat, calculating how long it would last before going hunting again. After finishing her bench press, Lin Duo took her homemade gun and went out for a short while. When she returned, she was carrying a rifle. She skillfully pulled the bolt, unloaded the bullets, carefully inspected the gun and the ammunition, and then reloaded it. The gun was old and worn, but Aunt Qian knew how to maintain it. Watching her incredibly practiced movements, Bai Xiao, who had always felt like a powerful zombie king since returning, suddenly remembered the feeling of Lin Duo aiming the rifle, even though it wasn't aimed at him, when he had just been bitten by a zombie. The image of that person riding a bicycle to the crossroads, a dark gun barrel pointed at him, was cold and fierce. I borrowed it from Aunt Qian, Lin Duo said. It'd be safer for you when you go into the mountains again. You seem very familiar with it, Bai Xiao said. Before, when I couldn't find food in winter, I would occasionally borrow it to go into the mountains, Lin Duoduo said. Chapter 106. Survival isn't easy. Bai Xiao watched Lin Duoduo holding the rifle, wondering how old she was when she first used a gun, and whether her hand was so steady. Handing the rifle to Bai Xiao, Lin Duoduo watched him fiddling with it, and suddenly asked, "You know how to use it, right?" "I guess." Bai Xiao's voice was full of uncertainty. Lin Duoduo looked at him with some suspicion. "Why don't I go with you? I'm safer on my own." Bai Xiao tried to pick up the gun. It was quite heavy, unlike the guns he handled before when shooting balloons. There was only one like it in the whole village. "Where did Aunt Qian get this gun?" Bai Xiao asked. "Uncle Kai left it to her," Lin Duoduo said. Bai Xiao didn't ask any more questions. That old zombie had been one of the people who ventured out with Lin Huayu during the early stages of the disaster. There was still some wild boar meat left, not finished. No need to rush. Lin Duoduo cooked some wild vegetables. Eating only meat wasn't enough. A balanced diet was necessary. After finishing, she went under the shed and lay down on a mat to do bench presses. "Be careful, you won't hurt your chest, will you?" Bai Xiao cautioned. "Shut up." Lin Duoduo took a deep breath, then suddenly put down the dumbbells and sat up. "Why aren't you using them?" "I'm using them too. You go first, we take turns. Then I'd be a muscular zombie, and you be a muscular human. Nothing can stop us." A sports student turning into a zombie is extremely terrifying, but a zombie turning into a sports student, still terrifying. The weather was getting colder day by day, but Lin Duoduo was still sweating profusely, her hair sticking to her forehead, and her human said becoming stronger. When the weather gets colder, it will be impossible to shower directly by the well anymore. Washing hands and feet will require boiling water, which is one reason Lin Duoduo dislikes winter. Everything becomes inconvenient. Lin Duoduo went behind the bedsheet propped up in the yard, adjusting to the cool water temperature by the well, and dried herself with a towel. The sound of rushing water filled the air. Bai Xiao sat among a pile of junk, searching for useful items. He realized he could see behind the bedsheet from this angle, as it had originally been used to block the view from the shed, but he wasn't there now. His eyes met Lin Duoduo's, and he was startled. Lin Duoduo glanced at him expressionlessly, neither screaming nor blushing, but instead pulled the bedsheet over to cover herself completely. Women in the apocalypse are indeed fierce. Lin Duoduo finished showering, dressed, and came out. She glanced at the zombies. The zombie king continued to transform usable junk into tools. Living together as a couple inevitably leads to unexpected events, like that fleeting glimpse while hanging from the horizontal bar that day. Lin Duoduo simply walked over to watch him transform the junk he collected while scavenging into something useful. "Where did this bow come from?" "I found it in the city. Someone else used it before, and couldn't fix it." It was a compound bow, and as Lin Duoduo said, it was difficult to repair. Without a bowstring and arrows, simply tying it with a rope wouldn't unleash much power. She had also searched for a matching one in the city. She had found arrows, but never a bowstring. A shooting range had long been ransacked. Places where weapons were stored were unlikely to survive a disaster. These were all things Lin Duoduo thought might be useful, but couldn't use immediately. They weren't too bulky, so she tossed them onto her tricycle while scavenging, accumulating a considerable number over time. As darkness fell, Lin Duoduo went to rest after dinner. She hadn't felt much during her workout, but she knew her chest and back would be sore the next day. She also needed to train her shoulders tomorrow. After flipping through all the wooden signs on the wall, signifying the end of the week, the back pain had subsided, and it was time to train her back again. Lin Duoduo touched the zombie king's belly to see if the flesh had returned, but unfortunately, there wasn't much change. "Not so fast," Bai Xiao said. He was somewhat confident in his recovery, not because of anything else, but because he hadn't lost his hair. Although not losing hair might seem unrelated to recovery, Bai Xiao felt it proved his body hadn't lost its vitality. Unlike those emaciated old zombies, as long as his hair hadn't fallen out, he was still a fresh zombie. With sufficient food, the flesh would eventually return. Bai Xiao smelled a faint scent of blood. As a zombie, he was always very sensitive. "You're a healthy human. Do I need you to tell me?" Lin Duoduo retorted. "You can reduce your training a bit today." "Why?" "Because you're a healthy human," Bai Xiao said. Fog had risen outside, a sign that winter was approaching. The zombie king's hair had grown long, and Lin Duoduo took scissors and trimmed it for him. When she cut her own hair, Bai Xiao said it would look better longer. Lin Duoduo looked in the mirror, thought for a moment, and decided not to cut it too short. Short hair in winter would make her head cold. The morning fog blanketed the ruins, turning the world into a white expanse. Whenever there was fog, Linduoduo wouldn't leave the courtyard. The low visibility always made people feel like some monster was lurking in the fog, and even if there wasn't, she still retained habits from her earlier years. In earlier years, no one ventured out on foggy days. Only when the sun came out and the fog dissipated did the world come alive. Otherwise, it was a zombie world, devoid of any living beings. Bai Xiao, however, preferred venturing out on foggy days. He was the monster hidden within the fog, not the prey. Since realizing this, foggy days felt safe to him. Visibility was less than 3 meters. This was a zombie world. Even old zombies faced increased danger on such days. Friday disappeared without a trace, wandering through the white expanse with his bamboo basket on his back. The foggy environment was relatively quiet, with less disturbance from living creatures. Animals might feel safer and descend the mountain to forage. On the other hand, the fog could impair an animal's judgment of its surroundings, causing it to lose its way and accidentally descend the mountain. The river water hadn't frozen yet, but it was icy cold. Bai Xiao, carrying a harpoon, walked to the hillside to take a look, then turned back to the mountain path, donned a large hat, and turned up his collar. In the fog, his gaunt figure was indistinguishable from Friday and Uncle Kai. He listened intently to the sounds emanating from the fog. After a while, he began to feel less human, placing himself in the position of a predator. Like a ghost walking in the thick fog, something humans could never do. There was movement in the bamboo grove beside the mountain path. Bai Xiao approached quietly. He suddenly remembered a movie he had once seen, about a world shrouded in thick fog, with indistinct monsters devouring everything that left their houses. The ruins now seemed very similar. He removed the harpoon, gripping its cold handle tightly. The zombie king had begun its hunt again. Chapter 107. In Linduoduo's eyes, the figure in the fog was terrifying. But as it gradually became clearer, it became less frightening. It was the zombie king returning with 2 large pheasants. She stewed a large pheasant. The meat was firm, and needed to be stewed for a long time. The chicken soup was also delicious, much better than wild boar meat under these conditions. After a bowl of chicken soup, her body felt warm and cozy. A thin layer of oil glistened on the surface. Drinking a bowl of hot soup in this weather was a real treat. Winter came earlier this year, and the temperature dropped quickly. Perhaps due to the reduction in the greenhouse effect, the climate in the apocalypse was always slightly different from before the apocalypse. Winter was a good thing for Bai Xiao. It meant he could survive another year. Insects hibernate in winter, so even if the infection continued to spread, they could still survive the winter. Compared to animals, all sorts of insects were the most terrifying. The sky was overcast. Linduoduo found him some cotton-padded trousers. Zombies always felt colder more easily, not because they were afraid of the cold, but because it was unpleasant. Not freezing to death wasn't an excuse to suffer. Linduoduo, on the other hand, had become much more resistant to the cold. Bai Xiao's plan was quite effective. Perhaps before a disaster, one had to consider things like body fat percentage, but in the apocalypse, if you didn't get stronger, you would die. The only solution was to eat more. They ate a wild boar for a long time. The pungent smell of wild boar oil wasn't a problem for zombies, and it wasn't a problem for Linduoduo either. Anything oily was good. She hung some meat on the stove to smoke and store, consuming the rest. When she saw that there wasn't much meat left, Bai Xiao slung his rifle over his shoulder, grabbed his knife, and went into the mountains again. Before going into the mountains, Bai Xiao told her not to be lazy and not exercise. Linduoduo simply held his head in her arms. She knew Bai Xiao liked this, even though he hadn't said it. The overwhelming presence of human presence is always appealing to zombies. The clothes are too thick. Bai Xiao sighed and turned to leave. Should I take off my coat? Are you serious? Bai Xiao couldn't walk any further and couldn't help but turn back. Linduoduo looked at him expressionlessly. I knew it. Bai Xiao turned and walked away. This trip lasted 3 days. He returned only after almost finishing the rations he had prepared. His clothes were torn by branches on the mountain, stained with dirt and blood, and he reeked of a fishy smell. His catch consisted mostly of small game like rabbits and pheasants. Bai Xiao placed the rifle on the table, telling her to change back when she had time. It wasn't as effective as he had imagined. It was inaccurate at long range. He'd seen a large creature, and one shot would scare it away. For him, it wasn't as good as his homemade gun. He couldn't utilize his advantage against zombies. This was different from what he expected. Bai Xiao had thought he was invincible after upgrading his weapon, But he forgot that he used to be just an office worker. This gun wasn't as effective for long-range hunting as close-quarters combat with the zombies, relying on their predatory advantage. Next time I go with you. You protect me, I shoot. Lin Duo helped him take off his clothes and poured hot water into a basin. Are you a good shot? Bai Xiao asked. Not bad, Lin Duo said. Back when her mother was still alive, bedridden, she borrowed Aunt Qian's gun in the winter and went into the mountains. That year was very cold, and there wasn't much food because it was a bad year, even before winter arrived. Her mother said it was a famine year, and they didn't have much food left by winter. At least she was a better shot than Bai Xiao. I'm unbeatable on foot, and you're a great shot, so if you ride me, wouldn't you be invincible? Bai Xiao suddenly spoke. Lin Duo was taken aback. Riding on your head? You obviously haven't read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. You don't even know the story of Lu Bu riding Dian Wei. Is that a story? Lin Duo still couldn't imagine how Lu Bu could ride Dian Wei. Anyway, let's switch back. This thing isn't very useful. The clouds above were gray, the leaden sky hung low, and a cold wind blew in gusts. Bai Xiao washed away the fishy smell he had brought down from the mountain, dressed, and went outside. Not long after, snowflakes began to fall. Bai Xiao put on his thick coat and looked into the side room. Lin Duo had already brought out the stove, and there was firewood for heating in the room. Lin Duo was by the well, having already processed most of the game he had brought back. Her hands were red from the cold. Some of the animals that weren't dead were fine, but the dead ones needed to be skinned and processed quickly. Only after piling them all into a large basin and lighting the stove in the room did she feel a little better. A kettle sat on the stove, with dates and dried raspberries simmering beside it. Lin Duo rubbed her hands together to warm them, unbuttoned her coat, and cradled the zombie's head in her arms. She whispered, "We still have enough supplies at home, enough to get through the winter without any exercise." Seeing Bai Xiao remain silent, she said softly, "I always worry you won't come back. There are wolves in the mountains. What if we encounter a pack?" "This is the end of the world," Bai Xiao said. Staying indoors to conserve energy, huddled in their coats. That's how they always got through winter. But that was just barely surviving. Snowflakes drifted outside, the wind blew in gusts, and only the stove offered a sliver of warmth. We must survive. Survive. A survival plan for the apocalypse had been devised, and he was recovering, needing enough flesh and blood. Lin Duo gently stroked his head. This zombie, who had been brought back on a tricycle, and initially only knew how to babble. She wanted to live more than ever before. She longed to live, and now the desire to live was so strong. She had survived many winters. The firewood in the stove crackled softly, and a cold wind blew outside. Lin Duo looked out the window. Your sweater is wet and hard to wash. I won't get it dirty. Bai Xiao said with his eyes closed, let me lean on you a little longer. The zombie nestled in the warm embrace, where there was the scent and warmth of humans, yet he didn't become agitated. Bai Xiao didn't know if it was habit or some change caused by the virus, but initially, this scent would have made him restless, requiring great effort to suppress. He didn't know when it started, but he had become calm. On the way back to town, even the old billboard swaying in the wind would make him restless, a post-infection instinct. Even the sound of rain would make the zombie extremely agitated. In this cold, post-apocalyptic world, it was a miracle. The stove was almost out when Bai Xiao got up and added some firewood. The light snow had stopped in the afternoon, but the wind hadn't stopped until evening. Winter nights are always cold. The howling wind rattled the windows. In the middle of the night, Bai Xiao opened his eyes, put on his clothes, got out of bed, listened to the sounds outside, and went next door to knock on the window. After only 2 knocks, Lin Duo, still wrapped in her clothes, opened the window. There's movement in the distance, Bai Xiao said. Hearing rustling sounds from inside, Lin Duo quickly emerged, fully dressed and carrying a gun. Last time, Lin Duo pulled the bolt so skillfully, her aim must be quite good. He pushed Uncle Kai and Friday into an empty courtyard, closed the door, and walked out of the village. The zombie king, holding a harpoon, listened to the distant noises. Can you hear it? Yes, I can. Something similar happened last year. He heard noises in the distance in the middle of the night. At that time, he didn't know what was outside and didn't dare go out. Lin Duo said it was something from the mountain coming down to forage. Chapter 108. The biting wind felt like knives piercing the neck. The winter outdoors could freeze you to death. A thin layer of snow covered the ground. Bai Xiao led the way, with Lin Duo clutching her gun, her neck hunched, following closely behind. Lin Duo never went out at night. The darkness meant danger. The zombie king moved freely in the dark. The short journey from the village to the wilderness had already made his hands, holding the harpoon, somewhat numb with cold. He was glad he had returned early, otherwise, being out on the road in winter would have been incredibly difficult. If you can wound one, I can follow the scent of blood and keep it, Bai Xiao whispered. He hadn't returned the rifle yet, and didn't know what he was facing. In this environment, he could easily handle one, but he feared a swarm or an escape. Lin Duoduo hugged the gun to her chest, her hands tucked into her sleeves, and responded. Why do I feel like you brought a hunting dog? Bai Xiao suddenly had a strange feeling. Lin Duoduo smiled, reached out, and touched his face. It was icy cold. Stopping a distance away, Bai Xiao stared into the darkness, listening intently. It looks like a silly roe deer. Bai Xiao continued forward. The distance was too great to see clearly, and Lin Duoduo couldn't aim properly either. He took a few steps forward, listening to the sounds. Something's wrong. Suddenly, Bai Xiao reached behind and pressed his hand against Lin Duoduo. He felt a chill run down his spine. Something lurked in the darkness, with faint green lights occasionally appearing. The zombie king stared into the darkness, motionless in the cold wind. Lin Duoduo squatted beside him, occasionally breathing on her hands. It's a pack of wolves hunting. That's the prey they've driven. It's a coordinated hunt. The wolves will follow from a distance, forming an encirclement, using their stamina and speed to exhaust the prey, waiting for the right moment. The prey, sensing something amiss, is driven along until it's exhausted, which is when the wolves strike. Bai Xiao hesitated for a moment. Wolves are not to be trifled with. They hold grudges, are cunning, and live in packs. If it were a settlement, it would be manageable, but if they set their sights on a deserted village, they might frequently linger near the village and ambush it. In his memory, these creatures are very patient. They only attack when they have the opportunity. Bai Xiao would rather encounter a bear than clash with a pack of wolves. You can't guard against a thief forever. Ideally, the prey would be lured here by the prey. After the hunt, they would retreat, wandering elsewhere or returning deep into the mountains. The worst-case scenario is that if they mark this place as their territory, there will be no peace. Bai Xiao weighed his options, considering whether he could wipe them all out, or at least most of them. Finally, he and Lin Duoduo slowly retreated. He decided to observe first. If they expanded their territory, they would either have to relocate or a conflict would ensue, and he would have to find a way to drive them away. He slowly moved away, observing. A faint, eerie green light occasionally flashed in the darkness. With a low growl, chaos erupted in the distant darkness. The howling of wolves began in the latter half of the night, continuing for an unknown period. The intermittent howls sounded even more chilling in the small mountain village. At dawn, Bai Xiao told Lin Duoduo to stay inside. He put on his helmet, grabbed his knife, and went to check the area from the previous night. He wasn't even capable of facing an attack, let alone Lin Duoduo and the old woman. The ground bore the marks of the previous night, a jumble of hoof prints and claw marks, trampled and stained with blood, emitting a faint, fishy smell, and he could still detect a lingering stench. The carcass and pelts of the prey were scattered far away, leaving only the empty husks and broken bone fragments. Following the tracks to the foot of the mountain, broken grass stems and wolf fur indicated they had returned to the mountains. Bai Xiao didn't let his guard down. He didn't know if the animals deep in the forest had been infected and brought out, or if they had simply chased their prey down there. The next day, he went out again, searching for any signs of their activity to see if they had truly left. When he was recovering under the shed after being infected last year, this was what Lin Duoduo did every day, carrying a gun. Now, Lin Duoduo was preparing for defense in the yard, just in case. There used to be traps at the base of the wall, filled with sharpened bamboo and iron rods. Some were old, and she needed to repair them. It snowed again in the evening, the snowflakes turning into snowflakes. Bai Xiao returned from outside, his helmet covered with a thin layer of snow. He put down his knife and said, "I go check again tomorrow. I already told Etienne to try to stay home as much as possible." He had occasionally heard wolves howling before, but they rarely came down. Chasing prey was probably an accident. The snow fell all night. When he went out again the next day, Bai Xiao saw messy footprints on the snow at the foot of the mountain, like dog footprints, but larger and a bit longer. The tracks hadn't been completely covered by the snow. Bai Xiao examined them, estimating their number. Under the heavy snow, the world seemed quiet, with only the howling wind in the air. Looking up again, he saw 7 or 8 gray figures looming on the distant hillside, watching him intently. These were also survivors of the infection, appearing fierce yet discreet in the snowstorm. They followed from a distance, still observing, neither leaving nor approaching. After trailing Bai Xiao for a while, they drew closer. Bai Xiao took the harpoon from behind him and held it in his hand. Thankfully, he was wearing a helmet. Although a bite would infect him, a bite or two from one wolf wouldn't be easily withstood by a skinny zombie. Bai Xiao observed his surroundings. Wolves are known for their patience with their prey. They like to attack in groups. Still some distance from the village, Bai Xiao retreated, not giving them a chance to flank him. He was trying to think of a way to scare them away. These predators spread out in a fan shape, approaching step by step. The 7 or 8 wolves were like large dogs, some near, some far, but Bai Xiao could see the ferocity in their eyes. They closed in, ready to pounce on their prey at the first sign of weakness. Facing the harpoon wielded by Bai Xiao, 2 wolves growled, drawing his attention while the others scurried around to his rear. In the vast, snowy landscape, Bai Xiao's back was tense. During the standoff, a gunshot rang out faintly in the distance. A spray of blood erupted from the head of the wolf that had been growling before him, and it collapsed onto the snow. The sudden turn of events caused the other wolves to growl uneasily. A second gunshot followed, and another wolf collapsed to the ground, convulsing, blood from its neck staining a patch of snow crimson. Bai Xiao, too, leaped forward, letting out a zombie-like howl. He hurled the harpoon with force, drew his kukri, and launched a predation against the most threatening wolf at close range. Gunshots, growls, howls, blood blossomed under the dark, oppressive clouds, splattering onto the snow. This was a struggle between surviving predators. Chapter 109. The cold wind continued to howl. The warm blood, still steaming when it spurted out, quickly cooled. Bai Xiao wiped the blood from his helmet. Even the most intelligent wolves couldn't understand why a sudden gunshot would take a life. The 4 wolves ran far away, and the gunshot stopped, but Bai Xiao knew that if they came closer, more shots would ring out behind him. He dragged the 4 wolf carcasses back, leaving a large trail of warm blood in the snow. Lin Duoduo, her face red from the cold, came to meet him in the snowstorm, helping to drag the carcasses. The sky was dark. Bai Xiao glanced back. There were still faint shadows in the distance. The wolves were completely cold by the time he got back. He skinned them, cut the meat, and washed it. The meat wasn't good. It was gamey and tough, but it was good to have meat to eat. Bai Xiao had intended to deliver one to Aunt Qian. The rifle had been a great help. But it was getting late, and he didn't risk going out again. "You're really accurate." "Not bad," Lin Duoduo said. The snowstorm was too strong. She couldn't catch any wolves that had strayed too far. "I wanted you to run. Why did you rush in?" "I'm a zombie." "Aren't you afraid I miss?" "As long as you don't hit the head, you'll be fine." Lin Duoduo pinched his cheek, seemingly already used to his scarlet eyes. They might still be lingering around. Bai Xiao sat by the fireplace to warm himself, thinking about the traces he'd seen during the day. There were more than just these few. "Don't go out," Lin Duoduo said. "We can stay indoors for a few days if we can, but we can't stay indoors forever. Let's see how things go when they leave." Bai Xiao was reluctant to confront this creature. Instead of rushing in to bite, he followed from a distance, observing and waiting for an opportunity to exploit its weakness. If it considers this its territory, we have to find a way to get rid of them, otherwise they might be snatched away one day, Bai Xiao said. "The situation on the mountain isn't good," Lin Duoduo said, looking out the window. "That's what I guess too. Maybe their original habitat was overrun with infected animals, which is why they migrated here," Bai Xiao said. He didn't know if they were that intelligent. He was just speculating based on the worst-case scenario. The snow outside was heavy. Bai Xiao and Lin Duoduo were somewhat relieved by the snowfall. It made the traces impossible to hide. Unless the heavy snow continued to cover the traces from that night, it would be easy to see what had been outside. "It's cold tonight. Cover yourself with a thicker blanket," Lin Duoduo said. I built 3 layers. As evening approached, Bai Xiao ate a few pieces of wolf meat. It was very chewy, and could be eaten for a long time. In other words, it was tough. He went back to rest. The dilapidated houses in the village, missing windows, emitted a mournful, whistling sound when the wind blew. And in the yard, the junk Lin Duoduo had collected occasionally made the sound of bottles clinking. Night. Late at night, he thought things would pass peacefully. Suddenly, Bai Xiao sat up in bed, put on his clothes, grabbed his knife, and went outside. He went next door and knocked twice. The window opened, and before the human could ask anything, he slipped through the window and entered the house. "Shh!" Bai Xiao hissed from the darkness. The gaunt figure was in the room. Lin Duoduo took her gun and stood by the window. She didn't have the zombie king's keen hearing. It took her a long time to hear some faint sounds. There seemed to be something outside. Something had entered the yard, mingling with the sound of the wind. It had happened before, but never this close, and she hadn't noticed it. It had only quietly passed by the door in the middle of the night. She didn't know what it was until dawn, when she saw messy footprints on the path outside the yard. To this day, she still didn't know what had happened that night. Actually, ignorance is bliss. Like the zombie king, who was very perceptive, he could sense whatever was passing by. Bai Xiao pulled her back, only to find she was wearing only a thin shirt. There was nothing to keep warm in the house. She was only relying on a thick quilt to keep warm. Bai Xiao pushed her to the bedside. Lin Duoduo only then realized she was cold and put on a coat. Bai Xiao whispered, "It might be a wolf from during the day." "There's a trap," Lin Duoduo said. After saying this, Bai Xiao covered her mouth. A low growl came from the courtyard. Not far from the room, the door to Bai Zhao's house next door seemed to have been slammed. Lin Duoduo didn't know how they got in. She gripped her gun tightly and looked at Bai Xiao, who stood by the window, just listening. After an unknown amount of time, things seemed to calm down outside. Lin Duoduo, wrapped in a blanket and clutching her gun, sat on the bed until the light outside gradually brightened. It was dawn. Bai Xiao pushed open the door, looked around, and stepped outside. There were messy footprints in the thick snow in the yard, extending from his yard. There were traps along the outer wall of Lin Duoduo's yard, but they yielded nothing and remained untouched. The wall on Lin Duoduo's side was high, having been reinforced to protect against zombies, but Bai Zhao's side was lower. The original owner had died early and hadn't reinforced it as much. The footprints in front of his house were messy, and there were claw marks on the wooden door. There were also traps in front of Lin Duoduo's door. "We have to kill them." Bai Xiao went outside to take a look. The snow had made everything obvious. "They came by the smell of blood, didn't they?" Lin Duoduo looked at the 4 wolf pelts hanging by the well. "Probably, they've been targeted." Bai Zhao's voice was low. The snow hadn't stopped, but it had lessened. There were messy footprints outside, indicating the arrival of visitors last night. Bai Xiao still hadn't sent the wolf meat out, nor had he gone out. It was freezing cold, and setting traps in his own yard wouldn't be easy. He hadn't left all day, blocking the gap in the wall between the 2 yards, placing several planks studded with long nails on the ground, and reinforcing Lin Duoduo's door. He didn't go back that night, but stayed at Lin Duoduo's place. He hadn't been inside Lin Duoduo's room yet. This room was far less sparsely furnished than his own, filled with many useful items, and several large boxes piled in the corner. On the table inside lay an old photograph of a man and a woman. He recognized Lin Huayu as a zombie. He could vaguely make out his features now, though he wore glasses and looked refined. Standing beside him was a woman with a swollen belly, delicate features, and Lin Duoduo's eyes bore a resemblance to hers. This could barely be considered a family photo, and it was the only one. Lin Duoduo wasn't in the picture. She was still in the womb, born only after the disaster struck. This was the only old photograph that showed her. The courtyard was quiet, with only a slight breeze. Candles were lit inside. Seeing him looking at the photograph, Lin Duoduo smoothed her hair and took it down. "These are my parents." "You can tell," Bai Xiao said. "They were very capable." Lin Duoduo touched the photograph. In the dim candlelight, she looked at the zombie king. "Look, I was so small then, not even out of the womb yet." "There weren't zombies back then," Bai Xiao said. "They never imagined I'd be neighbors with a zombie," Lin Duoduo said. "You probably never imagined it either." Chapter 110. The zombie sat on a stool inside the house. The night temperature was very low, and even indoors, it was still freezing. Bai Xiao stayed by the window, listening to the sounds outside. Lin Duoduo was sleepy, so he told her to go to sleep and not to stay up. He would call her if needed. Wolves, having confirmed there was prey here and unable to find other food for the time being, would linger nearby, waiting for an opportunity. Bai Xiao felt they wouldn't give up so easily. Of course, if they were to migrate away, leaving this area would be best. The candle went out. He leaned against the wall with his eyes closed. Lin Duoduo slept on the bed. The night passed peacefully without incident. At dawn, he opened the door. Nothing had changed outside. He cooked a few pieces of wolf meat, ate them, and chewed on them. Bai Xiao put on his helmet and went outside. The snow had stopped falling. The snowflakes on the ground were being whipped up by the wind, whistling and seeping into people's clothes, icy cold. Bai Xiao first circled the hillside, checking the tracks on the ground to see if the zombies had gone far or were still lingering nearby. The emaciated zombie stood alone on the vast white snow, wrapped in a coat, facing the cold wind, like a blade standing tall in the snow beneath dark clouds. Two wolves suddenly appeared from the snow, staring at him from afar, their gleaming eyes somewhat eerie. If he didn't succeed the first time, they would come again. Bai Xiao roared, a technique he had learned from the zombies on the road, effective against some, but useless against these two beasts. He was confident he could kill the two wolves, but he didn't know if they were lurking in the shadows, so he could only stand his ground against them, retreating as he went. Retreating to within Linwood was firing range, a gunshot rang out across the snow, and a wolf fell. Soon after, a second shot rang out. Bai Xiao realized this was a talent, unlike his heightened awareness after being infected. Linwood's accuracy was terrifying. She only fired when she was certain, and her certainty was usually spot on. Examining the tracks in the snow, he dragged two corpses back. There were already 6 wolves. Even if they were thin and weak, they could feed for a long time. The wolves were probably scared. If they couldn't get anything, they would leave, Bai Xiao guessed, but he still didn't let his guard down. He went out twice more over the next 2 days, and encountered the wolves once more. This time, they only followed from a distance, showing no intention of approaching. Wolves marked their territory with urine and feces. The zombie king wanted to learn from them, but thought it was too beastly. Zombies didn't have the habit of marking territory, so this method of driving them away wasn't very effective. Letting them roam outside the village was also unsettling. They could only stall them. As long as they lingered in the vicinity, it meant they hadn't given up and left, and the crisis wasn't over. Snowflakes started falling again sometime during the night. Bai Xiao and Lin Duo were warming themselves by the fire inside. I lure them in and kill them all. You stay behind and cover us. Bai Xiao felt a surge of anxiety at the thought of this swarm of lurking predators waiting for him to lower his guard and reveal his weaknesses. Lin Duo, wrapped in her coat, huddled by the stove, watching the persimmons and meat strips simmering on the stove, occasionally sharing a piece with the zombie king. She gave him the meat strips, but kept the persimmons for herself. It was strange that zombies didn't like sweets. Lin Duo thought everyone, including all zombies, should like sweets. You licked my fingers. Lin Duo turned and stared at him. I didn't. The zombie king was still thinking, instinctively trying to deny it. You did lick them. I just wanted to taste them. Bai Xiao's gaze shifted, and he couldn't help himself when he was distracted. Wash your hands, wash them clean. You can't bite me. I won't be able to talk like you when I become a zombie. Lin Duo jumped off the chair, washed her fingers clean, and sat back down, wrapped in her coat like a lazy cat. She had finished eating by the fire, and was feeling drowsy. Being around a fire in this cold weather always makes one sleepy. I got it! What? Lin Duo opened her eyes with a start. You ride on my back, and shoot them one by one. If they charge, hide behind me. There are about 10 left. Bai Xiao had observed their tracks. It was a fairly large wolf pack, less than 20. He had already killed 6. If they continued to linger nearby, he would wipe them out. Without Lin Duo, he wouldn't have been able to handle these pack predators. The 8 they caught last time were enough to give him a run for his money. When they charge, you should be able to kill 2 to 4. No, I can't protect you if there are too many left. I be the bait. Yeah, if they can't find food, they give up and leave. Lin Duo hugged her knees, huddled in the chair, and after a while, lifted her coat and said, Why don't you lean against me for a bit? I feel you're very irritable. Isn't that a bad idea? Bai Xiao said. Then what are you doing? Lin Duo looked down at him. Don't mention it. The zombie king was much calmer now. No one was startled anymore. Lin Duo rested her chin on Bai Xiao's head and dozed off for a while. The zombie king was warm, like a hand warmer. She slipped her hands inside his collar and warmed them, feeling like she was in a giant heater. Even as evening approached, she was reluctant to pull her hands away, but she was hungry and needed to eat. Lin Duo pulled her hands out and rubbed them against her sweater. Good, the zombie king hadn't dirtied her clothes. Don't be so irritable. There'll always be a way. Lin Duo felt that the zombie king had changed since his return. He had become a hunter. Like a territory where there can't be 2 rulers, this entire area was his hunting ground, and the wolf pack had crossed the line. Once the snow stops, see if they're still around here. If they are, follow their tracks. I follow behind you. Several cleaned wolf pelts hung in the yard. Processing them into hides wasn't easy. Lin Duo thought if she had a few more, she could make a mat for the zombie king to put on his bed, so he wouldn't be so cold. We have to wait until the snow stops. This weather affects visibility, and it's not easy to aim accurately, she said. Lin Duo suddenly felt a little strange. The zombie king wouldn't dare provoke the wolf pack, and neither would she. If it weren't for Bai Xiao, she would probably have stayed indoors for a long time. But now she was thinking about how to skin them. Considering that the zombie king could bring back wild boar from the mountains, Lin Duoduo felt relieved. He was powerful, a mysterious zombie walking in the smog, a hunter in the night, a warm fireplace in winter. It would be nice to sleep with my feet on his belly, they would be so warm. She lifted the kettle from the stove and poured 2 large cups full of water, which also contained dried locust flowers. Whether you eaten wolf meat or wild boar, drinking such a large cup of locust flower tea would be very refreshing and cut through the greasiness. After we skin them, I make you a mattress, Lin Duoduo said. Okay, the zombie king replied. Chapter 111. Perhaps it was a long-standing habit, but in winter, Lin Duoduo always seemed perpetually sleepy. She wrapped herself in a large green military coat, far too big for her, and dozed off wherever she could find a spot. When the sun came out, she'd bask in the sun. When it wasn't, she'd warm herself by the fire, just like that, like she was hibernating. She only perked up when she stepped outside the yard. The next morning, Bai Xiao and Lin Duoduo went out. Both were bundled up. Lin Duoduo, with her sleeves tucked in and carrying a gun, wearing a large hat, walked alongside the emaciated zombies, leaving 2 long footprints in the snow. Although the wolves, and they were all survivors of the apocalypse, each encroaching on the other's territory always resulted in one of them being driven away. They simply lived each day diligently, for nothing else but survival. Bai Xiao was the same. The mountains were a shared hunting ground, while the area outside the village was their territory. The wind had stopped, and the snow on the hillside was thick, crunching underfoot. He hadn't found any trace of them on the first day, only paw prints in the snow indicating their presence, but he had heard wolf howls at night. After 2 days of searching, Bai Xiao finally encountered them near the mountain path. They were no longer in large numbers, only a few remaining, led by the alpha wolf on guard. Bai Xiao glanced back. A figure in a green coat was rushing towards him, gun in hand, closing the distance. The assassin and the warrior were locked in a struggle, but the warrior, lacking sportsmanship, had brought an archer. The result was predictable. The alpha wolf was killed, and the other 2 fled in panic, ultimately securing the territory. Dragging his spoils back, Bai Xiao patrolled the area for the next few days with a pitchfork, searching the snow for tracks. All the footprints were from before. He hadn't seen any new wolf tracks. He was certain the escaped wolves had left and weren't lingering nearby. With the crisis averted, and no longer worried about Lin Duoduo and Aunt Qian being carried off by wolves, Bai Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and was no longer as agitated. After skinning the wolves, he and Lin Duoduo took 2 large bags of meat to Aunt Qian. The snow-covered road was difficult to traverse, and they trudged through the snow until they finally reached Aunt Qian's door. Bai Xiao had always suspected the old woman was dead, but each time she would drag her frail body to open the door, staring at him with her cloudy eyes. It was impossible for Aunt Qian not to be surprised to see the meat they brought. They rarely had such a bounty in winter. Only when they were lucky enough to encounter lost animals, like roe deer, could they have enough to eat. She couldn't help but sigh. Having a man in the family made all the difference. In the past, Uncle Kai would also carry a gun up the mountain and bring back game for her. Remembering Bai Zhao's warning from a few days ago, Aunt Qian asked, You hunted wolves?" "Yes. They come into the village." She was somewhat worried. "They're all dead?" Aunt Qian looked at Lin Duoduo blankly. "They're all dead?" "Only 2 ran away, and didn't dare come back. Bai Xiao has been checking on them every day, but he hasn't seen them for several days." Lin Duoduo comforted her. Aunt Qian looked at Lin Duoduo, then at Bai Xiao, who had returned looking like a greyhound after his trip. She seemed to have heard something hard to understand. What did he mean by all killed? Aunt Qian was silent for a moment, leaning on her cane, and didn't speak again. Lin Duoduo chatted with her for a few moments, then returned the gun. Bai Xiao stared at the gun. He had originally wanted Lin Duoduo to exchange it for the homemade gun, but things were different now. It was a gift from Uncle Kai, and he could only borrow it if needed. As they were leaving, Aunt Qian called Lin Duoduo into the house. "I think this young man. His name is Bai Xiao, right?" "He looks like a zombie," Aunt Qian said. "No, he's just sick," Lin Duoduo said. "Really not?" "No." Aunt Qian looked at her, and she looked straight back at Aunt Qian. Lin Duoduo wasn't surprised by Aunt Qian's suspicion. When it came to understanding zombies, they were among the most knowledgeable, if not the most knowledgeable. Having lived with zombies in this small mountain village for years, they were intimately familiar with them. Uncle Kai had wandered the village for many years, and Lin Huayu was imprisoned in the courtyard, These were once their closest relatives. Over the years, they had spent more time with zombies than with people. Even as a zombie, Uncle Kai was still a memory. "It's good that you know what's going on," the old lady said. "He's just sick," Lin Duo repeated. "What about those two in the village?" And Qian changed the subject. "They were locked in the yard a few days ago because of the heavy snow. I don't know if the wolves will attack them," Lin Duo said. "That's good. Let them wander around for a couple more years if they can." And Qian nodded gently, her eyes lowered. After a moment, she said, "He found a shelter." "When are you leaving?" "We see then," Lin Duo said. Leaving Aunt Qian's yard, the feeling of decay and decline vanished. The dark clouds in the sky were edged with gold, and it looked like the sky was about to clear. The two young people walked down the winding road, their footprints stretching all the way into the village. Back home, Lin Duo took off Bai Zhao's sunglasses and carefully examined his face. Bai Zhao wasn't used to being scrutinized like this. Since becoming a zombie, he himself hadn't looked at himself closely in the mirror. After returning from this trip, it became even more terrifying. "What are you looking at?" "It really looks like a zombie," Lin Duo said. "It's not just like it is. Why can't you eat back to normal?" Lin Duo touched and felt around the zombie, trying to find any areas that had gained weight. "Because you've been looking at it all day, you don't notice the changes. Actually, I'm already recovering." Bai Zhao lifted his shirt to reveal his stomach. "Before, my ribs were showing here. Now, aren't they less noticeable?" Not only was his body recovering, but he also felt himself still changing. Just like during the recovery period after being infected, it had never stopped. "The virus is still mutating inside me," Bai Zhao said. "Really? Those zombies don't have enough flesh and blood. Their infection instincts mean that after they bite someone and complete the infection, they won't eat their own kind anymore. So they're always hungry. No zombie has ever eaten as much as I have. This time, there was plenty of wolf meat, enough for them to eat for a long time." Lin Duo never thought that one day, she would have to worry about having too much meat. Fortunately, it wouldn't spoil easily in winter. She cooked, then sat under the eaves processing the new wolf pelts, scraping off the meat and scraps with a knife, cleaning them, and soaking them in a bucket along with the previous pelts to soften them and remove the fishy smell. With the crisis resolved, Bai Zhao reopened the breach in the courtyard wall, shoveled the snow from the yard together, piling it into a large snowdrift. Occasionally glancing back, he saw Lin Duo poking at the pelts in the bucket with a stick, intending to make a blanket. Chapter 112. The second snowfall was just before the new year. Bai Zhao remembered what Lin Duo had said last year. Lin Duo didn't have any special feelings about the new year. In her eyes, it was just another year of living, another year older. He wanted to chop some wolf meat into filling and make dumplings. He directed Lin Duo to knead the dough. The dough, made from coarse flour, was dark and messy. Then, they wrapped the filling inside. "Never eaten it before." "Never eaten it. It's too complicated," Lin Duo said. "Then how do you celebrate the new year?" "I don't celebrate the new year myself," she said. "Before, I just ate something nice, and being able to eat meat was good enough." Bai Zhao knew that she was referring to the time when her parents were still alive, when the environment was still very dangerous. The new year is a celebration of living another year. That's how Bai Zhao explained it, so you have to eat something nice. That makes sense. What Lin Duo used to consider extravagant, now they had plenty of food, it would all just go into their stomachs anyway. It really should be a celebration, just like before the disaster, a good meal on this day. What did they do before the disaster? Lin Duo remembered reading about it in a book, a very complicated process. Bai Zhao didn't know how to explain it, so he simplified it to eating dumplings. But lacking the skill to make dumplings, the final product was a dark, coarse noodle soup. However, it wasn't too bad. Ignoring the gamey smell of wolf meat, a bowl of this soup warmed her up. Lin Duo thought this was how it was supposed to be eaten, and even praised the zombie king for his knowledge. Bai Zhao shamelessly glossed over it. Lin Duo could read books and knew about dumplings. She might look down on him when she realized what was going on. "Happy New Year," said the zombie king. "Happy New Year," Lin Duo replied, her stomach bulging after drinking a large bowl of meat soup. The second snowfall had ended, making this year's New Year a little late, mainly due to the wolf pack. Now that food was plentiful, and she had been exercising for a while, Bai Zhao had appropriately increased her weight. "I'm planning to make something like a box. When we go out to find safe zones, you can hide inside if you encounter danger. Maybe you have to carry it around occasionally." Bai Zhao squeezed her arm. Wearing a coat, Her physique wasn't noticeably different. At least she wasn't as pale and thin as she had been in previous winters. She was still in good spirits, though she tended to doze off by the fire. When we get to the safe zones, the people there celebrate the new year even more. Lin Duoduo replied perfunctorily. Seeing her listless demeanor, Bai Xiao didn't say anything more. Quiet was fine too. Bai Xiao picked up the book she had scavenged and sat by the fire to read. The human occasionally shifted his shoulders and back. He'd been working out his back yesterday. Is your back sore? Shall I rub it for you? It's nothing, Lin Duoduo said. Will rubbing it make you feel a lot better? Are you going to rub my chest tomorrow? Lin Duoduo asked, explaining that after back exercises came chest exercises, then shoulders. No, not yet. Bai Xiao became honest, staring at the flames. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, is it okay? What? Lin Duoduo was taken aback. She thought the topic had passed, and didn't react immediately. Nothing. Lin Duoduo realized what he meant, and stared at him without speaking. Don't look at me like that. It's freezing cold, and we don't have anything to do, Bai Xiao said. Besides warming herself by the fire, she slept, ate some dried fruit, dried fish, and smoked meat she had stored. It was too cold outside. Hugging a hot water bottle inside was very comfortable. Can I step on your stomach? Lin Duoduo asked, hugging her knees. Go ahead. Really? She tried taking off her shoes and placing her feet on Bai Xiao's stomach. Lin Duoduo squinted, placing her feet on the scalding hot zombie's body. It felt incredibly warm and comfortable. This close contact was even more comfortable than warming herself by the fire. The zombie was just too good. Is it cold? It's okay. Bai Xiao wrapped her feet in his coat. Her cool feet against his stomach made him feel a little more awake. Why are you cold when you're warming yourself by the fire? The zombie king asked, a little puzzled. Feet are like that, they're always cold, Lin Duoduo said. If only there were a heater. Bai Xiao wrapped her feet in his clothes, longing for the radiators they used before the disaster. The spot where Lin Duoduo was standing wasn't so hot anymore. She subtly shifted her position a little, but it was still warm next to her. She opened her eyes a crack, peeking at the zombie king. Seeing that he didn't react, she slowly changed the position of her feet, then switched them back after a while. Slowly, she got sleepy. She leaned back in the chair, placed her feet in the zombie's warm embrace, and dozed off. Bai Xiao looked down at his book, amused by her little movements. After finishing his book, he sat down and rested for a while. Seeing that she was still dozing off, he warmed his hands, and slipped them inside his clothes to warm the backs of her feet. Lin Duoduo hummed comfortably in her drowsy state, curled her toes a couple of times, and tucked her head into her coat collar to continue sleeping. This was the most comfortable sleep she ever had, like being enveloped in a fireplace, warm but not scalding, leaving her feeling languid all over. When she opened her eyes, she was a little disoriented, her legs shifting slightly. The zombie king had already opened his eyes. Awake? So warm, Lin Duoduo said, stretching. My body temperature is much higher than yours, a 40-degree zombie. Bai Xiao touched the human's foot. It wasn't so cold anymore, it had warmed up. Why didn't I notice it last year? Lin Duoduo said regretfully. If this zombie had been around in previous winters, it wouldn't have been so unbearable. She didn't even want to go outside, continuing to step on the zombie king, feeling warm all the while. Shouldn't you move it? Bai Xiao asked. Just a little longer, I haven't urged you, Lin Duoduo said. Bai Xiao thought about it, and it seemed true. He wrapped his clothes tighter around the human's feet. It feels a little ambiguous like this, the zombie king said. Why? To have baby zombies. You can find a female zombie to have baby zombies. Lin Duoduo suggested. Thanks, that's a good suggestion. Don't suggest it again next time. Bai Xiao said. Are other zombies this hot too? Probably not. Body temperature requires energy. I have to eat a lot of meat to maintain my current form. Those withered old zombies probably can't sustain much energy expenditure. Only fresh zombies are this active. Bai Xiao had packed baskets for Friday, and knew a bit about the old zombies. That's also why I'm so powerful. I have enough energy to support such high energy expenditure. You might be exhausted in some situations, but I can overdraw my potential. The price is becoming like the old zombie you saw when I first came back. Bai Xiao's words reminded Lin Duoduo of how he looked when he first returned, withered and thin, as if a gust of wind could blow him over, very similar to the old zombie. Chapter 113. People used to have a device called a heater. You step on it, and it would get really warm. Although Bai Xiao didn't experience the warmth of a heater, he could still share it with Lin Duoduo, who had only grown up after the disaster. It's like those pipes connected to houses in the city where you scavenge. Like you? Yeah, you could say that. There was nothing wrong with that. Bai Xiao looked down. This ferocious human was using a zombie as a heater. It was a low-cost, clean bioenergy source. This is a way of exploiting zombies that even the Zombie King never thought of, Bai Xiao said. If old zombies could also emit heat, you could catch a whole house full and tie them to the walls. That would be zombie heaters. You always come up with these weird ideas, Lin Duoduo said. But you're the one using it. I just got some inspiration from how you used it. Bai Xiao said, thinking to himself that if he had been eating meat like crazy since being infected, he might truly be the Zombie King. The sun was out, and Lin Duoduo finally took her feet out of the zombie-themed heater, breathed on her hands, and went outside to take a look. For the next few days, the weather was sunny. She took both of their mattresses, along with Bai Xiao's 3-layered quilt, outside to air them out, patting them to make them soft and warm for sleeping at night. Bai Xiao went to let Friday and Uncle Kai out to sunbathe, but only found Friday carrying a basket. Uncle Kai was nowhere to be seen. He and Lin Duoduo searched the village several times without finding him. The courtyard wall wasn't damaged. Where could an old zombie have gone? Bai Xiao glanced at Friday again. Friday was there, perfectly fine, carrying its basket. He nudged it, pushing it back into the yard. Before, because of the snow and the wolf pack, Lin Duoduo had been hunting the alpha wolf in the distance and couldn't be disturbed, so it had been locked up. It hadn't snowed for the past few days, and the snow was now covered with messy footprints, making it difficult to find the animal. Lin Duoduo looked into the distance and said, "I go ask Aunt Qian." Half an hour later, Lin Duoduo returned with news. Aunt Qian had brought it home, preventing it from wandering outside any longer. That should allow it to live a few more days, Lin Duoduo said. Bai Xiao didn't know if she was referring to Aunt Qian or Uncle Kai. If another old woman died in the village, Lin Duoduo would be the only human left. He and Lin Duoduo sat outside for a while, basking in the sun, gazing at the white sky in the distance. Bai Xiao wondered if Yuming, like the people of Qinjiabao, was also tightening their belts to get through the cold winter. Winter is cold, but it has its advantages. It's not as dangerous, many animals hibernate, and those that aren't are probably infected. What's Qinjiabao like? Lin Duoduo asked. Not good. A shrunken version of the safe zone. Stick together, and you survive longer. Some places are really rough, Bai Xiao said. Oh! Aren't you going to ask what the safe zone is like? You haven't even been inside, Lin Duoduo said. Well, I guess I had a look around. I saw some cars, those wrecked cars outside. Theirs are still in good condition, they run really fast. I know. I seen them in photos, and heard people talk about them. Lin Duoduo, hands tucked into her sleeves, glanced at the Zombie King, then looked away. Do they have heating? They should. Like you? Of course not. Bai Xiao said, you're probably the only one in the world who uses zombies as heating. Then I'm better than them. Yeah, you're the best. Bai Xiao looked at the wisps of smoke rising from Aunt Qian's place in the distance. With that wolf meat, Aunt Qian should be feeling better. This was a true ruin, 22 years after the apocalypse, far removed from civilization. Lin Duoduo was also 22 years old. Before the disaster, a 22-year-old would have graduated, sending out resumes, or already had a job. But this human's 22-year-old, warming her feet with a zombie's belly, was contentedly humming with her eyes half closed. Using zombies as a heater. Bai Xiao wrapped his coat tighter around himself. Lin Duoduo had already gotten up. Tired of wolf meat, she cut some smoked meat. She kind of liked the smoky flavor, but Bai Xiao refused. He preferred chewing wolf tendon. It was very chewy, and a single piece could last a long time. Aren't your teeth tired? She asked. She'd seen the Zombie King chewing on it, and Lin Duoduo had even tried it once. Her cheeks were sore. It's a kind of exercise, it makes your bite stronger, Bai Xiao said, chewing on the tendon. Lin Duoduo's eyes flickered. Oh, I'm going to bite you again. Don't be afraid, the pain from a zombie bite doesn't last long. You're trying to scare me into going to the safe zone. Lin Duoduo pinched the smoked meat. It was actually quite tough, but she needed a change of pace. Over the years, her stomach had become incredibly resilient. She could even cook infected animals until they were soft and edible. Bai Xiao suspected she was even healthier than his former self, who used to eat takeout. He eaten infected animals along the way, but they weren't even cooked thoroughly, the meat was tough and dry. It got even colder when the snow melted. Don't you think this winter is much colder than usual? Lin Duoduo suddenly asked. Bai Xiao couldn't answer. he only experienced last winter, but compared to before the disaster, it was extremely cold, and it came early. The hand pump was frozen solid, water had to be boiled to pump it out. The water vat wrapped in hay had cracked from the freezing, and no water flowed out, the entire vat was frozen solid. Last year, the water vat had a thick layer of ice, but it hadn't frozen into a large block of ice. This year, the nighttime temperatures were just too low. Bai Xiao wanted to find a house with a heated Kong, traditional Chinese bed, in the village to move to, but those old things were long gone and abandoned. He looked around but couldn't find one, and he didn't know where to begin building one himself. In previous years, just surviving was a blessing. Lin Duo had heard from her family that when the disaster first struck, zombies chased them relentlessly, leaving them nowhere to hide. Many froze to death. Later, simply having shelter from the wind and rain was a blessing. Another cold wave hit. The sky was overcast, time seemed to stand still, and the cold earth was deathly silent. Even sparrows were scarce. Even under 3 layers of blankets, Bai Xiao was still too cold to rest. In the middle of the night, Lin Duo knocked on the window. Unable to sleep from the cold, she lit a fire. It's definitely colder this year, Lin Duo confirmed. Nothing could be done in this weather. Fortunately, they had plenty of supplies. In the back room hung salted fish and smoked meat, along with autumn harvests of mountain produce and wild wheat, dried vegetable leaves, flour, dried locust flowers, and elm seeds. In front, there was still some uneaten wolf meat. She had never felt so at ease. While drying meat on the stove, Bai Xiao went to the back and retrieved a bottle of liquor he scavenged. He gave it to Lin Duo saying, "Have a drink. You get through these next few days." Lin Duo took a small sip, then stamped her feet in place. The fire wasn't hot yet, and thick curtains hung at the door and windows. She had to wait a while. "Aren't you going to stamp your feet? You must be cold too," Lin Duo said. This kind of cold night wasn't the usual time to idly warm herself by the fire. She huddled beside the stove, waiting for the kettle to boil. She poured 2 bottles of hot water, giving one to the zombie king to hug and warm himself. Chapter 114. Will it get colder and colder? Lin Duo asked, clutching a thermos and occasionally sipping her drink. Winter was approaching, arriving early and leaving late, with constant gloom and biting winds. The climate in the apocalypse was truly unbearable. "Actually, this kind of weather used to be alright," Lin Duo said. "This extreme weather is very cold for people, and it's also very harmful to zombies. We just had to endure it, and the zombies wouldn't be as ferocious next spring. Humans always knew how to survive better than mindless beasts and monsters. It's useless now. Maybe it can clear out some of the crazed animals?" Bai Xiao considered. Such cold weather was not only unbearable, but also made finding food difficult. Even the big cats in the city had to endure it. If they couldn't, they might start eating older zombies. And the animals that had just begun to be infected and turned into zombies would do the same. However, it was clearly impossible to solve their problems with the climate alone. Life always finds a way. Bai Xiao felt that if Lin Huai were still alive, he would have been able to see the situation clearly, but unfortunately, he left too soon. "The walls of my house are thicker than yours, much better. You should move here," Lin Duo said. "There are many rooms here. A small room will do." A small room can retain heat better, so Bai Xiao didn't refuse. After warming up a bit, he drank some wine and ate some roasted dried meat, gradually recovering. It was still pitch black outside. "Did your father leave any instructions on how to build a heated Kong traditional Chinese bed?" Bai Xiao was still thinking about the bricks left over from demolishing the wall. If they weren't enough, he could take some from other courtyards. He described it to Lin Duo and drew a picture on her palm. Lin Duo understood. "My father wanted to build one before." "Really? In previous years, it wasn't just Aunt Qian and me in the village. Everyone came as refugees. We all endured it. They didn't have it, but you do. You're enjoying yourself, and that won't do," Lin Duo said. "Survival is the most important thing. We endured it as long as we could. It was dangerous back then. We couldn't afford to burn fuel all winter. Is Aunt Qian alright?" Hearing Lin Duo mention Aunt Qian, Bai Xiao became a little worried about the old woman. "She knows better than us how to survive," Lin Duo said. The kettle on the stove boiled again. She took it down, put a small pot on it, and cooked some meat broth. A bowl of hot meat broth would be very helpful at this time. Half of the bottle of wine was drunk, then Lin Duo put it away. Her eyes were bright. She showed no signs of getting drunk. Bai Xiao felt he had become quite a drinker himself, wondering if it was because of the infection. They endured until dawn. The sky outside was a hazy gray. Bai Xiao peeked out from behind the curtain, immediately feeling the biting wind stinging his face, which was extremely uncomfortable. The wind wasn't strong, but it was piercingly cold. Bai Xiao peeked out, and then quickly pulled back in. Turning around, he saw Lin Duoduo dozing in a chair, her entire body shrunken and small against the backdrop of her coat. Most of her face was hidden behind the collar. The coat was like a thick blanket to her. Her hands were tucked into the sleeves, completely wrapped up. By noon, the sky was still hazy. Bai Xiao and Lin Duoduo finally decided to come out of the house. He took down the curtain from his side and carried it to this side, hanging 2 thick layers on the doors and windows. He walked around the house. Aside from the night the wolves had come, he hadn't been inside Lin Duoduo's room. He looked around. The walls on this side were indeed thicker. They chose a smaller room, moved in, and immediately ran to the fireplace. He only been outside for a short while when the chill seeped into his clothes and into his bones. He felt that being outside in this weather would turn him into a frozen zombie. "Don't lick my fingers, I don't want to wash them," Lin Duoduo said, handing the zombie king a piece of hot jerky. Actually, the zombie not biting her, just licking her was already quite remarkable, but Lin Duoduo knew he could control himself. "I already said it was an accident, I was distracted," Bai Xiao emphasized. A large handful of dates and dried persimmon sat beside the fireplace. This wasn't a meal, but when there was nothing to do, you need something to eat. It was freezing outside, and neither Lin Duoduo nor Bai Xiao wanted to go out. Winter was supposed to be spent like this, taking a nap by the fireplace, and the day would pass quickly. But this year was unexpectedly cold. Even the zombie king couldn't withstand it. Bai Xiao stared at the dates by the stove, his fingers twitching occasionally in front of him. "What are you doing?" Lin Duoduo picked one up and ate it. "I was seeing if I could use telekinesis to make it move." Bai Xiao said. "It worked, it disappeared." "Really?" Lin Duoduo spat out the date pit and held it in her hand. At least the result was right. Bai Xiao stared at another date. This time Lin Duoduo didn't eat it. Unfortunately, the telekinesis failed, it just stayed there, motionless. The zombie king regretfully put it in his mouth, and the small pile of dates was quickly finished by the two of them. Lin Duoduo suddenly reached out, holding a few date pits. "Shall I throw them away for you?" Bai Xiao reached out to take it. "I wouldn't know if you secretly drooled a little," Lin Duoduo said. "You can throw it away yourself." Bai Xiao didn't take it. If he did, things would get complicated, and Lin Duoduo would definitely think he secretly drooled. Lin Duoduo laughed heartily. She found teasing the zombie king quite amusing. Every time the zombie king drooled, it looked silly. It only drooled frequently when it first recovered, but later it controlled it well. The last time it soaked her clothes was because it hadn't been this close to anyone for a long time. After getting used to it these past few days, it could control it again. "I really won't know," Lin Duoduo said. "You're disgusting," Bai Xiao said. "Who told you to drool all the time?" "You were even smelling the medicine when I applied it before," Lin Duoduo said. She threw away the date pit, squinted her eyes, and dozed off. "Eat, sleep, sleep, eat, that's the law of winter." Bai Xiao ate the hot, roasted jerky without feeling hungry, and seemed quite content, adding firewood every now and then. He almost finished reading all the books Lin Duoduo had scavenged over the past few days, slowing down his pace to read them little by little. When the fire dwindled, he'd throw in some more firewood, his mouth never stopping. Zombies needed far more food than this human. He could keep chewing like this all day. As darkness fell, the dim light made reading impossible. Bai Xiao went to the door and looked outside. It had started snowing again, large snowflakes falling softly like cotton wool. The swept yard was now covered with another layer of snow. Snow had accumulated around the well and on the shed. Under the dark sky, everything was white. Even the cracked water vat was covered in snow, making the inside and outside worlds completely different. Chapter 115. The light grew dimmer until night fell. The stove fire inside became the only source of heat. Bai Xiao went out to fetch firewood. The snow outside had already accumulated to a considerable thickness. It was snowing more heavily than he had anticipated. Hidden inside, rubbing their hands, it grew late. No one wanted to move. Lin Duoduo sipped hot water, while Bai Xiao occasionally ate something. The warmth emanating from the fire was the most precious thing at that moment. Bai Xiao then fetched some meat, mixing wolf meat and smoked meat together, adding some dried vegetable leaves that Lin Duoduo had dried earlier, and cooked a pot of meat soup. Lin Duoduo drank a lot of the soup, then took out some wine, and shared a small amount with the zombie king. She didn't know much about wine, and Bai Xiao wasn't a big drinker either. He could stop easily after a few sips, never getting drunk. He didn't know what a drunken zombie looked like. Would it go berserk, stagger, or perhaps zombies wouldn't get drunk at all? Unsure of the effects of alcohol on his body, Bai Xiao only took a small sip to observe. After eating and drinking his fill, his stomach felt warm. Have you ever been this cold before? Bai Xiao couldn't help but ask. Rarely, just once a few years ago. I burned some of the wood I had stored and stayed here all day. Lin Duo couldn't remember exactly how many years ago it was. That year, the wind was strong, and the snow was heavy. The firewood under the shed ran out, and with the blizzard raging, they had no choice but to dismantle a few windows and doors to keep warm. That time passed quickly. It was just a cold snap. After a few days, the weather cleared up, and the temperature gradually rose. All she remembered was the white expanse of snow. Back then, there was no smoked meat or salted fish hanging in the house. Snow in my memory was always accompanied by cold and hunger. Even with food reserves, I wouldn't eat recklessly. Winter was meant to be endured. This time it was colder than that year. In the latter half of the night, Lin Duo slept for a while wrapped in Bai Xiao's coat. Two people always generate more heat than one. The temperature under the coat was quite high. Only half her face was visible as she leaned against a zombie's shoulder and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the snow fell even heavier. Overnight, the snow was already ankle deep and showed no signs of stopping. The courtyard was unrecognizable. Lifting the curtain sent a gust of cold wind carrying snowflakes in, instantly lowering the temperature. Bai Xiao heard a rustling sound on the roof. He had huddled indoors for 2 days. The snow seemed to be intensifying. Even before the disaster, this kind of weather could be considered a snowstorm. Unable to go outside, and even staying in the courtyard for long was unbearable, he remained indoors, waiting for the snow to end. The warm house became a good shelter from the wind. Listening to the increasingly fierce wind outside, Bai Xiao suspected there would be another blizzard. The good news was that they had enough supplies. He and Lin Duo could drink meat broth to keep warm, and if Aunt Qian could hold out, even without considering her original reserves, the meat would be enough to last for a while. Hasn't it stopped yet? Lin Duo shivered as he lifted the curtain, pulling her coat tighter. Not yet. Bai Xiao checked and sat back down. Hasn't it shrunk? No. Scavenging should be much easier next year. Lin Duo always thought of the optimistic side. If it were the first 2 years after the disaster, it would have been a huge catastrophe for humanity. She had heard from her family that the snow was heavy and cold that year, and the zombies were still very powerful, so only humans suffered. Many years later, the zombies in the city are quite old. Another blizzard like this, and some of the old zombies will never be able to get up again. In the long run, there's always the last straw that breaks the camel's back. The snow fell day and night. Huddled in the warm house by the fire, Bai Xiao lost track of what day it was. The sky was always gray and oppressive. The thick snow in the yard covered everything. Every time he opened the door and peeked outside, Lin Duo would ask, "Is it still snowing?" Yes. Everything outside was frozen. Bai Xiao went back inside and drank some hot water. Lin Duo felt sleepy and wanted to take a nap, but sleeping always felt colder, and it took a long time to recover. She looked at the zombie king and whispered, "I'm sleepy." Bai Xiao opened his coat, and she crawled inside. "You lost all your zombie dignity," Bai Xiao said. "Wake me up if you're hungry, I make you some meat soup." Lin Duo, eyes closed, nestled inside his clothes. The room was warmer than outside, and even warmer than the room was the zombie's clothes. The zombie, wrapped in human clothing, looked at the window blocked by curtains, wondering how long this weather would last. The snow had blocked many avenues to obtain food. The infected animals outside must be going crazy. He leaned back in his chair, also resting with his eyes closed. Not only was this human warm, but her warmth was also enveloped. Perhaps this was the kind of warmth they heard of sharing, but unfortunately, it was between a zombie and a human. Through the sweater underneath, there was no need to worry about accidentally being infected by the zombie king. Lin Duo slept soundly. When she woke up, the room was already dark. The heavy snow that had lasted for days and nights had disrupted her sleep schedule. "We're not going to freeze to death here, are we?" Lin Duo doubted that the snow would keep falling forever, and they would never see the sun again. "No," Bai Xiao said. "Really?" She was still a little sleepy, her voice low and soft, slightly hoarse. The snow had been falling for a long time, and the wind hadn't stopped. Every time Bai Xiao went to check on them, cold wind and snowflakes would seep in through the gaps in the curtains. After enjoying the comforting warmth of her coat for a while, she perked up and didn't go back to sleep. She went to the storage area and got some smoked meat. The dark red wild boar meat, glistening with oil from the smoking process, hung on the stove. She washed it with hot water, sliced it, and, smelling of smoky firewood, threw it into the pot to cook for a while. The aroma filled the air. Eating brought happiness, and the oppressive feeling of facing the blizzard eased slightly. She threw some firewood into the stove, and the flames grew larger. The next day, Bai Xiao went out to check. The snow in the yard was above his calves, and large snowflakes were being swept up by the wind, showing no signs of stopping. This was something he had never encountered before the disaster. The water in the house had run out, so he broke off a large block of ice from the water vat and brought it in to melt. 3 or 4 more days passed before the snow finally stopped. The wind was still howling, and the heavy snow covered everything, the snow in the yard reaching waist deep. Friday died in the heavy snow, buried under it. When the snow melted, Bai Xiao found it lying there, motionless. The decaying old zombie hadn't survived the snowstorm. Several houses in the village had also collapsed. He had heard noises there at night. He hadn't yet adapted to the snowstorm in this apocalyptic world. The earth was deathly silent. Chapter 116. The snow stopping wasn't the end. Bai Xiao found it difficult to go out. The snow was so thick that anyone who stepped on it would sink. He could only clear some of it first. He wanted to check on Aunt Qian, but without waiting to clear a path, he trudged through the thick snow to her. The old lady was still alive, hiding in the house with Uncle Kai. Uncle Kai was tied up in a corner. The furniture in the house had all been burned. 2 more days, and he might have found her body. But she had survived. Bai Xiao didn't know what sustained her. Perhaps, as Lin Duoduo said, those who struggle before a disaster knew better how to survive. She was someone who had struggled through the most difficult times. When the disaster struck, she was only in her early 20s, in the prime of her youth. "I'm sorry to have troubled you," Aunt Qian said. "We're just trying to live," Bai Xiao said. Although the gun she left behind was practically for Lin Duoduo, Bai Xiao still didn't want her to die like that. Every survivor in the ruins had had a difficult time surviving. The thick snow needed to be cleared, the simpler houses would collapse under its weight, and the shed was leaning precariously, seemingly about to crumble. Bai Xiao cleared the snow off it and reinforced it. The snow on the roof also needed to be cleared. Bai Xiao had never seen such heavy snow before. He and Lin Duoduo were bundled up tightly and busied themselves in the yard. The sky hadn't cleared yet, and he didn't know if it would continue to snow. He didn't dare delay, taking advantage of the lull in the snow to thoroughly clean their place. "Have you ever seen such heavy snow?" Bai Xiao asked. "No," Lin Duoduo replied. "Looks like even you, a barbarian raised in the apocalypse, haven't seen everything. You barbarians, you zombies." Lin Duoduo was bundled up tightly, her scarf covering most of her face, only her eyes showing, and occasionally a wisp of warm breath escaped from her mouth. Bai Xiao was the same, wearing a thick hat. When the cold became unbearable, he would warm himself by the fire. "With this heavy snow, I hope all the infected animals and rats freeze to death," Lin Duoduo hoped. "That's unlikely. The city has a sewer system. I don't even want to think about what it's like now," Bai Xiao said. The city's extensive drainage system, buried deep underground, has existed for so many years since the zombie outbreak. Sometimes Bai Xiao felt that the city's abandonment was normal. Anything emerging from the sewers was a threat. Lin Duoduo thought for a moment and fell silent. The city was dangerous, but the overt dangers were manageable. The unseen dangers deep underground were the deadliest. "At least the overt dangers have decreased," Bai Xiao said optimistically after a while. He remembered the dangers he encountered on the road. At the very least, the monsters that had made the town their lair would have a hard time surviving, and even if they did, their numbers would be greatly reduced. He just didn't know how vast or how large this snow-covered area was. The distant mountains were a blanket of white, transformed into snow-capped peaks. The slopes were a blinding white, a scene enough to drive any survivor in the ruins to despair. Without sufficient supplies, it would be difficult to find resources on the snow-covered ground. Bai Xiao was thankful that he had left enough food before this snowfall, and for the hunt against the wolf pack. A broom couldn't clear such thick snow, he had to use a shovel slowly. They could only clear the living area. The thick snow outside had an uncertain time of day. "Do you think there might be rabbits in the snow?" Bai Xiao suddenly asked. "It's too thick, probably not." Lin Duoduo had also seen the distant view, while shoveling snow from the roof. It took 2 days to clear the snow from the living area. Fortunately, it didn't snow again. This blizzard was heavy enough. Even after the snow stopped, it was still very cold. Winter was long, and Bai Xiao was already looking forward to spring. By the time they finished clearing the snow from the other side of the yard, it was already evening. Lin Duo heated water by the stove and poured 2 basins for the Zombie King to soak his feet. To relax his muscles, the Zombie King requested the water temperature to be higher. Lin Duo was afraid of scalding him, so she kept asking if it was ready. Ready, ready, Bai Xiao finally called to stop, and the human breathed a sigh of relief. It was a tiring and cold day. Soaking one's feet in the winter was not only comfortable, but also relieved fatigue. Inside, Lin Duo kept trying to warm herself by touching the zombie, glancing at its stomach every now and then. "Are you cold?" "Not really," Lin Duo said. "It's just nice to warm up." "Then step on it," Bai Xiao said. Lin Duo wished she could keep her feet in the Zombie King's arms 24/7 for continuous heating. The zombie's body was really hot. Her feet, warmed by hot water, were soft and soft. Bai Xiao, holding a pair of feet under his clothes, sat by the fireplace, eyes closed, resting. A fireplace would be nice. But not ideal either. Those things aren't convenient for boiling water. "Is this how Shimenqing pinched Pan Jinlian?" Lin Duo suddenly asked. Bai Xiao seemed dazed for a moment, then opened his eyes, and remained silent for a while. "If you're uncultured, don't talk. You haven't finished." The Zombie King had only told half the story before leaving to search for a distant, perhaps even unknown, sanctuary. If she could have a wish before she died, one of Lin Duo's wishes would be to hear the Zombie King finish the story. Bai Xiao remained silent for a while, then said, "A zombie telling a story about Pan Jinlian to a human while holding her feet. It feels really strange. Is that so? How about we tell a different story? Let me think." "No, I don't like hearing only half," Lin Duo said. "Even if you hear the whole thing, it's only half. I'm telling an abridged version." "Why the abridgment?" "Because it's too dark for both zombies and humans. It's not suitable for a warrior of the underworld." Bai Xiao made up a story on the spot. He hadn't expected this human to be so attached to it. Perhaps it was due to a lack of entertainment. Hearing a new story suddenly felt like listening to Ghost Blows Out the Light on the radio as a child, exciting and unforgettable. This was a major oversight. The Zombie King was always portrayed as a majestic figure. If Lin Duo were to reach the safe zone one day and, out of boredom, excitedly share this Pan Jinlian story with her companions, her image might crumble upon learning the truth. Lin Duo looked at Bai Xiao suspiciously. She suspected this babble-talking zombie was a bit dim-witted, having forgotten the rest, and only remembering the first half. "Alright, I need to rest for a while." Bai Xiao used his escape tactic, closing his eyes, and ceasing to move. After a while, Lin Duo said, "You're still pinching me even when you're asleep?" Bai Xiao stopped moving. Actually, it was just the urge to touch something he was holding. The cool, icy touch was a different sensation from a scalding hot foot. He hadn't noticed it at the moment. "What do you think would happen if a human and a zombie met?" "The zombie would eat the human," Lin Duo said. "Absolutely right. If you say another word, I eat someone." Chapter 117. A heavy snowfall further solidified Bai Xiao's resolve to take Lin Duo to the shelter. Faced with the terrifying power of nature, no one can defeat it alone. After this catastrophic snowfall, survival depended solely on supplies. Looking at the vast, white snowscape for too long was painful for the eyes. In the apocalypse, even a slight change in weather was enough to freeze many to death. During the day, they cleared the village, and at night, they made a fire for a while. Even after the snow stopped, it was still incredibly cold. When the wind wasn't blowing, it was bearable, but when it picked up, it was impossible to stand outside. No matter how thickly you wore, you could feel the biting cold, desperately burrowing into your sleeves and collar. Those survivors in the ruins with insufficient supplies, those living alone, would likely struggle to survive the winter. Jinjiabao might also be in a difficult situation, needing to tighten their belts and cut back on food. However, those who had survived to this point had enough experience to handle unexpected events. The roads leading out of the village were blocked by the heavy snow, making even going into the mountains a luxury. Going into the mountains now would be fruitless. Bai Xiao wondered if the infected animals had been buried. But he could roughly guess that this was just the beginning. Once the snow melted and the temperature difference between day and night became significant, the constant freezing and thawing would likely bury those mindless, zombie-like monsters. The snowfield was now a blank expanse. The earth and the world were silent. Embracing each other for warmth, Bai Xiao felt himself covered in the scent of humans. Spending all his time with humans, and occasionally having her burrow into his coat to sleep when it was cold, he felt that if he went to the city now, the zombies would mistake him for a human and chase after him. This winter was exceptionally long. Huddled indoors, eating what they had stored and warming themselves by the fire, He was almost getting used to the seemingly unchanging wind, snow, and cold. Occasionally, the sun would shine for a day or two, but it felt artificial, offering little warmth. It hung forlornly in the sky, its rays offering no comfort. The sun grew colder with each passing day. Linduoduo moved her stool back inside, found a basket, and scattered some grains on the ground, hoping to catch a few sparrows. Last year, she had caught some to feed the zombie king, but this year, no birds had appeared. She waited for most of the afternoon, but none of the birds, unable to find food, were attracted. She had no choice but to gather the grains again, bending over and picking them up for a long time, wasting not a single grain, a thrifty and diligent girl. Bai Xiao watched from a distance, his hands in his sleeves. This was something a child should be doing, not a woman wielding a rifle to hunt wolves. Her earnest squatting on the ground looked somewhat comical. He remembered playing this game as a child, also in the yard. He read about it in some grades textbook, and then, as if possessed, he excitedly set up a basket in the sweltering summer heat to catch birds, only to come up empty-handed, catching nothing. Much later, he learned that snow was coming. Heavy snow would block the birds' food trails, making them easier to catch. Those old memories kept flashing through his mind until Linduoduo finished collecting the birds, sighed at the sky, and listlessly turned around. She saw the zombie king standing there, and was surprised to find that the zombie looked much better than before. Although still thin, it had changed somewhat compared to its pale and listless appearance last year. Last winter was a constant struggle with hunger pangs. Neither she nor the zombies were well fed. Catching a sparrow for them was a luxury. The zombies ate the meat, she ate the head. In all her years, she rarely had meat every day like this winter. Zombies definitely needed meat. "You gotten stronger." Linduoduo pinched his cheek. Bai Xiao was uncomfortable being touched like that by a human. There was no sense of distance between them. The sunlight was chilly, offering little warmth. He had to go back inside, lifting his coat to gesture for Linduoduo to come over. The two of them were definitely warmer than one. During the day, they didn't even need a stove, saving firewood. They sat huddled in a corner, their body heat trapped inside their clothes. How much longer is winter? After the snow melts, spring will come, Linduoduo said. The snow didn't melt easily, at least, it hadn't changed much so far, like an eternal ice field. The white expanse outside the village reminded him of the ice age he had once read about. The snow-covered land was both clean and quiet. Spring was uncertain when it would arrive, so they didn't indulge in excessive eating. Linduoduo planned their food consumption carefully, giving the meat mainly to the zombie king, while she ate dried fruit and drank plenty of soup, hoping this winter would end soon. Linduoduo's words weren't entirely accurate. While the snow was still thick in the fields, Bai Xiao noticed that in the cleared yard, tender green shoots were sprouting at the base of the outer walls of the houses. This discovery surprised him, and he called Linduoduo to come and see. The snow hadn't melted yet, but the vitality of wild grass had already sprouted. Near the houses, grass seeds had germinated, adding a touch of tender green to the barren land. It was still very cold. Linduoduo made a wolfskin rug. She boiled it in a pot with crushed tree bark until it was soft and pliable. Lastly, she had a piece of pelt from the alpha wolf. The color didn't quite match, so she processed it and used it to cover her legs while warming herself by the fire. Before the apocalypse, she could live a little more comfortably. Hunting wolves was something she had never even dared to dream of before. They were ferocious, and their eyes glowed a ghostly green at night. Touching the alpha wolf's pelt, Linduoduo closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. The temperature was gradually rising. She no longer needed to stay up all night warming herself by the fire, nor did she need to huddle in the arms of zombies to conserve heat. But she still liked to occasionally step on a zombie and put her feet in his warm hands, as if her whole body felt warm. The climate has changed since the apocalypse. I don't know if it's an accident this year, or if it will always be like this. Bai Xiao didn't resist her movements, leaning against the stove waiting for the water to boil while holding her icy feet. It's an accident. I never seen such heavy snow before. Next year will be much better. Linduoduo didn't open her eyes, only speaking softly. If we don't have enough supplies, it will be hard to survive next year. This can't go on. Okay, you can shut up now, Linduoduo said. She didn't need to open her eyes to know what Bai Xiao wanted to say. The black leather notebook was still on her bedroom table, lying quietly. This is good too, Linduoduo said. We can take a gamble. After the heavy snow, at least the shortest stretch of road will be much safer. This is an opportunity, Bai Xiao said. The ruins were a cage, isolating hope. Danger and opportunity always coexist. Spring is not far away. Looking at the white-covered mountains in the distance, Bai Xiao felt the budding of life. Chapter 118. The true budding of life occurs within the safe zone. Humans always need to gather together to resist disasters and face nature. Humans are powerful, yet fragile. Gathered together, they are incredibly strong, while individuals facing nature alone can change nothing, only eke out a living. Jinjiabao Yuming and Lin Duoduo are essentially no different, they are all merely eking out a living. All the same. Jinjiabao's scale is not fixed, it remains vulnerable, helpless against the heavy snow, only possessing greater resistance. Only the industry of the safe zone can solve everything, combating natural disasters and infections. The kettle steams on the stove, the water is almost boiling. Lin Duoduo, her legs covered by a wolfskin, glanced at the water bottle and said, "You can't get into the safe zone. You said you can't disguise yourself, you're a zombie, you're even afraid to go in. You can. Go in by myself? I take you. No matter what, it's better than the ruins, and you can survive longer there. Your father's notes have the same plan. A proper, official shelter can be trusted, they control most of the pre-disaster production resources, and have a complete system. Even if the apocalypse really comes, it's the place where you survive the longest," Bai Xiao said. Whether it's Yu Ming or Zhang Tan, that reveler, they both have to admit this. Even if Zhang Tan believes the shelters can't solve the infection, and the death knell has already sounded, the first to die will always be the solitary survivors and the revelers in the ruins. Only then will the safe zone be affected. This time frame might be a few years, or it might be a decade or two, but it could last a generation. We can't go any further, it's too far. Lin Duoduo squeezed the zombie's arm. It had finally gained some muscle. If you take me with you, you die on the way. It's better to stay put, we made it this far. The zombie wasn't just going one leg of the journey, but also making a round trip. She might die on the way, or she might enter the safe zone alone, and then Bai Xiao would return. She smiled. What if I die on the way, or you die on the way? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Even if we make it through, what will you do? Walk back. It's better to turn this place into a shelter. We can tear down those houses, and build a big wall around it someday. That's why it's a gamble, there's no hope here, Bai Xiao said. The water boiled. Lin Duoduo pulled her foot out of his hand, and went to pour 2 cups of hot water. You're a zombie. All you do is think about is how to get humans into safe zones so far away. You should be thinking about when I'm about to die, so you can bite me. Lin Duoduo sat back down, covering her lap with a wolf pelt again, brushing her hair aside, and blowing on a glass of water. Taking me with you is different from going on your own. The old zombies will be attracted along the way, and one of your biggest advantages will be gone. You can't rest anywhere, just finding a safe place to stay will take a long time. And if we encounter danger, you have to be distracted protecting me. You might get bitten by a poisonous insect and be fine, but I might swell up and be unable to walk, or fall and get injured. Then we'd be in a desperate situation, unable to go forward or return, with no food or water. Bai Xiao shook his head. He had considered these problems. The most fundamental issue was the long journey, full of uncertainty. You're not someone who's afraid of taking risks. I am, Lin Duoduo said. You're nothing. Even Yu Ming wasn't as daring as her to go into the city alone to scavenge and bring back a zombie. She had a kind of revelry-like madness. Actually, I also had a chance to get in, Bai Xiao said. Lin Duoduo paused in her action of blowing on her water glass, staring at the zombie through her hair. I give you a vial of blood. If you successfully reach the safe zone, give it to them and say, it was given to you by a reveler named Zhang Tan. If it helps them develop antibodies or vaccines, the apocalypse won't come, Bai Xiao said. He wasn't sure what the current state of research in the safe zone was, or whether it could support antibody development, but his blood should be useful. After all, it was a zombie that had maintained its sanity, and wasn't afraid of infection. And then? Lin Duoduo didn't move, but asked. Once the safe zone has antibodies, everything will be resolved. I'm afraid to appear in the safe zone mainly because I'm worried about losing my freedom. After all, doing anything to a zombie isn't exactly inhumane, it's like gambling with your life. And they'd probably go crazy for antibodies, but once the infection problem is solved, none of this will be a problem, Bai Xiao said. Lin Duoduo squinted at the steam in her cup, thought for a moment, and said, the people in the safe zone have solved the infection problem, so you can go in? My safety will be greatly increased then. You're lying. Lin Duoduo said confidently, you definitely come back here, you won't go to the safe zone. Bai Xiao still didn't know what she was using to make that judgment. This wasn't the first time. With the antibodies, my value will be greatly reduced. Someone will need to take my blood to the safe zone, Bai Xiao said calmly. Lin Duo held her cup and drank hot water, remaining silent. She slept soundly at night now. She was no longer living alone. She was fed up with a quiet courtyard and room every day. She was also fed up with scavenging for a living alone. When she first picked up this zombie, her yard was overgrown with weeds and neglected. Looking back, that was a dangerous sign. Life was good now. Even if the zombie wouldn't let her step on it, it was still good. Bai Xiao gave her time to think, holding his cup and drinking water as well. The temperature was gradually rising. Those living on the ground didn't feel much. It was still cold, but the snow was slowly melting. The earth's energy was rising, and more green shoots were sprouting outside the house walls. Bai Xiao couldn't tell if spring had arrived. After all, so much snow hadn't melted. He hadn't taken off his coat, and still needed 3 blankets at night. The unusual weather was always annoying. Holding the seeds Yuming had given him, he hesitated, unsure whether to plant them now or wait until the snow melted completely. The yard was spotless. He turned over some soil in his yard, loosening it after a long winter's freeze, then let it dry in the sun. He tried planting some chili peppers and eggplants, following Yuming's instructions, burying them as if they were precious treasures. Whether Lin Duo decided to go to the safe zone or not, this would likely be his future refuge, a refuge for zombies. Zombies and humans were ultimately different. Zombies were just zombies. They could hardly coexist with humans. Only in hopeless places like ruins could they possibly help each other. Only Lin Duo was foolishly fearless. Chapter 119. Lin Duo saw the zombie king lying on the ground, staring blankly at the soil, as if wild boars could grow out of it. This was a small vegetable patch that Bai Xiao had planned 2 years ago when he planted wild chili peppers. Since breaking down the wall and blocking the gate, the usable area in his yard had suddenly increased. He dug out a small strip of stone that had originally paved the yard. He planned to transform most of the yard into farmland, just like Yuming had. "I take a piss there when I have time," Bai Xiao said, pointing to the patch after he finished clearing the yard. Lin Duo frowned at him. "You seem to be thinking about something bad." The zombie king frowned. "Don't tell me you think I'm trying to steal a drink. What are you planning?" "A ritual, signifying that this land has been activated, and it will flourish greatly in the future. Why don't you urinate yourself? What if the vegetables you grow get infected?" "That makes sense." Lin Duo was speechless for a moment. "Never mind, let's leave it at that." Bai Xiao planned to wait until summer to dig some silt from the river. He didn't know where the habit came from. He thought for a long time before remembering it was from an article in his textbook about land reclamation. The protagonist and his father, even when they couldn't hold it in any longer, would run to their own wasteland to urinate, leaving a deep impression on him. Although he was young then and urinated in his own yard, killing the flowers, this sense of ritual was still indispensable. From today onwards, he would be a zombie who farms and grows vegetables, facing the mountains, with spring flowers blooming. If one day the safe zone expands to this area, you find a zombie farming. 2 years had passed. Looking at the green shoots at the base of the wall, Bai Xiao realized that 2 years had gone by since he was bitten by a zombie and rescued by Lin Duo. The weather was still cold. Before the weeds grew rampant, Bai Xiao cleared the snow from the area next to his yard, knocked down the wall, and expanded his yard a bit. The 3 yards were now connected in a row. Lindwood side, the living area, remained unchanged, while the other 2 were joined together. Bai Xiao renovated the yard. Lindwood's life had always been simple. She couldn't manage such a large space on her own. The zombie king seemed to have endless energy, constantly making changes. He used the dismantled bricks to reinforce the wall and block the extra gate. There was a tree in the new yard. Bai Xiao didn't cut it down. He was waiting for the snow to completely melt so he could go to the deserted village next door and propagate a Sichuan pepper tree. Combined with the chili peppers he grew, maybe he could make hot pot when they ate wild boar and wolf meat in the winter. "Is this what you learned from that Ming Shui guy?" Lin Duo asked, watching him energetically transform his living space every day. "I learned that you can live well alone," Bai Xiao said. "Alone?" Lin Duo was somewhat skeptical. She had lived alone before and remembered Bai Xiao struggling with loneliness when he first moved from the shed, spending most of the night whittling bamboo in the yard. "You don't understand. Your spirit is impoverished, maintaining a kind of balance." "Yes, balance." Bai Xiao saw a different kind of life in Yuming. People like Aunt Qian suffer. They see the world's vibrant colors, yet only have zombies for company. Both were born before the disaster, but Yuming, alone, with all his family and friends dead, lived a completely different life. The survivors in the ruins were diverse. Perhaps this was the greatest gain on the journey out. The seeds had already been planted, a few experimentally. If they sprouted, he would fill both courtyards with them. Lin Duoduo discovered the buckwheat he had brought back, a full bag. She glanced at it, but Bai Xiao pressed her head down and shooed her away. You can't eat this. I just wanted to look. These are seeds. Yu Ming's gifts were plentiful, perhaps a mutual appreciation as fellow warriors of light, perhaps pity and sympathy for the young. Many people of the old era held a strange goodwill towards the young. Yu Ming was like that. Zhou Su was like that. Even Zhang Tan was like that. This included many unfamiliar, solitary survivors. Though wary and indifferent, it was merely a habit. They didn't interfere with each other, and once passed by, they were unlikely to meet again. Found them on the road? Lin Duoduo examined his seeds very carefully, as if they were made of sand, easily crushed. Bai Xiao greatly admired her cautious manner. That uncle gave it to him. He's a really nice guy. Why didn't you take him to the safe zone? He didn't want to go, Bai Xiao said. If he encountered enough survivors along the way, he could form an expedition team and set off together for the safe zone, just like many years ago when zombies were still a threat, and the shelter in Linchuan had just been destroyed. Back then, people traveled together to another safe zone that broadcast messages from afar. Faced with survival, everything else seemed less important. I gave him an Ultraman toy. He'd been searching for it for a long time. I found it in the ruins of another city and brought it to him. He was very happy. It must have fulfilled a long-held wish. What is Ultraman? A warrior of light. He can come from a distant nebula to shatter the darkness when the world is in crisis, Bai Xiao said earnestly. Lin Duoduo glanced at the snow-capped mountains in the distance, then at the zombies. Will it fight zombies? She asked casually. The zombie king fell into deep thought, as if he was standing on the opposite side of light. Naive, Lin Duoduo pouted. If there were warriors or heroes, there wouldn't be so many zombies. Maybe I am the light? Bai Xiao said. If I send a vial of blood into the safe zone and develop an antibody, without a doubt, I am the light. Save the world? Yes, the world needs me to save it. Good luck, Lin Duoduo said. Then she wrapped herself in her coat and went outside to take a look. The snow was melting, damp, and still very cold, not the dry, knife-like cold of a windy day, but a cold that slowly seeped into her clothes. The cold was unbearable. She breathed on her hands to warm them, then closed the door, went back inside, and washed the salted fish. Because Bai Xiao had brought back so much meat, she had used up a lot of salt, many times more than usual. However, after using it up, these preserved foods didn't need any more salt. She just needed to cut the salted fish open and throw it with the others to boil or steam. Once steamed, it was ready to eat. Salted fish again? The zombie king had washed his hands earlier than expected. What else? Lin Duoduo said. I go to the mountains again in a few days. Bai Xiao thought taking Lin Duoduo into the mountains might be a good idea. In the cold weather, there weren't many poisonous insects, snakes, or bees. The only concern was encountering a pack of wolves, which was now largely resolved. However, she wondered if she could find prey in Bai Zhao's mountains anytime soon. Chapter 120. Bai Xiao wanted to eat fresh fish, not salted fish anymore. He'd been eating smoked meat and salted fish for half the winter, and his whole body reeked of salt. Lin Duoduo glanced at the zombie king. The stinky zombie was even picking at it. Eat more dried vegetable leaves. She gave Bai Xiao a large portion of dried leaves. If they could just hold on for a while longer, the snow outside would completely melt, and things would be much better. The endless dark clouds and cold winds were receding. They had successfully survived another year. The zombie ate quickly, taking large bites. Lin Duoduo often suspected he didn't even chew properly. Have you thought it through? Bai Xiao asked, having already prepared the materials to build the box. Lin Duoduo didn't speak, but finished eating, put down her bowl, and stood behind him, her hands stroking and pinching his body. At least until you recovered your original body. After pinching him all over, she said, the stronger the zombie king, the better the chances of success. Bai Xiao sat up in his chair and looked up, meeting Lin Duoduo's gaze as she stood behind him, head bowed. I won't die, I'm a zombie. If we're going to force ourselves to continue, we might as well stay here. I've been prepared for this for many years, Lin Duoduo said. I'd be very sad if you die, Bai Xiao said. We sniped the wolf pack, and even with this much snow, we didn't freeze to death, Lin Duoduo said. This is the shelter. This place, sheltered by zombies, used to belong to Erden and Uncle Kai, then Bai Xiao, and then Friday. This place has always been zombie territory, and the two humans, one old and one young, are the outcasts surviving here. After finishing his meal, Bai Xiao stretched in the yard. If he were to assess the situation, with a running start and some skill, he could climb over the outer wall above Lindwood's house, the wall that had once blocked the dangerous zombies. They seem stronger than fresh zombies now, but fresh zombies lack reason and might not be able to use techniques, so the assessment isn't very accurate. Mainly, fresh zombies have been hard to find for so many years. Do you think I'm stronger than a fresh zombie? Bai Xiao asked this human who might have seen fresh zombies. You can use tools, Lin Duo said. What if you don't use tools? Lin Duo thought for a moment. Pretty much. Fresh zombies are fast and strong, and you're fast and strong too. Could I fight 2 fresh zombies by myself? Probably. You can use a harpoon, but you might get bitten. Anyway, you're not afraid of being bitten. If they don't bite you, you can line them up and stab them one by one. Lin Duo imagined that scene. A town full of fresh zombies, with the zombie king wielding a harpoon and slaughtering them. Then I'm not a traitor? Bai Xiao also imagined the same scene. Huh? No, it should be called necrophilia. Bai Xiao felt a wave of shame. A tremendous sense of guilt struck him. He was a zombie, yet he was slaughtering his own kind. After a moment of guilt, he realized this was a dangerous mindset. He couldn't anchor himself to his identity. Besides, the term necrophilia sounded strange. Bai Xiao stared blankly at the sky for a moment, then turned to look at the human. Lin Duo looked at the zombie king and, for some reason, sensed his loneliness. Why are zombies lonely? Is it because they live with humans? I feel like you need a little. Lin Duo thought for a moment, then stepped forward and opened her arms, cradling his head in her embrace. Bai Xiao inhaled the scent of humanity. In the cold, post-apocalyptic world, only Nizi's warm and soft touch offered some comfort and solace. I can't distinguish my own identity anymore. It's probably because the virus is affecting my brain, Bai Xiao said calmly. The zombie virus prevents zombies from eating their own kind, and this feeling was assimilating him. Lindwood's human scent was also assimilating him. It's okay, I believe you, Lin Duo said, stroking his head. Like you said, it's a higher life form, just with some flaws. Bai Xiao thought of the zombie, with a small blade of grass growing on its head at the entrance of the Xingfu Jiayuan residential complex in Linchuan City. He wondered if that blade of grass would ever bloom. The earth warmed up day by day, winter was finally over, and the ground was muddy after the snow melted. When Lin Duo took off her coat, Bai Xiao was still wrapped up tightly. He was more sensitive than Lin Duo, like someone with a fever, always feeling a little cold. Several days later, he finally gave the coat to Lin Duo to wash and put away. The seeds in the vegetable patch had sprouted, and he carefully tended to the seedlings, observing their growth. After Lindwood's clothes became thinner, it was obvious that she had become a bit more robust, unlike last winter when she had become quite thin. She looked even more appetizing. Bai Xiao had a strange feeling that this human, if properly raised, would taste even better. A healthy body is full of elasticity, and fresh, vigorous blood would gush out directly. Lin Duo simply looked at him quietly, her face expressionless, her eyes calm. It was this calm gaze that made Bai Xiao a little awkward, as if she could see right through him. What are you feeling guilty about? Lin Duo asked as he looked away. Am I feeling guilty? It's not like you haven't drooled before, you always wanted to eat me. Lin Duo directly parted his lips, examining the zombie king's teeth. A zombie that brushes its teeth has a healthy mouth. His teeth were very white and straight. Can't you show some respect to a zombie? Stick out your tongue so I can see it, Lin Duo said. Crazy woman. Bai Xiao cursed, swatting her hand away, wiping his mouth as he said, wash your fingers. Lin Duo smiled, sitting in the yard and tossing her hair with her other hand. A winter had passed, and her hair had grown long again. The consecutive sunny days brought warmth to the earth. The distant mountains were no longer a white expanse, but a vibrant green full of hope. The ice in the river had melted, and Bai Xiao was no longer a salted fish, he had fresh fish to eat. An ancient proverb says, in early winter, the river water is frozen, the fish do not eat or move. They are caught when the ice thaws in the spring, and are extremely plump and delicious. Those caught when the river is frozen over are slightly less flavorful. Fish at this time of year are beautiful and vibrant, just like Lin Duo, who, after a winter's hibernation, has returned to life in spring, her winter drowsiness gone, wrapped in thick clothes and dozing off. Like fish in the apocalypse, once the ice melts, it signifies the end of hibernation, and the beginning of busy work again. The old locust tree in the village sprouts green buds, and the early awakening wildflowers have already peeked out. The zombie diligently turned 2 adjacent yards into a vegetable garden, living the life of a farmer in this post-apocalyptic ruin. What kind of sentiment makes him still yearn for farming even after becoming a zombie? Bai Xiao feels it's etched into his genes. Aunt Qian is like that, Yu Ming is like that, only Lin Duoduo, this barbarian, would neglect her vegetable garden. Perhaps she was the same in previous years, but she neglected her studies. Bai Xiao noticed how skilled she was when she occasionally helped. Chapter 121. That skill couldn't be faked, she was even more skilled than him. While Bai Xiao was bent over, figuring out how deep to dig, she casually tossed the seed in with a shovel. This little patch is mine, that one is yours. Let's see who plants it best, Lin Duoduo said. What's the bet? Lin Duoduo thought for a moment. If I win, I can step on you whenever I want when it gets cold. If you win, you can lean against me. Fair enough. The zombie king agreed. Lin Duoduo didn't pay much attention to the seedlings, occasionally checking on them and watering them. The zombie, however, was oblivious, watching them all day, pulling out even the smallest sprouts. After the snow melted outside, the mud on the roads gradually dried, but the fields remained wet, leaving mud on your feet every time you walked through. Aunt Qian had lost a lot of weight. In Bai Xiao's eyes, she looked like a dying ember, her thin body seemingly just skin and bones. Her vitality was so tenacious that Bai Xiao even suspected she might have survived even if she had been infected by the same zombie that bit him. But that old zombie was long dead. When he first saw it, it was already decayed beyond recognition. After being hit twice with a stick, it couldn't even stand up. 2 years had passed, and it had long since turned to skeletal remains. How is Uncle Kai? Bai Xiao greeted her as he met her outside. He noticed the badger she was carrying, wondering where the old woman had dug it up. Just the same old thing, Aunt Qian said, looking him up and down. What's good or bad about it now? The others in the village are all gone, Bai Xiao said. Erden had died before he returned, collapsing in the heavy snow on Friday. You must live well. Aunt Qian patted his shoulder. The withered hand on his shoulder made Bai Xiao feel she had seen through him, but she didn't say anything, just nodded and slowly walked away. Bai Xiao thought for a while, unsure what Aunt Qian had seen. An old man who doesn't die is a thief, and this old woman had become incredibly shrewd. She had witnessed the prosperity before the disaster and experienced it herself. Trapped in this small mountain village for so long, no one knew how much she had pondered. Bodhidharma meditated facing a wall for 9 years, entering a state of deep concentration to comprehend Zen. These old men were even more terrifying. In the afternoon, passing by the corner where Lin Huayu stayed, there were 2 muddy footprints in front of the courtyard. Bai Xiao looked carefully. They weren't left by Lin Duoduo, so they must have been left by Aunt Qian. Perhaps just before their chance encounter, Aunt Qian had stopped here. She knew where Lin Huayu was. He went back and told Lin Duoduo about it. Lin Duoduo gazed at Aunt Qian's residence in the distance for a moment, then shook her head. She used to get together with my father, Uncle Kai, and me to speculate about our future survival. She and my father were very close. The old lady doesn't have much time left, so she's coming to see her old comrade in arms? Bai Xiao also hoped Lin Huayu could come back to life and offer some guidance. These older generations who had experienced the disaster always had more ideas. In these past 9 years, Yu Ming decided not to do anything, to wait peacefully for death. What exactly was Aunt Qian thinking? Her reclusive lifestyle was like that of an evil witch in a story. Now, with an old zombie tied up in her house, she seemed even more like one. Does this village have a name? Bai Xiao suddenly asked. I think so, Lin Duoduo said, but I don't know what it's called. I think I heard it before. How about calling it Zombie Village? Bai Xiao said there were only 2 living women in the village, each keeping a zombie in their home. That's amazing. No village would be called a human village. It's strange. So a zombie village is strange too, Lin Duoduo said, continuing to sit down and wash clothes. She looked at the mud on Bai Xiao's shoes, told him to take one off and brush it off, and asked, is the road outside easier to walk on? Almost. Just the dirt road is a bit rough. It'd be much better once we get to the main road. Then let's go see what the city is like when we have time. There should be fewer old zombies now, Bai Xiao guessed. He also wanted to go see, turning back to examine the small, dilapidated tricycle. He wondered if it could carry any tools when scavenging. No one in the city gyms would scavenge. Whether Lin Duoduo was there or not, he wanted to make this place a comfortable living area, a place where everyone could live a good life even as a zombie. After exercising on the horizontal bar for a while, He jumped down, and Linduo, who had finished washing clothes, climbed up. After training, she could use the horizontal bar next to the gap in the courtyard wall, and she would exercise there. She had transformed from a barbaric girl into an athletic one. A gun was her only guarantee of survival, and so was strength. At least you can pedal the tricycle faster now, Bai Xiao remarked, admiring her legs. Pedaling the tricycle had become much easier, but he was worried the chain wouldn't hold up. Bai Xiao had broken a bicycle chain before, leaving him with a lingering fear. A few days later, when they went to the city to scavenge, he was always careful not to exert too much force, and constantly reminded Linduo to be gentle. These were all old items from before the disaster. They might break down any day, and then they would need to pull the tricycle by hand. He had seen scavenging survivors pulling those rudimentary wooden carts on the road, with a rope tied to their shoulders and pulled by the riders. They cast long shadows in the setting sun, as if they weren't going to scavenge in a zombie-infested city, but rather pulling carts to the market. He recounted his experiences on the road to Linduo, saying whatever came to mind. The roads were much cleaner now. Compared to 2 years ago, when they could occasionally see old zombies, and had to nudge them with a stick, they hadn't seen many zombies all the way to town. The old ones were dead, and it would take time for the surviving old zombies in the city and town to roam again. Just as they entered town, a zombie-like weasel pounced on them. Linduo was pedaling, and Bai Xiao kicked it far away. He grabbed a stick and pinned it down. Bai Xiao examined it carefully. Large patches of its brown fur were falling out, revealing lividity in the bald spots, similar to those on his arm. It probably got infected after eating zombies, because it was starving, Bai Xiao said, snapping its neck. Linduo watched him crack his neck as he spoke, her gaze shifting from his hands to his face. Bai Xiao was no longer the zombie king, who had been frantically terrified by the old zombie. This winter is tough for everyone, he said, standing up. It wasn't just one infected that caused the entire pack to mutate. One weasel might survive the infection, but another might not. There were infected individuals, dead individuals, and zombified individuals. What they saw were the lucky survivors. I thought you were going to twist its head off and stuff it in your mouth, Linduo said. How could that be? Wouldn't it be better to just beat it to death with a stick? How disgusting. Linduo took a cloth from the truck bed and tossed it to him. Quick, wipe your hands. Bai Xiao had just grabbed it without thinking much of it, but now that Linduo mentioned it, it felt quite disgusting. He vigorously wiped his hands with the cloth. It was too small. I kicked it, and it didn't die. This is faster, he explained. Bai Xiao didn't want to get his beloved harpoon dirty. They didn't stop in town. Now they didn't need to rest in towns on their way. There were fewer old zombies on the road, and some were lying on the ground but not dead, their withered faces swaying. Bai Xiao would dispose of these half-buried zombies whenever he saw them. Bai Xiao realized how wise it had been to bury the bones around the village. After the snow melted, he would see skeletons on the road from time to time, some dead like Friday, others still alive, struggling on the ground. This environment always gave off a sense of oppression, as if the zombies weren't zombies, but rather terminally ill plague patients struggling in despair. They're dying faster, Linduo said. This snow helped a lot. What about the south? Bai Xiao suddenly thought of a question. It doesn't seem to snow there? Linduo said. Maybe the zombies there age much slower than here. Bai Xiao was just guessing. The continuous rain probably didn't do as much damage to the zombies as a heavy snowfall in winter, especially with the repeated thawing and freezing. And there were terrifying giant cockroaches there. The zombie king shivered. The cockroach king seemed even more terrifying than the zombie king, especially the flying one. Chapter 122. Bai Xiao thought about the cockroach king the whole way. He wondered what the situation was like in the south. Zombies, animals, cockroaches. This terrifying virus was spreading everywhere. Linduo, however, wasn't so preoccupied. She'd never been to the south, never been to the seaside. Poetry and distant places were just concepts, things from before a disaster. She was only focused on the changes in her own place. Pedaling her tricycle like she was going to a market in the city, she looked left and right along the way. Some villages were badly collapsed, and zombies that had been trapped in their houses had escaped and were wandering in the ruins. The cracks in the road made the tricycle bumpy, and with a creaking sound, the two of them and the tricycle slowly approached the city. A cotton coat was placed in the tricycle, just in case. If any fluttering birds or bats attacked, he could wrap Linduo in it and kill them, or carry her away. Every time she entered the city, Linduo would look up at the ruins and rubble. How did people build such tall buildings before the disaster? She looked up at the dilapidated skyscrapers. It symbolized a great era. It was a pity she was born too late. Relying on massive machinery. Bai Xiao pushed the tricycle, urging her to continue. The towering buildings, riddled with cracks, were now considered high-risk structures. They had to avoid such places. Rainwater and snowmelt would seep in along the cracks, and once cracks appeared, the collapse would accelerate. There wasn't much to look for on the outskirts, so the two headed straight into the city. The tricycle carried the gun they borrowed from Aunt Qian, by Zhao's suggestion. Now they could explore the city's ruins more, instead of rushing to retreat after finding necessities as before. It was already dark when they arrived from the village. Lin Duoduo found a high spot, not going up to the rooftop anymore, because Bai Xiao had said it was no longer safe. So, she cleared the area on the lower level, finding no old zombies hiding inside. Lin Duoduo covered herself with the coat she had brought, preparing to rest, while Bai Xiao grabbed his homemade gun and harpoon. Are you going out? It's dark. This is my territory. I'm going to say hello to my people, Bai Xiao said, locking the door and going downstairs. The city at night is zombie territory. Before coming, he had showered and changed clothes, removing the human scent from his body. Compared to when he was scavenging and hiding on the rooftop with Lin Duoduo, he hardly qualified as a zombie. We're all zombies, I'm still new. Why should I be afraid of old zombies? Walking alone on the empty streets, the pitch-black night concealed his figure. Occasionally, he would step on withered bones, left behind by dead zombies. Occasionally, he could hear noises coming from the buildings along the roadside. Zombies trapped inside always seemed to be able to move around for longer. This environment always reminded Bai Xiao of scenes from the past. When he worked late, he would walk the streets late at night. But back then, there were many lights, cars coming and going, and often elderly men and women selling fried noodles from carts at intersections. He remembered the latest he had worked was past 3 a.m. Even the fried noodles and scrambled eggs vendors had closed up shop, and there weren't many cars on the road. Only the lights of advertising signs above the tightly closed roller shutters along the roadside flickered. The gnawing sound in the darkness caught Bai Dao's attention and interrupted his thoughts. He stood still, listening quietly. After a moment, he recognized it as infected rats gnawing on the bones of a dead zombie. The gnawing sound was enough to send chills down one's spine, but once you got used to it, there was nothing to be afraid of. As night deepened, Lin Duoduo, covered by her coat and leaning against the wall, heard footsteps, followed by Bai Zhao's soft cough. She closed her eyes again, as if she had never woken up. Dawn broke. Did you go looking for female zombies last night? Lin Duoduo asked, eating some of what she had brought. Yeah, I found a big-breasted female zombie in black stockings. It was so much fun, Bai Xiao said. Pa! Lin Duoduo spat at him. The number of old zombies in the city had decreased significantly. You could still occasionally encounter one, but nowhere near what it had been 2 years ago. Near the city center, there were more skeletons. Along with the activity of the still-living old zombies, the vegetation was tangled and intertwined. The city was no longer recognizable as its former glory. Parking the tricycle aside, Bai Xiao took Lin Duoduo to the library. He wanted to find some books related to agriculture, and maybe a few novels too. However, upon entering the library, he found it littered with traces of destruction. Embers lay on the ground, and zombies lingered. The library wasn't very full. It seems the light of knowledge once burned here, Bai Xiao muttered, scanning the area. Half the library had been burned. He remembered Yu Ming and Aunt Qian mentioning that the year the disaster struck was exceptionally cold. He wondered if survivors had used the library for warmth, or if some other accident had occurred. This used to be full of books, so many, overflowing, he told the barbarian. Lin Duoduo shrugged, finding an illustrated children's book in a corner. It was tattered and worn, even worse than those in well-preserved residential areas. Let's go to the hospital. Those people couldn't have looted everything last time, Bai Xiao said. Though he said that, he didn't hold out much hope. The city had probably already been looted when the disaster first struck. They arrived too late. Whatever they could think of, others could too. Their only advantage was that in previous years, the city was dangerous, teeming with zombies, and few dared to venture deep into the city center. The ruined city felt desolate. Reaching the Happiness Home residential area they visited before, some green shoots sprouted amidst the withered grass. Bai Xiao didn't see the old zombie with grass on its head again, only some skeletons were buried under the weeds. Some buildings were damaged, and the two of them carefully avoided them, observing their surroundings. Bai Xiao already held the harpoon in his hand. He didn't know if the large cat they encountered was a lone individual or had established a nest deep within the city, becoming the new overlord of this zombie-infested city. Lin Duo borrowed the gun to protect herself from them. If they encountered a large group of mutated monsters, she would find a safe high point while Bai Xiao lured them into a chase. Once the dangers in the city were eliminated, they could move as many useful supplies back as possible before it completely collapsed. Bai Xiao even planned to spend a month or two alone looting everything he could and slowly transporting it back to their lodgings. Just in case, the two would check every pharmacy along the roadside. Regardless of whether they had been completely looted, Bai Xiao was somewhat grateful that before the disaster, there was a pharmacy every 10 steps, several on a single street. During the zombie outbreak, it must have helped many refugees. Could the owners of these pharmacies be from the future? Bai Xiao couldn't help but speculate wildly. With so many pharmacies, the probability of survival for the lucky ones during a disaster would be greatly increased. After all, no one could carry too much at once, everyone would plunder a little here and there, slowly losing everything. There were too many pharmacies, which greatly slowed down their progress. Most of them were empty, and they could only find some useless medical supplies. Chapter 123. Did people eat medicine like food before the disaster? Lin Duo was astonished. The street they had just walked along was only a little over a kilometer long, and Bai Xiao had led her into 7 pharmacies. Where would we get that much money? The Zombie King said lazily, clearly uninterested after not finding much in these shops. After all, too much time had passed. Even if some shops still had some left, the medicine had turned to powder. He popped a 20-year-old calcium tablet into his mouth. Having even eaten the meat of zombie animals, the Zombie King was increasingly dehumanizing himself. He dared not give this to Lin Duo. Diarrhea would be one thing, but if she had an allergic reaction or vomiting and diarrhea, poisoning would be disastrous. Look, that's the hospital over there. Bai Xiao pointed into the distance. This was the direction of the smoke they had seen from Aunt Qian's house during their first scavenging trip. At the time, Lin Duo guessed that people from Qinjiabao were scavenging at the hospital, and now it seemed her judgment was accurate. Before the disaster, Aunt Qian's family was well off, their neighborhood was upscale, and in a prime location. The abandoned hospital was somewhat eerie. Bai Xiao didn't see any zombies in white coats outside, even if there were, they had turned into faded rags over the years. The traces left by the scavengers from Qinjiabao 2 years ago were nowhere to be found. The two entered the hospital. One of the annex buildings had been burned down, and the main building was covered in the mottled marks of time. They had arrived at the right time. The lingering chill of early spring still lingered. Although the roads were still difficult to walk on, at least they weren't completely obscured by the rampant growth of spring and summer plants. Lin Duo showed great interest in the hospital, looking around. Bai Xiao suddenly remembered that her father had been a doctor, wearing a white coat to treat and save lives. There were zombies, dressed in nurse uniforms and hospital gowns, that had been cleared out of the stairwell. Judging from their wounds, they hadn't died of natural causes over a long period. Trapped inside buildings, their lifespans were longer than those in the wild. The Qin family had gotten there first, which Bai Xiao found a little regretful about. 2 years ago, during the wave of zombies, the Qin family had come to search for survivors and even visited the hospital. They found a wheelchair in the ward. Bai Xiao tried it on, then helped Lin Duo sit down. "Shall we take it back?" Bai Xiao said. "Why take this? When you become a zombie too, I tie you to this and push you around." Bai Xiao thought for a moment. Lin Duo, a zombie with bloodshot eyes and drooling, was being pushed in a wheelchair. If anything dangerous came up, like a pack of wolves, he could just untie the ropes and unleash a fresh zombie. Lin Duo glanced at him, her expression calm, and didn't speak. These 2 wheels can be converted into a wooden cart. They come in handy if your old tricycle breaks down someday. This idea appealed to Lin Duo, who pondered how to remove the wheels. It was foldable, so Bai Xiao folded it up and set it aside, planning to take it with him when he left the room. A zombie attending physician approached. Bai Xiao turned and locked the zombie inside, securing the door. In the doctor's office, the desk was overturned. Faint traces of the desk being used to block the door during the disaster were visible. Medical records were scattered on the floor, and there were books in the desk drawers, the doctor's reading material, but too technical for the 2 of them. The Zombie King found a usable white coat, draped it over himself, removed his helmet, and picked up a stethoscope. "Let's test if this is broken." "How do we test it?" "It seems to involve listening to the heartbeat." "Listen to yourself. You're not cooperating at all." Bai Xiao fiddled with the stethoscope, draped a white coat over her, and continued searching. There were many things to find in the hospital: thermometers, syringes, tweezers, suture needles, surgical scissors. He collected them all. Something was better than nothing. He even thought about reopening and restitching the wound from the zombie bite someday, and using the scar to remove the lividity, which might help him better disguise himself as human. He searched the outpatient clinic, the operating room, and all the other rooms, packing anything he thought might be useful into a large bag. He also found himself a coat, and together with Lin Duo, they wandered through the abandoned hospital like two doctors. "You look quite good in a white coat," Bai Xiao suddenly said. "Really? If there weren't zombies, you might be a doctor." He looked Lin Duo up and down. "I am now too," Lin Duo said. "I cured you." "You mean, you applied herbal medicine to my wound?" Bai Xiao would never forget her perfunctory and disgusting treatment method. After applying the medicine, she would even peel back the wound to look at it. She must be a quack. Lindwood's expression was serious. "I cured you so you stopped drooling." "Actually, that's fine too." The zombie king shrugged. This made it sound like he was an idiot who drooled all the time. What did she mean by cured you so you stopped drooling? The most valuable thing in the hospital should be the high-tech medical equipment, but without electricity, they couldn't start. After so many years, they were practically unusable. Without electricity, nothing works. There was still a zombie hiding in the CT room. Hearing the noise outside, it kept banging on the door, making a thumping sound. They didn't go in. Arriving at the pharmacy, he saw scattered bottles and jars. There was nothing of value left. The morgue was now the least terrifying place, filled only with rotting bones. Although it still exuded a chilling aura, it was better than the withered zombies. After wandering through each building, it was already dark. Bai Xiao found a ward, and while Lin Duo rested, he took the large bag of supplies and the wheelchair and slipped out under the cover of darkness, leaving it where the tricycle was parked. With fewer and fewer survivors remaining, he wasn't worried about other scavengers stealing the tricycle. The next day, he left the hospital again to search for other possible supply depots. He hadn't walked far when he saw the large cat he encountered during his last scavenging trip. It was drooling, its belly empty, searching for food. When Bai Xiao saw it, it was tearing at a struggling rat. Bai Xiao told Lin Duo to back away, while he stood in front of her with a harpoon. Lin Duo didn't hesitate, quickly grabbing her gun and running back into the building to find a good vantage point. This was their pre-departure plan. If there were signs of infected monsters swarming around, the zombie king would operate below, while she would find a safe high point to provide cover. Like the old zombies, monsters were only dangerous when gathered in groups. Lone monsters posed little threat, and Bai Xiao could handle them. Her job was to guard against a group appearing and hunt the zombie king. If a large group did appear, she would be responsible for protecting the zombie king. Hearing the commotion, the monster dropped the rat from its mouth, lowered its body, and assumed a pouncing posture towards Bai Xiao, emitting a low growl. Bai Xiao, gripping his harpoon, also let out a zombie-like roar. This was supposed to be the prelude to an attack. He was already preparing to strike with his harpoon when the monster, hearing the zombie king's roar, snatched the rat, turned, and ran, disappearing into the ruins in a few leaps. Bai Xiao stood there, stunned. Why did it run away? Lin Duo, unaware of what had happened, asked Bai Xiao when he returned. It was scared away by me? The zombie king scratched its head, wondering what was going on. Was it the king's intimidation? Or did its roar misunderstand something? Seeing Bai Xiao's bewildered expression, Lin Duo knew he was also surprised. Growl at me? Lin Duo had only seen his back. Aw, like this? Bai Xiao gave a very perfunctory reply. Like that to it. Just like a zombie, but with a fierce expression, which scared it away. Bai Xiao guessed it was probably a sense of danger that made it realize he was not to be trifled with. The aura of a predator is often impossible to hide. The instant he gripped the harpoon, he had already fixed his gaze on the other's neck. How fierce. Lin Duo stared at him. Super fierce, look into my eyes. Bai Xiao held out his hand, pointing to his zombie eyes. Chapter 124. Lin Duo looked at it carefully, then looked again. Okay, actually zombies do have pretty fierce eyes, but you only realize how harmless they are once you get used to them. Could it be going to find reinforcements? She guessed. Maybe. You stay here. I go out first. If I encounter 2 or 3, I kill them with my harpoon. If there are more, run this way. Wearing a helmet, it only bite me a couple of times at most. The zombie king devised a simple yet ingenious plan and turned to go downstairs. Lin Duo, clutching the gun she borrowed from Aunt Qian, sat against the wall, looking downstairs. A moment later, Bai Zhao's figure appeared on the street, then walked away with his precious harpoon. Actually, she just wanted to scavenge for usable items in the residential buildings. It was safer, less risky, and easier. But Bai Zhao's words made sense. Making the city safer and expanding the search area would make scavenging easier and less nerve-wracking. Lin Duoduo took a sip of water from her bottle, gazing at Bai Zhao's figure through the window. The two of them had become stronger. Without realizing it, she'd forgotten when they developed such aggression. Just 2 years ago, she had to be extremely careful when bringing this zombie out to scavenge, immediately hiding on the rooftop and blocking the door after dark. He, a single zombie, was afraid of other zombies. Now, that figure wandered through the city ruins, and she stood guard atop a dilapidated high-rise. Time passed slowly. Unlike before, when he scavenged in residential areas, this time Bai Zhao was searching office buildings, shopping malls, and shops. Even car dealerships were frequented by him. Faced with the ruins of civilization, he possessed more ingenious ideas than Lin Duoduo. He understood the pre-disaster world better than that human. As darkness fell, Bai Zhao returned, pulling a small cart. He found it at a repair shop. These tools weren't available in repair shops on the city's outskirts, but they were still there here, since the city's interior had been a restricted area for years. Spotted with blood, he looked like a butcher, his cart clanging as he pulled it along, drawing attention in the silent ruins. The gold shops were all looted, Bai Zhao said with a hint of regret. Lin Duoduo was speechless for a moment. This zombie really liked gold, she wondered why. What's that? She asked, noticing a large bag on the cart downstairs. I dug it out of the hardware store, Bai Zhao said. The disaster struck quickly, and this place had been a restricted area for many years. Not much of the valuables were left, but there were plenty of these tools. His fascination with gold was just a small quirk, like Yu Ming's love for figurines. If he could hang gold all over the yard, even if it served no practical purpose, just looking at it every day would bring him joy, elevating his entire being. The tools at the hardware store were more practical, though most were covered in rust, but there were also well-preserved bundles of wire. I haven't decided what to do with that wire yet. I also saw some security grills. Now I don't have to go back upstairs to dismantle those old ones. I can take them back and install them on the windows. Bai Zhao gazed at the indistinct buildings in the distance, always worried that the birds on the mountain would swoop down. Lin Duoduo found a tattered piece of clothing and wiped the blood from his face. At the repair shop, something was hiding in that ditch, and it was blocked by the car. I almost got ambushed by it. Are you going to look for the black-stocking female zombie? I can't look for it every day. This time, the purpose of the search was to see what could be salvaged from the ruins of the city center, not to find a large group of female zombies in black stockings. The cracks in the dilapidated buildings were increasing. If they didn't scavenge now, it would be even harder to find anything in a few years. The next day, after leaving the building, Bai Zhao had Lin Duoduo keep watch from a distant building each time they moved to a new area, to avoid disturbing any potential hordes of monsters, as the noise of him pulling the rickety cart was quite noticeable in the ruins. The small, dilapidated cart traversed the potholed, overgrown roads of the ruins. The restaurants along the roadside weren't as clean as those on the city's outskirts. The outskirts had been ransacked by scavengers many times in the past, while the once dangerous city center was relatively well preserved. When the disaster struck, people fled outwards. The more prosperous the areas, the better preserved they were. These areas were simply ravaged by survivors when the zombies first appeared. After the zombies took over the entire city, the central area was never visited again. Bai Zhao suspected that he and Lin Duoduo were among the few who had the opportunity to reach this central area, given the many scavengers who had died over the years. The difference between scavengers and the survivors of that era was that the survivors, fleeing from disaster, couldn't carry much and could only pick up necessities. But years later, scavengers would generally empty any useful items from the places they passed through. Like a reward for the survivors, the supplies still existing in this zombie-infested ruin were readily available to anyone who came. Last winter, they had used up a lot of salt for curing meat. Although there was still some left, Lin Duoduo had marked it as a priority. Who knew if the zombie king would hunt back more things? The amount of salt used for preservation was enormous. Do you think all the survivors in Linchuan are dead? He couldn't help but speculate. Lin Duoduo said, last year when I was scavenging, I saw traces left by other scavengers. That might be on the other side. Bai Zhao hadn't seen any places that seemed to be inhabited along the way from the village. The deeper they went, the more these restaurant and supermarket warehouses seemed like a huge treasure trove. Bai Zhao's idea of taking back tools, like wire, was ruined. because Linwood's eyes were already shining. This place used to be a forbidden zone, but now it was a treasure trove. They had just found several cases of red wine, and after turning half a street, there were large boxes of canned goods. There were just too many of them. This was the hardest hit area back then, littered with skeletons and zombies. See that huge group of zombies? Bai Xiao pointed to the monsters on the basement floor of the mall, a putrid smell of zombies emanating from there. Clean them up, Lin Duoduo said. Those are my people, Bai Xiao said. I can wear black stockings too, Lin Duoduo said. The zombie king put on his helmet. Mainly because they've been entrenched here for too long, it's time to make room. His people were ultimately less important than supplies, and the zombie king was also overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of so many resources. Red wine, salt, sugar, vinegar, canned goods, and honey. If they were to loot this entire central area, or even just half of it, they wouldn't be able to finish transporting it all in 1 or 2 trips. So many things were still left in the city's ruins. They were gifts from before the disaster, buried deep underground when these reinforced concrete buildings collapsed. The amount left in each place varied, but gathering them all together yielded far more than searching through residential buildings, unlike the outer ruins, which had already been searched countless times. Chapter 125. This was Bai Zhao's first time in such a central location. For years, no one dared to venture deep enough. No one could actually reach it. They could only linger on the outskirts. Perhaps only the people of Qinjiabao could reach this place, and even for scattered survivors, it was still difficult to get there. The zombies were decaying, but being surrounded was still dangerous. Not to mention the infected animals. If it were just Lin Duoduo alone, she wouldn't have risked coming to this area. The fear left by the zombies was too deep, and they were everywhere in the city. Bai Xiao looked at the human. She was already excited, her face flushed. Having scavenged on the city's outskirts for so long, seeing this unexplored forbidden zone felt like suddenly being feasted after a long period of hunger. Now she was starting to worry about how to transport them back. Her small, dilapidated tricycle couldn't hold so much. Don't be greedy. Slow and steady wins the race. Transport it back in batches. Safety is the top priority. I take it to the outskirts and pile it up first, Bai Xiao said calmly. Without Linwood's assistance, he wouldn't have ventured this far on his own. He was wary of the monsters that might lurk in the overgrown city. He wouldn't be surprised if a leopard jumped out. This wretched place not only had a zoo but also a forest park. It was definitely not a safe haven. In a novel, it would be considered a forbidden area for martial arts practitioners, or some kind of ancient forbidden zone. In a few years, after this concrete jungle crumbles, and is completely swallowed by trees and weeds, another hunting ground will appear. He kept observing the droppings among the withered grass. Perhaps because winter had just ended, he hadn't found any fresh traces. Calm down, stay calm, Bai Xiao instructed. The small cart he found at the repair shop proved invaluable. He carried the supplies he gathered from the city center to the outskirts, making trip after trip. This was a troublesome task. Not only did he have to avoid buildings with huge cracks, but for safety, he also had to be wary of anything other than zombies. Fortunately, they didn't need to worry about resupply anymore. Only replenishing drinking water was a bit of a hassle. He took a piece of cloth from his bag and, in the dim light of dawn, covered the roadside weeds and tender shoots. This would only provide temporary relief, but it would replenish their moisture. They also had to pay attention to the weather. If it rained, they couldn't continue. Ideally, it would drizzle in the next few days, followed by a sunny day when they left. The two had unknowingly spent over 10 days in the city. When Bai Xiao arrived at the center, Lin Duoduo sat alone on a high-rise building, occasionally firing a shot. The loud noise would attract zombies, but they couldn't get upstairs. That's about it. Let's go back and come back. We definitely can't carry it all in one trip. Bai Xiao was still underestimating the situation. Just a few cases of red wine would be difficult to transport, but that was a secondary concern. It could be abandoned if necessary. The truly valuable items were sugar, salt, and even vinegar. He didn't have the capacity to produce salt, so of course, the more the better. Otherwise, once the ruins were completely swallowed by nature, he would struggle to even replenish his supplies. Being far from the safe zone isn't without its advantages. At least the cities near the safe zone, and even further afield, have probably already been emptied by them. He said this while gazing at the sparse stars in the night sky. Lin Duoduo thought for a moment. If they did, we wouldn't be working so hard. It's you, Bai Xiao said. Oh right. In areas controlled by the safe zone, there's no space for zombies to survive. But if there were a safe zone, I wouldn't have been bitten by that damn zombie. Bai Xiao said. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Duo opened a bottle of red wine, took a sip, and immediately frowned. This stuff's spoiled. Barbarians. Bai Xiao found a glass, poured some out, and swirled it in his hand. This seemed to be called decanting wine. He hadn't drunk much of this stuff before. The packaging just looked high-end. Feeling it was decanted enough, he took a sip to taste it. It was alright. He couldn't really tell if it was good or bad, but at least he tasted it at the company dinner and knew if it was spoiled. It's not spoiled. This is the taste. It was precious before the disaster. Really? Lin Duo expressed doubt. Would I lie to you? But drink less, you get drunk? Lin Duo thought she was doing something wrong, so she took out her large water bottle, poured some in, and shook it like Bai Xiao. Cheers! The zombie king raised his red wine on the dilapidated high-rise. Still awful. Lin Duo couldn't enjoy it, even finding it less effective than baijiu, Chinese liquor. At least in the cold winter, a gulp of liquor would feel fiery. Are you sure it's not spoiled? She was starting to doubt herself, still finding the taste strange. She found similar things before, but she'd thrown them away thinking they were spoiled. I'm sure that's the taste, Bai Xiao said. Not as good as sugar water. You can use it to cook. Bai Xiao said, though it was a waste, he figured no upper-class zombie from before the disaster would dare criticize him. For 2 days, the sky was overcast, and the two worried for 2 days as well. Fortunately, it didn't rain, and the next day was a bright sunny day. They carefully hid the extra supplies they had brought out, filling their tricycle and handcart to the brim. After more than 10 days in the city, this trip had been quite fruitful. Bai Xiao tied a rope to his shoulder and pulled the handcart along. Will we have to come back for 2 more trips? We see. A few more trips are fine, we have plenty of time. Bai Xiao was momentarily unsure whether Lin Duo was helping him, or he was helping Lin Duo stock up on scavenged goods. Or perhaps they were no longer helping each other. Oh dear, I forgot. Bai Xiao slapped his thigh. What? Lin Duo was a little flustered. Had she forgotten something important? I didn't look for black silk, Bai Xiao said. If she weren't still pedaling the tricycle, Lin Duo would have jumped off and given him a good whack on the helmet. The road out of town was difficult to navigate. The old zombies couldn't bite anyone, but it was still a constant nuisance. Fortunately, there were far fewer zombies than before, and the further out they went, the quieter it became. This time, they were carrying a lot of stuff, and with the addition of a vehicle, they couldn't increase their speed. Even at nightfall, they were still quite far from town. Bai Xiao had Lin Duo sit on the boxes in the truck bed, wrapped in her coat, while he stayed by the truck, determined to endure until dawn. This wasn't much in the ruins. Lin Duo used to endure the night when venturing into the mountains, and now she could even doze off occasionally. The road was full of potholes, making it difficult to travel when fully loaded. Fortunately, Bai Xiao was pushing from behind, pulling the handcart and pushing the tricycle at the same time. By the time they reached town the next day, it was almost noon. They didn't stop in town. The road into the village was even more difficult, but they finally entered the village on the second night. Now that winter was over, the village was unsafe at night, so Lin Duo went home first. Bai Xiao carried things back for her to organize, so she could store them in the back room. They carried everything home, trip after trip, until finally they got the tricycle back. The wire, fishing line, security bars, and wheelchair he had collected a few days ago, he hadn't brought anything back. Don't pack it so full next time, it'd be hard to drive, and the tricycle won't be able to handle it. Bai Zhao's biggest worry on the way was that the old tricycle's chain would break, but thankfully it held up. Lin Duo was physically exhausted, but her spirits were high. This was her biggest haul since she started scavenging. Before, she would search the neighborhood, spending a long time to fill a cart, because restaurants and supermarkets had long been ransacked by scavengers. This was the first time she had ventured into such a deep area. Lin Duo wanted to say something, but after thinking for a long time, she didn't speak. She silently boiled some water and washed the zombie king. For the past 10 days or so, the two of them looked like they'd been rolling in the dirt, covered in filth and dust. Even a walk through the ruins would leave them like that. The buildings were all shrouded in dust. I can do it myself, Bai Xiao said, reaching for the towel. Lin Duo glanced at him, and Bai Xiao fell silent. He splashed some water on his bare chest and washed himself, then asked her to help him dry his back. You really gained weight, Lin Duo said, touching his hair. It's normal. My body hasn't lost its vitality. Look at my hair. Bai Xiao was most concerned about his hair. When he started working, his colleagues and seniors were all balding, but his was still relatively healthy. I thought you always looked like a zombie. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you gain weight and become stronger, you're very different from a normal zombie. Zombies only gradually become skin and bones. This meant that Bai Xiao wouldn't die like a normal zombie in 10 or 20 years. Those zombies, unable to find human presence, might stay in the same place for a long time. Bai Xiao is different. He gets a lot of exercise. She's always worried that Bai Xiao will age faster than those zombies, and that was indeed the case last year. After being away for almost a year, he changed a lot. It's good that he can recover. I always feel like you're seducing me, Bai Xiao said, looking up. You're a zombie, I'm human, Lin Duo said, surprised. This zombie is stupid. How could a human seduce a zombie? She doesn't even consider him human. Chapter 126. After being away for over 10 days, the grass in the yard had grown taller, and the vegetable garden had become greener. Grass was sprouting from the cracks in the bricks of the collapsed, abandoned houses in the village. Bai Xiao felt satisfied with the trip, but had no other thoughts. Lindwood's spirits had improved significantly. Her eyes were brighter. He didn't know if it was because she was thinking about the large amount of supplies waiting to be moved from the city, or because of the small portion she had already brought back. Even if she couldn't finish it all, keeping it in the house was enough to give her peace of mind. Bai Xiao suspected she slept with the honey and canned food every night. This was a harvest she had never had before since she started scavenging. The big harvests in the past always belonged to scavengers in groups. A lone woman like her could only pick up scraps, cautiously lingering on the outskirts. We can live for many, many years. Lin Duo held the honey without opening it. She couldn't bear to waste it. Good steel should be used where it counts. The zombie king looked down on this foolish human. She had picked it up to eat it. She even kept the canned food and biscuits he brought back last time. Are you planning to become a skeleton and lie in the back room forever, keeping them company? You don't understand. Lin Duo hugged it. It's a source of confidence, not necessarily food. Just having it there means that no matter what happens, there's no need to panic. That composure comes only when you have enough confidence, like when she was stung in the leg 2 years ago and limped around. Normally, she would have been frantic, but with this zombie around, she calmly recovered. She didn't want to talk to him anymore. She stroked his zombie head, finally opening a can and feeding him with a small spoon. Super sweet, Lin Duo said. You can eat it yourself. Bai Xiao refused, not pointing out that she wanted to soak it in water, but instead scooping it out with a spoon, determined to make this barbarian sick. He went to the vegetable patch, pulled up a few sprouting weeds, and then, with his rear end sticking out, examined the vegetables he had planted, occasionally glancing at the notes Yu Ming had left him. Yu Ming hadn't planted them either, figuring it out over a long period of time. Shall we go again the day after tomorrow? Lin Duo said, sitting under the eaves. So soon? Aren't you going to rest? The sooner we bring them back, the sooner we be at ease. What if someone else picks them up? Besides, we have to make many trips, and once the grass grows taller, the roads will be even harder to travel on. Lindwood's words made a lot of sense. After a rain, the grass in the fields grew wildly, as did on the roads and in the city. After a short rest and preparing some supplies for the journey, she loaded the small cart and the zombies onto her tricycle, creaking and groaning, and headed back towards the city. If I go to the safe zone, you have so much food and drink, you can live very well. I thought you didn't want to go. What will you do if I die? Lin Duo said, I'm your only human friend. And that uncle is my friend too, Bai Xiao said. He doesn't know you're a zombie, right? No. So it's still just me. Scavenging alone always feels like a long journey. This road, which she walked many times, felt very different walking alone versus with someone else. Talking along the way made the journey to the city seem less long and less difficult. Sitting swaying in the back of the truck, occasionally getting off to fight zombies, Lin Duo squinted at the clouds on the horizon. She could live like this for many, many years without getting tired of it. As the weather warmed up, her feet weren't so cold anymore. She had no reason to stomp on the zombies. She loved the warm feeling of him holding her feet. Luck wasn't so good. As they approached the city, thunder rumbled, like a dragon rolling in the sky, the deep rumble growing louder as it drew nearer. A stifling wind blew, and Bai Xiao pedaled faster. Lin Duo got off and pushed the tricycle. The two of them sped along, reaching an industrial park on the outskirts of the city to take shelter before the rain started. Not wanting the tricycle to get wet, she and Bai Xiao carried it inside. Standing at the doorway, the sky was overcast. She couldn't tell if it was because it was getting dark or because rain was imminent. A little while later, as darkness fell, the rain began to fall, starting heavily and pattering on the ground. Occasionally, flashes of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by rumbling thunder. A curtain of rain enveloped the small house, seemingly isolating it from the world, like a lonely survivor. Water droplets splashed onto the doorway, and Bai Xiao pulled back, looking at Lin Duoduo and asking, "Are you cold?" "Cold," Lin Duoduo said. "Then lean against me," Bai Xiao said. Lin Duoduo huddled closer to him, listening to the rain and thunder outside. About an hour later, the rain lessened, the noise subsided, and the thunder stopped. "Actually, there's a coat on the tricycle," Lin Duoduo said in the darkness. It was kept in the back of the tricycle for emergencies. If there were any bats like Bai Xiao mentioned, she could wrap herself in it for protection. "You can get it if you're cold," Bai Xiao said. Lin Duoduo didn't move. It was springtime. It shouldn't be that cold anymore. Wearing a coat, she didn't feel cold at all. But if she wasn't cold, why was she so close to the zombie? She closed her eyes, her dark hair brushing against the zombie's clothes. The drizzle stopped soon after, and moonlight streamed in through the window, shining brightly as if washed clean. "One day you turned me into a zombie." Her father had been infected simply from a splash of zombie blood in his eyes. The closer one got to a zombie, the more dangerous it would be. "Then we better keep our distance," Bai Xiao said. "Keep our distance? I don't want you to become a zombie too." Getting too close to a zombie was unwise. He had licked Lin Duoduo's fingers when he was distracted. If she hadn't noticed and had eaten something, it would have been dangerous. Lin Duoduo remained silent. Suddenly, she took off her coat and covered the zombie's head with it, then leaned closer through the coat. Only a coat stood between them as she kissed the zombie. After a while, she put the coat back on, went to the other side, and fell asleep wrapped in it. It had rained during the night, and the air was damp the next morning, with occasional patches of wet ground. They carried the tricycle out, Lin Duoduo pedaling while Bai Xiao pushed from behind, passing unfinished buildings with only frames, and gradually moving further in, shops and residential buildings appeared. Bai Xiao was somewhat silent, while Lin Duoduo seemed unfazed, pedaling the tricycle vigorously towards the place where she had previously stocked up on supplies. After walking for a long time on the streets, far from the suburbs, she stopped in front of a women's clothing store, looking at the messy interior. "Are you going to look for it?" Lin Duoduo asked him, turning back. "Are you serious?" Bai Xiao asked. "Never mind if you don't want to." Black-stocking female zombies, and such were actually no different from ordinary zombies, skin and bones, emaciated and withered. Chapter 127. The number of zombies that had miraculously escaped the heavy snowfall was clearly considerable. They were trapped inside various shops and houses. There were wrecked buses lying along the roadside, dilapidated and broken. Bai Xiao casually searched inside some shops. In these rundown shops without glass or doors, things deteriorated quickly, far less well than clothes hanging in wardrobes in residential buildings. Of course, this was assuming the houses were well maintained. Some wardrobes would even be moldy, or contain skeletons. In the apocalypse, skeletons were plentiful. Old, white bones could appear anywhere. The two rested briefly in a shop, ate something, but found nothing useful. Lin Duoduo looked at him, and Bai Xiao's gaze was somewhat enigmatic. "Aren't you disappointed?" "What's there to be disappointed about?" The zombie king waved his hand magnanimously. The hidden spot where they had stockpiled supplies last time hadn't been disturbed, and they hadn't found any trace of other scavengers along the way. It seemed as if everyone in Linchuan was truly dead. At least Bai Xiao hadn't seen any other living people. In such a vast land, with so few survivors, it was indeed difficult to encounter one. With limited means of communication and a lack of trust in strangers, the survivors were scattered throughout, like isolated enclosed areas. The safe zone had a siphon effect. It had sucked almost everything away from the ruins years ago, leaving only a handful of people. The two stood on a rooftop in the city, looking at the dilapidated high-rises in the distance. The wind ruffled Lin Duoduo's hair, brushing against Bai Xiao's face, tickling him. They observed their surroundings for a long time, before finally going downstairs. The supply depot was overflowing. Boxes were loaded onto the vehicle. This time, they didn't need to stay for so many days, or venture too deep. Once the tricycle and cart were full, the two immediately headed back. "I suspect you were misled by these supplies," Bai Xiao said. "You greedy woman. Oh! Finding so many supplies, you couldn't help but kiss me, even though I'm a zombie." "Nonsense! Who kissed you? Did you see it?" Lin Duoduo gave him a strange look. Bai Xiao pushed the cart silently. There were still so many things waiting for them to move in the city, and they also had a vegetable garden at home. After 5 or 6 trips, the weeds in the fields had grown tall, swaying like green waves in the wind. Insects chirped in the fields, not as lively as usual, probably because of the heavy snow. Bai Xiao could usually distinguish some seasons, but spring came late this year, making it a little hard for him to tell. They transported goods by tricycle for almost a month, spending most of their time on the road. From the second trip onwards, he brought a shovel to fill in the large potholes in the road, making it less strenuous to carry the load. It also made transporting the red wine easier later. Linwood's back room was piled high with salt, sugar, and red wine. She also found some sealed vinegar. When she felt it was almost ready, she started transporting the things she found at the hardware store. This spring was busy, busier than ever before, yet there was a satisfying sense of accumulating. The zombies were getting old, the city was decaying, and in a few years, those buildings would be even more dangerous, collapsing even more. He had to seize this window of opportunity. The tricycle was reliable. Bai Xiao always thought it was about to break down, but it always managed to keep going, creaking and groaning its way home safely. The locust trees in the village were blooming again. Lin Duo picked a huge amount, carrying a basket on her back. Bai Xiao had cleaned the village many times in his spare time, making it safer than before. 2 years ago, around this time of year when the locust trees bloom, Lin Duo found the zombie king. Recalling this while picking locust blossoms, she suddenly felt a sense of disorientation about her life before that. Now, the house full of supplies, the vegetable gardens in the 2 yards, and that zombie, it all felt like a dream. Life had changed, or rather, it was somewhat like it was before her parents died. Back in the yard with her basket, the neighbor's vegetable garden was thriving. The zombie king had carried some dried silt from the river and poured it into the garden to fertilize it. Even though she hadn't urinated on it, the vegetables were still growing vigorously. Bai Xiao was maintaining the tricycle, turning it upside down, applying lubricant to the chain and gears, and tightening any damaged parts with wire. Lin Duo put down her basket, took out some dried persimmons from last year, took a bite herself, and stuffed the rest into the zombie's mouth. The zombie king wanted to scold her for putting food in her mouth next time, but the human scent was too irresistible for a zombie, so he had no choice but to endure it. I plan to clear out those collapsed houses on the outskirts, pave the ground with those bricks, and then fence it off with wire, he said, squatting on the ground. Like a safe zone? The safe zone doesn't have wire fencing, Bai Xiao said. He figured Lin Duo had probably seen them using wire fencing to keep zombies out of the settlement before, and then enlarged that area many times over. That's the safe zone Lin Duo envisioned. It's too big, Lin Duo said. Let's take it slow. Bai Xiao turned the tricycle's pedals, removing the plastic ones and replacing them with new ones. They still needed to go into the city. They didn't have enough wire. Since venturing deeper into the city center, he suddenly realized he didn't have enough time. There was a huge pile of iron rings in the room. He planned to sculpt a chain mail, or at the very least, a sleeve, to become an armored zombie. If only he had had chain mail and iron shorts back then, he dared to fight off a pack of rabid dogs head-on, a white blade in, a red blade out. At most, he'd get a few bites, but not enough to tear off a chunk of flesh. He also wanted to clean up the collapsed houses in the village. They harbored snakes, insects, ants, and rats. Lin Duo carried a homemade gun with her to protect herself from them, occasionally catching a weasel or a rat. After taking a sip of red wine, Bai Xiao continued turning the wheels, giving the tricycle a full service, flipping it over, and inflating the tires. With a strong will to survive, he couldn't resist wanting to improve his living conditions. Of the basic necessities of life, shelter came third. Lin Duo initially wanted to help, but seeing him lift the tricycle upright himself, she stopped. The zombie king's strength was unusually great. He seemed to exert himself effortlessly. Is your strength still increasing? Lin Duo asked, observing his physique. It seems so. Bai Xiao picked up the tricycle and put it down again, stretching his arms. Probably because I've been eating a lot and exercising. Zombies, who had never exercised before, were at their peak during infection. He didn't know what it was like to become a muscular zombie. Great strength is always a good thing. The old zombie was no longer a threat, because it had lost its strength and agility. I think I can go by myself. The grass in the city is tall now. It'd be dangerous if you come along, Bai Xiao said. You be in more danger. I just find a high place to watch over you. Okay. I get ready. He said get ready, but there wasn't much to prepare. He put on the thick sleeves of his modified fur coat, leg wraps, and helmet. The zombie king was now a violent machine. He could kill a wolf, a big cat, or anything else with his bare hands. Besides strength, what's important is courage, and the fearlessness of a zombie. A bite only hurts for 2 days. Looking at his fully armed appearance, Lin Duo suddenly felt that the Zombie King's suggestion to add spikes to the helmet might actually be a good idea. I should have surpassed the fresh zombie by now. Chapter 128. Ever since that day she kissed him through his clothes, Lin Duo had kept her distance from him in some ways, such as not getting too close. Bai Xiao didn't mind. He was also afraid that Lin Duo might really turn into a zombie, and if something happened between them, it would be too late to regret it. After fixing up the tricycle, he put on his helmet and pushed it out the door. The human followed behind. Once they were on the road, she pushed it for a while, navigating the rough country dirt road. When the road became easier, she sat in the back of the tricycle. The desolate land was now full of life, and the tricycle traveled through the deserted wilderness. Passing a large clump of wildflowers by the roadside, she casually picked a flower, intending to tuck it into the zombie's head, but since the Zombie King was wearing a helmet, she could only tuck it behind her ear herself, enjoying the breeze from the fields, gazing at the indistinct shadows of the green mountains behind her. Are there a lot of tricycles in the safe zone? They drive cars, those metal shells by the roadside. Theirs are new, not scrapped. They can make 2 trips a day, with a little acceleration. If they were trucks, they could carry a lot of stuff in one trip, Bai Xiao said. How about we secretly steal one? They need gas and electricity. Stealing one would just make it scrap metal. Besides, they wouldn't let you steal it, there are plenty of them, and plenty of guns. Bai Xiao occasionally explained about the safe zone, emphasizing that humans should live together. Perhaps many years later, he would be farming alone in this small mountain village, while Lin Duo would remember the zombie she saved, the one who warmed her feet in winter. When the safe zone expands to this area, she will definitely come. It doesn't matter if she doesn't come, after all, it was just a stinky zombie. Bai Xiao adjusted his helmet, glanced back, and saw Lin Duo sitting on the back of the truck, hugging her knees, gazing at the distant fields. Lin Duo didn't care at all about the supplies she found in the city. Once they were brought home and stored, she became stingy. She didn't know what kind of mentality that was. I'm 22, what about you? Lin Duo asked. I'm 18, Bai Xiao said. Lin Duo tapped his helmet, making a thud. Zombies' ages are different from humans. To be precise, I'm 2 years old now, the Zombie King said. Call me Mom, Lin Duo pouted. You might as well call me Dad. Lin Duo fell silent. Bai Xiao reacted, about to speak, when she said, You're a lot like my father. Really? He also went out to find supplies, also looked for shelters, and also wrapped thick layers of leather around his arms. Lin Duo hugged her knees, gazing at the small village in the distance, which was gradually becoming indistinct. They said that one day, someone similar would accompany me, go to the shelter with me, and we would find hope. But they didn't say it would be a zombie. A little error is normal, Bai Xiao said. He didn't know how to comfort this human. The companion he had envisioned had become a zombie. Fate had played a cruel joke. They weren't entirely right either, Lin Duo sighed, looking up. The town supplies had long been taken by survivors from years ago. The empty buildings resembled dilapidated tombs, some collapsed, others covered in weeds. Lin Duo remembers there used to be a very big one, which her family said was a Ferris wheel, standing in the direction of the park. A few years ago, it was still standing in the distance, but now it's gone, and she doesn't know when it collapsed. Everything left over from before the disaster was slowly disappearing. Upon arriving in the city, Bai Xiao jumped out of the car, loaded the wire he hadn't taken last time, and the useful parts salvaged from the hardware store and auto shop, then wandered around the dilapidated high-rise buildings with Lin Duo. There were still kiddie rides outside the supermarket, but they wouldn't rock anymore. The wind and rain had faded them, making them look worn and dilapidated. Bai Xiao wanted her to ride one and rock it a couple of times, but Lin Duo refused. She stared at the broken thing, wondering what it was for. There were also claw machines inside. Some had broken glass, some were still intact, like freebies. Bai Xiao could easily smash one with a stick and get an old plush toy. Lin Duo wasn't interested in these things, but the Zombie King himself liked them, holding a plush dog. These things from before the disaster made him feel truly alive. Like Yuming, they were like memories placed there. Lin Duo wouldn't understand the significance of a small plastic figure to people before the disaster. It was a link between two eras, a symbol of bygone prosperity. Many people like to collect old objects. They carry memories, not the objects themselves. This should be Qiongmei. Bai Xiao found a relatively well-preserved little figure. Who is Qiongmei? Lin Duo frowned. It's, uh. The Zombie King found it difficult to explain the scene of people, entrance hall, and people, so he simply put away the white-clothed, silver-haired little figure, keeping it for now. If he ever passed by Yuming's place, he figured the old mansion would like it. I always feel like you know a lot of things, Lin Duo said, looking at him. You can think of me as a zombie from before the disaster. Is that so? Were there zombies before the disaster? Lin Duo didn't know. She just watched him search for things that seemed useless to her. She wandered around casually. To her, the pre-disaster world seemed like another world. Many things left behind in the ruins were useless. Here. Bai Xiao mysteriously raised his hand and opened it, a gold necklace hanging from his wrist. Lin Duo looked at him expressionlessly. A gold necklace, want it? I took it from a zombie's neck. After saying this, the Zombie King felt somewhat beastly, taking a necklace from a zombie's neck and giving it to a human. Lin Duo reached out and took it. There was a small flower on the necklace, simple, with 4 leaves. This is called a 4-leaf clover, representing luck, Bai Xiao said. Why would luck turn into a zombie? Lin Duo asked. Maybe. Becoming a zombie is a kind of luck, the Zombie King rambled on. I look better after I wash up when I get back. Lin Duo put away the 4-leaf clover gold necklace she'd taken from the zombie's neck. This is what scavenging should be like. The Zombie King walked ahead, Lin Duo following behind. Many buildings were pitch black, poorly lit. Before the disaster, it needed constant illumination. Now, without electricity or lights, even in broad daylight, it was gloomy. With more supplies, it enjoyed wandering through the city ruins. It had gradually become accustomed to the quiet. 2 years ago, it hadn't been able to adapt at all. The environment has a huge impact on people. This was a belated integration. Many people went through this phase after the disaster, holding on to hope, gradually getting used to it, then recognizing everything and starting a new life with their feet firmly on the ground. People have to live, even if they become zombies. Just like our ancient ancestors facing nature, they either change or adapt. Chapter 129. Conserving her energy and searching quietly was Lin Duo's old scavenging principle. She needed to maintain sufficient silence and vigilance. Any slight movement would wake her. It was exhausting and draining. She used to dislike coming to the city, only scavenging once or twice a year. She hated this lifeless, zombie-infested dead city, always finding only necessities and a few books before returning home. Now she found she wasn't so resistant to the city anymore. What she resisted wasn't the pre-disaster ruins, but the hordes of zombies and the potential dangers lurking in the shadows. A human and a zombie, like strolling through a market, had become familiar to both Bai Xiao and Lin Duo, who had unconsciously adapted to their changing lives. A human surviving alone is weak, but together they are powerful. From the supermarket to the residential buildings, Bai Xiao quickly identified the former upscale residential area. The apartments here were generally well-furnished, and the rooms were quite enclosed. Prying open a window revealed a large, spacious living room that looked expensive. One could easily cycle around the living room. The entryway was cluttered with dusty shoes. The bookshelves in the study were lined with books, mostly legal texts, leading Bai Xiao to conclude that the homeowner was likely a lawyer or similar profession. So many books, Lin Duo remarked regretfully. Books were something you could only occasionally scavenge. You couldn't transport many specifically for that purpose. They took up space and were heavy, too heavy for a tricycle. They're useless. You wouldn't understand them even if I gave them to you. Bai Xiao pulled one out and glanced at it. Even if you understood it, it wouldn't be of any use. This is from before the disaster. Is that so? Lin Duo stood in front of the bookshelf, observing. Bai Xiao went to another room until she called out. He came over to look. Lin Duo was excitedly holding several books. Is this the story of Pan Jinlian you told? Huh? Bai Xiao was taken aback. Looking at the books she had picked out, there was Dream of the Red Chamber, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Jin Ping Mei. The Zombie King paused for 2 seconds, wanting to throw it away to destroy the evidence, but the human was quick-witted and grabbed it, staring at him suspiciously. What are you trying to do? This kind of thing is more interesting when heard from others. It's no fun reading it yourself, Bai Xiao said calmly. He hadn't expected the Zombie King's imposing image to crumble so easily. He had only mentioned it casually out of boredom back then. How did she manage to find the original version? Lin Duo remained suspicious. The zombie's actions were very suspicious. She looked at him, then at the books in his hands, and raised an eyebrow. In the end, the human put the books into his bag. The sky outside the window was overcast. Worried about rain on the way, The two hadn't left the city, the tricycle was already full. The overcast sky persisted until nightfall without rain. They rested in the house for the night, but the next day was still overcast and gloomy. Bai Xiao decided to stay another day. If it didn't clear up by tomorrow, he'd have to leave, unless it rained heavily. The overcast sky made the city seem even more desolate. Standing at the living room window, he looked out. The neighborhood was large. The fountain in front had long since dried up. In the distance, a dark shadow rose and fell, too far to see clearly. Bai Xiao silently watched it. If he remembered correctly, that direction was the forest park. Lin Duoduo found 2 dumbbells, much better than the ones he made himself. She stuffed them into Bai Zhao's bag. The zombie king was strong. As long as the backpack could hold them, they could carry them to the car. He opened the backpack. Inside was a small figurine he packed. Afraid of crushing it, Lin Duoduo took it out and put it in her own bag before placing it inside. A sword hung on the wall. Bai Xiao took it down, played with it for a moment, then put it back. It was just for decoration. Its practicality was even less than a harpoon. As night fell, Bai Xiao lay on the sofa, fully clothed, resting. Lin Duoduo was in another room. Before that scavenging trip, Lin Duoduo might have stayed close to him, but not now. She wanted to live. She didn't want to become a zombie. Bai Xiao hadn't smelled the full scent of humans in a long time. Lin Duoduo lay on the bed in the room, one hand behind her head, the other holding the necklace in the dim light. The 4-leaf clover on it swayed before her eyes, like a hypnotic clock. That zombie, she suddenly said. The zombie king outside responded. Is it cold outside? She asked. A moment of silence fell over the living room. The zombie king said, It's not cold, it's almost summer. Then silence returned. A bright moon hung in the sky had cleared, no longer gloomy and oppressive. We need to leave the city tomorrow, go to sleep early, Lin Duoduo reminded him. Early in the morning, as dawn broke, the tricycles traveled through the empty city, like industrious ants, shuttling back and forth along the road. Some of the crisscrossing roads were blocked by collapsed buildings, others had cracks in the structures, requiring detours. They were already familiar with this route. How much longer can we scavenge here? Lin Duoduo looked back at the still standing tall buildings. We can hold out for 3 to 5 years. Any longer, not only will the buildings collapse, but the dangers will also increase. Bai Xiao had already spotted the badger in the grass. It shouldn't be in the city. This will be a hunting ground from now on. It wasn't a good time to catch it now. First, the smell of blood would attract the remaining zombies and monsters in the city. Second, it would be difficult to handle. He wasn't greedy. Scavenging was scavenging. Hunting was hunting. He kept the two separate. Compared to some extra loot, getting the car back safely was what mattered most now. The scent of grass and trees wafted in the air. Lin Duoduo took a deep breath, then looked at the zombie king's bloodshot eyes, picked up a helmet, and put it on him, while also putting on a helmet she found in the house. Why are you wearing a helmet too? Bai Xiao asked. Things aren't like they used to be. I feel safer wearing it. The environment keeps deteriorating. Lin Duoduo tapped his helmet against her own, making a soft tapping sound. You don't want to die, do you? I never wanted to die. Your mental state is dangerous. Bai Xiao hadn't studied psychology, but although Lin Duoduo had been very diligent, it seemed she was just living according to habit, day in and day out, year after year. You're a zombie, and you're saying I'm mentally dangerous? Lin Duoduo scoffed. It's been over 20 years since the apocalypse. Everyone who survived has some kind of problem. Even those in the safe zone aren't healthy, let alone those living in abandoned ruins. Bai Xiao thought that her attraction to zombies was definitely abnormal. Back home, Lin Duoduo washed off the filth and stench. Winter was completely over, and now she could shower by the well again. No season is perfect. Winter has fewer insects and animals, less danger, but life is troublesome, resources are scarce. Summer has many poisonous insects, and thick clothes aren't comfortable. It's hard to say which is better or worse. Where's your bag? Bai Xiao looked around but couldn't find the human's bag. They're here with me, what do you want? She peeked out from behind the curtain, looking at him warily. My little figures are in your bag, Bai Xiao said. You're lying. Lin Duoduo immediately saw through his lie. The zombie king was furious. Why could this human always tell if he was lying? What are you guarding against? Would I steal your things? Here you go. Lin Duoduo threw the bag out. Bai Xiao was overjoyed. He opened it and searched for a moment, but couldn't find the book. He froze. Are you looking for this? A hand emerged from behind the curtain, holding a book. Ha ha, how could I? The zombie king laughed loudly. Be careful not to get it wet. I hold it for you. A clumsy lie. Chapter 130. Lin Duo peeked out, admiring the zombie's hesitant expression. This isn't some kind of dirty book, is it? It is, the kind of dirty book. You shameless thing, telling me this kind of thing. I'm talking about the non-dirty parts. A book is a book, how could it be dirty? Seeing her stubbornness, even guarding against him while bathing, Bai Xiao, in a fit of anger, turned and placed the little figure he picked up on the windowsill. The mighty zombie king telling a human a story about Jin Ping Mei. If he wasn't discovered, fine, but if he was, what else could happen? After arranging the figure by the window, Bai Xiao took a few steps back to look at it, feeling satisfied. Do you want that chain? If not, I give it to Chiang Mei. He turned back and said. Giving it to someone and then asking for it back? That doesn't seem quite right. Bai Xiao paused, then rubbed his head. On the way, he said Lin Duo had mental problems, but in the 2 years since becoming a zombie, he changed even more than this human. His gaze shifted from the windowsill. He tidied up the things in the car, putting the food in the back room. The back room was impeccably organized by Lin Duo. Supplies filled 2 rooms: salt, sugar, edible vinegar, MSG, unsure if it was still usable, and milk powder. Canned goods were neatly stacked, placed on wooden shelves to prevent them from getting damp. Lin Duo was an excellent support system. Aside from hunting, he basically didn't have to do anything at home. Without her, he'd probably be living like a wild man. Looking at the supplies in the back room, a sense of relief washed over him. He took a bottle of red wine from a corner, then put it back. Instead, he grabbed a can of milk powder. He wasn't sure if it had spoiled, so he didn't give it to Lin Duo, he tried it himself first. The zombies outside eat even raw meat, showing no aversion to cold or raw foods. After making a cup of milk powder, Bai Xiao noticed the coffee Lin Duo had salvaged 2 years ago during his first scavenging trip. He opened it, smelled it, and added a spoonful. The resulting milk powder coffee was a pale brown, resembling a cappuccino. He tried to create latte art but failed. He then rummaged through the storage room for a while, finally finding a small spoon. He poured the milk powder coffee into the small cup and stirred it slowly. Even as a zombie, he wanted to maintain his elegance. Sitting in the courtyard of the ruined mountain village, Bai Xiao felt life was getting better again. At this moment, he should have a zombie companion, playing a game of Go Together, discussing how to overthrow human tyranny and build a zombie paradise in this cold apocalypse. But Bai Xiao suddenly remembered that he was a traitor, having eliminated many zombies. However, it wasn't a big deal. Now, without any zombie companions to discuss grand plans, and without a similarly intelligent zombie king, he was lonely and out of place. Only one human wasn't afraid of him, and helped him maintain his composure. He took a couple of sips of water, stretched, and continued moving things from the tricycle. He moved all the edible items into Lin Duo's back room, while the tools were placed in the next room, which had been in use since he moved in during the winter. Bai Xiao sorted through the junk the human had piled up in the yard, along with the junk he had collected, and put them in the empty room next door, instantly making the yard look neat and tidy. The organized arrangement had a certain serene beauty. On one side was a clean living area, and on the other a lush green vegetable garden. Although the yard looked clean when Lin Duo brought him back, it was a far cry from the abandoned houses it was now. The area had tripled in size, and just around the corner from the clean yard was the adjacent vegetable garden. This is the Zombie King's territory. Bai Xiao picked up the cup and stirred it. What are you drinking? Lin Duo came out after showering, drying her hair. She glanced at him, then brought the cup closer and sniffed. It smelled strange. Cappuccino. Bai Xiao raised the cup in greeting. Speak human language. Expired milk powder and coffee, 20 years ago. Is it good? It's alright, but I don't recommend you drink it, you might get diarrhea. Bai Xiao tasted it carefully. Besides the flavors of milk powder and coffee, there was a faint stale smell. This smell probably came from the milk powder. To verify this hypothesis, he brewed another cup of pure coffee. This time, the stale smell was gone. The coffee should be drinkable. Pour a small amount and try it. Whether she drank it or not was actually irrelevant. It was just to let Lin Duo taste something she hadn't experienced before, a taste of the pre-disaster era. She was happy to try something new. Under Bai Xiao's guidance, he added some sugar, took a sip from the cup, and frowned. It doesn't taste as good as sugar water. Is this what people drank before the disaster? This is often equivalent to grass for cattle and sheep. It keeps them from getting sleepy while working. Is that so? Lin Duo took another sip, frowned again, and poured the rest into the zombie king's cup. Then drink more. This barbarian. Lin Duo watched him finish the cup, shook her head, and thought the zombie's tastes were too perverse. You can take some to Aunt Qian. She'd be very happy, Bai Xiao said. These past few times when they went into the city to explore the downtown area, Lin Duo had to borrow Aunt Qian's gun to keep watch over him from a high-rise building, in case of any accidents. Lin Duo seemed thoughtful. Pre-disaster drinks, Aunt Qian, someone who lived before the disaster, should like them. Won't she drink herself to death? She asked. A little less won't matter. Bai Xiao tasted the coffee that had expired 20 years ago. It tasted alright, and in fact, you couldn't taste any spoilage. She'd make her own decisions. He didn't finish his sentence. This winter had passed, and Aunt Qian had aged considerably. A few more days or less, the old woman would decide for herself. She knew better than Lin Duo whether expired goods were safe or not. Lin Duo scooped out 2 spoonfuls of coffee, put them in a small bottle, along with some wine and canned goods, and took them to Aunt Qian. Bai Xiao didn't say anything, but Lin Duo knew that after struggling for so many years after the disaster, many people were just waiting to die. Food and necessities weren't much of a concern. Having nothing, starving to death at home, was the most unbearable thing. This was life after the disaster, life in the ruins. Everyone had survived like this. Aunt Qian, holding a small hoe, sat beside the vegetable garden. Seeing the red wine and coffee Lin Duo had brought, the wrinkles on her face smoothed out. You had a good harvest, she said, a hint of reminiscence in her eyes, ignoring the noises coming from inside the house. Lin Duo knew it was Uncle Kai inside. You're wearing a necklace. Aunt Qian noticed Lin Duo's neck. I took it from a zombie. Wearing this will bring good luck. Lin Duo showed it to her. Aunt Qian just smiled, glancing behind her. That person didn't come? He's not coming. Lin Duo opened the small bottle. He said you might like it. This is called coffee. Yes, coffee, quite bitter. Lin Duo said. It's expired 20 years ago, of course it'd be bitter. Chapter 131. Uncle Kai still had fur on his mouth. It was from the badger Aunt Qian had caught earlier. She had eaten the meat and skinned him, giving him the bloody hide to gnaw on. A human and a zombie lived together in this secluded courtyard. Lin Duo wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she felt that Aunt Qian's spirit seemed a little better. But then she realized that she felt the same way. This past winter, she and the zombie had huddled together by the fireplace for warmth and conversation, living a simple yet fulfilling life. That was something she had never experienced before. Since she grew up, her father had left, leaving her to care for her ailing mother. Every day was spent worrying about finding more food or working. Back then, there was still hope in life. But then her mother left, and that was it. The plants that had been buried by the heavy snow had sprouted again, just like last year, only now there were fewer and fewer people in this apocalypse. Lin Duo fiddled with her necklace and asked softly, will the shelter clear out the zombies? I don't know, Aunt Qian said. She roughly knew what Lin Duo was asking. Taking a sip of her expired coffee, Aunt Qian squinted. Lin Duo noticed her reaction was very similar to the zombie king's, a feeling of reminiscence. Like remembering the moments before the disaster. Those were good times, Aunt Qian said, gazing at the distant mountains. She felt she had died 22 years ago, and what remained was merely a shell. Lin Duo came down, picking a basket of elm seeds to take home and washing them. The vegetable garden was lush and green. The zombie king had taken good care of the vegetables, marking the strongest ones for seed. He had grown flowers before, though not very well, but with the instructions Yuming had written, they had survived. These were all seeds that the old otaku had selected over the years. Those that couldn't withstand the selection were either killed by Yuming's planting, or simply died out while being planted. In any case, besides the safe zone, the survivors in the ruins also left behind a few seeds. Seeing the zombie king sticking his butt out next to the vegetable patch, Lin Duo couldn't help but kick him with her toe. His butt was just too perfectly positioned. I'm catching bugs. Bai Xiao waved her away, a plump green bug still struggling between his fingers. He glanced at the side Lin Duo had planted. It seemed that when the snow melted and the weather warmed up, Lin Duo and he had made a bet, saying they see who could plant better. Have you no shame? Lin Duo looked surprised. What's wrong with me? Bai Xiao said. You want to put bugs on my vegetables? I didn't mean to. What kind of brain would have such a terrible idea? The zombie king was even more surprised. What on earth was this damned woman thinking? Seeing that he genuinely hadn't thought of it, Lin Duo asked, Are you afraid the bugs on my side will crawl over to yours? You got a problem. Bai Xiao stared in disbelief. Seeing Bai Zhao's dirty clothes, which he had changed out of and tossed aside after his trip to the city, Lin Duoduo went over to clean them and soak them in a basin. The water quickly became filthy. Most of it was dust from the city, but it wasn't hard to wash. A little soap shavings left a pleasant fragrance. Having just returned from scavenging, he had many things to do and no time to read. Only when it got dark and he rested could he take them out to read, and they were illustrated editions. As time went on, the zombie king noticed that her gaze towards him was becoming increasingly strange. Bai Xiao pretended not to notice. When he had nothing else to do, he would pull his small cart to the outskirts of the village, dismantle the courtyard walls there, bring back the bricks, level the yards, and pave the inside with bricks. This way, it not only looks cleaner, but there are fewer bugs, and it won't be muddy after rain, preventing you from getting your feet covered in mud. After a long day, a cool shower by the hand pump, followed by a cup of coffee made with milk powder that's 20 years past its expiration date, sitting under the eaves watching the yard improve day by day, Bai Xiao thoroughly enjoys this moment between sunset and nightfall. If there were only zombies, and no other infections, this kind of life would be great. Now that he's slowly gaining weight, his emaciated zombie appearance is gone, and he works incredibly fast. A zombie is enjoying renovating his home. He's already planned it out, he fence it off later, so in winter he won't have to worry about anything jumping in and scratching at the door in the middle of the night, or about infected animals running down from the mountain. If any wild boars or anything like that come down from the mountain, they taste the zombie king's iron fist. Zombies aren't pushovers. You cut quite a bit out when you told the story, Lin Duoduo said, closing her book and glancing at him sideways. Holding a cup of milk powder coffee, the zombie king leaned against the wall, feigning death. After a while, he noticed her making noises while cooking, and took small sips of the coffee. The sun had already set, and the distant sky was a hazy gray. It had rained during the night, and continued until morning. A third of the bricks in the yard were washed clean by the rain, and walking along them wouldn't wet your shoes. Lin Duoduo put on a raincoat, took a knife, and went to the bamboo grove beside the mountain path to cut some bamboo poles. She planted them in the vegetable garden, building a trellis. Bai Xiao had thought that eggplants didn't need trellises, but seeing the seedling swaying and broken by the rain, he felt heartbroken. The rain hadn't been this heavy before, and he hadn't considered these things. Wearing raincoats, he and Lin Duoduo busied themselves for a while. Farming is always a process of starting from scratch. This downpour had taught the zombie a lot. Lin Duoduo was soaking wet, her hair plastered to her face. The rain was so heavy that her raincoat wasn't very effective at protecting her. After tidying up the rack, she took off her raincoat and felt a bit cold under the eaves. Wiping the water droplets from her head and neck, she turned to see Bai Xiao still busy in the vegetable garden. What are you doing? I'm tightening it a bit. Bai Xiao was still reinforcing it despite the rain. Getting wet can make you sick. Zombies don't get sick. To be honest, Bai Xiao couldn't imagine what a sick zombie would look like, and Lin Duoduo couldn't imagine it either. Perhaps, as he said, zombies didn't get sick. Lin Duoduo had a stuffy nose from the rain, but the zombie king was still lively and energetic, as if zombies were immune to all illnesses, which made the human a little envious. Are you feeling unwell? Lin Duoduo couldn't help but ask. No, high temperature solves everything. Bai Xiao took out the thermometer and said, if you also have a high temperature right now, it means you have a fever, and it's resolving everything. Sure enough, this human's body temperature was a bit high, but compared to a zombie, it was still too low. Bai Xiao wasn't too worried. If a rain shower could kill this human, she wouldn't have lived this long. That shouldn't be the case. You always exercise. How come you get sick so easily? Do you think I'm a zombie? She said irritably. This is a curse. That book is a book of curses. You should give it to me. I'm not afraid of curses. Seeing Lin Duoduo pick up the book, Bai Xiao couldn't help but tempt her. Shameless. Lin Duoduo said. Chapter 132. Watch out, if the temperature rises again, we have to start cooling measures. The zombie king placed a damp towel over the human's head. She only had a low-grade fever, thankfully. Looking at her leaning against the bed with the towel over her head, he felt this was the normal, proper, and serious treatment procedure. Not her previous methods with zombies. Those were simply outrageous. This was the difference between civilized people and barbarians. What measures? Lin Duoduo asked again. Take off your clothes and wipe your body with alcohol, the zombie king said. Lin Duoduo didn't speak, sniffing. Here's some sugar water. The zombie king poured a glass of sugar water. Shouldn't I have wiped you down when you were infected? Lin Duo asked. Yes. But there was no alcohol. So, if you had given me a damp cloth back then, it would have been a huge help. Bai Zhao's words suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Nothing. Bai Zhao had just suddenly thought that if Lin Duo were to get infected one day, he should at least keep 2 bottles of that wine on hand, just in case she could pull through. He just hoped she wouldn't get infected and become an idiot, constantly babbling incoherently. He suspected that his own prolonged drooling and incoherent babbling after his infection was definitely a contributing factor to his zombie infection, but the high fever was also a factor, perhaps even mutually reinforcing. If it weren't for the zombie virus protecting him, the high fever alone would have been enough to keep him an idiot, unable to speak clearly. It was all thanks to the zombie's powerful regenerative abilities. Humans are too weak. Bai Zhao was actually somewhat proud of his zombie identity at this moment, giving her a disdainful look. Actually, I'm fine. Lin Duo sniffed. Her nose was still stuffy, even the tip was red. It's my turn to take care of you. This is called tit for tat. I only recovered because of you when I first got infected. I didn't do anything back then, you just toughed it out yourself, she said. That's right, you even chained me up. Bai Zhao went out the door, went to the next room, and took the long chain that had bound him before. He snapped it onto Lin Duo's ankle. Lin Duo stared blankly at the iron chain that had bound her legs to the bedpost. Tit for tat, the zombie king said. The zombie felt a surge of satisfaction. After being chained under the shed for so long, now he was chaining this human up with the same iron chain. It was exhilarating. Is it fun? Lin Duo asked. It's so much fun. Bai Zhao kicked the chain. It was long enough for her to move around, walking from the bedroom to the eaves outside. Stay put. Actually, I had this wish for many years. Now I'm a zombie, raising a human. As a zombie, to keep a human chained up. The zombie stood up. You're mentally unstable, Lin Duo said. She stared at the zombie's figure. Lonely, an outsider, a zombie, hiding and concealing his identity all this time. Perhaps he'd been discovered, met with looks of disgust and fear. He found a sanctuary, but couldn't go in and live with humans. Anyone would go crazy. She still remembered the tired, wearied look in the zombie's eyes the day it returned. If the zombie king doesn't raise humans, does he expect to be raised by humans? The zombie king walked out of the house. It was still drizzling outside, but the fine raindrops didn't bother him. He checked the vegetable garden, straightened a slightly crooked seedling, and then pushed his small cart to continue working. He cleared away a section of the collapsed wall around the village, loading the usable bricks onto his cart and hauling it back. The cart creaked and groaned its way back and forth along the village's stone-paved roads. By afternoon, he returned with the bricks. Lin Duo wasn't inside. Instead, she was sitting on a small stool under the eaves, her feet chained. The chains rattled with every slight movement. In the apocalypse, keeping a human as a zombie, this was the normal plot, the normal villainous development. Bai Zhao was quite satisfied with her current appearance. Don't you need me to cook for you anymore? Lin Duo's nose was still a little stuffy, and her voice was muffled. Seeing Bai Zhao remain silent, she kicked her leg, making a whooshing sound. Put me over there in the shed, that way I can't run away, and I can cook. You should stay inside. I need to use the toilet. Hold it. What did you say? I didn't hear you. The zombie, upholding humanitarian principles, untied the other end of the chain and secured it under the shed, so she could drag the chain across. She could also start a fire to cook, while stacking bricks, listening to the clanging of the chains. So this is what it feels like. Lin Duo pouted. Great, isn't it? You think so too? Yeah, when you were under the shed, the sound of the chains felt very comforting. Are you a pervert? Huh? Lin Duo looked down at the chain around her ankle, then at him. How could this zombie say such things with such confidence? I learned it from you, Bai Zhao said. This is what zombies are supposed to do. Lin Duo swung her legs, and the chains rattled again. The human was now chained up by the zombie. A light drizzle continued, and the zombie king kept going out and coming back, pulling his cart. The bricks in the yard were stacked layer upon layer. Once the weather cleared, they would cover the entire yard. Then, there will be fewer bugs in the yard, Bai Zhao said. At the same time, he took the boiled water from Lin Duo, scooped a spoonful of milk powder into a large cup, added a spoonful of coffee, then added dried locust flowers and dried elm seeds, threw in a dried date, filled it with water, tightened the lid, and shook it vigorously to mix them evenly. This would be a good way to replenish energy. If the taste of salt wasn't so strange, he would have liked to add some salt and MSG. Last time she saw the zombie, it only drank milk powder and coffee. She hadn't expected it to evolve so quickly. The human looked at the zombie king's messy cup and couldn't help but frown. Can you act a little more like a human? No one would do something like this for the sake of efficiency. I don't have a soy milk maker, otherwise I grind them into a paste, the texture would be better. Bai Xiao. The chains rattled, and Lin Duoduo stared at him without speaking. Okay, I won't drink it like that next time. The zombie king gulped down a mouthful of milk powder coffee porridge that was 20 years past its expiration date. He stretched his shoulders. I'm recovering quickly. The strong zombie king chained the humans to the shed, then pulled the cart out again. Some courtyards still had paved stone paths. Bai Xiao suspected this was the village chief's house before the disaster. The building materials were very solid. He pried out the stone slabs, carried them back to his own place, dug up the rubble next to the well, and replaced it with several stone slabs embedded in the ground. Until evening, he took Lin Duoduo's temperature, which was locked up. It wasn't high, just slightly lower. Almost there, Bai Xiao said. Chapter 133. He took the large water cup, scooped 2 more spoonfuls of milk powder, added a spoonful of coffee, and was about to add something else when he noticed Lin Duoduo's gaze, so he just made a cup of water. Lin Duoduo sat under the shed, her legs chained, reading Jin Ping Mei. Seeing that Bai Xiao wasn't mixing in any more random things, she looked away. Living in the apocalypse for a long time makes people less and less human. Zombies are even more so. They live increasingly distorted lives, increasingly perfunctory. What's it like to be chained up by a zombie? Bai Xiao asked her. It's like that. Lin Duoduo's nose was still blocked, and she sniffed occasionally. She looked at the zombie king's large water cup. There weren't many random things there. She swung her legs, and the chains rattled. Aren't you going to untie me? Not yet, Bai Xiao said. The fever subsided the next day. The low-grade fever that had lasted a day was over, and her limp body regained its strength. Seeing the number on the thermometer, Lin Duoduo looked down at the iron chain on her ankle, then at the zombie king. The zombie king seemed a little reluctant. If you're happy, lock me up for another day, she said. 1 day isn't enough, you lock me up for 2 months. Then lock me up for 2 months. The zombie king finally unlocked the chain, put it away, and that experiencing the domestication of a human was enough. That human still had to do laundry, cook, and forage for wild vegetables. Lots of work. After a rain, the sun seemed to have been washed clean. The scorching sunlight baked the earth, and the temperature rose instantly. The zombie king couldn't wear his long sleeves anymore, so he switched to short sleeves. He hadn't worn short sleeves in a long time. Before, he used them to cover up the lividity and the wounds from the zombie bites. Later, he covered them up even more thoroughly on the street. He had been doing this for the past 2 years. Now he didn't need to hide anymore. The lividity on his arms was exposed to the sunlight. Sweat dripped onto the wounds from the zombie bites, making them itchy and a little painful. All his other wounds healed quickly, except for this one, perhaps a mark of being a zombie, which Bai Xiao had come to accept. It looked much better than before. Judging by the current, it might heal completely in another year or 2. Sweat glistened in the sunlight. His shoulders were becoming increasingly broad, revealing solid muscles hidden beneath his clothes, a guarantee of survival in the apocalypse. Better than ever. Before venturing out, he ate vegetarian food. After venturing out, he endured the elements. Now, he was truly growing. Now, without even touching him, just by taking off his long sleeves, Lin Duoduo could see his muscular physique. He looked thin in long sleeves, but he had quietly grown stronger. An infected muntjac ran down the mountain. Unlike the agility of normal animals, it charged recklessly. While An Qian aimed from a distance, Bai Xiao, still in his short-sleeved shirt, charged in. His arm muscles were taut. He gripped the deer's neck, flipped it over, sat on it, punched its head several times, then twisted its neck backward with all his might, feeling the shock of breaking bones before releasing it. It all happened quickly. As he dragged the still-twitching deer away by its hind legs, An Qian was still aiming. She rubbed her eyes, remained silent for a moment, then put away her gun and looked towards the village. In her blurry vision, except for the lack of biting, it looked like a zombie from over 20 years ago, pouncing on an animal. Soon after, Lin Duoduo brought in a large piece of deer meat. There wasn't much blood. The meat was somewhat shriveled. An Qian said nothing, simply accepting it silently. An Qian roughly knew how they had killed the wolf pack last winter. Lin Duoduo also directly realized how capable Bai Xiao was. He had once brought wild boars down from the mountains with only a homemade gun and a knife, and now he had broken the neck of an infected muntjac. He was completely unlike his usual silly self, lounging around the vegetable garden. After delivering the meat, she went home. Bai Xiao was in the yard, wearing only shorts and shirtless, drying a corpse. "What are you doing?" That silly feeling instantly returned. "Just getting some sun. Isn't it hot?" The sweltering summer had arrived early, as if the heavy snow of winter had usurped springtime. It felt like only a short time had passed, yet the sun was already incredibly scorching. "Sunbathing every day is good, although I can't quite explain the complicated theories." Bai Xiao felt his body was at its peak, and he wanted to maintain this state. She didn't stand in the sun, but went inside and brought out a palm leaf fan. Lin Duo was still wearing long pants and a long-sleeved shirt, her standard attire regardless of the heat. She only changed into looser clothes occasionally, when resting in the yard. The Zombie King, having had his fill of sunbathing, sat down a short distance away from her, slowly curling the dumbbells he scavenged. Cicadas were chirping in the village trees sometime during the day. After enduring an extremely cold winter, it was now incredibly hot. The climate these past 2 years had been very abnormal, much more so than usual. Perhaps it was because the true apocalypse was approaching, and even the temperature was starting to give early warnings. Lin Duo glanced at the Zombie King, then looked away, and continued fanning herself with a palm leaf fan. After a moment, she glanced at him again. "You can touch it if you want. It's not like you haven't touched it enough." Bai Xiao didn't look up. "I wasn't thinking about it," Lin Duo said, gazing into the distance. A flock of birds took flight from the distant green mountains, fluttering low overhead without chirping or pausing, feathers drifting down. She turned her head, and saw Bai Xiao also looking up. "Is that what you were talking about?" Lin Duo asked. "It looks like it." Bai Xiao walked out of the courtyard. A while later, he returned with a few sparrow feathers. Traces of rotting flesh were visible at the base of the feathers. Lin Duo took them, examined them carefully, and then handed them back to him. Bai Xiao took them, and threw them into the cold stove, where they would burn to ashes when lit. "Time is running out." Bai Xiao looked at the distant green mountains. This area should be considered relatively mild. He always felt the south would be much worse. Lin Duo didn't speak, her face expressionless, simply fanning herself with a palm leaf fan. The disaster of over 20 years ago was so immense, sweeping and suddenly, and in the end, the zombies decayed, leaving many survivors. Now, however, the change is silent. This is the last gasp. Bai Xiao was bending wire to seal the windows, to prevent them from swarming in and crawling into the house. "Just tell me you want to leave, and I take you to the safe zone right now. You can live a few more years there." "I didn't think it would be so soon," Lin Duo sighed. "How much longer did you think you had?" 10 or 8 years I could hold out." She smiled. "Birds can protect us. As long as the mosquitoes and flies are still around, we can hold out. Not that much time. The more sources of infection there are, the faster it spreads." Bai Xiao knew this process was accelerating. The mountains were no longer safe. The speed at which birds spread the virus was unmatched by zombies and other animals, the latter only moving within a fixed area. That's why Zhang Tian said back then, this was a death knell. Nowadays, birds can carry the infection far and wide, and people like Lin Duo cannot stop the ubiquitous infection. Chapter 134. Actually, it's pretty good. What? Like you said when you came back, it was nice to meet you. Lin Duo said, "If I hadn't found you in the city, I might have frozen to death last winter, or even earlier. You left me a gold bar back then, and now I'm leaving this house to you." Bai Xiao was silent for a long time. Yes, they shouldn't have met in the first place. A fresh zombie roamed the city, and a hard-working human pedaled a beat-up tricycle, surviving for a few years in the ruins before dying. These past few years have been quite interesting, at least for the zombie, or for this human, they've been lucky. After the disaster broke out, and before the real apocalypse arrived, they had a few peaceful years. It was a blessing from heaven, at least for the people in the ruins. The terrifying zombies had all decayed, allowing them to breathe for a few years. But there's still a chance. Bai Xiao ruffled her hair, his palm touching her strands, as if comforting a little girl. "How confident are you that you can get me through? You yourself have suffered so much," Lin Duo said. 40%. "Are you that confident?" Lin Duo tilted her head, trying to see if the Zombie King was lying, but unfortunately, this time it failed. She couldn't tell if he was exaggerating. Bai Xiao kept his hand on her head, saying, "If I had gone with you directly back then, you would probably be dead on the way." I only have less than a 20% chance of success. But I already gone through it once myself, so going again will be much easier. Plus, I'm stronger than before, so bringing someone along isn't a problem. It's all the same everywhere, really. Linduo shook her head. Those living in the ruins had long foreseen this day. Do you think the shelter can remain stable in the face of them? Linduo pointed to the distance, in the direction the flock of decaying birds had flown away. Rather than risking going so far, living a chaotic life, and migrating with them again, it's better to just live quietly for a while. Who can avoid dying? That's why it's a gamble, Bai Xiao said. What if I die on the way? Linduo laughed. If you die on the way, I bring your body back. Linduo didn't speak, but moved her stool to the side, leaning against his shoulder. Aren't there people from Qinjiabao? They didn't go either. Qinjiabao are traitors to humanity, and I'm a traitor to the zombies, Bai Xiao said. There's Qinjiabao in these ruins. Bai Xiao felt that in other ruins without safe zones, there might be Wangjiabao and Zhangjiabao as well. You can survive for at least a few more years here. Taking a gamble might mean dying on the road, and even if you reach the shelter, you might not be as well protected as I am, Linduo said. You're the zombie queen. Really not going to take a gamble? Bai Xiao asked. It's nice to meet you, Linduo said with a smile. Last winter was very enjoyable. I love that kind of life. Although it was cold, I had people to talk to inside, warm ourselves by the fire, and eat something. Before I knew it, the winter was over. That was the most comfortable winter she had ever had. She didn't go hungry, nor did she suffer the cold alone. Although she was a zombie, zombies are really hot. Even through her clothes, she felt warm. It's a pleasure to meet you, he had said to Linduo, as had Yuming, and it seemed Zhang Ten had said it too. In the ruins, as long as there was no conflict, meeting a young person was always a pleasure, even if they weren't on the same path. They were all happy to meet a zombie, though some didn't know his identity, and some did. It was hot. They weren't working that day, so Linduo moved a small stool aside, leaned on his shoulder, and sat together until evening. They watched the sunset, the red glow on the horizon, gazing at the twilight scenery of the apocalypse. Linduo gently fanned herself with a palm leaf fan, her expression calm. The only things that remained unchanged before and after the disaster were the sun and moon hanging high in the sky. Everything else had long been unrecognizable. Comparing it to pre-disaster photos, only a trace of the past could be found. Sing that song again. Which one? The one you sang for the first time on the road. She was referring to the time a few years ago when Bai Xiao was scratched by a big cat in the city after his first scavenging trip. The wound became infected, and Linduo thought he would die. The zombies sadly left behind the gold bars he had collected. Although they were useless, you couldn't eat or drink them. They were all the zombie king had at the time. He said he was happy to have met this friend, that everything wasn't too bad, and then he sang her a song. Bai Xiao thought for a while before vaguely remembering what he sang. I once dreamed of traveling the world with a sword. To see the world's splendor. The heart of youth is always a little reckless. Yes, to see the world's splendor. Linduo squinted. When the zombie king went to find a shelter, she had thought about it for a long time, but she just couldn't remember those words. Trapped in the ruins for so many years, it was hard to imagine that the world was connected to prosperity. Perhaps the outside world was like in old photographs. So many people, so many cars, and gleaming skyscrapers, not a wasteland. She sighed almost imperceptibly. It was better for the outside world to exist only in her imagination. The sun had set, but it still hadn't cooled down. It was stiflingly hot. Bai Xiao ultimately didn't persuade her to gamble on going to the safe zone. Linduo stood up from the stool and went to the well. Bai Xiao had paved it with stone slabs, making it much cleaner. Sometimes, when showering, she would walk barefoot on the cool stone slabs. He had renovated this little house very well. It was something he hadn't bothered to do when he lived alone. Don't wash them anymore, just throw them away and pick them up again. There are so many. Bai Xiao saw her pick up the clothes soaking in the basin. You still have decades to live. What will you do when you run out of clothes? Wear a leaf and look like a savage. Linduo didn't turn around. You need to learn to wash clothes and use things sparingly. After all, you're not like those old zombies who might live a long time. What if you waste everything? No toothbrush, no clothes, no shoes, and the city buildings collapse? You'd be out hunting wild boars naked. Look at what you're saying. Bai Xiao thought it really was possible. If even the safe zone was gone, in 20 years he'd be in a desperate situation with nothing to wear, and would have to wear a leaf to hunt wild boars. Oh wait, there are wolf pelts, a few simple cuts, and you have a piece of clothing. Speaking of which, zombies don't need clothes, right? Linduo turned around. Have you ever seen a zombie without clothes? There's a bathhouse in the city. The zombies that used to escape from there were naked, swaying back and forth. If I can't survive, and you bite me and turn me into a zombie, you have to put clothes on me. Linduo suddenly looked at him warily. Didn't you say zombies don't need clothes? Then I won't let you bite me. Okay, I put clothes on you. If you turn into a zombie, I chain you up under the shed and make you guard the door. Bai Xiao said, then I feed you meat, maybe you won't lose weight so quickly. Chapter 135. And then put black stockings on me? Turn me into a black stocking female zombie? Linduo asked. It's not impossible. Bai Xiao thought about the image of keeping a black stocking female zombie in the yard, and suddenly felt it was acceptable. As long as he fed her enough meat, maybe he could even touch and pinch her, and then he wouldn't have to endure her strange looks. It's better to be a human. The Zombie King sighed. A black stocking female zombie could never compare to a person who could talk and laugh. He couldn't imagine Linduo with red eyes, only able to scream. It's not like I'm going to die immediately, don't be so gloomy. With you protecting me, at least we can get through 2 more winters. Linduo was very optimistic. Every day is a bonus. Only 2 years. Bai Xiao said. Yeah, if I could live another 10 or 8 years, that would be a huge win, Linduo said hopefully. I hope I can live a few more years. Is that all you wish for? The Zombie King scoffed. This human was content with just 10 or 8 more years. Shameful. 10 or 8 years is enough, Linduo said. Enough for what? Bai Xiao asked. Enough to live, like the people before the disaster, having half a lifetime of memories is enough, Linduo said. By then, half a lifetime will be spent on daily necessities. What will the apocalypse have to do with us? She hung her clean clothes under the eaves to dry, water droplets dripping onto the ground. The ground was paved with old bricks, all intact ones that the Zombie King had salvaged from the ruins of the collapsed houses outside, some even taken from the walls. Swinging her hands, she went to the stove to light a fire and boil water. Linduo squatted down, turning back as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. If I turn into a zombie, I won't be able to do laundry, cook, or take care of this Zombie King anymore. What's wrong? If I turn into a zombie, can you warm my feet in the winter? It's very cold. Okay. Bai Xiao agreed. I'd bring you inside so we can warm ourselves by the fire. That's great. Isn't that better than dying in the shelter? Linduo smiled. Every winter from now on, it can be the same as last year. Aunt Qian keeps a zombie, and she keeps one too. It was getting dark, and the stove was crackling. She cooked a fish, which was for her, then put in the shriveled meat of a muntjac, and threw in 2 hawthorns, which were for the Zombie King. She could eat the infected meat even if it was overcooked, but since there were other things to eat, the Zombie King wouldn't give her this. Sooner or later, all the meat on the mountain and in the water would turn like this. That time wouldn't be too long. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. Even standing still, one would break into a sweat, and it was unbearable to stand in the sun. Bai Xiao, unable to bear the heat, dove into the river to cool off for a while, then speared a fish with a harpoon. Linduo envied him for not being afraid of the monsters in the water. She couldn't go into the water at most. She could take a cool shower by the well, and then sit in the shade with a palm leaf fan. Occasionally, flocks of infected birds would take flight from the forest on the mountain, heading into the distance, or circling for a while before landing again. Bai Xiao also speared a fish with shrunken scales in the river. It was infected, bright red blood mixed with rotting flesh. It was disgusting to look at. Burying it in the ground wasn't good, and throwing it back wasn't good either. After thinking for a moment, Bai Xiao finally tossed it far away on a rock to dry in the sun. Wearing a straw hat, he patrolled the river bank for a long time, then splashed in the cold water. When he returned carrying 2 fish, his vest, which had been dry, was now soaked with sweat again. Where were you? Bai Xiao asked, seeing Linduo still engrossed in her Confucian classics, having already read most of them. Throwing them away wouldn't change anything. I saw Wusong, Linduo said. Wangpa said, I'm a master strategist. No matter where you sue, I win. She has people all over the government. And then? Then Wusong, whom she had ruined, came back. Oh dear, this is terrible. Saying this, she tossed the fish into the basin, put down her book, and glanced at him. Why are you looking at me? Bai Xiao asked. Shameless. Even if it's the end of the world, life goes on. Bai Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow, went to check on the neighbor's vegetable garden, then returned with his straw hat, fanning himself against his face. It was too hot. Lin Duo had laid out 2 mats in the main room and opened the back door. After lunch, during the hottest part of the day, the cicadas outside chirped incessantly, and a draft passing through the room made it much cooler. Like warming herself by a fire in winter, she lay on the floor, fanning herself with a palm leaf fan, trying to let the breeze reach both of them. At this time, the cicadas' chirping wasn't annoying. Instead, it gave a sense of peace, because it represented vibrant life. It would be terrible if one day even the cicadas couldn't be heard in summer. Lying on the floor, accompanied by the cicadas' chirping, Bai Xiao looked at the ceiling, and turning his head, he could see the matte imprints on Lin Duo's face. She even reached out and placed her hand on the zombie's belly. "What are you doing? Aren't you hot? Aren't you cool?" Lin Duo asked. "No, I'm dying of heat." "That shouldn't be the case." Lin Duo, like a scientist, lay on the mat pondering. "In winter, you're hot and I'm cold, so I feel warm when I touch you. Now it's unbearably hot in summer, I should be cooler than you." "Do you think you're an air conditioner?" Bai Xiao sat up. There had been a basin of cool water in the room, but now it wasn't so cool anymore. Lin Duo would take a nap. Now the days are long and the nights short. It gets light early and doesn't get dark until very late, so she needed to catch up on sleep in between. She slowed her movements while fanning herself with a palm leaf fan, and the zombie king took it, sitting cross-legged on the ground and fanning her. "Let's burn the mountain this winter," Bai Xiao suddenly said, looking at the scorching weather outside the window. Burning it should clean things up a lot. We can also collect and store the charcoal. It's better than firewood, and we can even gather some game." He had somehow started thinking like this human, even in the height of summer, already worrying about winter. Lin Duo hummed in agreement, feeling a bit sleepy since she no longer needed to fan herself. "I should be fanning you," she said. "Why? What if you don't warm my feet when I become a zombie?" Lin Duo said. "Keep sleeping." Bai Xiao sat on the ground fanning herself. Soon, the human fell asleep. It wasn't this hot or unbearable in previous years. She usually wore a straw hat, carried a bamboo basket, and went outside to search for things. "You can secretly lick my feet. I won't know," she whispered, half asleep. "You're disgusting," the zombie king said. "You licked my fingers before. It's the same thing. Hands are for eating, not for getting your saliva on them." "Shut up." The zombie king sniffed. "I just smell the human scent." Lin Duo seemed to have really fallen asleep, and didn't make a sound. Bai Xiao leaned closer, smelling her human scent, and suddenly felt this action was a bit lewd. "Are you drooling?" She spoke again. "Are you asleep or not? I woke up as soon as you came close." Lin Duo touched his face, used her fingers to pry open his mouth and put it inside. "Licking your fingers is fine. I washed them properly, don't bite." "I'm definitely going to chain you up with iron chains from now on," Bai Xiao said coldly. "Don't talk. What if you cut my fingers?" Lin Duo half closed her eyes, pressed him down, put her fingers in the zombie's mouth, and this time she really fell asleep. She slept until the sun was setting before waking up, stretching and sitting up. "Wash your hands," Bai Xiao said. "Oh." Lin Duo stood up and walked out, then stopped at the door. "Do I need to wash my feet? How am I supposed to know if you need to wash them? This guy is so weird." The zombie king was furious, his voice rising 8 octaves. "Zombies like to bite, not lick. You can't bite, just lick them to satisfy your craving." Lin Duo had already gone outside, rubbing her hands by the well. "I like to lick candy when I eat it. It's better than just smelling it." Chapter 136. Lin Duo still trusted Bai Xiao. Since he said she didn't need to wash, it meant he hadn't secretly licked it while asleep. Actually, she could understand. If she were faced with a fragrant chicken leg constantly in front of her, she definitely wouldn't be able to resist just smelling it and drooling a little. Zombies biting is instinctive. Judging from this, the zombie king was truly powerful and formidable. After washing her hands, she took a wild root she used to gnaw on, broke it in half, and handed it to the zombie king. It was afternoon, and the house was stuffy. It was much cooler outside. She pumped water from the well to fill a large basin and splashed it into the yard. The bricks paving the yard were instantly soaked, damp and refreshing. A small table was placed in the neat and clean yard, making it much more comfortable to cool off. This was a benefit Bai Xiao hadn't considered before laying the bricks. Sitting in the cool yard, he felt that if there was a watermelon, it would be perfect. Sitting in a farmhouse courtyard, chilling a watermelon in a water tank, and splashing water on the ground to cool off, this was life they had experienced even before the apocalypse. Why do I feel like you become a little bean sprout? Bai Xiao, sitting at the small table, only then noticed that Lin Duo had become petite. She used to have long legs, looking fierce while holding a gun. Now, sitting there, she looked tiny and much more delicate. You become bigger. Lin Duo looked at the table, then at him. This zombie had indeed grown bigger, but having lived together for so long, it wasn't obvious. She only knew he was gaining weight day by day. Really? Bai Xiao looked down at his hands, which had become quite large without him realizing it. He hadn't stopped eating since he came back, and he ate like crazy every day. By the time winter was over, he had regained the size he used to have when he went out. It was alright then, but later he went to the city to scavenge and brought back so much junk. Every day, he would throw expired milk powder, coffee, and other random things into a cup and chug them down as snacks to supplement his nutrition. Probably from drinking expired milk powder. The zombie felt it had found the reason. Just like gaining weight during the holidays, it had picked up too much junk in the city last time, and zombies don't have any dietary restrictions, unlike this human who gets diarrhea from drinking expired food. You won't become super big, will you? Lin Duo was a little worried. Getting stronger wasn't a bad thing, but being this big meant eating even more. If you weren't so capable, I definitely couldn't afford to support you. Now, even if she swung the hoe until it smoked, she couldn't do it. Feet. Bai Xiao said across the table. What? Lin Duo munched on half a wild root, taking her foot out of her slipper and stretching it out. Bai Xiao grabbed it and pressed it against his stomach, comparing it. The contrast was obvious. He had held it a lot in winter, but now, after half a year without touching it, his thick hands could easily grasp it, making her ankles and feet appear more slender. The contrast was also striking when he stepped on her stomach. What are you expecting? The zombie king looked up and saw the expectation in Lin Duo's eyes. This damned woman. I thought you finally couldn't resist licking it, Lin Duo said. Come here. Okay. Lin Duo, still munching on the wild root, moved closer, only to be encircled by Bai Xiao. In winter, she could feel his ribs when hiding under his coat, but now she couldn't struggle at all. His broad shoulders completely concealed her figure. Have I grown taller? She was so small, a completely different feeling from winter. Get off me, it's so hot. Lin Duo pushed him away a little. Even in summer, it was unbearable. Bai Xiao released the little girl. Although she had been exercising, she had only become more muscular. The occasional glimpse of her stomach beneath her tight clothes revealed muscle definition, but she hadn't grown as large as him. I feel like if you encountered that wolf from last winter again, you could kick it to death with one kick. Lin Duo had felt the oppressive feeling when he had her encircled. There was no room for struggle. If she encountered a zombie like that in the city, she would be dead on the spot. It's not that exaggerated, is it? Do you know how strong a deer's neck is? Lin Duo asked. It's quite strong. Bai Xiao looked down at his hands again. He couldn't tell if it was expired milk powder or infected animal meat, but he felt no discomfort. In fact, he felt good. You didn't even remind me. Bai Xiao complained. It's good to see you getting stronger every day. Lin Duo hadn't finished eating the wild root in her hand when the zombie king grabbed her by the arm, lifted her up, then put her down, and weighed her in his hand. You're so weak. You're the zombie king now, Lin Duo said. Even fresh zombies couldn't compare to him. He hadn't stopped eating in months. He ate whenever he wanted, and after eating, he'd make himself a huge cup of some random stuff. Perhaps she was used to living with zombies. She didn't find it strange. But now that Bai Xiao mentioned it, Lin Duo was shocked to realize how huge the zombies had become. You're still eating. Bai Xiao swallowed half a palm-sized wild root in 2 bites, while Lin Duo herself had only managed to eat a third of hers after nibbling for a while. I can't just starve, can I? Bai Xiao frowned, looking at the expired milk powder on the windowsill. He pondered, if I drink like this for another 6 months, won't I turn into a gargantuar? What's that? Lin Duo asked. Seeing Lin Duo's bewildered face, Bai Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. He said, you weave a big basket, I carry it on my back, and you can hide inside. I can carry you anywhere. You shoot the peas, and I take you to eat Dave's brains. He laughed as he spoke, becoming more and more like a villain. A gargantuar was impossible, those things were incredibly slow. He was different, he could run. Lin Duo just stared at him. Now, the zombie king truly deserved the title of king. I always feel like I raised an incredible zombie for humanity. She had only a small piece of wild root left to gnaw on, so she simply stuffed it into the zombie's mouth. So it was you. Bai Xiao was still wondering if it was expired milk powder, infected meat, or just that all satiated zombies acted this way, when it suddenly dawned on him, this human always liked to stuff whatever she ate into his mouth. There was no doubt about it. Ever since he returned last year, emaciated and thin, this human had developed a habit of stuffing a little bit of whatever she ate into his mouth. Me what? The survivors in the ruins were all skinny, their clothes hanging loosely on them. The appearance of such a large zombie was truly bizarre. It's your fault, you can't escape it. Bai Xiao only needed to think for a moment to realize how much this human usually stuffed into his mouth. Even if it was just a small bite each time, the frequency was undeniable. The tiny human and the large zombie sat together, and Bai Xiao really wanted to grab her and give her a squeeze. The sun had set, and the heat had subsided, replaced by a stifling atmosphere. Leaving Lin Duo to continue munching on her sweet potato-like tuber, Bai Xiao got up and went to the vegetable garden to pull weeds. Be careful, don't crush them to death, Lin Duo warned. This zombie should be wearing a helmet and wreaking havoc in the city, not farming. Chapter 137. Watching the zombie transform from emaciated to its current form, Lin Duo was very satisfied. Even if everyone in the ruins died, he could live on forever. She couldn't even imagine how comfortable it would be to be hugged by such strong arms in winter. Unfortunately, she only had a few years left at most. She sighed, wondering if she could become strong after turning into a zombie. Wusong should be like you. Leaning against the wall, eating dates while watching the zombies in the vegetable garden, Lin Duo thought of the man who fought the tiger. She used to be unable to imagine how a frail human could kill a tiger with his bare hands, but now she had a reference. You're right. Go to the roof and see if any tigers are coming down. I drag it back, Bai Xiao said. Lin Duo took the binoculars, climbed the ladder to the roof, and looked towards the hillside. She had spotted the infected muntjac with the binoculars last time, and Bai Xiao had dragged it back without even lifting a knife. It's so hot on the roof, she said. Then stand still, don't lie down. If you attract anything flying over, jump down, I can catch you, Bai Xiao said from below, then asked after a moment, is there anything? No. Looking through the binoculars, she saw no infected monsters emerging from the other side of the mountain, but occasionally she could see birds taking flight and landing. She climbed down the ladder, sat in the front hall to enjoy the breeze, and watched the zombies pull weeds and connect to water pipes. She went over and held one end, and the zombies started pumping the lever on the well. Cool well water gushed from the pipes, watering the vegetable garden. Lin Duo stretched her feet out to cool down. The well water was perfect, warm in winter and cool in summer. After watering the vegetable garden, she returned with a hose to wash the zombie off the sweat and dust from weeding. Bai Xiao took off his shirt and sat shirtless, pumping water from the well. Lin Duo then thoroughly drenched him with the hose. He wasn't happy unless she did it properly, and wanted to dive into the river for a while. Although zombies weren't afraid of river monsters, it wasn't entirely safe. Once he was thoroughly rinsed, she put on gloves and vigorously rubbed the zombie's back with a towel. It was like rubbing pork, given his size. So sturdy, the human commented as she rubbed. Good quality tendon would be very chewy on a wild boar. I don't even know what a fresh zombie should look like, Bai Xiao said. It certainly shouldn't look like you now, Lin Duo said. If fresh zombies looked like him back then, they wouldn't have been able to run away. Looking at the zombie's broad shoulders and old scars, she wanted to touch and pinch them, but she restrained herself well. Lin Duo calmly rubbed him. Turn around. No need. What's there to be shy about, zombies? Lin Duo slapped his back. I was afraid you'd be shy. Bai Xiao turned around, and clearly saw Lin Duo's throat move. You? What's wrong with me? Lin Duo's expression was calm. I'm a zombie. Good that you know. My skin isn't loose, is it? Bai Xiao tilted his head back and closed his eyes. No, it's very firm. Lin Duo scrubbed the zombie as carefully as if she were washing pork. After sunset, it was cooler outside than inside, especially since Bai Xiao had chosen a small room in the middle for warmth when he moved in, making it stuffy and hot in the summer. After taking a shower, he sat in the front hall, shirtless, enjoying the breeze. In his days as a zombie, he had learned to be like Lin Duo before, working when there was work to do, and when not, sitting here fanning himself with a palm leaf fan was a form of enjoyment, both peaceful and serene. When he lived under the shed, he hadn't learned this yet, constantly worrying about what to do, whether there was a settlement, a shelter. This was a completely different life from before he became a zombie. Lin Duo, having finished showering herself, changed into loose clothing and sat beside him, fanning herself. The room was stuffy, and no one wanted to go back inside, so they sat outside. The sky was full of stars. Looking up, the world seemed vast. If I were human, I'd be making babies as soon as it got dark. Do zombies still have that function? Linduo was skeptical. Don't look down on zombies, I'm telling you. Why don't you try it with a female zombie in black stockings? Maybe I can see a little zombie to play with before I die. She thought about it, and it seemed quite interesting. The old zombie is definitely useless now, just skin and bones. Bai Xiao finished speaking, and saw Linduo glancing at him sideways. What? Bai Xiao asked. I have a feeling you're up to something. This silly zombie is full of malice. Linduo saw the little figure on the windowsill, which Bai Xiao had brought back from scavenging in the city. She felt the zombie king was hinting at something. The little figure was wearing black stockings and carrying a gun. I seen women with guns in the apocalypse dressed like this, Bai Xiao said, and with high heels too. Where did you see that? This zombie was bragging without thinking. Who wears such high heels? Even an old zombie couldn't run away from that. In comics. And in games. Linduo looked at the zombie king with disdain. You don't believe me? Bai Xiao chuckled. Wear this when you're scavenging, and let's see if you can run. Linduo said. It's not for running. Then what's it for? To be captured and have baby zombies. Full of wicked intentions. What wicked intentions could I have? Bai Xiao shrugged. Actually, talking about those games and comics with a human was quite nice, but she had never seen them, and couldn't imagine them. If I become a zombie, you chain me up, put black stockings on me, and tie me under a shed to have baby zombies? Linduo frowned. You have a very rich imagination. Bai Xiao praised. Linduo kicked him once. Not satisfied, she kicked him again. The zombie remained motionless, still sitting there, slowly fanning itself. Crickets chirped in the vegetable garden. After resting for a while, when it wasn't so hot anymore, Linduo went back inside. She lit a candle, tidied up the mat she used for her afternoon nap in the main room, and lay down to sleep there. It was much cooler here than in the stuffy room. If she weren't worried about birds flying in at night, she would have preferred to sleep on the roof. Don't step on me when you come in. I'm sleeping on the floor, Linduo instructed. Can I sleep there too? Go ahead and sleep there. Linduo blew out the candle. The sweltering heat was unbearable, but it was better than freezing to death in winter. She looked up, and could see the dark figure fanning itself in the doorway, its outline visible in the faint starlight. The zombie king didn't go inside. It just sat by the door all night. As a zombie, it had more convenience than this human. Just like when the shed collapsed, it could get plenty of rest sitting outside against the wall. Now, those old zombies no longer roam the village, only the occasional chirping of insects remains. I'm serious, if you feel bad, you can do it while I'm asleep. I will, Bai Xiao said. So that when everyone dies, you won't even know what humanity feels like. Chapter 138. Linduo, her long legs crossed, slept on a mat in the main room. She woke up at the crack of dawn to find a zombie sitting at the door. Having a large zombie guarding outside made her feel safe. You sat outside all night? Watching shooting stars, and it was cooler too. Bai Xiao rubbed his neck, but he hadn't seen any. About 10 years ago, that was probably the period of artificial satellite crashes. Now it's rare, only occasionally. It must have been grand and dazzling. Bai Xiao felt a little regretful that he hadn't witnessed the complete collapse of civilization. If the ending was already predetermined, then being a bystander was a kind of luck. Compared to dying in obscurity, this was more like unparalleled luck. Especially for a zombie, surviving to the very end, witnessing destruction firsthand. Linduo walked barefoot to the door. Standing in the dimly lit courtyard, the sky was still dark. The figures of humans and zombies overlapped. It wasn't dawn yet, the earth was still asleep. She wrapped her thin clothes tighter around herself, and glanced at the sitting zombie. Compared to this zombie, she was slender, her jet black hair making her neck appear even whiter. She covered her mouth and yawned. As if by unspoken understanding, Linduo knew he had always been aware that she was a zombie. Actually, you don't have to do this, she said. Bai Xiao tilted his head. Spending so much time with this human, he suddenly realized that he didn't need to follow human schedules. Zombies could have more suitable routines. But it was still better to think of himself as a human. In this kind of weather, now was the perfect time to work. Before the sun rose, Linduo went up to the roof to get binoculars and looked into the distance, the hillsides and mountains. After coming down, she slung a basket over her shoulder, grabbed her homemade gun, and went out with the zombie. She didn't return until the sun was high in the sky, and it started to get hot again. Then she came back fully loaded to wash up. The intense heat was almost unbearable for the zombie king. Around noon, he sought refuge in the shade, hoping for rain to cool the land and replenish its moisture. The fields were parched and cracked. The snowstorm had been followed by drought. The past 2 years had been difficult, and the situation had remained challenging since. Coupled with abnormal weather, and without human intervention, even the slightest change in climate could impact the survivors. The pond at the foot of the mountain that Linduoduo had mentioned had dried up during a severe drought. This was a chain reaction following the disaster. Humanity's control and influence over nature had diminished, and its resilience to unforeseen events had weakened. Just like many years ago, they were now dependent on the heavens for survival. Not only was the sun exceptionally scorching, but it had also been rainless for many days. The green mountains seemed to radiate heat. Linduoduo found a broken watering can and began misting herself as if watering flowers, occasionally spraying herself in the main room. Bai Xiao went to the riverbank. The river had receded considerably, and the zombie fish he had thrown onto the large rock earlier were now shriveled. He soaked in the water for a while, feeling the rushing current. Across the river, an emaciated zombie deer loomed, barely visible among the reeds. It was nothing but skin and bones. Even if caught, it would yield little meat, just fibrous, withered flesh. These monsters were commonplace in this land. Bai Xiao stared at its dull, lifeless eyes, covered in pus, and made a few sucking noises, wondering when it would collapse. Hidden within the mountains lay untold terrors. Aside from the cicadas chirping, the birdsong grew increasingly faint. Swimming downstream, Bai Xiao finally killed it, ending its lifeless, zombie-like existence. Emerging from the river, his wet footprints dried quickly on the ground. His clothes were somewhat torn. He went home and searched for clothes. Linduoduo had packed a lot of men's clothing from the city. Unlike her own clothes, which were more conservatively concealed, she knew zombies didn't need to be covered up. Short sleeves and vests were fine. She had been more casual with what she brought back. Bai Xiao even found several suits. He tried them on, but they were a bit tight. There was no mirror in the house, so he went to look at himself in the mirror in Linduoduo's room. Ever since he was infected, he hadn't liked looking in the mirror. His taut body and bloodshot eyes, even in a suit, didn't make him look human. Instead, he exuded a strange ferocity, like an elite leader who would unleash valuable loot. Standing in front of the mirror, he recalled the time he looked most human. It was when he first followed Linduoduo and ate vegetarian food. As long as he wore sunglasses, he looked human, which concealed his zombie identity. But since returning, he had become more and more like a zombie. Hearing his footsteps, Linduoduo, who had been dozing in the main room, sprayed herself with a watering can to cool down and came over barefoot. She saw the zombie king standing in front of the mirror, seemingly lost in thought. She stood beside him and looked in the mirror. With this human as a comparison, Bai Xiao covered his eyes. "Aren't you afraid?" "What's there to be afraid of?" "I raised you," Linduoduo said. "Such a big zombie, your homemade gun is useless." Bai Xiao stepped back a little. The mirror couldn't fit 2 people. He looked at the 2 of them in the mirror, bent down, and wrapped his arms around Linduoduo's legs, letting her sit on his arms, and lifted her up. Linduoduo stared at the mirror for a moment, vaguely remembering that her mother had held her like this when she was little, letting her sit on one arm. Later, when she grew heavier, she stopped being held like that. However, it was a little different. Her mother wasn't very strong, so she needed to lean against his chest, but the zombie king's arm was very strong, allowing him to keep her seated steadily. Linduoduo, dressed in white, sat on the arm of the zombie king, who was dressed in a suit. "Say one word, and you take their lives," Bai Xiao said. It was a pity this human wasn't wearing a skirt, otherwise, covering her legs would make her look even more like a character from a game he used to play. Zombies are really strong. Linduoduo didn't say anything, but instead squeezed Bai Xiao's arm, her legs dangling and swinging slightly. Not cooperative at all. Bai Xiao tried to put her down, but Linduoduo grabbed his arm tightly, saying, "Sit a little longer." "Is it comfortable sitting like this?" "It's fun." Linduoduo raised an eyebrow. "I don't think anyone has ever sat on a zombie's arm like this." "I don't think there's ever been a zombie like me either," Bai Xiao said. Linduoduo sat steadily, her dangling toes swaying slightly, looking rather happy. Bai Xiao had no idea what she was so happy about. "Drink more expired milk powder, and you get stronger," she said, supporting the zombie's arm. With expired milk powder mixed with coffee, and the occasional sip of red wine, this zombie was living a much more comfortable life than a human. "Aren't you hot?" Lin Duo asked, noticing him wearing long sleeves in the sweltering heat. I'm checking if I look human. Bai Xiao had brought out his formal attire to try and appear as normal as possible. After letting Lin Duo go back inside, he continued searching the room. Chapter 139. The sky was cloudless and clear. The air around the ground was distorted by the high temperature. Worried that the well would run dry if things continued like this, Bai Xiao went outside and brought back several more water vats, cleaned them, filled them with water, and placed them in the neighboring courtyard. A white figure lay napping on a mat in the main room. The occasional noises outside the courtyard didn't disturb her rest. Instead, they made her feel more at ease. Those were restless zombies at work. The afternoon was sweltering. Bai Xiao washed his face and returned to fan the human with a palm leaf fan. She turned over halfway through her nap, revealing half of her loose clothes. Bai Xiao glanced at her, then reached out and covered her up again. Lin Duo suddenly opened her eyes, looked at him for a moment, and before Bai Xiao could explain, she closed her eyes again. I wanted to give it to you. You can play with it, she said with her eyes closed, just don't hurt me. The zombie king was stunned for a moment, then asked uncertainly, are you awake? You have the guts to say it, but not the guts to play? No. That's fine too. No. That's right, that's right. Bai Xiao didn't know what kind of filthy book she had read. She was a scavenger, picking up anything she could find. But it was still a bit too audacious. He stared at this human. Why was she so calm about something so outrageous? Bai Xiao suspected that even if she picked up a gun and shot a zombie, she would never blush. This human didn't have that ability. When she glimpsed something while doing pull-ups, she said she was so embarrassed, but her face remained calm. I told you not to read those filthy books, the zombie king said. Wasn't that what you said? Lin Duo didn't open her eyes, but reached out and touched his face. This lecherous zombie. You're a zombie, you can't do anything. It's still a bit too much. Oh fine, if you don't want to play, then don't. She finished speaking and went back to sleep, as if it were a trivial matter. Bai Xiao sat for a long time, looking out the window, then back at her peaceful sleeping face. Is this the barbarian who grew up in the apocalypse? No, is she crazy? Bai Xiao stared at her, poked her with his finger. It was bouncy and soft. He poked her again, then withdrew his hand, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan and looking out the window. When Lin Duo woke up, she saw the zombie sitting on the mat, looking down at some landscape photos she had brought back from scavenging. Some photos were still clear, while others had yellowed edges. Her imagination of the outside world, of the pre-disaster era, largely stemmed from these historical records. They were more tangible than written stories, as if placing things from decades ago directly before her eyes, a completely different scene compared to the zombie-infested ruins. Some of the photos looked familiar to Bai Xiao. The grand buildings were bustling with people. Some he and his friends had visited, others he had seen online and remembered. This is the sea. I heard my family talk about it, Lin Duo said, taking his fan and sitting cross-legged, also looking down at the photos. Before the disaster, many people would play on the beach in the summer, Bai Xiao said, sitting in the stuffy room. It was very windy and cool there. The wind was salty and damp, not this dry. Now the beach must be covered in bones and zombies. Buried by sand and dust, you could easily step on them. Like this? Lin Duo picked up the spray bottle, sprayed a couple of times with water mist, and vigorously fanned herself. No, you need to add some salt, Bai Xiao said. Lin Duo, being frugal, wouldn't waste salt in the spray bottle. She sprayed the fan a few times to wet it, then fanned herself again, instantly feeling a little cooler. That's a Ferris wheel. It can transport people to places dozens of meters high, Bai Xiao said. I seen it, Lin Duo said. You seen it? There used to be one in town, but it collapsed. She used to see it from afar every time she scavenged, but then it collapsed sometime during her scavenging trip. That time, she thought she was on the wrong road. She couldn't see the huge wheel standing in the distance, no matter how hard she looked. These photos were treasured by her. They were very precious. Sometimes she would take them out to look at them. They depicted the world where the previous generation lived, a world without disasters or zombies. There were universities, ancient temples, historical sites, mountains, water, and the sea. These photos, pieced together, showed the places where his parents' generation had once lived. After looking at them one by one, Bai Xiao stacked them up on the mat, gently tapping them to align, and returned them to Lin Duo. A cool breeze blew through the room. Lin Duo, holding the stack of pre-disaster photos, flipped through them again by herself. That thing you mentioned last time. Sai, was it that you wanted to see these places? she suddenly asked. No. Bai Xiao looked at the photos in her hand and said, what he wanted to see was what these places looked like after they became ruins. He went inside and brought out some iron rings he had scavenged. He had originally intended to make a suit of armor for a heavily armored zombie, but realized that by the time it was finished, it might not fit anymore. Now, he didn't need armor anymore. He could even use a door from an abandoned car as a shield. It even had a built-in doorknob. When the sun subsided a bit, and it wasn't so scorching, Lin Duoduo, with binoculars around her neck, climbed onto the roof to observe the distant fields, hillsides, and the lush greenery on the mountains. You got those big vats of water? She asked, noticing the large vats near the vegetable garden. I was worried the well would run out of water, and then I have to fetch water from the river. Bai Xiao also climbed onto the roof. The azure sky was clear, without a single bird in sight. Lin Duoduo looked around with the binoculars, then suddenly took them down and looked again into the distance. What did you see? Aunt Qian. What's she doing? A gunshot rang out in the distance. Bai Xiao looked in that direction, and Lin Duoduo handed him the binoculars. Something's probably gotten close to her. Every time she came back from scavenging in the city, she would return the gun. Aunt Qian lived closer to the hillside, and often shot down animals coming down from there. Sure enough, Aunt Qian brought over some meat that she couldn't identify at dusk. Lin Duoduo tried to refuse, but it was no use. The zombie king always gave Aunt Qian some meat when he had a good haul, and now that she run into her, she brought it over. Bai Xiao didn't show himself. He hadn't shown himself to Aunt Qian in a long time. The pieces of meat were clearly from infected animals. Bai Xiao ate them himself. Infected, zombified animals, like zombies, would gradually decay. If they were infected for too long, there wouldn't be any meat left. Only animals that had survived the infection or hadn't been zombified for too long could be skinned. As for the infected birds, they couldn't even be skinned. That old woman has a tenacious will to live. Bai Xiao stood on the rooftop watching her disappear into the distance, wondering if Yu Ming was still alive. People in ruins always know how to protect themselves. The old woman's will was incredibly strong. She knows better than any of us how to survive. What if I turned her into a zombie? Bai Xiao pondered, not finishing his sentence. Even if the virus mutated within her, someone that old would likely struggle to survive. Chapter 140. The zombie sat on the roof. To be honest, he didn't want to see the old woman die. But what could a zombie do? He was half sure if he could take Lin Duoduo to that distant safe zone to gamble with their lives. But for Aunt Qian, this place had long been a burial ground, her fate sealed years ago. If Lin Huayu hadn't died, if Uncle Kai hadn't died, many people in the village would have survived, and they could have left together. He jumped down from the roof with a thud, startling Lin Duoduo. She turned her head and stared blankly at him. Startled, she initially thought she would forget everything, but after a moment, she lowered her head, then looked up again, opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Angry, she put the helmet on the zombie, and then banged it twice. Is it dangerous? No danger, the zombie said honestly. Angry, the human banged the zombie's helmet twice more. That silly zombie king. Lin Duoduo took a deep breath, let the zombie go, and started splashing water in the yard with a ladle. Bai Xiao ran out. She didn't know what the zombie was doing. He was always like a street urchin, wandering around aimlessly, maybe finding something somewhere. After a while, he brought back a small bed from some house in the village, put it in the main room, and then spread the mat on the floor on top. It'd be hot for a long time. I can't keep lying on the ground, Bai Xiao said. There are insects in the village. It's unavoidable. Scorpions had appeared in his house before. They make a clicking sound when they walk at night, and if you get stung while sleeping on the ground, it hurts for a long time. Lin Duoduo rubbed the zombie's face, suddenly remembering something she'd forgotten in her fright. She turned and went to the vegetable garden in the neighboring yard. The beans crawling there were ready to be picked. She was picking vegetables over there, while the zombie rubbed his hands, heartbroken. It's not edible yet, is it? It's edible. It's still so small. How big do you want it to grow? Lin Duoduo picked a handful, washed it clean, placed it on the cutting board, and then washed her hands again. This was the first time she was eating something grown by a zombie, so she had to be careful. Her own produce couldn't compare to the greenhouse vegetables she remembered, growing and plump. Bai Xiao finally accepted this fact and washed his hands thoroughly twice. He spent all day bending over, weeding. This year was just the beginning. He lacked experience in many areas. He would become more skilled with time. The zombie planned to wait a while longer, and see if there was a way to divert water from the river, so he could plant a large area. Back then, The outside world was filled with lifeless, infected animals. He was self-sufficient, farming, fetching water, hunting, and building his own shelter. On the lifeless ruins, a zombie was working diligently. Linduoduo didn't know what he was thinking, only remembering the wild boar oil from winter. Although it had a strong, gamey smell, it was still delicious. When will we get another fresh wild boar? She meant fresh wild boar, not infected ones. Infected animals didn't have much fat, their meat was tough and dry, and you couldn't render any oil from them. If you were judging gourmet food, zombie animals were the worst kind. But fresh ones were becoming increasingly rare. Not easy. A maddened wild boar is alright, Bai Xiao said. Sigh. Linduoduo sighed, adding firewood to the stove, and suddenly said, it seems like every year these past few years has been the best year of the future. Every day of the past has been too. That's terrible, the zombie said. That's awful. Linduoduo wiped her sweat, looked at the sweat stains on her hands, and asked, want to lick it? Thank you, no thanks. The zombie said expressionlessly. Don't be so restrained, you're going against your zombie instincts. A zombie's instinct is to bite, not lick. I think I already stated that. You can't bite, but a lick will at least satisfy your craving, right? Linduoduo thought for a moment and said. When you smell it, you're actually smelling the sweat on your clothes. That's right, but your description is too disgusting. Then how should I describe it? It's the human fragrance emanating from a white, soft, young body, Bai Xiao said. And those smelly, dark old men, don't you still drool over them? Shut up, I don't want to talk to you anymore. The zombie sadly moved away. These barbarians, life is already hard enough, and they keep rubbing salt in the wound. In movies, vampires bite the white necks of blonde, busted beauties. You never see one licking their lips and biting woody gang. Although they're essentially food, both chicken legs, there's a difference between honey-glazed chicken legs and charcoal-grilled chicken legs. If he had to choose, Bai Xiao felt he'd rather bite Linduoduo's toes than bite a man's neck. Maintaining rationality isn't always a good thing. It makes you picky about food. Being picky about food is a bad habit. I'm actually a picky zombie. Bai Xiao felt even sadder. After devouring 2 large bowls of meat, the zombie queen sat in the courtyard, listening to the gurgling water from the well. The food was washing itself. Come here. Linduoduo called from the other end of the line. What for? To give you a rinse. Linduoduo had already put on her clothes, holding the hose. Every time she rinsed a zombie, she felt like a farmer washing her cattle. The cool well water felt refreshing, instantly dispelling the heat. Bai Xiao, wearing only shorts, kept pumping the well, so she held the hose and poured water over him from head to toe. Zombie body temperatures were too high, and this method of cooling him down was very comfortable. Don't shake your head, Linduoduo warned. The zombie shook his head, splashing water everywhere, soaking her clothes. Water gurgled from the prepared ditch outside the yard. The humans in the yard used hoses to rinse the zombie. After rinsing it for a while, she finally shook her hands and sat down to rest. If I become a zombie in the future, will you also hold the hose and rinse me like this? She asked casually. If you want, I can keep you soaking in a vat all day, turning you into a pickled cabbage zombie, Bai Xiao said. He suddenly remembered what Yuming had said about chopping up a zombie and turning it into bacon. Linduoduo glanced at the large water vat in the vegetable garden next door and pointed, you can soak in it too. Soaking in the river is more comfortable than soaking in a vat. I'm not going. The vat is too small. For Bai Xiao, the vat was a bit cramped, but Linduoduo could fit in. Linduoduo didn't want to go in either. A quick shower was enough for her. She sat in the yard, tossing her wet hair. It had been a long time since she felt this relaxed after the apocalypse. Hiding in this corner of the mountain village with a zombie, even just spraying him with a hose was quite amusing. She remembered being very young, the courtyard gate always tightly shut, offering few opportunities to go out and avoid the zombies outside. In the summer, her family would leave a large basin of water in the yard to warm in the sun for an afternoon. Her mother would then use this lukewarm water to bathe her. She would sit in the basin with a rubber duck. In the apocalypse, even a rubber duck was enough to keep her entertained for a long time. Finally, she would be lifted up, dried clean, and fall asleep to the occasional sounds of zombies banging on the door or howling outside. Eventually, everything became quiet. Those memories would surface unexpectedly. Her mother was always wondering when rescue would arrive, while her father, bundled up in thick protective gear, would go out with other survivors to search for supplies and aid. A vast expanse of white sky, high courtyard walls, wandering zombies outside, and the occasional howl. This scene, once so ordinary, left a deep impression on her. Chapter 141. Occasionally, when she saw the zombie king sitting there dumbfounded, she would be momentarily disoriented, wondering if she was going mad, if it was all just a fantasy, a hysteria, and if such a singing zombie had never actually existed. But that was only for a fleeting moment. She would quickly remember clearly, chaining him up, bringing him back on a tricycle, transforming him from a drooling, babbling zombie into a zombie king who could write, scavenge, hunt, and search for a shelter alone with a knife. He found the shelter, returned as a wandering zombie in the wilderness, and together they went into the mountains to gather raspberries and chestnuts, hunted wolves, and survived the long, heavy snowfall of winter. If there was any regret, it was that he appeared too late, and she wished those days could last longer. Seeing Bai Xiao fanning himself with a palm leaf fan, that faint regret in her heart dissipated like the mountain breeze. Summer nights are full of stars. She spent time each day relaxing in the courtyard, finding increasing peace in her heart. Gazing at the countless stars, as numerous as the zombies themselves, her mother said that once the zombies disappeared, they would see what their old life looked like. The old world would never return, but a new one had taken its place. Lin Duoduo rubbed the zombie's head, slipped on her slippers, and went back to the main room to lie down. The zombie king had brought back a bed, so she no longer had to lie on the floor. The windows and back door were open, and a breeze brought coolness. The zombie also lay down on the floor, fanning itself in the darkness with a palm leaf fan, the faint breeze bringing a touch of coolness. I never touched a woman's legs. Poor thing, here you go. Lin Duoduo didn't understand what was so special about touching it, but thinking back to the sturdy body she used to wipe the zombie's body, she understood a little. The zombie king only touched it once before stopping. Unexpectedly, something she couldn't do as a human was now fulfilling as a zombie. Thank you. Won't you touch it a little more? Just one touch is enough. Is that so? Lin Duoduo remembered something. Why didn't you play with it during your nap? It was a bit awkward. It's better to play with it when you become a zombie, the zombie king said. Lying on her side on the edge of the bed, Lin Duoduo lowered her hand and touched its head in the darkness. The zombie's hair was stiff and prickly. You're a perverted zombie. Don't think I don't know. Yeah, but molesting an idiot is illegal. You're the idiot. I won't say who's the idiot. Eat foot skin? Shut up. The zombie lay on the ground with one hand behind his head, letting the human stroke his head. If the environment gets worse, I chain you up inside. You can't eat, drink, or relieve yourself outside. Okay. You stay inside, I farm outside. Bai Xiao planned. Lin Duoduo touched the zombie's face, and in the darkness, put her hand in his mouth. Lick your fingers, you won't dream about biting me, will you? I don't dream. Bai Xiao took her hand, smelled the back of it, and gently kissed it. Don't keep putting your hands in my mouth. What if I get infected? Lin Duoduo closed her eyes, letting him hold her hand. She was already 22 years old, and now she had a zombie with her. If she weren't desperate to survive, she wouldn't want to become a zombie herself. She didn't know when it started, but she found peace. Maybe it was the day she saw the zombie return, thin and frail. Maybe it was when she snuggled in his arms for warmth in winter. Or perhaps it was in a moment when she covered her legs with the wolfskin and nestled her feet in the zombie's embrace. There were too many unexpected events in the apocalypse. She had already chosen a spot. If she ever died, she would have the zombie bury her there. If she became a zombie herself, then, as he said, she could chain herself under the shed to guard the door. At least, she wouldn't be so lonely. She understood. Just like before, leaving Uncle Kai and Erden in the village was better than nothing. At least familiar faces would be wandering around. Finding an acquaintance in the apocalypse was incredibly difficult. There were always unexpected events that took many lives. This time, she was lucky. She had chosen a zombie, so she wouldn't take anyone else away, but rather the one who would be taken away. Long into the future, perhaps she'd become an old zombie like Uncle Kai, and if the zombie king keeps his promise, he'd bring her inside on a cold winter day to warm her by the fire, instead of letting her be covered in snow. Her hands were always warm. It was the zombie's broad, callous hands that were holding hers. Compared to the zombie's hands, her own were much smaller. She didn't know when she fell asleep. The next day, when she woke up, she stretched as she sat up, went out of the room, washed her hands thoroughly. She touched the zombie's mouth the day before, then brushed her teeth carefully, washed her face, and went to the vegetable garden. She didn't touch the best growing beans in the garden. Those were marked with pieces of paper by the zombie, to be used for seed. She picked some green beans from the edge of the field, and a few small chili peppers had sprouted. She picked 2 of them, chopped them up, and put them in her breakfast. She didn't like spicy food, but she felt she should try it, just like when a zombie touched her leg. She had to try it, otherwise she would feel a little regretful. She first made a cup of expired milk powder coffee for the Zombie King with the boiled water, then placed it on the windowsill to cool. She covered the pot with a lid, picked up a bouncy stick, and started hopping around in the yard. The spring on the bouncy stick was a bit old, making a creaking noise, but it was still usable. With each hop, Bai Xiao said it helped improve balance. This was a toy from before the disaster. When scavenging in the city, she could always find something new. Her parents used to give her dolls, rubber ducks, wind-up frogs, and other trinkets. This was the thing she brought back from scavenging herself, along with a skateboard, but it wasn't fun. You're not allowed to turn into a zombie. The Zombie King returned from outside, and saw the human familiarizing herself with zombie practices, hopping around in the yard on the bouncy stick. It was a good time to move around before the sun came out. It would get unbearably hot soon. The heat was irritating, and she had no energy for anything. He carried a basket, picked a few sour apricots, and while grimacing as he ate them, he tossed two to her. Lin Duo threw it back. Now that there was sugar water and honey, she wasn't going to eat anything so sour. Let's go cut some bamboo over on the hillside later, she said, putting down the bouncy pole and instructing the Zombie King. Bai Xiao didn't ask why they were cutting it. There were still some bamboo under the shed, and before it got too hot after dinner, he grabbed a rope and a knife and went out. The bamboo grove was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves. Aunt Qian and Lin Duo would come here to dig for bamboo shoots, a gift from the mountains. When he arrived, there was a squirrel that had run down from the mountain in the bamboo grove. Its cloudy eyes stared at the Zombie King, lacking the liveliness of a small animal, only exuding an aura of death. Bai Xiao picked it up, snapped its neck, and rubbed its fur, noticing the markings on its body. He compared them to the lividity on his own arm, then threw it far away into an open area outside the bamboo grove. In just a day or two, it would be sunburned to the point of being nothing but skin and bones. The bamboo was lush and green, its leaves rustling in the wind. He used his knife to brush aside the fallen leaves on the ground, revealing the decaying leaves beneath. Bai Xiao sat on a rock, watching the occasional small insect leap from among the withered leaves, wondering how long this temporary tranquility would last. He suddenly thought of going into the mountains to gather some raspberries, perhaps even catching something to feast on, and also to see what preparations needed to be made for burning the mountain later. Chapter 142. While considering, he chopped 2 bundles of bamboo and carried them home. I go check in the mountains, Bai Xiao said. Lin Duo was sitting under the eaves, splitting old bamboo. Hearing him speak, she glanced up, and as she looked down again, she accidentally cut herself on the sharp edge of a bamboo stalk. She didn't notice, and only pulled her hand away after being cut. Bai Xiao's breathing quickened, and he couldn't help but stare at the bleeding wound on Lin Duo's hand. Lin Duo looked up at him, but didn't speak. Hee. Bai Xiao chuckled awkwardly, looking away. I won't talk while you're doing things next time. Be careful. Lin Duo looked down at the bleeding wound, then at the Zombie King. Open your mouth. Huh? No. Bai Xiao shook his head, then hesitated. You can try a drop, Lin Duo said. Don't you want to try? Bai Xiao suppressed his inner turmoil, slowly shaking his head. He glanced at Lin Duo, then looked into the distance. Finally, he couldn't resist closing his eyes, tilting his head back, and opening his mouth, just 1 drop. The human carefully squeezed out a drop of blood, which fell into the Zombie King's mouth. How does it feel? Not enough, Bai Xiao said. Want to try some more? Lin Duo raised her hand. Just kidding, I'm not trying anymore. Bai Xiao moved away from her. What does it taste like? She asked. It tastes like a human. Bai Xiao couldn't quite describe it. It was like drinking alcohol, only 1 drop wasn't enough. Lin Duo watched him swallow the blood, then looked down to find a strip of cloth to wrap around the wound on her finger. Don't put your finger in my mouth now. Don't let it become a habit. Bai Xiao warned her that if she put her finger in his mouth after getting injured, Lin Duo might turn into a zombie. Lin Duo smiled, pressing her finger against her wound as she sat there, staring at the Zombie King. Wipe your drool? I didn't. The zombie didn't want to continue the conversation, so he turned and found his helmet, wiped it with a cloth, and set it aside. Then he began sharpening his knife. I go check it out tomorrow, he said. Lin Duo nodded. She didn't need to offer any advice or offer any words of concern about safety. All she had to do was prepare some dry rations for the Zombie King to take and eat in the mountains. The snakes and insects were very venomous at this time of year, and the birds in the mountains had all mutated. It would be difficult for her to go there again, only in winter could she barely manage. Going now would be tantamount to suicide. The next day, he put on his helmet, wrapped thick leather around his arms, and protected his calves. Lin Duo placed the homemade gun in his hand and watched him leave. Bai Xiao didn't rush in directly. He walked a large circle around the hillside, observing the surrounding plants and terrain. Living off the land, he knew that once inside, the undulating mountains stretched out into a continuous expanse. Lin Duo hadn't ventured very deep, and he himself had only ventured behind the mountains once. The first time he came in with Lin Duo, he had seen infected, dead animals lying on the ground, twitching limply. Back then, there were birdsong and insect chirps in the forest. So much time had passed in the blink of an eye. Stepping back into the low bushes and grass, the birdsong was gone, eerily quiet. It was the same when they entered the mountains in winter, but now it was the height of summer. A patch of small, pale yellow flowers bloomed in the bushes, looking wilted. He remembered there was a small stream deep in the forest. Navigating in the mountains wasn't particularly difficult, but it wasn't easy either. He marked the trees and bushes along the way. Further on, a five-browed bird peeked out from under a tree root, then quickly retreated. This eased Bai Zhao's mind. In this environment, the presence of pristine life always brought a sense of joy. The mountains weren't a single mountain range, but a continuous stretch. The mountains, devoid of human activity, were difficult to traverse. He used to see rabbits and doves when he came to gather raspberries and chestnuts, but now they were much quieter. His main concern was the infected animals that adapted. They retained some intelligence and grew larger, much like the large cats that roamed the city. As for the zombified monsters, they would initially pose a significant threat, but they would age and cease to reproduce. They weren't truly alive, merely walking corpses. Like zombies, given enough time, they would eventually succumb and return to dust. But before turning into skeletons, they would become a new source of infection. The first birds to be infected were scavengers, attacking all living things. Compared to the zombies in the city, they were a different kind of disaster. Occasionally, there were festering animal carcasses in the grass. Judging from the wounds on their bodies, he couldn't tell what had bitten him. He poked one with his knife. Its flesh was pale. Even in the sweltering heat, the corpse didn't infest with maggots, which Bai Xiao was somewhat relieved about, as it wasn't swarming with flies. Following his memory, he arrived at the stream he remembered. Perhaps due to the lack of rain for many days, and the prolonged heat, it had dried up completely. Where the stream had once been, large areas of mud and rocks were exposed. Only after walking along the waterway for a while could he occasionally spot an isolated pool. Without flowing water, the pool's self-cleaning ability had vanished. Floating on them were the corpses of insects and frogs, the murky water emitting a foul odor. The exposed mud around them was speckled with patches of withered blood, along with scattered hair and bones. Animals in the mountains seek water, and battles often take place nearby. Bai Xiao glanced at the pool. Without a doubt, this murky water had become a source of infection. The prolonged heat had dried up the streams, polluting the pool and exacerbating the changes in the mountains. Even herbivores, like squirrels and rabbits, were not spared. He looked up at the sunlight filtering through the leaves, his heart heavy. Everything was interconnected. When the heavy snow blocked the mountains, he had thought it would benefit the survivors. Now, the high temperature had the opposite effect. The pool water was so murky, he didn't even want to wash his hands. He adjusted his helmet, passed the tall trees, and continued deeper in. Last winter, during a hunt, he had butchered that wild boar here, chopped it into large pieces, and dragged it away. The blood and entrails from that hunt were long gone. However, half-bald bamboo partridges fluttered in the distance, feathers scattered, and some, attracted by the sight, perched on branches. He saw the corpse of a venomous snake buried under fallen leaves. The fox's once sleek fur was now mottled and disheveled. Its tail, no longer fluffy and upturned, dragged along the ground as it gnawed at the carcass of a rabbit, untouched by flies. A flock of birds attacked a screeching deer. Its movements were no longer nimble, but limping, its four legs twitching intermittently, revealing festering flesh in some places. Twisted monsters occasionally peeked out from among the grass and bushes. Bai Xiao walked alone through the dense forest. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, but it lacked the warmth and tranquility of the past. The end was near. This world was decaying. Chapter 143. The afternoon sun shone in the courtyard, scorching the bricks laid out on the ground. A gust of wind brought with it a stifling heat. With the zombies gone, Lin Duo fanned herself, casually munching on a couple of wild roots like sweet potatoes, then stayed inside. She took off her shoes, curled her legs up, and lay on her side on the small bed in the main room. From this angle, she could see the heavy shadows of the distant mountains through the window. The rolling green hills stood silently there. The sky was high, and the clouds were vast. This place, that had confined her for 22 years, was becoming increasingly unfamiliar. Before, with zombies, all she had to do was close the door and be careful. Now, it was the true apocalypse. Locked inside by a zombie. She thought of what the guy had said, and a smile involuntarily appeared in her eyes. A vengeful zombie. It was just that she locked him under the shed for months before, but thinking about it, being locked inside didn't seem so bad. He could handle everything outside, while the humans were just chained up by the zombies. She got out of bed, found a chain, locked one end to her ankle and the other to the bed leg, and sat on the edge of the bed, looking down at it. The chain rattled slightly with the slightest movement of her leg, just like when she chained the zombie. She used the key to unlock it, and the chain on the bed leg opened successfully, but the key suddenly broke when she tried to open it at her ankle. She stared blankly, a hint of panic appearing on her previously bored face. After trying to unlock it all afternoon, there was another knock at the door. "Come in," she called out. "It's me," came Aunt Chien's voice from outside. Lin Duoduo froze, dragging the chain on her ankle for a couple of steps, looking at the doorway, then at her ankle, gritting her teeth as she opened the door a crack. "What is it, Aunt Chien? What are you doing?" The old lady looked at her suspiciously. "Nothing. If nothing's wrong, why are you rushing around? What was that noise?" "No noise." Lindwood's expression remained unchanged as she peeked out, her body hidden behind the door. "Don't you have anything?" "Oh, I wanted to write something down, so I borrowed a pen." "You should have one here, right?" The old lady looked at her. This pen hadn't been used in a long time, and she didn't need it. When she wanted to use it, she couldn't find a usable one anywhere in the house. "Oh, don't you have one?" "Yes." "Then you—" "I go get it." Lin Duoduo coiled the chain around her hand, preparing to close the door. The old lady looked at her with increasing suspicion. "What are you doing?" Pushing open the door, she saw the chain locked around Lindwood's ankle. Aunt Chien froze, glancing at Lin Duoduo, then at the yard, her expression instantly darkening. "What did that boy do?" "Nothing." Lin Duoduo lowered her eyes, her expression calm. She didn't know how to explain the foolish thing she did, locking herself in, and then the key broke. "Where is he?" "He went into the mountains." "You?" "I was just playing with it, and I accidentally locked myself in," Lin Duoduo said. Seeing the old lady's disbelief, she took out the broken key and showed it to Aunt Chien. Aunt Chien remained silent for a long time, leaning on her cane, lost in thought. "You locked yourself in, and then the key broke?" "That's right." "Why did you lock yourself in?" After examining it for a while, Aunt Chien couldn't open it either. She looked towards the direction of the mountains, her gaze deep. After a long while, she opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately didn't speak. She just shook her head, staring at her legs. "We still have to go into the mountains given the current situation? We were planning to burn the mountains before winter, or during winter. Things are getting unstable in the mountains now, more and more things are escaping. Burning them might bring some peace for a while. He's going to check the situation." "That's good. I tell him to clear the weeds on your side, so they don't spread over." Lin Duoduo gripped the iron chain, feeling a little awkward. Aunt Chien nodded, not saying much, then turned to look at the distant mountains again, saying, "It's time to burn them. Things aren't stable on my side either. This year. There are so many more things inside." She paused for a moment, then added, "Actually, it's best to leave. Burning them won't do much good." "I can't leave." Lin Duoduo shook her head with a smile. "You saw what he looked like when he came back last year. He become like that. I would only die on the road. He still didn't have any zombies chasing him." Aunt Chien fell silent. Leaving, the word was easy to say. If it were that easy, they wouldn't have been trapped here for so many years. "Have you thought of a solution?" "We just take it one day at a time," Lin Duoduo said. "Everywhere's like this. What difference does it make where we go? It's good that you made a decision." Aunt Chien looked at her. She used to always wear dark clothes, gray trousers covering her completely from head to toe. Even the cuffs were tightly bound. Now, things were finally different. As the apocalypse approaches, people change. This was true before the disaster, and it's true after. Take some time to bury your father. He probably doesn't want to live like this forever, Aunt Chien suddenly said. Lin Duoduo lowered her head. "If someone's with him, let him go," Aunt Chien said. "Actually, they've been dead for a long time. They're just empty shells. It's time to recognize that it's not them, just something that resembles them. Okay, Lin Duoduo replied. I'd bury Uncle Kai too. Aunt Qian shook her head. When you have time, he come over to my place and help dig a hole. Okay. She borrowed a pen and left. After walking a short distance, she looked back. Lin Duoduo stood at the door, watching her, or perhaps gazing towards the mountains. The wind blew the girl's hair. An old woman and a young girl. They had been together in this environment for a long time, but that day would eventually come. Aunt Qian withdrew her gaze and walked further and further away in the setting sun, returning to that deep and gloomy courtyard. Inside the house, Uncle Kai's aged body had little strength left. He could only sway gently. She sat in the chair, gazing at Uncle Kai, the man who had protected her as she escaped the city during the zombie outbreak. The scenes before the outbreak felt like a past life. She looked down at the yellowed photograph in her hand, the one she asked Lin Duoduo to bring back from their city home. In the photo, Uncle Kai was full of vigor, his smile carefree, one arm around a young girl. She hesitated for a long time, then lowered her head and spread out a piece of paper. When she began to write, her handwriting was terribly clumsy, crooked and uneven, like a child just learning to read. She gave a bitter laugh. It had indeed been a long time since she'd written anything. Being bitten on the ankle by a zombie is the slowest way to get infected. She wrote intermittently, pausing as darkness fell outside. When she finally put down her pen, half the paper was filled. Aunt Qian sat in the darkness, Uncle Kai withered before her, the deep night outside behind her. She had lived for over 20 years before the disaster, and struggled for over 20 more afterward. Chapter 144. The Zombie King returned 4 days later. When he came down from the mountain, his clothes were tattered. He reeked of a sour stench, and bloodstains stained his clothes and trousers. Removing his helmet, he immediately saw a human clinging to chains, which greatly surprised him. Are you a pervert? Bai Xiao noticed the chains on her feet. Lin Duoduo's expression darkened. She put on gloves, checked the zombie to ensure he wasn't seriously injured, removed his tattered clothes, and took a hose from the well to rinse him with water. Why have you been gone for so many days? I went a little deeper. Is the situation bad? Yes. Bai Xiao hesitated, organizing his thoughts to tell Lin Duoduo the bad news. Last year was a little better. But this year, some sections of the mountain streams have dried up. The once continuously flowing streams have become isolated pools, and the limited water sources have been polluted, exacerbating the decay in the mountains. I see. The marks on the zombie's body weren't severe, just scratches from thorny branches. After burrowing in there for several days, it was inevitable that the water would cause it pain and itching. After washing it clean, he chewed some grass and rubbed it on it, and it felt much better. Are you prepared to be locked up? Bai Xiao asked, turning around, the chain still hanging from her ankle. I accidentally broke it, and now I can't open it. The key is broken inside. I have to wait for you to break it open for me, Lin Duoduo said. Accidentally? Bai Xiao didn't know what kind of accident could have led to this. He looked down, picked it up, and examined it. Lin Duoduo cooperated by lifting her foot and opening her hand to show him the broken key in her palm. Do you even need to break it? Bai Xiao bent a piece of wire and fiddled with the keyhole. Lin Duoduo was sitting on the ground. The zombie was too close. Its breath on her feet made her feel like the zombie king might suddenly bite. Suddenly, with a click, the chain came off. Lin Duoduo stared blankly at the wire in the zombie's hand. Never seen this before? He waved his hand, a hint of smugness in his expression. As a child, he often envied the master thieves in TV dramas, who could open any lock with a snap of their fingers. He had tried to imitate them, but of course he couldn't. Later, with the rise of short videos, he saw people explaining the principles behind locks, and he remembered his childhood dream. Following the explanations, he finally figured it out. Although he rarely used it, and the skill seemed useless, it gave him an inexplicable sense of accomplishment in unexpected emergencies. He could even open many doors with a single card. At this moment, showing off his skills to this barbarian was quite satisfying. You already knew how? Lin Duoduo blinked, hesitatingly asking, why were you still locked up? Bai Xiao was also taken aback. Oh, you wanted to freeload a meal. Lin Duoduo remembered. No, I was just worried that I'd go berserk and turn into a mindless zombie, so I stayed there obediently to observe. Back then, she was drooling every day. It was disgusting. You just wanted to freeload a meal, otherwise you would have run away long ago. Lin Duoduo completely understood why the zombie king was safely chained up and doing calisthenics there. Firstly, he didn't have to sleep in the open, and had a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Secondly, someone provided food and lodging, so he only needed to focus on recovering. In case any humans had malicious intentions, he could unlock the chain and run away. It was all for free food and drink. Lin Duo stared at him expressionlessly, as if that would excuse the question of why she had ended up with the chain on her leg. Okay, I could have run away any time back then. If you wanted to dissect me or do some weird experiments, I would have run away long ago, Bai Xiao admitted. So you voluntarily got locked up, Lin Duo said thoughtfully. That's not voluntary, Bai Xiao said. Then why didn't you run away? Why would I run away when there's food and drink? I'm not stupid. Heaven knows what it's like outside, whether zombies will chase and bite him, whether humans will shoot him with guns. Being locked in this dilapidated courtyard is quite nice. Lin Duo blinked and turned her head away. So, can you put my leg down now? Saliva was dripping onto her leg. How disgusting. You still haven't explained why you played with the chain on your leg, the zombie king said awkwardly, standing up. It just locked up without me even noticing. Lin Duo went to the well and washed her legs with water. I told you to lick it, but you wouldn't. You were secretly drooling. The human part refuses, the zombie part doesn't listen to me, Bai Xiao said. Lin Duo knew he was hungry. He could control himself well when he was full. And Qian wants you to help dig a hole. She stood up and said. Bai Xiao paused. Maybe she doesn't have much time left, Lin Duo said. Oh, then I go check after I finish eating. It had been a long time since he's seen that old woman. Bai Xiao felt she should have died long ago. It was probably because he and Lin Duo hadn't lacked food these past few days, often giving some of their food to the old woman, and also because they'd been borrowing guns while transporting supplies in the city, sharing some of the goods they brought back. It was afternoon when he arrived, the scorching sun unsuitable for work. Only after the sun had shifted its position did Bai Xiao, carrying his shovel, reach the courtyard. Uncle Kai, once the village's guardian, who had roamed the village, lay motionless under the eaves in front of the door. A sheet covered his body, concealing his withered, zombie-like form. Aunt Qian had grown increasingly old. She showed no surprise at seeing Bai Xiao. Perhaps at this point, few things could surprise her. She simply sat there, leaning on her cane, watching the man who had changed several times over the years. Having decided to dig the pit next to the small mound in the corner of the courtyard, Bai Xiao began. For him now, it was a small matter. He was even worried about breaking the shovel if he used too much force. Uncle Kai didn't need a large pit, digging a meter and a half deep would suffice. The withered zombie, after wandering the world for so many years, had finally found peace, a tranquil resting place. Aunt Qian stared at the skeleton in the pit, as if the earth contained the rest of her life. Should we bury it? Bai Xiao asked. The old woman grabbed a handful of soil and threw it in, saying thank you. Soon, the withered bones of the dead zombie disappeared into the pit. Bai Xiao felt that Uncle Kai was undoubtedly lucky. Compared to the zombies lying in the wilderness, on the city streets, or even those still wandering, he had become a zombie, followed Lin Duo's tricycle home, wandered here for many years as a village guardian, and finally returned here, buried in his small courtyard where he once lived, his second home after this disaster. For an old zombie, this was a perfect ending. Filling the pit back in was much faster than digging it up. Aunt Qian stomped around the mound of earth and thanked Bai Xiao. Aunt Qian said, "Be careful of the shelter." Bai Xiao paused for a moment, then said, "Okay." Chapter 145. You don't trust the shelter, Bai Xiao said. It's not a matter of trust or distrust. What are your thoughts on the safe zone? Bai Xiao asked hesitantly. That's the best option, the old woman said. It's actually a trade. They provide shelter and a stable life, and you provide labor. She continued, I thought you could take Lin Duo into the safe zone, but now it seems you need to be careful of them. They be harmful to us? And Qian looked at him without speaking. Bai Xiao was silent for a moment. What if she goes alone? Then it's better to stay here. If the safe zone descends into chaos, people like her will be the first to die. Staying here, at least you're here. The old woman's words were calm. People will always die. She has no parents, and no one she knows. Wouldn't she just be bullied if she went? If everything is alright, that's fine, but if conditions aren't good, she'd definitely be doing the hardest and most tiring work, and you too. You better stay away. Survival is definitely the best, that's the best option, but now? It doesn't seem so. She gazed at the distant sunset, and said softly, People always have to live with each other, Bai Xiao said in a deep voice. Humans are social animals. Yes, but that was in the past. Now the apocalypse is coming, Aunt Qian said. I don't know how many more years I have left to live. So let's just be happy. The safe zone isn't absolutely safe either. At least the shelter in Linchuan was destroyed. Is it because I told you last time I came back that there was no solution for the safe zone? That's part of the reason. What if there is a solution? Under this hypothetical scenario, what choice would you make? Bai Xiao asked. Suppose. Aunt Qian leaned on her cane, looking down at the ground. The many days of sunshine had left the soil cracked. The yellow clods crumbled to powder at the slightest touch. She was deep in thought. A person who had been trapped in a small mountain village for over 20 years after the disaster, silent for so long, pondering for so long, whether it was useful or not, Bai Xiao wanted to hear her opinion. I still stand by my suggestion, Qian Jin said, looking directly at Bai Xiao. Why? Outside, everything is falling apart. Some people refuse to eat their bread, eking out a living in corners, waiting to die. Some are proclaiming the end of the world, anticipating the day of destruction. They're already like this as human beings. Why do you insist on joining in? A slight smile appeared on her face. I watched Duo grow up. I only want her to be well. Everything else is irrelevant to me, and irrelevant to her. Since she has made her decision, then this is for the best. You haven't seen the safe zone, but you're very resistant to them. Bai Xiao frowned. I told you, it's a transaction. As human beings, the safe zone provides shelter, and you provide labor. But they treat it as charity. Aunt Qian raised her head, a smile playing on her lips. Even after being trapped here for 20 years, I know they never change. They think the safe zone providing shelter is charity, and everyone should be grateful. Bai Xiao paused, stunned. But life is never given as charity. It's earned by the survivor's blood and sweat. Without the survivor's efforts, they have no safe zone whatsoever. Looking at her aged face, Bai Xiao saw a shadow of Zhang Tan in this woman. Bai Xiao remembered, she wasn't Aunt Qian, but Qian Jin, once a young woman who had a child with Uncle Kai. An orphan with no parents going to the safe zone during this impending turmoil is risking his life, not just for the journey itself, but for his future. She shook her head. Whether the safe zone survives or not has nothing to do with you. As a human being, I rather see them die than live. Without Duo, wouldn't you be a member of Qinjiabao? Bai Xiao suddenly asked. No, without her, I would have died long ago, Aunt Qian said. Bai Xiao remained silent for a long time, leaning on his shovel, gazing at the sky reddened by the setting sun. I didn't expect you to change your mind. I told you from the beginning that it was the best choice, she said, but now it seems there's something better. I seriously consider it, he said. Live well. As long as you're happy, nothing else really matters. The old woman gazed at the new grave and said, whether it's a zombie or not doesn't matter. She hunched over and went back into the house. Bai Xiao noticed that her legs were no longer nimble. One leg dragged on the ground as she moved slowly. Back home, Lin Duo asked him how many holes he had dug. 1. Bai Xiao's tone was low, and Lin Duo didn't know what he was thinking. Aunt Qian saw you chained up, he said. Lin Duo responded. She seems to have misunderstood something. I explained it to her. Lin Duo said. No, she seems to have misunderstood that you were about to be infected by me, and that the chains were to prevent you from running around after becoming a zombie. Bai Xiao pondered. Lin Duo paused, looked into the distance, and after a long silence, said, that's possible. She suddenly remembered the deep look in Aunt Qian's eyes when she looked at her that day. But she doesn't know this was a promise between you and me. When I can't survive anymore, I let you take a bite and taste it, Lin Duo said. Bai Xiao shook his head. Actually, he had vaguely thought about the safe zone the old lady mentioned, but he hadn't been as explicit as Aunt Qian. What do you think Aunt Qian is waiting for? He suddenly asked. Waiting for, you know? She's waiting for the day she can't move around anymore, the day she can't live alone anymore. Then she leave, Bai Xiao said. She said that? You guessed? I guessed, Bai Xiao said. That woman must be waiting for that day, while she can still live alone. She just cling to life like this, until the day she can no longer take care of herself, when she can't move around anymore, so she won't be a burden to anyone. He didn't know where this feeling came from, but he just felt that way. Like Uncle Kai, who deliberately broke his own leg before getting infected, these two were similar in some ways, birds of a feather flocked together. Before that, she still wanted to live, still wanted to see the world, no matter how difficult. Lin Duo remained silent for a long time, looking at the coffee on the windowsill. Take whatever you want to her, Bai Xiao said. I don't need this much myself. You didn't even touch it yourself, you didn't eat much. You only dug a hole. She won't leave, Lin Duoduo said. But my guess might be right, Bai Xiao said. Is that so? Most likely. Bai Xiao felt she wouldn't survive the winter. At the latest, she wouldn't survive the winter. If it weren't for Lin Duoduo, would Qian Jin be? Someone like Qin Jiabao? Or perhaps someone like Yu Ming? He trusted his instincts. Lin Duoduo had changed her, making her not want to die, and not wanting to see Lin Duoduo die. People in ruins are probably all pretty much the same. Chapter 146. Lin Duoduo packed a lot of things, and gave them to Aunt Qian. She only used a little red wine occasionally when cooking rice, and Bai Xiao didn't drink much anyway. She also packed a lot of coffee for her, since it hadn't given her diarrhea last time. There was also salted fish. The old lady usually refused, but this time she wasn't too resistant, just patted her head. She didn't return until it was slightly dark. When she got home, she saw the large zombie sitting by the wall, repairing a small cart with wire. She said, "You always wanted to find me the best way out," Lin Duoduo said. "Unfortunately, I can't find it," the zombie said without turning around. How greedy. She walked closer, squeezing the zombie's thick shoulder. Her fingers were long and slender, her hands strong, but compared to the zombie's strength, it was nothing. Has anyone ever massaged your shoulders? No. Now you have. She massaged his shoulders for a while, gave them a couple of pats, then went to the neighbor's vegetable garden to pick some green beans. The peppers were ripe too. While she was picking vegetables, she made a large cup of expired milk powder for the zombie, and left it to cool by the stool. "If I drink any more, I get even bigger," Bai Xiao said. "Isn't that nice?" Lin Duoduo said. "I hope that one day you can put me in a basket on your back and carry me everywhere." "That's too difficult. Just climb on my back." Bai Xiao patted his back. "Want to try riding a zombie?" Lin Duoduo climbed onto his back, wrapped her arms around the zombie's neck, and shouted, "Giddy up." The zombie started running, and Lin Duoduo gasped softly. After running 2 laps around the yard, she jumped off. "Maybe I should make a cart, tie a rein to it, and you can pull it, it'd be fast. And then you could get a whip? That wouldn't be bad either. A rickshaw driven by zombies would be much more fun than pulling a millstone." As she spoke, Lin Duoduo smiled, as if the changes in the mountains and the threat of infection had all vanished. 2 days later, Lin Duoduo led him to a clearing in the fields. The grass was a bit withered and yellow, and a small mound could be seen among the tangled weeds. "This is the grave I chose for myself," Lin Duoduo said, pointing to the open space. Her mother was buried here, and her father would be buried here too. It was far from the hillside, in the fields, quiet and undisturbed. "If I die, I'd be buried here too. If I become a zombie, then it won't matter." A breeze ruffled her hair, brushing it against her lips. Lin Duoduo ran her fingers through it, and turned her head, saying, "Got it?" "Yes. Even if I become a zombie, I can still keep you company, just like Uncle Kai and Erden used to keep me company." The wind blew low across the ground from the other side of the mountain, sweeping over the lush vegetation, and fluttering her clothes. Her expression was calm, with a slight smile, as if she wasn't talking about the afterlife, but about a hopeful future. The terrain here was flat, so it wouldn't flood after rain. When he developed this place, she could still see the zombie king working diligently. Bai Xiao suddenly realized that he had been carrying out the act of burying people all along. At first, he just didn't want to live near skeletons. He initially cleared away the skeletons and zombies that could be seen everywhere near the village. Later, he buried the skeletons that were hiding in the closet in the deserted village next door, and the revelers who died on the road. They were all strangers. But now, they were becoming people he knew. Like a funeral director, burying those he knew and those he didn't, sending them off one by one. Friday, Uncle Kai. A few days later, with his help, Lin Duoduo buried her father's body, giving him peace. Just as Aunt Qian said, "Let him go, the grave is quiet, he can rest now." She bid farewell to the past. 2 graves, old and new, stood side by side, one for her deceased mother, the other for her father, now a zombie. They found peace, no longer needing to wander the world like lost souls. Those who had struggled for so long after the apocalypse finally had a resting place. "I'm a little too late," Bai Xiao said. Everything was coming to an end. Having missed the disaster of that time, on this desolate land, he could only be a gravedigger, bidding farewell to all the survivors beneath the embers. "No, you come just in time." She held the zombie's hand, standing before the grave for a while. "The apricots in the village are ripe, and have turned from green to golden. This year's harvest isn't great, they're not as plump or juicy as in previous years, probably due to insufficient rainfall. Fewer fruits set, and the flesh is dry and hard. The persimmons aren't bearing fruit either, with a significantly lower fruit set rate than in previous years. Bai Xiao wasn't sure if the occasional watering a few days ago had helped. Perhaps it would have been worse without watering. He stood on a ladder, picking the plumpest-looking apricots from the branches and tossing them into a basket. Lin Duoduo watched from below, occasionally tossing her a bright red, juicy one. The sweltering heat continued. Just when Bai Xiao thought this weather would last until late autumn, the afternoon suddenly changed. He and Lin Duoduo were still picking apricots with their baskets on their backs, when a strong wind blew up fallen leaves, and large raindrops pattered on the ground, stirring up dust from the cracked yellow earth. Clutching the basket, she ran home. The rain intensified, offering a welcome respite from the sweltering heat. The vegetables in the fields no longer needed watering through the well. The rain was heavy, as if trying to unleash all the pent-up water. The parched earth was nourished, water flowing down the brick pavement in the yard. The rain lasted for 5 days, lessening during the day but intensifying at night, pattering against the rooftops and sheds. The sound of raindrops hitting the leaves in the vegetable garden could be heard. It felt like autumn had arrived in an instant. The temperature had dropped considerably. The small bed in the main room, which had previously provided respite from the heat, was now chilly. In the middle of the night, Lin Duoduo went barefoot inside to fetch a thin blanket, covering the zombie with one, and then covering herself as well. Bai Xiao was thankful that there was enough firewood piled up under the shed. In this weather, firewood outside couldn't be burned quickly, and it would be difficult to gather more. That night, a gunshot rang out in the distance. Bai Xiao woke with a start, threw on a coat, and stared at the rain. Lin Duoduo was also awakened. She sat up and leaned against the windowsill. The deep night air was filled only with the patter of rain, the sound of it hitting the windows and the ground. Something might have come down, Bai Xiao comforted her. Let's go check it out tomorrow. Things coming down from the mountains were becoming more frequent these days. Encountering them occasionally wasn't uncommon. The next day, the rain hadn't stopped, but it had lessened considerably. Fine raindrops brushed against their faces. Bai Xiao, wearing a raincoat, and Lin Duoduo, holding an umbrella, got up early. The continuous rain had made the road slippery and muddy, with large puddles of water in some places. The large locust tree in the middle of the village had lost many leaves, and there were also brittle, small branches. The past few days had seen not only heavy rain, but also strong winds. Walking along the slippery path, they arrived at Aunt Qian's house. There was no answer when they knocked. Bai Xiao, still in his raincoat, climbed inside and found Aunt Qian dead. Chapter 147. Aunt Qian died under the eaves, sitting on the threshold. When Bai Xiao saw her, she was already sitting there, somewhat askew. She didn't want to go to the survivor settlement, nor did she want to burden anyone she knew. She had always lived alone, her relationship with Lin Duoduo neither close nor distant, even deliberately estranged. Bai Xiao realized his guess was right. She wasn't afraid of death, nor did she have any expectations. She simply lived like this, waiting for a certain moment. When life became too inconvenient for her to take care of herself, she took a gun, put on her best clothes, and ended her life on an ordinary night. She left many things for Lin Duoduo, placing them in the house. There wasn't much furniture or decoration in the house. Most of it had been burned last winter, and hadn't been replaced. There was only a table and a chair. On the table was a stack of photos, which she had asked Lin Duoduo to bring back from her old home in the city. These were photos of her early life. Besides that, there were only a few bullets left, some things Lin Duoduo had given her, and some still fresh vegetables picked from the garden. When the rain subsided, Bai Xiao, wearing a raincoat, dug a hole in the corner of the yard, right next to Uncle Kai's, and buried the woman who had struggled for over 20 years in the apocalypse. Bai Xiao turned to look at the old grave mound next to the new one. It was her mother-in-law's grave. She had lived for several years after the apocalypse, and had cursed Bai Xiao for just as long because Bai Xiao had aborted her child. This corner held a zombie, 2 women, and this somber yard had witnessed the departure of 3 people over the past 20 years since the apocalypse. Bai Xiao was momentarily lost in thought. If she hadn't appeared, perhaps this village would have long since fallen silent, and no one would have known that in this small mountain village nestled in the ruins, there were still 2 survivors, struggling to live alongside zombies, probably not surviving last year's heavy snow, or even earlier. No one knew, no one cared. I knew this day would come. Seeing Bai Xiao's worried expression, Lin Duoduo shook her head. Her eyes were calm, like a still pond, without a ripple. She had already seen many people off. She placed the stack of photos on Aunt Qian's body, burying her with the soil. Lin Duo stood to the side, holding an umbrella, watching the second-to-last person in the village leave. In the future, this place will be overgrown with weeds. Even if houses collapse one day, they won't reach this place. It will become flat ground over time, unrecognizable. Bai Xiao wondered if Yu Ming felt the same way when he saw off his old friend. If it weren't for Lin Duo, she would probably have left like those revelers, with her withered Uncle Kai, dying on the road, or returning to her original home in the city. A fine drizzle, a cool wind, they walked down the muddy path. Aunt Qian is dead. Lin Duo sat on the doorstep all day, looking out over the village. She was truly all alone. Raindrops dripped from the eaves, forming a continuous line. The bricks in the yard were washed clean by the rain. The accumulated water seeped through the cracks and flowed outside. If it weren't for those photos you brought back from the city, she probably would have left that year, Bai Xiao said from behind. Lin Duo unfolded the paper in her hand. Bai Xiao didn't peek, but he inadvertently saw the beginning. Zombie bites to the ankle are the slowest to infect. This was also recorded in Lin Huayo's zombie observation records. People bitten on the ankle could survive longer and leave their last words, while those bitten near the neck wouldn't even leave a last word before turning into zombies. Those who fully experienced the disaster likely share this understanding, and it continues to remind young people today. What did she say to you that day? Quite a lot. Lin Duo stared at the words on the paper. She thought I would let you bite her. Bai Xiao opened his mouth, remembering how Uncle Kai, terminally ill, had voluntarily accepted infection, and understood something. The desperate situation back then made them dare to try anything, dare to think anything. He wondered if this was unique to those living in ruins. Now, that group of people is gradually fading away, buried deep underground. Lin Huayu, Uncle Kai, Qian Jin, and many others who survived the initial stages of the disaster. Maybe she should let me try, see if I could become like her. She wouldn't agree. Lin Duo shook her head, staring at the last words. The past is gone forever. The world will never be the same again. She's very old, she can't hold on much longer. The most likely outcome is death. She wants to leave this world cleanly, and she's been looking forward to this day. Lin Duo put the paper away in her pocket, resting her chin on her hand. She did relatively well in her last few days, Bai Xiao said. That's the only consolation, isn't it? The rain had been falling for quite a while. Watching the fine raindrops, Bai Xiao picked up a hoe and cleared the water from the vegetable garden to prevent the rain from getting heavier that night. It's been raining for the past few days. The side where he paved the garden was alright, but the vegetable garden was very muddy. Every step left you covered in mud. The chili peppers will be ready to harvest soon. He saved the seeds, dried them, grind them into chili powder, which can be stored for a long time, longer than chili sauce. He can sprinkle some on meat in the winter, along with Sichuan peppercorns. Eggplants, glistening with water droplets, were still edible. Life seemed to be getting better, which created a conflicting feeling in Bai Xiao. He held his hoe, gazing at the sparsely cultivated vegetable patch. This was only his first attempt this year. Some seedlings had died, others thrived, but he was sure he'd become more skilled with it. For the zombies, it was getting better. For the human, it was like a final burst of energy before death. After widening the drainage ditch, Bai Xiao put down his hoe and went to the well to wash the mud off his shoes. The weather was comfortable, the temperature had dropped, so he didn't need a fan anymore. Seeing Lindwood was low spirits, he made some expired milk powder, drank it, and sat beside her, watching the darkening sky in the yard. The old woman was gone. People like Aunt Qian were the most tormented, having witnessed the world's splendor, yet only having zombies for company. What are you thinking about? Lin Duo asked. I'm wondering if we end up burying everyone. Will you take me with you? I take you with me. Bai Xiao said, you didn't exercise today. Will I be like you after exercising? Maybe. The weather wasn't so hot, it was even a bit cool in the evening. Bai Xiao found a coat and draped it over her shoulders. I always feel there's a perfect way out, guaranteeing my own safety and freedom, and that you can survive, but I haven't found it yet. That's why you're strange. Lin Duo gently touched the hem of her coat, lowering her eyes, and said, you're different from us. The house near Aunt Qian's will never emit smoke again. It's quiet now, transformed from a deep castle into a tomb. In the post-apocalyptic world, people are like wild beasts. Wherever they die, they rot into bones. To be buried is a kind of luck. Chapter 148. Bai Xiao was different. Lin Duo had always known he was different from others, ever since he was first infected, drooling and doing calisthenics. She wondered if it was because he still had hope that he remained alive even after becoming a zombie. Linduoduo had read some strange tales. Some people died, but due to certain reasons, a strong will to survive or an obsession, they retained their appearance from their previous life, continuing to live like the living until they finished what they needed to do, and then suddenly died. She wondered if the zombie king had unfinished business, which was why he had become like this, neither truly alive nor truly dead, neither zombie nor human. The rain continued all night, becoming heavier in the latter half of the night. It had been raining constantly lately. The endless dark clouds had been there for almost 10 days. She didn't know how much longer it would last. Fortunately, it turned into a light drizzle in the morning. The zombie put on a raincoat, took his basket, and went out. A cool drizzle fell on his face, more comfortable than the sweltering heat of the past few days, bringing a sense of peace. Bai Xiao felt a tranquility as he walked through the village, not the kind of silence, but a feeling in his heart. There used to be Erden, Friday, and Uncle Kai wandering around the village, and in the distance, an old woman who rarely went out. Although he rarely saw them, knowing that people were there gave him a sense of security. Now that sense of security was gone. It was invisible and intangible, yet undeniably there. Zombies decay, and people die. The croaking of frogs in the fields was gone. It seemed like he heard very few frogs this year. Walking through the puddles on the village path, he reached the apricot trees. The apricots, knocked down by the heavy rain, were covered in mud. This year, the apricots weren't very plump. He picked them up from the ground, then climbed a ladder to pick more. Once he had a basket full, he took it back and gave it to Linduoduo to wash, removing the damaged and shriveled ones. The rain came at an inopportune time. The weather doesn't obey human will. By noon, the rain intensified, forcing Bai Xiao to return. Compared to the previous days, he felt better now. This seemed to be the final act, the rain that had lasted for over 10 days finally stopping in the afternoon. The sky cleared, except for the white mist still lingering in the mountains. After the rain, the temperature dropped sharply, not returning to the sweltering heat, but as if it had cooled down overnight. The cool breeze after the rain was pleasant. However, the roads remained muddy, and even with the bright sunshine the next day, the puddles hadn't completely drained. Bai Xiao picked all the apricots from the trees. This dilapidated courtyard had been uninhabited for a long time. The pillars of the broken thatched hut had rotted and collapsed into a pile. Only this large tree remained, growing alongside the weeds in the yard. Once the house completely collapsed, it would revert to its wild state, vines clinging to it, surrounded by wild grass. He saw a flock of birds fluttering in from the sky, flying towards his and Linduoduo's house. He dropped his basket and ran back quickly. As soon as he entered, he heard a series of thuds as the birds swooped down on the door and windows, feathers falling everywhere. There were scratches and bloodstains on the door. Bai Xiao picked up a wooden board and slammed it down. The birds rushed towards him, their sharp beaks piercing his skin, causing a sharp pain. He grabbed his helmet and put it on to protect his eyes from their pecking. "How are you?" he shouted as he pounded on the crazed monsters. He crushed the pieces of meat that had been pounded on the ground, some oozing bright red blood mixed with feathers. They were recently infected and hadn't yet decayed. Just after asking, Bai Xiao added, "Don't make a sound, we talk later." His helmet had been knocked askew. He straightened it with one hand, furious at these creatures, repeatedly swatting them down and stomping them to death. They would attack the zombies, using their sharp beaks and claws to relentlessly pounce. Only one human and one zombie remained in the village. A white sky, an empty, desolate village, and a large flock of frantically fluttering birds, along with zombies being attacked by them. A scene of utter devastation. This apocalyptic scene lasted a long time, until the ground was covered in feathers and blood. The remaining birds hovered in the sky, occasionally swooping down. He gripped a wooden plank, his tall frame like a guard, confronting the intruders circling the rooftops. His trousers and shoes were sticky, and blood and flesh were scattered on the once clean floor tiles. Some birds, still flapping their wings, were stomped on by him, turning into puddles with soft splattering sounds. He let out a zombie howl at the flock of birds overhead. Because of his helmet, the sound was muffled, and the monster that had landed on the wall immediately circled again, preparing for its next attack. He howled again, this time louder. He stood on the ravaged ground, ready for the next battle. A long time passed, and the yard was filled with a thick stench of blood, stench, and decay. Several zombies had crawled into the house, which he caught, crushed, and then wandered around the house. Until he said it was all right, the human came out of the house. She hid in the closet. Seeing that she had no wounds and showed no signs of infection, the zombie breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Lin Duo countered. And you? Small injury. The once clean and tidy yard was now a mess, feathers and blood splattered on the bricks, and bloodstains on the doors and windows. The zombies were also covered in blood, some his own, some from the monsters. He sat on the ravaged ground. Removing his helmet, 2 scratches marred his face. The blood and gore in the yard were difficult to clean. Even after rinsing 4 or 5 times with water, the putrid smell lingered. He worked until evening. There were withered corpses and plump, fresh ones mixed together on the ground. Are they all dead? Some flew away. Bai Xiao looked at the corpses. The ones that flew away were fresh. These withered monsters will attack any living thing relentlessly, until death. They didn't cry out. Their clear, melodious calls were gone, along with the agility of animals. As Bai Xiao sat by the well cleaning himself, he noticed numerous wounds on his hands and neck, areas not covered by clothing. Even those covered by clothes had been pecked until they bled. Lin Duo used a hose to wash the blood off him. The pale red water flowed down his body, forming a small stream that flowed away. Only when the red color faded was the zombie clean. Then she bandaged the small wounds. If I were naked, I probably wouldn't be able to fight them, Bai Xiao gasped. They would tear chunks of flesh from him. Why fight them naked? The zombie's body was very tough. The wounds had long since stopped bleeding. As long as he tensed his muscles, as he said, they were all minor injuries. The monsters couldn't easily tear flesh from him, they could only peck at him. Chapter 149. You're smart. You did a great job hiding yourself and avoiding attacks, Bai Xiao praised. If I came out, you pounce on me, and let them peck at me, I wouldn't even be able to fight back. Then I chain you up inside, so you could never come out again, that would save me the trouble. He sat shirtless by the well. Lin Duo wiped him clean with a cloth, then carefully chewed some herbs, and applied them to his skin. Her head was lowered, her hair brushing against his shoulders, tickling him. Shouldn't you chain me up inside now? Why do you look so excited? He gazed at the direction of the mountains in the deepening night. He had originally planned to burn the mountain in winter, but now it seemed he'd have to do it earlier. Or perhaps he should take Lin Duo away from here. In the past, they relied on the mountains for sustenance, mainly to protect themselves from zombies. This place was far from the city, a very safe place, and keeping it was more beneficial than harmful. But that wasn't the case anymore. Lin Duo popped a mouthful of herb into his mouth. He chewed it subconsciously, then, sensing something was wrong, turned to look at the human. I licked it, Lin Duo said, glancing at him. You're disgusting, the zombie king said. I want to kiss you. Bai Xiao looked at her sadly. They couldn't even kiss. Did these yellowish things attract them? Lin Duo finished bandaging him, propped herself up on her knees, and looked at the apricots and wild vegetables drying in the yard. They hadn't been able to dry them due to the rain a few days ago, so a lot had accumulated, filling the yard. I don't know, let's dry them somewhere else tomorrow. After cleaning the yard all afternoon, she opened 2 cans of food that evening, heated them up, and used chopsticks to let Lin Duo taste them first. Food left over from before the disaster always tasted better than what she made herself. It had a rich, fragrant juice and tender, delicious meat without any fishy smell. The stench of decay lingered in the courtyard. She hastily ate dinner in the darkness, worried the smell might attract something else, and went back inside early. Bai Xiao was thankful he had covered the windows with wire mesh. The gaps in the mesh weren't large enough for them to squeeze in. What are you doing? Lin Duo asked from inside. Bai Xiao was still outside. I'm improving it. He took the wooden plank from earlier, found some long nails, sat in front of the door, lit a candle, and hammered the nails into the plank, leaving long, sharp points sticking out. The nails couldn't be too close together. The denser the nails, the less dangerous they would be, nor too sparse. He used nails of varying lengths, alternating between them, to create a spike board. Let's try making a bird net too. Bai Xiao had seen how bird nets worked, but didn't remember much of it, and didn't have the right materials. Such things had been banned long ago in his time, and he rarely encountered them while working overtime in his high-rise apartment. He placed the spike board by the door, sat gazing at the night sky for a while, then extinguished the candle, and went back inside. He lay on the bed in the main room, the place Lin Duo had slept in during the unbearable heat of the past few days. Now that it wasn't so hot, she had gone back to her bedroom, so he had taken it. He opened the window. It was cool. As long as Lin Duo's bedroom door was closed tightly, he wasn't afraid of anything entering the main room at night. After lying there for a while, Lin Duo came out barefoot, so Bai Xiao had to close the window. Fortunately, the rain over the past few days had cooled things down, so closing the doors and windows wouldn't make it unbearably hot. Human and zombie lay side by side. The bed was a bit small, making it feel cramped, so he could only turn to his side. "Are you scared?" "Not scared." She felt the bandage on his wrist in the darkness. "Does it hurt?" "It's dangerous for you like this." "Is it more dangerous than during the day?" "It's different." Bai Xiao wanted to say something, but he sighed. Anyone would be afraid of him in his current state, yet this human was crowding around him. Gently patting the human's back, she gradually relaxed, her breathing becoming long and even, and she fell asleep clutching the zombie's clothes. Cleaning up the mess in the yard that afternoon had been exhausting. She was already tired. The zombie, with her eyes closed, considered whether to chain the human up and keep her inside, which would greatly improve her safety. In the increasingly harsh environment, she went out less and less. The ruins were a cage, but before, the cage was large enough that she could scavenger in the city. Now, the area had shrunk, it had become a true cage. Unable to break free, unable to escape. Dawn broke early. As soon as Lin Duo opened her eyes, the zombie woke up. He looked at Lin Duo's legs draped over him. The small bed was too cramped, and half her body was leaning over him. He stared at this human with wide eyes. "What are you doing?" Lin Duo opened her eyes, and saw his large eyes. "Aren't you going to be startled?" He had been thinking that waking up to such a huge zombie so close, staring at her and drooling, would scare her to death. To be honest, he himself hadn't gotten used to it when he inadvertently looked in the mirror. "I could put my finger in your mouth and still fall asleep, don't you think?" Lin Duo yawned and went out. She paused when she grasped the doorknob, and after listening for any unusual sounds outside, slowly opened the door. The stench of decay lingered in the yard, not just the smell of blood, but also the distinctive odor of infected animal blood, especially noticeable in the early morning. "It stinks." She washed her hands, filled some water, and rinsed the yard again. The once clean yard was now like this, and she wasn't used to it. She preferred it as it was, like a home, and didn't want to make it dirty. This smell probably won't go away anytime soon. Bai Zhao's nose was more sensitive, and he could smell these odors more clearly. He could even distinguish that the stench came from the decaying bird carcasses, the blood from the plump, fresh monsters, and the pungent, fishy smell from the larger ones. He splashed water, scrubbed the yard with a brush, and covered the area in front of the door with some soil, which lessened the smell a little. "I made you some formula." Lin Duo's words made the zombie king feel that she was taking care of him, not him. "If I get any bigger, I won't look human anymore." Bai Xiao finished a large cup of expired milk powder, ate 2 apricots, a handful of soaked dried elm seeds, a can of food, half a salted fish, and a piece of smoked meat. His energy returned instantly, and he made himself a cup of strong coffee. She was waiting for the apocalypse. He was waiting to become inhuman. Lin Duo touched the zombie's stomach. It was hard, and she couldn't tell if it was full. She felt the zombie was still restrained because she saw its throat move slightly. If it was full, the human scent would be less attractive to it. "Lock me in the house," Lin Duo said. "Can't you just hide inside and not come out?" Bai Xiao said, "I think you're a bit of a pervert, this barbarian. Why do you have to chain me up? Isn't locking humans up a zombie's dream?" Lin Duo tilted her head, her dark eyes looking at him. "Wouldn't you like that?" Chapter 150. That's true. For some reason, Bai Xiao felt an inexplicable excitement at the thought of being able to lock a human up in a house as a zombie, especially after being chained up for months when he was first infected. It felt like he was finally in control. But he was surprised that this human could see through him. Zombies are so well disguised. "You don't think I can't tell what you're thinking, do you?" Lin Duo asked, somewhat surprised. "How did you figure it out?" Bai Xiao was genuinely astonished. He pointed to his bloodshot eyes. "Even now, you can still tell what I'm thinking?" Lin Duo blinked. She could tell what a zombie was thinking at a glance, just like she could tell what a big dog was thinking. "Ah, I would have been very happy before. Now that I can move around freely, let's explore more." "No rush," Bai Xiao said. "Maybe we should find a cellar or a basement." One of the options for the safe zone was to go underground, something Zhou Su had mentioned before. "I don't want to live in this dark, sunless underground," Lin Duo said. Then, "But if I could live a few more days with you, I could accept it." Underground shelters need fresh air, electricity, water supply, and a cleaning system, which requires a population to maintain, just like in a city. This is a disadvantage for survivors of ruins. Bai Xiao was collecting planks in the yard, saying, "But there are only 2 of us, so we don't need much space, nor do we need so much clutter." There must be survivors outside hiding underground. Underground parking garages and air raid shelters are easy to find in towns, but after so many years of neglect, they're in much worse condition than above ground now, requiring a lot of effort to clean and renovate. If we fence off the exit with wire and netting, and make a place where you can sunbathe, you'd be safe living underground. What are you doing? Linduo looked at the pile of wooden planks he had found, which he had collected from various places, along with pillars he had brought back from those dilapidated houses. Making a box. Didn't you say you carry me around someday? After I burned the mountain to see the situation, if things haven't changed much, I use this to put you in and carry you. Bai Xiao gestured with the pile of planks, explaining what kind of box he was making. It definitely needed to be breathable, but also sealed so nothing could get inside. He had thought of this before. If he were to take her on a journey, he could make a box and put it in the car so she could crawl inside if there was danger. But back then, he was still recovering, and he hadn't expected to be so strong now. Now he didn't need a car, he could just make a box he could carry on his back. Linduo could hide inside, and he could carry her. It might still be a little strenuous now, but he was still growing. Let's make a window here, from the inside. You can see outside through this small opening, and it also allows for ventilation. You can also seal it off from the inside. Bai Xiao gestured on the wooden board. If it's made really sturdy, won't it be heavy? Weight isn't a problem. It's just a backup. If we need to leave and find a suitable place to build a cellar, we can use this to transport you. Just stay with me. If anything unexpected happens, hide inside, and I carry you. Squat down, don't move. Bai Xiao pressed her head down to make her squat, measuring everything with a ruler. Linduo obediently hugged her legs, quiet as a mouse, letting the zombie measure the area she covered when she squatted down. She was small, and didn't take up much space. Bai Xiao designed her to be 130 centimeters, 60 centimeters, and 80 centimeters tall. Too big, Linduo said. A bigger one is more comfortable to hide in, Bai Xiao said. It looks a bit strange, she pouted. Like a coffin. Bai Xiao stroked his chin, glancing thoughtfully at Linduo. Linduo frowned. Wouldn't it be easier if I just found a coffin? The zombie pondered. The zombie king, carrying a coffin, opened it, and a human jumped out. Linduo was silent for a while, then suddenly laughed in exasperation. So after all that, you just made me a coffin? This isn't an ordinary coffin. Oh! It has double doors, lined with soft leather inside, and each side has a small window that can be sealed shut from the inside. If you feel stuffy, you can open it for ventilation or to look at the scenery outside, Bai Xiao explained, pointing to the design. Then the zombies carried the coffin around everywhere, Linduo said. If I had a welding machine, I was thinking of making a metal shell, Bai Xiao said. A metal coffin. This isn't a coffin, this is. I'm tentatively calling it a mobile shelter, powered by zombies. Bai Xiao gave it a simple name. Perhaps I can use it to take you anywhere. Anywhere? Anywhere. The zombie nodded. If Zhang Tan had such a metal coffin, he would definitely eagerly crawl inside. We could add a few wheels underneath. Take the wheels off that wheelchair and attach them to it. A second-generation coffin? Linduo asked. A second-generation upgraded mobile shelter, Bai Xiao corrected. Of course, if you unfortunately die and want to use it as a coffin, that's fine too. He paused, then added, it has double doors. The zombie was revising the design draft. This process of measuring data on paper with a pen felt somewhat familiar to him, as if he had returned to the days of working overtime before he was infected. Since becoming a zombie, he had never done anything like this. His previous professional skills were useless here, but he was glad they were coming in handy now. Linduo covered the things drying in the yard with baskets, making them less conspicuous. Looking back, the zombie was still designing his coffin, hunched over the table. He was carrying the side with the door on his back, meaning that once he carried the box, it couldn't be opened from the outside unless he put it down or broke it. What's this sheet of metal? Linduo asked, seeing the sheet of metal he had brought back. That's for me. Bai Xiao glanced at it and casually said, that old helmet isn't suitable anymore. I need stronger protection. I'm planning to make it into a thick iron helmet. Linduo scratched her chin. A zombie king wearing an iron helmet, carrying a coffin. She imagined the scene, and it didn't seem too bad. A second-generation upgraded mobile shelter with wheels. Simple exterior, luxurious interior. If you really don't want to go to the safe zone, I can take you anywhere you want to go. The basket wasn't protective enough. A sturdy box was needed. Hide in here? Only when you need to hide, Bai Xiao said. Leave this ruin? Lin Duo looked at the sky, at this corner of the sky she had seen for 20 years. I am the Zombie King. You can make a wish to me. Chapter 151. Bai Xiao called it the Mobile Shelter Project, a plan to create a sufficiently protective box, carried by a zombie, into which a human could hide at any time. This was an upgraded plus version of the initial plan he took Lin Duo with when they returned, eliminating the inconvenient tricycle and replacing it with a more convenient zombie power source. Thanks to his increasingly powerful body. He also equipped the mobile box with wheels, which gave him an even bolder plan. If he could truly grow into a tyrant, or like Gargantua, he could even tow the trailer of a small truck, pulling it along recklessly, and the interior of the trailer could be converted into a camper van. Therefore, the box was currently the upgraded plus version, not the Pro Max version. Lin Duo thought it should be called the Giant Coffin Relocation Project, consisting of one zombie, one coffin, and one human. When there was no danger, the zombie would drag the coffin. When danger arose, the human would be put into the coffin, and the zombie would carry the coffin away. As for the food and water needed for survival, she could wait in a safe place while guarding the box, and the zombie would take care of it. For some reason, the Zombie King seemed to really like double-door coffins. Because I have a double-door build, of course, I need to drag a bigger coffin. Lin Duo had brought back a lot of things from her old scavenging days, many of which were now useful. They were piled up in the house, where he used to live as her neighbor, including her wheelchair. That place was mainly used for storing odds and ends now. Bai Xiao rummaged through the house, picking out anything he felt was useful. As for the metal hinges, he salvaged some of the heavier ones from the old house. The wheelchair wasn't disassembled yet. They decide whether to use large or small wheels once the box was finished. While building the coffin box, he was also trying to make a protective net with wire, at least to cover the doors and windows. Covering the entire yard was too much. He found some netting while scavenging before, but after 20 years, it wasn't sturdy anymore, just tattered and worn. The zombie tidied up the wire, and handed it to Lin Duo to work on. Her hands were very nimble. For his even bolder plan, Bai Xiao stretched his muscular arms, grabbed a harpoon, and went out. He needed to race against time, to obtain enough food and grow before the outside world completely decayed. He strolled around the river. The water was still a bit murky, not as clear as before, and he could occasionally see bloody fish. Fish, after being infected, shed their scales and become quite disgusting. He noticed that each type of infected animal looked slightly different, and this difference was more pronounced between aquatic and terrestrial animals. He would eat the flesh of infected animals, but he had no desire to touch these bloody fish. The fish basket he used to catch loaches was old and worn, the catch dwindling as the fish died in droves. The reeds along the riverbank were covered in white down, swaying gently in the breeze. The puddles on the road hadn't completely evaporated, making it difficult for the tricycle to travel. Otherwise, he would have liked to ride it to the deserted village next door, wondering how the jujube and persimmon harvest was going this year. On his way back, he glanced at the mountains beyond, where birdsong flickered in and out of sight. Let it dry for a few more days, harvest the crops in the fields, finish that box, and then burn the mountain. It's time to teach those hairy beasts a lesson. Aren't you going to wait until winter? I'm afraid we can't wait. They're getting fiercer. You just have to stay indoors then, they fly off somewhere. Burning it down will probably clear it out, and we can then make some preparations in peace. Otherwise, we'd be on guard all the time. Bai Xiao moved the sheet metal aside. He even considered moving it far away to make a helmet, otherwise the clanging and banging might attract some monsters. This was a two-pronged approach. If the burning of the mountain worked well, that would be fine. If it backfired, he'd have to use a mobile shelter to move Lin Duo. Okay. Lin Duo glanced into the distance. She was also very vengeful, and had been looking forward to Bai Xiao's suggestion to burn the area down. Even if they couldn't rely on the mountain for their livelihood anymore, they could at least have some peace. Peace was enough. And after the fire, winter would arrive. She wondered if this winter would be any better. Does this dress look good? Lin Duo came out of the house, having changed into her pre-disaster clothes. She wasn't very good at dressing up or doing makeup, but Bai Xiao still nodded and said, "It looks good. I never worn a skirt before. It feels so loose, like I'm not wearing pants at all." Lin Duo lowered her head and lifted the hem of her skirt. Cough cough, no need to tell me about your experience. Try it and you see, Lin Duo said. Why should a zombie like me wear a skirt? Pre-disaster clothes, try it on. After the disaster, no one wore skirts anymore. They were just fabric. She hadn't seen any in all these years, and neither had the Zombie King. She had only seen them in old photos. Those well-dressed women, unafraid of insect bites, and not needing to forage in the fields. They were clean, their thighs and navels exposed. Lin Duo glanced at the zombie king. Okay, it really wasn't appropriate for him to wear a skirt, it would tear the clothes. The bedsheets by the well had been torn by birds yesterday, so Lin Duo hadn't hung them up again. The zombies were banging and knocking, so she sat on a small stool by the well, washing herself in the water. The stone slabs here were much more comfortable than the original pebbles. She could walk barefoot on them. The water was cool under her feet, flowing cleanly down the slabs into the drainage ditch. Lindwood's hair had grown longer, falling to her side. She wasn't used to it, but Bai Xiao said it looked better longer, so she kept it that way. If she were just a zombie, without so many things that could turn her into a monster, these ordinary yet fulfilling days were good. Like last winter, apart from the wolf pack and that heavy snow, nothing else happened. It felt like it flew by, and she never wanted to get enough. Am I getting stronger too? She asked, tilting her head back to wash her neck. You've gotten more muscular. Not exactly strong. The zombie king had seen the muscle definition in her stomach. Whether human or zombie, everyone needs to eat meat. She wasn't as skinny as she was a few years ago. Your back too? Like yours. Lin Duo gestured with her hands over her shoulders. The zombie king's shoulders were very thick. She doubted she could even cut through the bone with a knife. Not that exaggerated. Really? Should I eat less? I wasn't so heavy when I was hiding in the coffin. The zombie stared at her back. She turned around, feeling something was off, but relaxed quickly. If the zombie hadn't reminded her a few years ago, she would have looked like this already. What was there to worry about with a zombie? Chapter 152. After washing herself, she casually draped a white coat over her shoulders, pulled it closed, and glanced back at the zombies. These were clothes she salvaged from the hospital, making her feel like a doctor. She always wanted to be a doctor. Her mother had once said that once the zombies disappeared, she would become one. The coat couldn't hide her smooth legs and bare feet on the stone slabs. What are you staring at? Lin Duo asked. You're a really awesome girl, Bai Xiao said. You're a really awesome zombie too. The way you're saying that sounds like a conversation after a night of hiding. Bai Xiao shrugged. He didn't know why it sounded so absurd. Humans in the apocalypse bathing with their backs to zombies. You're a perverted zombie. Touching her white lab coat, Lin Duo chuckled. You should be peeking at female zombies in black stockings, not secretly staring at a chicken leg. I think you're seducing me. Humans seducing zombies? She put on her slippers and sat on a small stool, thinking for a moment before saying, it used to happen like that. Someone would be completely covered up, luring a zombie closer, and then the others would take the opportunity to eliminate it. It happens when several zombies are grouped together blocking the road. I mean, you're seducing a male zombie. You still have that ability? Lin Duo was surprised. Don't look down on zombies, I'm telling you. Lin Duo pondered for a moment. If you're bored, you can amuse yourself, if you're really still capable. You mean? Bai Xiao asked, doubtful. Do you really want me to spell it out? Lin Duo remained expressionless. He had completely forgotten that this was an adult human female, not only of Jean Ping Mei, but also of all the tattered books she found while scavenging. Such a small person, yet knows so much. Shouldn't zombies be completely ignorant? Lin Duo tilted her head. I'm a civilized zombie, and you're a barbarian chicken leg. Bai Xiao delivered a righteous, civilized contempt. Barbarian indeed. She just finished showering, put on a white coat, and sat there. Even though she was the only one left in the village, there was still a zombie. If he were the only zombie left, maybe he run around naked in the yard too. Before it got dark, Lin Duo took out bamboo strips and started weaving a large basket. Isn't it very useful? Bai Xiao asked. It's all woven, put it away. You can keep it for later. It's like if you died, I'd be useless, like a wild man, the zombie said. Later, you remember me when you used me. She tilted her head, and you won't become that drooling, babbling nonsense anymore. The sky seemed higher. The autumn wind blew for miles. The setting sun cast high yellow clouds. The autumn sky always seemed high, the days gradually shortened, the nights gradually lengthened, and the ground absorbed less heat than in summer, causing the temperature to drop day by day. In these increasingly cool nights, Bai Xiao built a mobile shelter, adjusting its size according to his own growth. It was lined with soft fur, some scavenged from the city, others wolf pelts from last winter. Although it looked like a coffin, it was reinforced with sheet metal at all 8 corners, and 4 perforated iron posts were threaded with scavenged Kevlar ropes. Two small wheels salvaged from a wheelchair were attached below, and two spare tires were mounted on the sides. Lin Duo stared in amazement at the coffin. "Now do you believe I can take you away?" Bai Xiao tried carrying it on his back. The door was padded to prevent it from digging into his back, which was also quite fleshy. The recessed bottom had ventilation holes covered with round sheet metal, and the sides of the metal allowed for airflow, ensuring that blood and other contaminants wouldn't seep in case of an emergency. Its height of 1.4 meters, and its sufficiently thick construction made it heavier than Lin Duo. "Come in and try," the zombie king invited the human into the coffin. Lin Duo crouched inside, feeling around the box. She opened a small window on the side, which used iron hinges that opened outwards. Once pulled and locked, it couldn't be opened from the outside. The box swayed slightly, and the scenery outside the small window flickered. She knew the zombie king had carried her. "Is it heavy?" "Of course it's heavy, but it's alright, it's just for emergencies." The zombie leaned forward, then did 2 squats. With the mobile shelter on his broad back, he tried walking a few steps in the yard, then lightly jogging. Then he put it down. Lin Duo crawled out of the box, looked at it, then at the zombie king. "Don't worry, I'm strong." Bai Xiao demonstrated, hoisting the empty box onto his back, then lifting Lin Duo into his arms, letting her sit on his lap like a majestic general. Lin Duo, one hand on the zombie king's shoulder, looked up and saw the azure sky, large, fluffy clouds as clean and soft as cotton, and the lush green treetops beyond the mountains. The oppressive feeling of the apocalypse suddenly dissipated. This zombie could easily crush any threat, then protect her, carrying her on its back to go anywhere. "I suddenly feel like I can live a long time," she said abruptly. "Of course you can live a long time," Bai Xiao said matter-of-factly. "When I grow stronger, I take you to an abandoned train car, and I can pull it like a handcart. Then you become a monster." "I already am." Bai Xiao moved his arm. "What normal person lets you sit on their arm?" Lin Duo, one hand on his shoulder, the other touching his arm, his strong forearm as thick as her calf, and his upper arm even more muscular. Since the zombies stopped being herbivores, and had plenty of flesh and blood, they grew stronger day by day, reminding her of animals that survived the infection, growing larger and more ferocious. "Is it stuffy in there?" Bai Xiao asked. He couldn't squeeze in, but Lin Duo had a little room to move around inside. "It's alright, but it's pitch black without the windows." "Well, there's no way to put a glass window. It's not sturdy enough. Ideally, it would be a windowless metal carriage, but a zombie couldn't pull that. A sturdy, luxurious double-door mobile shelter. If we're going to die eventually, before that, I can use this box to take you anywhere you want to go. Why don't we burn that place down and see?" Lin Duo looked into the distance. She still preferred this peaceful and stable life. This was what she had longed for in her 20-plus years of life. Even the safe zone couldn't compare to the allure of that life she had experienced that past winter. Monsters couldn't go to the safe zone, so she wouldn't go either. "Waiting," Bai Xiao said. "Waiting for what?" "Waiting for the southeast wind." Chapter 153. Kong Ming borrowed the east wind to defeat Cao Cao's army. Bai Xiao couldn't borrow it, so he had to wait. Because if the wind direction was wrong, it would burn him instead. Wind direction is crucial when setting a fire. To ensure the wildfire is set safely and burns completely, a southeast wind is needed. At that time, the fire will spread deeper into the forest, and the area where the fire started will be forced to flee deeper and farther due to the high temperature and lack of oxygen. Using the flames to drive them away in one direction will ensure their safety. Even a barbarian like Lin Duo understood immediately after his explanation. Fire cannot be set haphazardly. A gentle breeze won't work. A relatively strong wind is needed. It's a pity about the hawthorns, chestnuts, and other mountain produce. She used to go into the mountains, but now only the zombie king can enter. Next, she either has to move or burn the entire area to see if she can get through the winter safely, collect the embers for charcoal, and perhaps even find animal carcasses. Lin Duo moistened her finger with saliva and held it up in the air to feel the wind direction. Originally, she thought she could survive for a few more years, but she didn't expect the situation in the mountains to deteriorate so quickly. This year's abnormal climate has drastically reduced the mountain's water resources, and the few remaining water sources have all been polluted. The window of opportunity between zombie aging and widespread infection is disappearing. Every year since then has been the best year to come. Not today. She lowered her hand with some regret. Hide well. Bai Xiao picked up the metal sheet, made sure Lin Duo was hidden, and took a hammer to a corner on the outskirts of the village, preparing to hammer out an iron helmet. The clanging sound might attract something, which was why he ran so far, And now, he still had Lin Duo hiding. Compared to his current strength, his old helmet was no longer adequate, somewhat cramped, and offered far less protection. Zombies' weakness lay in their heads. By forging an iron helmet, he would become Juggernaut. Like that silly mutant in X-Men, who kept banging his head against walls, completely bewildered. He also wanted to weld spikes onto the helmet. He vaguely remembered using gunpowder from bullets to do this, but he couldn't recall where he'd seen it done or what materials were needed. He only remembered seeing someone do it before. The wind was stronger. Even from a distance, the trees on the mountain showed hints of red and yellow, but most were still dark green. Unlike the summer scenery, their colors had deepened considerably. Further into the mountains, he could see even more red and yellow leaves. A clanging sound came from a corner of the village. The clouds shifted in the sky, soft clouds drifting slowly across the forest, occasionally obscuring the sun and casting large shadows, instantly bringing some coolness. With the box in the yard, Bai Xiao wasn't too worried. Even if something unexpected happened, like something flying out of the mountains, Lin Duo could hide inside the house or in the box. As the temperature dropped and the wind picked up, Lin Duo would stand in the yard every day to observe the wind direction, then watch Bai Xiao fiddling with the iron helmet, occasionally tinkering with the coffin. He was worried that once the wildfire was lit, a sudden change in wind direction might cause chaos in the village, so he wanted to take precautions. Lin Duo enjoyed this life, figuring out how to live comfortably and survive alongside the zombies. Even as he grew stronger and looked more terrifying, he brought a sense of security she had never felt before. This was unprecedented in the past decade or so of her life. Her father used to wrap his arms in thick tape and leather to survive, but her mother was always worried. He was still human, the outside world was dangerous, and he might never return. Now, she was like her mother yet different. With her was a massive zombie, capable of crushing a fresh zombie in one hand and stomping on another, an incredibly strong zombie. Lin Duo disassembled and maintained the rifle Aunt Qian had left behind. She needed to prepare. If anything went wrong during the fire, she would use the gun to protect the zombie. While waiting for the southeast wind, Bai Xiao cleared away the dry grass around the hillside, creating a fire break to prevent the fire from spreading and burning him. Setting the mountain on fire was something he had considered on his return journey, because he had seen burned mountains on the road, few trees, only a layer of lush green grass. After the fire, the shrubs and trees would recover slowly, and the distant forests would turn into grass. It would be a long recovery period, and food supplies would dwindle, but compared to these drawbacks, the increasing number of monsters emerging from the mountains was the most pressing issue. Finally, a southeast wind arrived. The consecutive sunny days reduced the humidity in the mountains. Bai Xiao shouldered his basket. He would go into the mountains to set fire to the bushes and grass, gathering one last batch of mountain produce. It's time to teach those hairy beasts a lesson. The zombie king donned his iron helmet, his powerful body radiating an aura of oppression. Wait a minute. Lin Duo pointed to the coffin. Could we put it on the roof? You want to go up? Yes. Bai Xiao moved the deluxe version of the mobile shelter to the roof. Lin Duo lay on the edge of the roof, holding binoculars, watching the zombie's figure cross the hillside and enter the mountain path. He went in at noon. By afternoon, when the sunlight turned orange-red, thick smoke rose from the depths of the forest, with red flames rising there. More and more places were emitting smoke, and by nightfall, the sky there had turned completely red. Lin Duo watched through the binoculars. Actually, her father's notes had mentioned that if winter was unbearable, one could try burning the mountain, but she hadn't expected it to be done by the zombie king under these circumstances. The fire was fueled by the wind, and the wind fueled the fire's power. The night grew deeper, and the fire in the forest grew larger and larger, flames and thick smoke filling the entire sky. Amidst the ever-growing wildfire, the zombie king, carrying a basket, ran out of the mountain path. His imposing figure, the thick smoke and fire behind him, and the birds circling and taking flight from the forest created a picturesque scene. Night had fallen, but the fires were growing ever brighter. Come down quickly. Bai Xiao called from inside the courtyard. Lin Duo, with binoculars around her neck, hurried down. He brought back a large basket of hawthorns, which he placed on the ground. Looking up, they could see the sky ablaze with color, as if the sunset's crimson glow hadn't yet faded. It should be clean by now, right? Definitely, you started that fire, Lin Duo said. He was still covered in soot, his face streaked with black and white. He set fires all the way here. Thick smoke was also rising from the surrounding forests. Lin Duo rinsed him off with a hose. As she changed into clean clothes, The firelight illuminated the sky. The two stood in the courtyard, watching the vibrant crimson. High temperatures were a major factor in the continued spread of the wildfire. It roared wildly through the forest like a raging beast. From afar, the towering flame seemed to be dyeing the entire sky red. Thick smoke billowed upwards, like a black dragon coiling across the sky. Interspersed among it were the startled shadows of birds taking flight and circling. "I hope it won't rain," she said. "Ordinary rain can't extinguish this fire." In this apocalyptic world, flames raged. Bai Xiao watched as the vast wildfire he had ignited spread across the rolling hills, its flames advancing ever deeper into the forest. Civilization originated from fire. Now, the raging wildfire is the survivors' resistance against this world. Chapter 154. The two stood in the darkness of the courtyard, watching the firelight that had illuminated half the sky for a long time. The flames, exceptionally bright against the night sky, gave a strange sense of peace. Fire can ward off everything. In very ancient times, fire was an essential tool for sacrifices and exorcising evil spirits. It could also drive away wild beasts and provide warmth in the cold darkness. At least, it could keep this small mountain village peaceful and clean for a while longer. Later, Lin Duo went to sleep. Zombie stayed in the courtyard, watching the firelight that had already illuminated half the sky, wary of any unexpected events that might occur that night. After checking that all the doors and windows were closed tightly, he moved a small stool to the side, leaning against the wall, just like long ago, guarding the small courtyard like a sentinel. The wind was still blowing, but it didn't howl like in winter. Bai Xiao had planned to light the fire in winter, partly because the winter winds were strong then, although southeast winds were harder to find then. Northwest winds were more common in the north. He didn't sleep a wink all night. The next day, Lin Duo emerged to find the sky still red, thick smoke billowing into the heavens, a true apocalyptic scene. For the monsters of the mountains, this truly was the end of the world. She licked her fingers, raised them to feel the wind direction, and looked around. Seeing no zombies in the yard, she dressed herself, put on her helmet, and went out, gun in hand. Walking along the village's stone path, she suddenly heard noises coming from a deserted courtyard on the edge of the village. The noises were erratic. She slowly approached, listened for a moment, and gripped her gun tightly. "Is that you?" There was no response from inside. Instead, the noises became even more chaotic. She quickly retreated, moving away from the area, warily watching the doorway, glancing left and right. She climbed onto another rooftop, pointed her gun at the courtyard, and then froze. Inside were animals bound with ropes and chains, their bodies appearing to have been singed. Smaller animals included bamboo rats and badgers, while larger ones included red deer and gazelles. The gazelles appeared infected, chains pierced the bloodied holes in their backs, locking directly to their bones. They seemed oblivious to the pain, constantly banging against the wall, the same noise she had just heard. They were chained in the yard, their bodies blackened by fire, their tails charred. She put away her gun and walked out along the bluestone path. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw a zombie riding a wild boar rampaging through the fields. The boar also burned, looked like it had come from the mountains. It was now frantically leaping about, its head caught in the chain in Bai Xiao's hand, struggling fiercely. "I am the Train King," the zombie howled, riding the boar. Looking at its powerful physique, it was more like a wild beast than a zombie. The beast-like zombie king seemed very happy, and Lin Duo couldn't help but smile. "Don't shoot." Noticing Lin Duo's figure, the zombie shouted. The wild boar was exhausted, and he was preparing to overturn his mount and take it back to tie it up. Lin Duo, clutching her gun, hid in a corner. In the distance, amidst the wildfires and thick smoke, zombies preyed on the fleeing monsters in the fields. She stared intently at the powerful figure. Until sunset, the zombie king, covered in grime, sat in the yard while humans sprayed him with water using a hose. "Those are fresh, not long since infected, haven't become emaciated yet. We can tie them up there and save them for later." The zombie king was in high spirits. Even though he had run out before dawn, he was still full of energy. Lindwood's cheeks were also slightly flushed as she sprayed the zombie with water and brushed him with a brush. "You went out very early today?" "I heard a noise, so I went to catch it before dawn," Bai Xiao said. "The high temperature, thick smoke, and the spreading fire will force them to run to safety. Animals deeper in will be driven further away, and some that are running around aimlessly will come out. Won't those birds burn to death?" Lin Duo could still almost smell the stench of decay in the yard. "Even if they don't burn to death, they'd be forced to leave," Bai Xiao said. "They not only attack you and me, but they also eat my people. The zombies, once the overlords, have now become food. 20 years of change, and the reshuffling is not yet over. Linduo vigorously scrubbed his back with a brush. He was very dirty from crawling and rolling on the ground all day. Was riding a wild boar fun? Fun! Bai Xiao had thoroughly enjoyed riding that boar today. A zombie riding a boar, it was incredibly interesting. Water droplets dripped down his thick, muscular body. Linduo splashed more water down his head and slapped him on the back. Okay, turn around. The slender morsels of fat rendered from the wild boar's belly were delicious in winter, especially with wild vegetables. But that wild boar was an infected monster. She wondered if it would survive the winter and still have any fat left. Thinking of this, she swallowed hard. She liked vegetables, especially those grown in her garden, not as tough or fishy as meat. As she was thinking this, she noticed the zombie staring at her with a strange look. What's wrong? Linduo asked, puzzled. It's strange that you're drooling over a zombie. Bai Xiao rubbed his stomach. While this body was indeed very strong, it was also terrifying. He truly couldn't understand what kind of aesthetic this barbarian had, drooling over such a large zombie. It was truly horrifying. I drool over you. Linduo asked in surprise, rubbing his chest as she said, What's wrong with you? Fine, I won't admit it. Bai Xiao looked up. The sky there was still a deep red, indistinguishable whether it was the glow of sunset or the reflection of the wildfire. The fire in the apocalypse continued to burn. How long will it burn there? Uncertain, but the longer the better. The fire had already spread far away. The autumn air was crisp and dry. With the wind blowing, no one knew how far it would spread. Once the fire died down, he could still collect some corpses. There wasn't much left in the center of the dense forest, but he should be able to find some on the edges and in the caves. Tonight I cooked rabbit meat. I poured red wine into the pot, threw in a few hawthorns, a handful of peppercorns, salt, and seasonings, and let it simmer in the pot. You better not go out. I'm safe outside. Wait until the wildfire is over before going out. Stay in the yard, Bai Xiao said. Seeing Linduo touching the gun, he said, If you go out again, I chain you up. Okay. Linduo knew he was serious. Should we feed those things? She remembered that before the disaster, people kept livestock, but after the disaster, those livestock either became food for zombies or turned into monsters. No need. Chapter 155. According to their level of infection, Bai Xiao categorized the chained monsters. The best were, of course, the animals that had just survived the infection. They were frantically releasing their energy, reminiscent of the fresh zombies of yesteryear. However, when faced with the muscular zombie king lurking in the mountain village, they were simply chained up. As for those uninfected, they needed some care. Bai Xiao felt he could still grow stronger. With so much food, this felt more like a pre-apocalyptic frenzy, a final harvest. Black ash drifted down from the other side of the mountain, swirling and billowing. This was ash from the burning forest, carried into the sky by the smoke and heat, then scattered everywhere. Linduo brought in the clothes drying in the yard and covered the water vat. As long as the fire in the distance continued to burn, this black ash would likely continue to drift over. Aren't you coming in? Linduo asked from inside the house. The zombies seemed to be planning to stay outside. I have to keep an eye on it. I cleared some weeds at the foot of the mountain to create a firebreak, but I don't know how useful it will be. What if a sudden strong wind changes the wind direction? It's so far. She put her hand to her forehead and looked out. Just in case. The zombie sat in the yard. He loved watching the towering wildfires. Perhaps playing with fire was an instinct etched into his genes. Even when adults said things like playing with fire will make you wet the bed, he couldn't resist his love of play. Whenever he took a break in the summer to smoke out mosquitoes, he always liked to play with fire. What a waste of time. Linduo closed the window. She already imagined that tomorrow, the zombie would be filthy, covered in falling black ash. As dawn broke, the zombie king was no longer in the yard, he had gone out again. She peered from the rooftop with binoculars, but the zombie king wouldn't let her out. She could only stay in the yard, sweeping up the dust and debris around the well, then grabbed a large basin and picked a large bowl of chili peppers from the vegetable garden. She washed them at the well. While washing, she removed the green stems, then dried the washed peppers before chopping them up to make chili sauce. The smell of chili peppers was overwhelming. She stuffed her nostrils with 2 wads of paper. Zombies eat spicy food voraciously. She considered whether, if bitten by the zombie king, she should rub some chili pepper on her feet first. That way, the bite would be more enjoyable. She wondered how the other survivors in the ruins were living. Linduo glanced out the window. The only thing she was certain of was that everyone was suffering. A small plastic figurine was still on the window. Bai Xiao had said that if he ever passed by his friend's place again, he would give it to that person liked it. The zombie returned in the afternoon. He went to the edge of the field and cut some wild grass, put it in a basket, and tried to feed the uninfected rabbit some food. It wouldn't eat. The zombie king gave it a small bag, but it still wouldn't eat. Having no other choice, he put the basket aside, waiting for the human to come and feed it when he had time. He suspected the rabbit was too scared to eat. Will that friend you mentioned survive? Linduo asked, holding the little figure. Probably. I warned him, and he took precautions, Bai Xiao said, sniffing and looking at the jar in the room. Did you make chili peppers? Linduo put her finger in his mouth, and Bai Xiao raised an eyebrow. Spicy, is it? She chopped chili peppers for ages. Like spicy chicken feet. Bai Xiao licked his human finger. It had a faint spiciness, and combined with the human scent, it really did resemble them. You're licking my fingers, Linduo said, holding up her hand. You put it in yourself. Bai Xiao felt a pang of nostalgia for those distant delicacies, like tiger skin chicken feet and spicy chicken feet. Don't rub your eyes, and don't go to the toilet, or you know what pain is. The zombie king told her to wash her hands. Her hands were burning hot from chopping chili peppers. The chili sauce could be stored for a long time. The jar would last until winter. Linduo washed her hands, which were still a little hot. She covered her mouth and nose. A slight breeze was blowing in her direction, and blackish fell silently from the sky, like light snow. Perhaps because of the fire, the sky was gray, dark and gloomy, with constantly falling ash, creating a sense of oppression. The village was no longer quiet. Zombies had captured many monsters in the abandoned courtyards, tying them up and occasionally banging against the walls or letting out low hisses. Bai Xiao told her to feed the rabbits, and Linduo grabbed a large handful of grass and went with him, but unfortunately, the rabbits still wouldn't eat. Then let's eat them first, Linduo said, not feeling much regret, since they were going to eat anyway. Rabbits are so cute. Don't you think you're being cruel? The zombie asked in surprise. This barbarian had no sense of sustainable development. If rabbits could have baby rabbits, and baby rabbits could have even more baby rabbits, wouldn't the lineage be endless? Even in winter, one could catch a rabbit anytime, skin it, bleed it, and make a steaming hot pot of rabbit. Linduo looked up at the large, terrifying zombie king, then at the tiny rabbit, and remained silent for a long while. Is it cute? Look how cute it is, the zombie king said. Because its eyes are red, just like yours? That's not the point. Okay. Bai Xiao thought for a moment. Why was a rabbit with red eyes cute, while a zombie with red eyes was terrifying? They were clearly the same. He didn't know if this winter would bring another round of extreme weather, or if last year's was just an accident. He wanted to preserve as much food as possible. If he could raise these rabbits with red eyes that weren't infected, that would be ideal. Linduo watched the zombie's red eyes meet the rabbit's red eyes, squatting on the ground, feeling a strange sense of amusement. Linduo tossed the grass next to the rabbit and stood up, saying, if you hadn't been here to scare it, it might have eaten it. Whether human or animal, the oppressive aura emanating from Bai Xiao was undeniable. In the past 20 years, there had never been a zombie like this. At least she had never heard of it. Even during the peak of the zombie outbreak, her father and other villagers hadn't mentioned it. After checking on the other animals in the yards, some frantic and some calm, Bai Xiao picked her up and placed her on his arm. He surveyed the territory and the hunt's catch before heading home. It seems like things have changed since then, Linduo suddenly said. Since the large-scale transmission to birds started last year, the process has accelerated, Bai Xiao said. I used to hear my parents say that home was the pictograph for pigs, meaning people used to raise livestock in enclosures. Linduo said. Yes. Bai Xiao put her down. It's the same now. She looked around the yard. Next door was a vegetable garden, with chili peppers, persimmons, and hawthorns drying on bamboo trays. Infected animals were tied up outside. This kind of life is truly captivating. But something felt off. The village used to be filled with Erden, Friday, and Uncle Kai, now it's a bunch of all sorts of monsters. She listened to the sound coming from the monsters in the distance. A dark sky, drifting dust. A dilapidated mountain village, zombies, people, infected monsters. Together they made up this peaceful and stable life, full of rural charm. The past is gone forever. The world will never be the same again. These were Aunt Qian's last words in this world. Chapter 156. The dead have found peace, and the survivors will continue their journey in this changed world. What will the world ultimately become? Lin Duo pondered for a while, but couldn't find an answer. But now she was an anomaly. In the current environment, zombies and monsters were one and the same, and in this chaotic mountain village, a human was the only anomaly. Perhaps also the few uninfected animals, that rabbit with red eyes. After finishing their meal, the zombie was searching for the syringe he picked up in the city while scavenging. Lin Duo watched his movements. What are you looking for this for? Maybe we can consider artificial insemination, to see if those newly infected animals can successfully give birth, Bai Xiao said. 2 question marks appeared on Lin Duo's forehead. Her blank, silly face amused Bai Xiao. You mean? She asked hesitantly. I can hold them down with one hand, then use this. The zombie king picked up the syringe. Draw it out, and then pour it back in. Lin Duo looked up, stunned for 2 seconds, as if pondering what a terrifying and unimaginable scene that must be. When she looked at the zombie king again, her eyes were filled with awe. Are you sure you want to? It will bite you. I hold its mouth down and tie it up. That's really too. Are you sure you won't create another monster? Lin Duo thought for 2 seconds and said, I don't think that's a good idea. She looked at the thick smoke and firelight in the distance, and the gloomy sky, then looked at the zombie king, who was also looking at her. After a moment, Bai Xiao put down the syringe and said, Okay, I understand your concerns. He and the human sat together under the eaves, leaning against each other, watching the sky grow darker. Lin Duo took his hand, placing her own hand in his large, thick one, gesturing with her large hand compared to his smaller one. Your hand is so big. Your hand is so small. Compared to a zombie's hand, a human's hand was indeed small. Bai Xiao felt as if he were holding a slightly cool piece of pork. We have to adapt to this world. The zombie closed its eyes, patting Lin Duo's back beside it, humming an unknown tune. Adapting to a constantly changing world. Lin Duo didn't speak. She rubbed her face against the zombie's shoulder, leaning against the strong zombie, thinking of nothing, simply enjoying this moment of leisure. He still smelled of black ash and bird fur, the stench of the monsters fleeing in panic during the day. The stench of those monsters, after being burned, was obvious, and even zombies would pick up the smell if they hugged them. The giant zombie and the tiny human sat there until almost dark. Suddenly Lin Duo felt an inexplicable urge to bite the zombie. She didn't know where it came from, and even wondered if she had turned into a monster herself. Am I becoming less human too? Lin Duo was worried about this. You can't bite me, but I can give you my foot skin to eat, Bai Xiao said. Lin Duo squinted at him. This zombie was really vengeful. He was the one who kept drooling over humans, which was why he made this excellent suggestion, yet he didn't appreciate it and even mocked her. That won't work either. I don't know if it'd be infectious. Let's try feeding a rabbit a piece first. I'm considering, the zombie said. The human tapped on the zombie's iron helmet, but hurt her own hand in the process. Bai Xiao took off the helmet. Tap it now. No, I won't. Once the wildfire over there is extinguished, our winter will be easier. Bai Xiao put his arm around her and pointed into the distance. It will take many years for that place to recover. Until then, only grass will grow. I keep you tied up inside. In early winter, I burn the fields. What you and the old lady can't do, I can. I'm worth 10 of you. Do you know what this is called? This is called the future. Night deepened. The sky was starless, and the inky blackness enveloped the area. I can sing too. Really? 2 tigers, 2 tigers. Lin Duo hummed softly. It was a popular children's song before the disaster, one she had learned when she was very young. It was short, so it was easy to remember. She fell asleep sometime during the night, and Bai Xiao carried her back inside. He then went outside, pumped water from the well, and groped in the dark to wipe the soot off his clothes before sitting back down and gazing at the distant firelight. The future, a word rarely heard in ruins. The chirping of insects in the grass had decreased, and the night wind was blowing. Compared to when he was practicing speaking under the shed, everything was different now. Bai Xiao exercised in the darkness, drank some red wine, then wrapped himself in his clothes, and sat there waiting for tomorrow's hunt. Fewer and fewer animals had been forced out by the fire. They were being driven further away as planned. A light rain fell in the latter half of the night, but it stopped quickly. The ground wasn't very wet, and by daybreak, there was no indication that it had rained the night before. Before Lin Duo woke up, he went to the rabbits to see if they were eating properly. The grass he had left yesterday showed signs of being nibbled on, but it wasn't all eaten. Instead, several holes had appeared in the ground. This made Bai Xiao realize that the rabbits couldn't be kept there any longer. If they stayed another day, they would disappear without a trace. Time passed day by day. The spot where the fire had initially started now only emitted smoke. The flames were no longer visible. The black dust falling from the sky was also decreasing, while thick smoke still billowed from the depths. He went to check on that area every day, observing the aftermath of the fire. After a great fire, only wasteland remained. This dark desolation was much better than the city, teeming with zombies yet covered in lush vegetation. At least it didn't feel so oppressive. After the ashes came new life, but the lush city offered no hope. It simply grew wildly and excessively, eroding the traces left by people before the disaster. Under a gray sky, a car, its body completely black, drove along a country road. It had arrived in the ruins of a land long ago, a place where civilization had been lost and industry, and automobiles were no more. The ruins were devoid of usable cars and fuel. Their fragile bodies couldn't have stopped the zombies of yesteryear. In the long years since the disaster, cars were nothing more than scattered, discarded metal shells for the people of this land, rusted and corroded by wind and rain. Even in the city's underground parking lots, they were long since unusable junk. The person inside looked out the window, at the thick smoke rising from the distant mountains. The car was silent. No one spoke. No one made a sound, only the roar of the engine. The road, neglected for years, kicked up billowing dust behind the car. It moved slowly and steadily toward the smoke. Chapter 157. The remaining population wasn't enough to withstand the zombies in such a vast wasteland, so they retreated into the safe zone. Now they once again set foot on the ruins, their all-black cars following the trail of wildfire. This land no longer belonged to humans. The cities that once inhabited were now ruins, abandoned and collapsed over time. In that disaster, too many people died, and the subsequent migration to shelters left very few survivors on this land. Only scattered, isolated individuals remained in the surrounding villages and towns, unable to leave the ruins, relying on the countryside and occasional scavenging in the city to make a living. The dirt road was difficult to travel on, and the car bumped along. It stopped at a fork in the road, and the person inside leaned against the door, taking out binoculars to look around. After a moment, the door closed, and they chose a road and continued on. The villages along the way were either overrun by roaming zombies or inhabited by emaciated survivors barely clinging to life. Something's not right, be careful. As they approached the inhabited village, the people in the car checked through binoculars and warned their companions. Their companions didn't know what was wrong, but they had heard strange noises coming from a courtyard as they neared the village. When they saw the source of the noise was a wild boar with thinning fur and bloodshot eyes, clearly infected, they exchanged a glance and became even more vigilant. "There's more," someone said, pointing to a nearby courtyard. Over there were yellow sheep, chains piercing their bodies and binding their bones, also infected monsters, their appearance horrifying. They could no longer be called animals, but seemed to be kept in a pen. Unlike anywhere they'd been before, this place was different. Under the dark sky, a chill ran through them. They exchanged a glance and quickened their pace. Not only were there ferocious monsters, but also animals that had become sluggish from prolonged zombie transformation. This village was anything but quiet. This place was eerie. Could the mission be real? Walking on the cobblestone streets, the village was quiet, as if no one was alive, yet these imprisoned monsters were undeniably present. After taking a few steps towards the direction of the smoke rising from the chimneys, something suddenly appeared from the street. Bang! One of them fired in alarm, quickly forming a defensive formation with his teammates. A zombie! No, it shouldn't be called a zombie. That thing looked like some kind of supernatural creature, far more powerful than the zombies of 20 years ago. Suspected target spotted. Don't move. Don't resist. Keep your distance. For submachine guns were pointed at the terrifying thing. Seeing the harpoon in its hand, he hadn't forgotten his mission. The other person stared at them coldly. "Who are you? Remain calm, and don't make any moves that could be misinterpreted." The four men approached slowly, and now they could see him more clearly. He was a zombie capable of living, a zombie that had been kept in captivity by hunting monsters in the ruins. "We won't fire. That was an accidental discharge. Repeat, we won't fire. Please answer, do you understand?" "Understood." His voice was calm, but the four men became even more cautious, their palms sweating. A zombie capable of living was already enough to shock them. "Are you the only one?" Bai Xiao remained silent. "Repeat, are you the only one?" "There's also a human I kept." "A human?" "A human." Bai Xiao looked down at the bullet wound on his leg, then looked up at the 4 people in specially made suits. Are you here for me? They spotted a suspected target. But they won't shoot. Are they here for the zombies? He looked at the thick smoke in the distance. These people might have been attracted by the wildfire, but their words implied they were here for him. A gust of wind blew, and specks of ash drifted down from the sky. Under the dark sky, 4 guns were pointed at Bai Xiao. Special handcuffs and a restraining hood were on his head. He simply stared at the people expressionlessly. Don't move. Someone spotted the guns on the rooftop not far away. Instantly, 2 guns were raised, and a low shout rang out. Those are people, not zombies. Bai Xiao immediately said. Lin Duo held an old-fashioned rifle, aiming it at the group from a distance. A standoff ensued. Her hand was steady, aimed at the group of people, assessing whether she could rescue the zombie before they fired. 2 submachine guns were pointed at her, but after realizing she was human, they exchanged a glance. Drop your weapons. We subdued the zombie, drop your weapons. She stared at the zombie. Bai Xiao gently shook his head at her. For submachine guns, she might be in danger. Everything happened so suddenly. Rescue is a ride, he said softly. Lin Duo was stunned. A gray sky, a desolate landscape. She saw people other than herself in the ruins. Those were humans, humans like her. That one was a zombie. They're from the safe zone, right? Put down your weapons. They just repeated. They weren't here to search for survivors. They had other missions. How did the ruins become so eerie? Whether it was the monsters locked in the courtyards, or the humans being kept in the mouths of zombies, it was all a huge shock to them. I don't need rescue, Lin Duo said. We're clearing the threat. The zombies have been captured. You're safe. Repeat, you're safe. After a brief standoff, Lin Duo came down from the roof, opened the courtyard gate, and faced the humans she hadn't seen in a long time, the humans from outside the mountain village. Bai Xiao shook his head at her. Lin Duo stood there, looking at the 4 men on guard. The village had been searched thoroughly. There was only 1 human in this small mountain village. They take you to the safe zone. It's safe there, Bai Xiao said. I'm not going, Lin Duo said. She stared into the zombie's eyes, and Bai Xiao stared back at her. After a moment, he closed his eyes and fell silent. Madam, put down your weapon. The leader shouted. Impossible. She gripped her gun tightly, shaking her head as she slowly backed away. This is my home. I die here, and no one will take me away. She turned and disappeared into a side path. The group was about to move when Bai Xiao opened his eyes and looked at them. They had initially intended to give chase, but seeing the zombie's calm expression, they slowed their pace. I go with you, let her go. Bai Xiao said. She was born and raised here, and she wants to die here. She's from the ruins. Your target should only be me. Shut up. 2 people can't hold me. The zombie laughed, shaking the iron chain on his hand. Either kill me first, then go after her. The leader stared at him, his crimson eyes also fixed on the other. The presence of a woman was unexpected. No one could have imagined that zombies would keep humans as captives. A shot hit the zombie's leg. The zombie seemed unaffected, shook its head, and pointed. You guys haven't fought zombies before, have you? Its massive body exuded an oppressive aura. Even with a submachine gun in hand, it still made everyone hold their breath. The atmosphere froze. The others looked at their leader. Watching the woman run away, the leader finally waved his hand. Target captured. Mission accomplished. The vehicle pulled up and stopped at the village entrance. Several men locked the zombie in a cage in the vehicle's cargo compartment. Other emaciated zombies in the cage were also killed and dumped by the roadside. Compared to the tricycle, this was the real means of transportation. Chapter 158. The heavy iron door slammed shut. The captain glanced around, still feeling a sense of unease about the place. Without a doubt, the wildfire was started by that thing. The zombie closed its eyes as soon as it entered the cage, seemingly indifferent to everything. He was pondering. Why would anyone come to capture him? If he had given himself away on the way there, sending people from the safe zone to search would have taken about a year. But he didn't seem to have revealed his identity along the way. Where did things go wrong? Such sophisticated equipment could only be possessed by the safe zone. How did they get here? How many people came? Inside the vehicle. What was it looking at before it got in? Sitting in the vehicle, the driver jolted as the car drove over a dirt road. He suddenly asked. The zombie's actions just now gave him a bad feeling, but he couldn't figure it out. Trying to escape? I'm not feeling too safe either. The man on the left had sweaty palms. Before setting off, none of them had expected to see such a scene. Compared to encountering an unusually strong, ferocious zombie in the city ruins, the captive monsters they seen in the village today were truly chilling. It's probably because things went too smoothly. Don't overthink it, another man said. Silence fell in the car. After a while, the captain, who hadn't spoken until now, said, "What did you just say?" They exchanged glances. "We didn't say anything. He just said, it went too smoothly." The captain frowned. He also felt something was off. He kept thinking about those scarlet, yet unusually calm, eyes. Faced with 4 submachine guns, it would definitely surrender if it had any sense. It's not like those zombies that just charge headfirst. A wise man knows when to yield. It seemed to recognize us as being from the safe zone at a glance, one person said thoughtfully. Where else besides the safe zone would you find such sophisticated equipment? If we had known there was such a big zombie, we would have waited for reinforcements to surround it, and then sniped its legs first, another person said, looking down at the gun. I was sweating bullets, worried it wouldn't recognize the guns, but thankfully it knows quite a bit. Knows quite a bit. Zombies know quite a bit? The driver chuckled. Is it? Wait, do you think it understands the tactics of the safe zone well? That's why it cooperated so well? It seems quite intelligent, recognizing our origins at a glance, and then behaving obediently. It cooperated well. Is it really a zombie and not a person? That's a bit risky. We should observe from a distance, until we've seen enough before waiting for the other teams to arrive. We observe every place we see smoke for 3 to 5 days. We won't be able to finish checking by this time next year. I really don't want to stay in this awful place any longer. I even want to set the ruins on fire. It's not quite like the mission description. Maybe there are other things. Next time, we must observe, and then wait for reinforcements. The captain, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and said, "Stop the car." The bumpy car braked sharply. Several people looked at him. He stared ahead, gripped his gun tightly, and after a moment said, "2 men go to the carriage and keep an eye on it." The rest of the men exchanged glances. The captain assigned Xiao Luyu. Just then, the car, which had stopped, shook again, and a muffled thud came from the roof. A hush fell over the car. In the passenger seat, a bead of cold sweat trickled down the captain's forehead. After an unknown amount of time, the man in the back seat licked his dry lips and asked, "What's wrong? Did the car just jolt again?" He gripped his gun tightly, staring at the roof. The rest of the men remained silent. The captain looked up, staring at the roof without uttering a word. Wilderness, sky, dirt road. Another soft thud, this time from the rear right side of the car. The men's hearts tightened. For thuds followed, as if something had struck behind the car, and also struck their hearts. "Just an animal, Xiao Lu, go check it out," the captain ordered. "Captain." "Obey orders." The man called Xiao Lu gritted his teeth, opened the door, and got out. The men watched as he crouched down, looking at the roof. The next moment, he slid to the ground, as if dragged away by something, and then fell still. The other person slammed the car door shut. A chilling aura filled the car. "Drive," the captain commanded. The driver frantically started the car and drove forward, the engine roaring. In the rearview mirror, a twisted figure could be seen on the ground. The man hadn't even let out a scream before he was lifeless. After driving a short distance, the car suddenly stopped. Seeing the captain looking over, the driver gasped, No gas. How could it be out of gas? It was clear. The captain was shocked and angry, then remembered the soft thuds from earlier, and his face turned pale. "It's all right, the car is sealed. As long as we don't get out, it can't get in. We just wait for rescue here," the person in the back seat said frantically. "Let's call for help." Without a vehicle, moving an inch in the ruins was impossible. Even without anything truly terrifying, it was still a death trap, let alone in their current situation. The specially designed bulletproof car felt like a steel tomb. They could almost hear their own heartbeats. This was true ruin, 20 years after the apocalypse, far removed from civilization. They had only been driving for about 10 minutes. Clearly, the difficult road meant they hadn't gone very far. Bang! A loud crash echoed through the car's windshield, leaving a pale bullet mark on the front side window. The men jerked their heads, staring at the mark. Bang! Another sound, almost right next to the spot where they had just been hit, and another mark appeared. Then nothing more happened. The people inside breathed a sigh of relief. "Wait. Spare fuel," the driver suddenly said, as if in response to his words. Water suddenly streamed down the windshield, cutting through the fuel. Simultaneously, a large, heavy hand descended from the roof, tapped on the windshield, and then beckoned with its finger. The captain, clutching a grenade, stared at the spilling fuel with fear in his eyes. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or if it had read his mind. The large hand tapped on the window again, then withdrew. This chilling action sent shivers down their spines. They seemed to see those bloodshot, emotionless eyes again. The driver twisted the key and pressed the accelerator, as if hoping for a miracle. The captain and the driver exchanged a glance. To get out. Or not to get out. Rather than being burned alive inside, facing that terrifying creature outside. The captain already regretted firing that shot. What do we do? The driver suddenly slumped into a seat. This vehicle could protect them from the monster's attacks, but it could use fire. How could this happen? It's a trap. We shouldn't have been so reckless. Who knew there were zombies here? We don't understand it, and it doesn't understand us. But now we've been figured out. In open terrain, their firepower was enough to suppress any creature, but now the armored vehicle had trapped them. The captain wondered if they had observed from a distance for 3 to 5 days, avoided a sudden encounter, and patiently called for backup. Would everything have gone smoothly? If it had resisted, they could have severely wounded it with firearms in an open area. The credit they had hoped for had turned into a dead end. The person in the back seat, pale-faced, suddenly opened the car door a crack, and a submachine gun emerged from the gap, firing at the roof, where the large hand had just dangled. The deafening gunfire seemed to shatter eardrums in the small space. His arm trembled from the recoil, the gun barrel whirring and tilting. The next moment, a steel rod was driven through the gap in the open door and embedded in the seat. His arm was grabbed by a bloodied hand and yanked hard. In a split second, the gunfire ceased, and the person in the back seat screamed as they were dragged out of the vehicle. The door was wide open, blocked by the steel rod removed from the cage. Simply pulling it out would close the door, but no one dared to move. It was yet another trap. I can be kept like that too," the driver heard himself say. "Aren't you going to close the door?" A deep, hoarse voice came from outside. Chapter 159. They were in the car, the zombie outside. The vehicle, once their means of survival, had become a prison. Its bulletproof shell served as protection for the zombie, which could hide underneath or perch on top. After the driver uttered those words, the captain pressed his gun to his head and gestured left and right. He had misjudged the situation. If all 4 of them had gotten out of the car together, rushed outside, and fired at the monster, they might have had a chance, maybe. The back door was open, it still hadn't rushed in. This wasn't the monster they encountered in the ruins. It was terrifying, but that also meant it was still afraid of firearms. There was still a chance. It said rescue had arrived. That was a ruse. Its cooperation was a ruse. Once it figured out the group's situation, it would reveal its fangs. Now it was time to gamble. If they reached an open area outside, there was still a chance to win. It's time to gamble with your lives. Seeing that the driver understood, the captain moved his gun back to the back door and held up 3 fingers to count down. As the last finger fell, both doors opened simultaneously. Now it was a gamble, a chance to see who was unlucky enough to be pounced upon. 2 figures leaped out of the vehicle, and at the same time, gunshots rang out, spraying bullets in the direction of the car. They only saw a dark figure dart into the rear compartment containing the cage. Then, to his horror, he saw a burst of blood erupt from the head of the driver on the left, who had been firing the gun. He lay lifeless on the ground. He understood. This metal shell was a cage they had prepared for themselves. From the moment they boarded the vehicle and locked themselves inside, they had no chance of winning. Only 4 people? Hearing the voice, he tried to raise his hand, but found his gun gripped loosely, and the gun had fallen to the ground. The imposing figure had already approached. "Where did you come from? Didn't you know? Did you retake the ruins? Or did you come specifically for me?" "A mission. A mission. When did you set off?" Bai Xiao was almost certain he had overlooked something on the way, but he couldn't figure out why. "Last winter. The ruins aren't easy to enter, are they?" He gritted his teeth. The more dangerous the ruins were, the more people were lost on the way, the more certain the higher-ups were of what was inside. Indeed, they shouldn't have been careless. "What's the mission objective?" "Find a zombie that's practically human." "So you came for me after all." Bai Xiao frowned. "Not you, it's another one." Another one?" He paused, his previous assumptions overturned by this statement. A zombie like him? More than one? Had he been caught in the crossfire? Were there other zombies who also retained their sanity? And were they detected by the safe zone? More likely, he was also in Linchuan. This was an unexpected answer, surprising Bai Xiao. Seeing the thoughtful expression on his face, the other felt a chill run down his spine. Zombies weren't scary because they lacked reason. But this thing, it could think, and it could even keep humans captive. If there were enough of these things, the ruins would become a monster kingdom. If it weren't for the various monsters chained up in the village, he would have thought that small mountain village was a peaceful place where survivors lived. He remembered what some of the eccentric people in the safe zone had said. This was a land forsaken by the gods. A jumble of thoughts surged within him, overshadowing the fear of death. Staring at the monster before him, he couldn't help but think further. Did those above, so determined to search the ruins, already know something? Were they simply concealing the truth? Just like long ago, before the disaster struck, news of the zombies was also hidden. Everything was merely rumor until the moment the catastrophe truly arrived. But all he found along the way were emaciated survivors, barely clinging to life. After so long venturing deep into the ruins, he only found this one now. That woman. She's keeping zombies, he suddenly exclaimed. The one who fired the shot could only be that woman. It wasn't that zombies were keeping humans, it could also be that humans were keeping zombies. Yes, she fed me into this mess. Bai Xiao chuckled, glancing into the distance. The ruins were vast, not to mention the difficulty of even getting in. You won't be able to search this far in a year, will you? Linchuan isn't big, the captain said, remaining silent for a long while, lost in thought. You're heading straight for Linchuan? Bai Xiao asked. He smiled but didn't speak. After a moment, he said, you eventually be caught. What do you mean by a zombie that's considered human? Bai Xiao ignored his declaration and changed the subject, now showing interest in another type of zombie. If it truly existed, this ruin would revive, the zombies would live together in groups, and then fight for the throne. Because it's not a monster like you, the captain said. He's in Linchuan too? Our mission is in Linchuan. Bai Xiao suddenly had a guess. You came following the wildfire? I'm wondering why there are only 4 of you. I won't be kept as a zombie. The captain laughed, then saw it suddenly burrow back into the truck. His eyes widened, and he reached out his hand reluctantly, but the explosion swallowed him. Bai Xiao emerged from the truck with a grim face, glanced at the mangled corpses, went to the truck. The intercom was lit. He crushed it and rummaged through the truck. A piece of paper fell from his bag. It was a portrait of a gaunt young man wearing sunglasses, his former appearance. He narrowed his eyes, thinking of someone. Zhou Su. This was how he looked when he first met Zhou Su, after a difficult journey, the man who claimed to be a rescuer he encountered after emerging from the ruins. After a more thorough search, there was only this one picture. So it was still himself? That guy just didn't recognize him, thinking there was another zombie that looked more human. They were searching for their past selves, spending a year searching, and then unexpectedly finding their present selves because of the wildfire. If they went to the city to scavenge now, they might encounter a large group. He was thankful that since spring, the 2 of them had obtained enough supplies and hadn't gone back. In other words, they had lived peacefully for a while, so close to each other. If it weren't for this wildfire, it might have taken several more months, even half a year, to thoroughly search this place. But they would eventually be found. Now it was an inevitability within chance. While he was tending his vegetable garden and hunting, they had begun their journey as early as last winter. Bai Xiao stared at the picture, even more confused. Just because someone emerged from the ruins 20 years later, did they come? Unlikely. Bai Xiao pondered, there must be something they had overlooked. Zhou Su might be one reason, but not the main one. They set off last winter. A year later, they had ventured into the ruins. Although the ruins covered a large area, Linchuan wasn't large. Searching just Linchuan would take almost a year. The journey looked incredibly difficult, but they still made it. It appeared they were conducting a large-scale search. A figure ran quickly towards them in the distance. Bai Xiao ransacked the car, then returned before leaving, painstakingly removing a car door. It was a bulletproof door, and it looked extremely sturdy. Chapter 160. She breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that the zombies weren't injured by the explosion. If you don't listen, what if there's a whole bunch of people hiding outside, aiming big guns at you? Their guns are much better than your crappy one. They can shoot much farther. Then I surrender, Lin Duoduo said. We grab you and feed you to the zombies. But there aren't any, there are only 4 of them. I thought they came here because they knew I was here. Bai Xiao realized he had fallen into 2 misconceptions. First, they hadn't seen him before, only based on that portrait. That image of him after a long and arduous journey, ragged and emaciated, a young man. Even with 4 people in a group, Bai Xiao felt they were overestimating him at that time. Second, they didn't have the exact location, only that it was roughly in Linchuan. Therefore, before a large-scale search and confirmation of the location, they couldn't conduct a large-scale encirclement, nor did they realize that the target in the portrait required such a large-scale encirclement to eliminate. With so many villages along the way, searching aimlessly was clearly no easy task. If you're truly surrounded by a large, unstoppable force, then you're one of my captive humans. You're a zombie, I raised. Why do you look so proud? How's your leg? A bullet went right through it. While speaking, he searched the corpse for knives, guns, and tools, cleaning up the scene. Under the gloomy sky, the monster and his human walked home together. Upon seeing their well-equipped state, he initially thought a large force had arrived, but thankfully it was a false alarm. Both were surprised. But ultimately, he had been found. If they continued searching like this, they would eventually be found. Luckily, they were detected on their first encounter. If those people had been more cautious and waited for help. No, that doesn't make sense. They weren't searching for their first day, searching for a target whose existence was uncertain for so long in ruins. They would only encounter desolate villages and solitary individuals, like Yuming and the old woman. Entering a village to search and then encountering them was inevitable. Unless, by sheer coincidence, he was discovered while hunting and didn't notice them, then he would be surrounded. That's what he initially thought, that he was already surrounded. Bai Xiao found his mind unusually clear. After obtaining the portrait, he roughly guessed everything except what had made them decide to act. If they really did surround him with a large army, ready to attack, he would suspect they were using cheat codes. Bai Xiao, carrying the car door in one hand and the gun holster in the other, pondered where they had given themselves away. Why would they come looking for you? Isn't it very far? They're probably in Linchuan now. They set off last year. So long. Lin Duo was surprised. That was when the zombies had just returned. What that person said. I don't know how accurate it is, but I think it's probably close enough. You killed some of their people? She asked. Bai Xiao shook his head, and after a while said, everywhere there's a trace, there's a path. They must have sensed something to be so determined. Getting into the ruins isn't easy. It was incredibly dangerous. They might have been stationed in the city for a long time, searching all along. He hadn't found that trace yet, but such determination meant they must have discovered something. So they've been looking for us for the past few months? Lin Duo was startled. What else could they have done? They would have come straight here with their clairvoyance. Since we encountered them, it means they've been searching for us for much longer. If it weren't for this fire, they might not have been found for another 2 months. These words sent a chill down Lin Duo's spine. While they were preparing for winter, people were searching for them outside. The thought that this wasn't an accident, but someone was deliberately searching for them, only to be found today, made her glance back. The road was a mess. He added, they might have arrived in the city around the time we returned from our last scavenging trip, just missing each other. Bai Zhao's tone was relaxed, but his expression was grave. He said, we probably can't stay here. They find us soon. If we see them, they know we're here too. Maybe only they. Lin Duo said. They can't just send a few people out of the safe zone. They clear the road first, Bai Xiao said confidently. No one knew better than him how difficult the road was. Finding even one person meant there were more people. These 4 couldn't possibly have driven straight in, with a large supply train to reach this point. Finding a car in the ruins was like finding a cockroach. It couldn't possibly be alone. Lin Duo didn't know what this meant, but he knew perfectly well that he wasn't a barbarian like Lin Duo, who had grown up in ruins. The moment Bai Xiao saw them, he realized that the safe zone had entered the ruins, not just a few scattered individuals. Seeing well-equipped safe zone personnel in the ruins was truly terrifying. Fortunately, after so many years since the apocalypse, zombies are no longer a threat, and the misleading image prevented the worst-case scenario he had anticipated. The safe zone hadn't been cheated either. There were misunderstandings on both sides, but thankfully, they had regained the initiative. Bai Xiao looked at the sky. The ruins were now a natural barrier. Otherwise, he might have suspected helicopters were accompanying them. Fortunately, the ruins were large enough that to maintain efficiency, they had to spread out, first confirming the target's location, then swarming in like ants. But winter is almost here, Lin Duo said, looking at the dark sky. She just wanted to survive with the zombies. The zombies had only wanted to find her a way out. Bai Xiao remained silent. He turned to look at Lin Duo. He should have been happy that people from the safe zone had arrived, but now, it was as if fate had played a cruel joke on her. Maybe we can come back in a long time, but it's not safe here now. Back home, Lin Duo wanted to help him treat the 2 wounds on his legs, but Bai Xiao waved her hand tore off a strip of cloth, and rebandaged them. It was much better for the bullets to pass through than remain embedded in the flesh, saving a lot of trouble. You should pack your things first. So fast? Lin Duo was taken aback. This speed? They only just killed a few people, and they were leaving immediately. The zombies' decisiveness surprised her. We have to be fast. You saw it too, they used armored vehicles. Even if they weren't, the two of us with their guns couldn't fight off a group of people with the same or even better equipment. They also have vehicles, much faster than our beat-up tricycle. If it weren't for this fire, maybe we could have had a few more months of peace. But they were still there. They came looking not because of the wildfire, but because they were searching. It was just that this fire brought it forward. Chapter 161. Lin Duo was packing her things. Bai Xiao, holding the grenades they found in the car, stared at the door, considering whether to tie them to it as a surprise for any future searchers. After some thought, he shook his head. The more he did, the more the searchers would understand and become more cautious. Losing 1 or 2 people meant nothing to them. They set off last winter, and it had taken them a year to find this place, following the wildfire. They suffered greatly venturing into the ruins that year. Even such a large-scale search was inherently sacrificial. The main purpose was to pinpoint the location. Once they found it, regardless of whether the people in the car were dead or alive, they had the target's location. They recovered several grenades, a gun, and a bulletproof car door. There was no hurried, chaotic activity. Everything was done methodically. Lin Duo finished packing in less than half an hour. She probably prepared herself mentally the moment she saw those people, or perhaps she was prepared the instant the mountain burned, or maybe even earlier, or perhaps she had never let her guard down. Living in ruins had become instinctive. Every time she went to the city to scavenge, she was prepared not to return. Unexpected events were always possible, and it was only after the emergence of zombies that things became stable in the last 2 years, a stability she craved. But nothing is safe in ruins. After Bai Xiao firmly believed that this place was no longer safe, she acted quickly. There wasn't much to pack, just 2 large bags, the deluxe double-door coffin, and a bulletproof car door. You're taking this? Lin Duo pointed to the car door. Just in case. This was the most protective thing he had found. An iron helmet was useful against monsters, but against guns, this car door was more effective. Taking one last look at the place he lived in for years, Bai Xiao didn't hesitate. He picked up the box Lin Duo considered a coffin, slung his large bag and the car door over his shoulder, and strode out. It was still somewhat rushed, but getting out of here was the priority. Only after getting away from this place could he consider anything else. Without a moment's hesitation, in just over half an hour, his actions were decisive and resolute. Are we really leaving? Lin Duo looked into the distance. Time might be running out, Bai Xiao said softly. Although he suspected the safe zone was sending a large-scale invasion of the ruins, he couldn't afford to gamble. Nor could he bet that the safe zone would only send one vehicle from 1,000 miles away. A year. When he heard the person say they had set off last winter, a chill ran down his spine. Danger was ever present. All because back then, for Lin Duo's sake, he went to search for a possible way out. Learning that the safe zone wasn't yet capable of solving everything, yet had sown the seeds of future problems. He wanted to find a way for Lin Duo to survive, while ensuring his own safety and freedom. But then, they came. His experiences along the way had given him a thorough understanding of the ruins, the scavengers, the revelers, this chaotic world. The city was teeming with zombies, and the people who had grown up in the abandoned ruins. He looked towards the city, a place he couldn't go. Then he looked towards the mountains where the smoke hadn't yet dissipated. It was not only dangerous there, but the fire was still raging, and being found was only a matter of time. But we come back. Bai Xiao strode forward, through the village, and outwards. A wind blew through the village, and the old locust tree silently watched them, as if bidding farewell to both zombies and humans. Every cloud has a silver lining. He was thankful that winter hadn't arrived yet. The wildfire had brought everything forward. If it had been 2 months later, and they hadn't realized the safe zone had arrived, their footprints wouldn't have been concealed under the blanket of snow. Thankfully, it wasn't too late. The fire had eliminated the threat ahead of time. Perhaps the safe zone was really foolish enough to send only one vehicle, not even elite troops, like searching for a needle in a haystack. Bai Xiao walked to the riverbank, looking back towards the village, imagining a rosy future. Not so rosy, it meant they were incredibly unlucky. He firmly believed that if one vehicle appeared, it meant many others had been searching for a long time. He put the box down by the river. Let's go in. Bai Xiao opened the box. Linduoduo glanced at the river. At this moment, the river was terrifying for anyone, except for the zombies. Linduoduo wasn't surprised. After eliminating the directions from the mountains and the city, the zombies decided to cross the river. She didn't ask any questions, and climbed into the coffin. "Will this float?" she asked, stepping into the box. "Asking only after you're inside? Isn't it too late?" Bai Xiao hoisted the box over his head. Then, step by step, he waded into the river. The water was icy cold, and something in the water bumped against him, occasionally biting him. Until his entire head was submerged, only a pair of hands and the coffin held aloft were visible above the surface, slowly moving. It was being supported, and as the river deepened, only half of the forearms remained on the hands, which then slowly rose again until they had waded across the river. The river flowed gently, but the hands supporting the box remained incredibly steady. The weight of the box and Linduoduo was enough to keep him from being swept away. He had crossed this river before during summer retreats, and knew where the shallowest part was. Placing the still dry box on the ground, Bai Xiao shivered, turned back, swam across, and continued moving the rest of his belongings. Linduoduo sat in a coffin on the other bank, watching the zombies. After he had moved everything, Bai Xiao dried himself, changed his clothes, and packed his wet clothes. "We need to hide for a while," he said. "Perfect timing." "I never left this place before," Linduoduo said. "It might be much harder than before," Bai Xiao said. "No one leaves this world alive." She smiled indifferently. Living in ruins was just waiting to die. Dying in the village or on the road made little difference. She liked the peaceful life after the zombies appeared. But being able to see the outside world, to leave this cage she had lived in for 20 years, wouldn't be a bad way to make up for her regrets. Before the apocalypse arrived, she wanted to see what the outside world was like. Over 20 years had passed. Born in the year the disaster struck, she was taken here by her parents to fight off the zombies. Now the zombies were old, and she had grown up. For so many years, she had lived in this cramped and dreary mountain village, a place shrouded in darkness and oppression. She had thought it would continue like this forever, until she couldn't survive and died. But then she picked up a zombie, watched him babble and drool, learned to speak, learned to live and identify wild vegetables, and then his arms grew strong enough to shelter her from the wind and rain. The farthest I ever been in my life was a little further east of the city. I haven't gone that far since. Linduoduo patted the box beneath her. "You said you could use this coffin to take me anywhere I wanted to go. Where do you want to go?" "I don't know, but I know you might know." She knew nothing of the outside world, but the zombies had ventured out and seen what it looked like. "You might be disappointed when you see the outside," Bai Xiao said. "Wouldn't it be even more regrettable if I didn't see it?" The ash drifting from the other side of the mountain was much less, but the ground, the wilderness, and the blades of grass were still specks of ash, some wild grasses ravaged by wildfires. The desolate land was a somber color, as if winter had arrived early. He silently gazed at the village in the distance across the river. Bai Xiao suddenly remembered when he met Zhou Su, hearing him say he was heading to the ruins for rescue. He had asked about supplies and the convoy. Now the convoy had arrived, but it wasn't for rescue. Perhaps those lonely souls yearning for shelter in this abandoned place would hitch a ride. "Let's go!" The zombie hoisted the coffin onto its back, its tall figure disappearing into the riverbank. The river continued to flow. About half an hour later, 6 vehicles appeared in the distance, heading towards the mountain village. The village was deserted. The fire on the vehicle in the wilderness was still burning, flames flickering. Fully armed men quickly surrounded the village, advancing in orderly groups. The village was quiet, with flames spreading among the wild grass of the abandoned village. The small mountain village was easily searched. Seeing the chained monsters, the signs of life, the bullet holes in the streets, and the peaceful courtyard, even a vegetable garden, sent chills down one's spine. Humans could never chain so many monsters together and lock them in a yard as food reserves. This was animal husbandry. But the village was deserted, save for the sounds of the chained, frenzied animals. Are those living in the ruins people or monsters? The autumn wind rustled through the old locust tree, its yellowed leaves falling in a soft rustling. Upon closer inspection, the well, wrapped in straw, and the half-full water vat remained. The vegetable garden was still damp. A dilapidated tricycle sat in the yard, and under the shed lay chopped firewood and 2 heavy dumbbells, from which hung bamboo baskets of dried wild vegetables. Combined with the wrecked car on the road, the violently destroyed cage, and the 4 dead bodies, and then with the monsters imprisoned throughout the village, and the small courtyard still bearing traces of life, a chill ran down my spine. What exactly is this thing in the ruins? This land, abandoned many years ago, looked even more terrifying. In the central room of the small courtyard, there was a table with a bowl on it, next to which lay strips of blood-stained cloth. A thin layer of blood remained in the bowl. There was a note underneath. Good luck to you all. Please give my regards to Zhou Su. Chapter 162. Neither the bowl of blood nor the note dared to delay. Even a single word or two mentioned Zhou Su would be of immense value, let alone the analysis and arrangements made by higher-ups. He didn't know why this thing knew Zhou Su, and would leave behind a sample. In Linchuan City. With a dull thud, a stainless steel cup was smashed to the ground, and the person inside roared in fury. After all that effort, so many deaths, to confirm his existence, you're telling me he escaped? Say hello to Zhou Su? Didn't the previous report say they found someone else? From this, before he could finish, a piercing alarm sounded in the room. The person inside turned sharply, then quickly closed the doors and windows and hid. Linchuan, this wretched place. The cold wind blew against his face. Bai Xiao recalled that year. It was Lin Duoduo who pulled him along in a tricycle, her legs pedaling the wheelchair, bumping and jolting. Now, taking her away in a coffin is a kind of retribution. But now that she is not in the box, he sensed Lin Duoduo was walking too slowly, so he carried her on his back, taking long strides to increase their speed. Calling it a carrying was a bit of an extortionate act, like abducting a virtuous woman. He had her perched on his shoulder, head looking back, the bag she was carrying dangling behind him, pressing down on the box on his back. Lin Duoduo was wearing the combat uniform he'd taken from her earlier, along with their helmet. The protection was decent, but if they accidentally bumped into those people, they'd probably think he captured a team member, and was carrying her around with a clattering sound. She was quite quiet though. Being carried in such a shameful position, if it weren't for the occasional shift in her legs, Bai Xiao would have thought she'd fallen asleep. The car door shielded him from the weeds and thorns that snag at his clothes and body. He moved quickly, his strides long, soon moving away from the riverbank and disappearing into the overgrown wilderness. The dim light made it difficult to determine the exact time. As it grew darker, he looked back at where he had come from, finally stopping to put Lin Duoduo down. You can still run so fast with an injured leg. Lin Duoduo looked at his leg. It was well bandaged, and no blood was seeping out. I was worried you spit up milk, Bai Xiao said. Huh? Let's rest for a bit. Bai Xiao sat down on the ground, placing the car door aside, and gave the box to Lin Duoduo to sit on. He took out some compressed rations from his bag and gave them to her. Watching her eat small bites, he reached out and gently brushed the hair from her forehead. You look like a warrior now. With the goggles on, she looked even more like one. Hearing this, Lin Duoduo reached out, closed one eye, made a bai sound, and continued munching on her dry rations. You seem quite relaxed, Bai Xiao thought, assuming she was feeling down. Her peaceful days had suddenly been disrupted. No one would feel at ease. I think you're being too cautious. Lin Duoduo licked her lips, glancing in the direction they came from. Everything had happened so suddenly. After dealing with those 4 people, he immediately packed his things, crossed the river, and arrived here. I underestimated the safe zone, Bai Xiao said, also looking in that direction. Don't be complacent. They're not a small settlement of a few dozen people, you barbarian. Not even observing? Too dangerous. Let's go. Their car is already here. The civilized zombie gave the wild barbarian a look of utter contempt. Lin Duoduo glanced at the car door he was sitting on, then fell silent. This thing was indeed very sturdy, unlike the metal shell she'd seen on the road before. Bai Xiao took out the portrait, looked down at it, and flicked it with his finger. I used to be quite handsome. Not bad now either. Touch your conscience, see if it hurts. You used to look like a pathetic zombie, better now. Lin Duoduo said casually. You even know the word pathetic. If it's as you say, will we be surrounded next? The ruins are too big. It won't be easy if we're aware of it. We can just find a place to crawl in. Their weakness remains. Either they gather together and continue clearing the ruins while searching, or they continue to scatter. Cars need roads to move. Bai Xiao took off his helmet and placed it aside. The only downside to the iron helmet was its icy temperature. He only patted it to make it more comfortable, but the edges were still chilly against his skin. A full enclosure was much better. The coffin-like box, however, had no such problem. Not only was the wolf pelt inside, but a usable fur coat he scavenged was also cut into it, making it incredibly comfortable. He even considered lying down inside and taking a nap. The coffin was on the ground. Bai Xiao sat beside it. Lin Duoduo was playing with a hand grenade. That thing is dangerous. Do you know how to use it? The zombie caught sight of her playing with it, his heart skipping a beat. Pull it open, then bang, just like that person. Linduo put the grenade down and returned it to the box. Seems not very useful. Not as good as a gun. She pulled the bolt. The captured guns and ammunition were few. She wondered if the people had used them up on the way. She was far more interested in guns than grenades, but things had been too sudden before. As soon as she got home, Bai Xiao told her to pack her things and leave immediately, and she hadn't had a chance to look at them. Bai Xiao stared at the pile of things until Linduo fiddled with them for a while, put them away, moved closer to the zombie, and pulled open his clothes to wrap herself in them. The night air was a little chilly. The zombie king tightened his clothes, wrapped her up, and pulled her into his arms, both of them turning their heads to look at the low-hanging night sky. He suddenly said, "Actually, there's a second plan, you know? Go observe them. See if they take care of any survivors they encounter on the road, and bring them back to the safe zone. If so, put me in some village, and I be a lone survivor, unrelated to the zombies," Linduo said. So clever. Bai Xiao stroked her hair. She had planned the same thing when faced with information from Qinjiabao. Observe first, and if it seemed reliable, send Aunt Qian over. But Aunt Qian refused, saying, "You might have to starve yourself a bit first." Humans were well nourished by the zombies. He reached inside, slightly lifting Linduo's clothes, and touched her stomach. He could clearly feel her firm abdominal muscles, cool and smooth. This was definitely not the physique of a lone survivor in the ruins. They were always thin, standing in a corner of the village like a ghost. He had seen many like this along the way. When passing through certain areas, occasionally a gaunt survivor would peek out, and there were also people scavenging in the city, wary and indifferent. The warmth of his hand on her stomach made Linduo gasp softly, and squint her eyes. Otherwise, it's hard to explain how you managed to grow so strong. Provided that they really had a lot of people searching. Linduo said. "Yes. But I'd rather be with you. Even if it means death?" Bai Xiao gently stroked her stomach. "You're willing to let me go?" Linduo looked up. "I won't let you die." Bai Xiao touched her stomach, looking towards the direction of the mountain village. "I will help you survive, outlive everyone else. If they get there quickly enough, they can still get that gift. If they take several days to arrive, then they overestimated the safe zone beforehand. If that's the case, it definitely wasn't an organized and planned incursion into the ruins. If they survive, you can survive too. If they die, you can still outlive them." The autumn wind howled. The zombie tilted its head, as if seeing the distant mountain village it once lived in through the darkness and distance. Chapter 163. The box was placed nearby, ready to be used immediately if there was any disturbance at night. "My father, mother, and Aunt Qian all hope I can find a shelter in the future. They certainly don't want you to be so close to zombies. But that was before, things are different now. They never imagined that a zombie would carry a coffin and take me away from this small place where I lived for 20 years. This is called the second-generation upgraded mobile shelter box. Please respect your safety box. It's clearly a mobile shelter, but they have to make it sound like a zombie carrying a coffin. It sounds awful. Come to think of it, it doesn't really go against the old man's wishes. Although this shelter is a bit small, I can still carry it on my back, but it's actually a truly luxurious shelter." Bai Xiao patted the box beside him. "And it's mobile. As long as we're careful enough, it's impossible to breach it before the zombie king dies. Even 20 years ago, when the disaster first broke out, as long as I put you in this box, I could carry you through a city teeming with fresh zombies. It even has double doors," she said. Linduo snuggled up, like a kitten, into Bai Xiao's arms. He stroked the human's belly. He was about to pull his hand away when Linduo pressed it down again. "Is this comfortable?" Bai Xiao asked. "Yes." The zombie's body was warm, and his hands were even warmer, like a thermos on his belly, but the temperature and touch were even more comfortable than a thermos. Bai Xiao looked down, but didn't pull his hand away. He touched her firm lower abdomen and hummed an unknown tune. "Warmer than under the covers," she whispered. "Under the covers is your own body heat. This is a zombie's body temperature. Of course it'd be warmer than you." "What if I stuffed a zombie under the covers?" Linduo asked. "You're such a pervert. I just touched you, and you want to sleep with me?" The zombie was surprised. "TCH. Don't drool on my clothes while you're asleep," Bai Xiao warned. Linduo gritted her teeth, enduring it for a while, but finally couldn't resist reaching out and tapping the zombie's head. "Shut up." The zombie looked dumbfounded. It's normal for humans to drool occasionally while asleep, unlike zombies, who drool when awake. Not knowing why this human was so angry, Bai Xiao wrapped his clothes tighter and looked into the darkness. Although he was talking to the human in his arms, he didn't let his guard down. If there was anything unusual in the night sky, he could immediately put Lin Duo in the box beside him. If there was no movement, she was asleep. She slept soundly in the zombie's arms. She was indeed tired. After the false alarm during the day, she was already sleepy. Bai Xiao pulled out a piece of skin from beside him with one hand. It was the pelt left over from the alpha wolf after making him a mattress last year. Lin Duo had processed it, making it soft yet tough. Perhaps because it was a trophy, she liked to cover her legs with this skin when it was cold, like a primitive person, so she wore it. He gently helped her take off her shoes, wrapped them in the wolf's skin, and pulled her closer. Lin Duo hummed softly, curled up even tighter, and continued to sleep, touching the zombie's hand on her stomach. It was cold in the wild, but curled up in the zombie's arms, she felt warm and easily became drowsy. Lying in the warmest spot, and with her own warmth making the zombie feel comfortable as well. Bai Xiao, holding the human, closed his eyes. Even in a nearly abandoned world, some beauty still remained. Nowhere in the apocalypse is absolutely safe. It's better for the young barbarian to stay by his side than to venture alone into a safe zone. At least, the zombie king in this box can guarantee safety most of the time. This coffin gave him a lot of confidence. The night sky was quiet. As dawn broke, Lin Duo opened her eyes, still somewhat disoriented, unsure of her surroundings. But she quickly regained her senses, glancing at the zombie looking down at her, and disgustedly pushed his head away. "Don't drool in my mouth and turn me into a zombie." A sliver of dawn appeared on the horizon. She stretched, stood up, put on her shoes, and couldn't help but look back into the distance. "We can't go back to check the situation. It's too dangerous there now," Bai Xiao said. "I'm just a little disappointed. We haven't eaten that wild boar yet." "It's not a pity. Their rations are much healthier than those of the infected animals." Bai Xiao slung the coffin back on his back. It should be called an upgraded mobile luxury shelter, tidied up the things on the ground, then opened the car door, and walked away with Lin Duo. These rations were supplies they gathered while searching the ruins. They were high in energy. Compared to the meat of those infected monsters, Bai Xiao felt it was a bargain. He could catch those animals again, but these things weren't so easy to find. He planned to find some meat to eat when he got hungry, leaving the rations for this human. Besides, now that he could carry the coffin containing Lin Duo, if they found a city and ventured deep inside, just like in Linchuan, the most dangerous places back then should still have supplies. He could go where others dared not, and he dared to seek what others dared not seek. "We can even live in the city," Bai Xiao suddenly said. In the depths of the deserted city, Lin Duo was taken aback, but immediately understood the zombie king's meaning. She raised an eyebrow, wondering how Bai Xiao had come up with this. It was habit. For a long time, she had treated the city as a place for scavenging, ruins, old zombies, and monsters that roamed the city, all requiring constant vigilance. "The city is overgrown with grass too," Lin Duo shook her head. "You can live in an apartment building. As long as it's cleaned up, it's safer than where we used to be. Besides, with so many zombies that exploded in the depths of the city back then, no scavenger dares to go in. You can look for supplies. Except for Linchuan, where there's a forest park." Bai Xiao pondered. The danger lay in the journey deeper, but once they entered a clean, sturdy building with security windows and doors, standing atop it and observing the monsters roaming the city would be safer than in the desolate countryside. Provided he transported Lin Duo inside in a coffin. Lin Duo was upstairs, he was on the street. In the plant-filled city, perhaps nothing could stop the zombie king's hunt. Moreover, with the security door and the captured submachine gun, even the kind of gregarious monsters that use small towns as their nests, they could be wiped out. "I think there's nothing wrong with it," Bai Xiao mused as he walked. Lin Duo was dazed, a strong sense of unreality washing over her. When she had scavenged in the city before, seeing the lush vegetation, she knew it would eventually become a forbidden zone again. But the zombie king was no longer the pathetic figure yelling at the old zombies with a stick. "So I live upstairs, and you hunt downstairs?" Lin Duo thought about the people before the disaster. Did they live like this? That sounds a bit strange. Bai Xiao was also momentarily lost in thought. It was just a sudden whim. The most dangerous things in the city were undoubtedly the old zombies, and the monsters living there, but the zombie king wasn't afraid of them anymore. Deep in the city, in the areas most infested with zombies, some supplies could still be found, while the overgrown weeds and plants, and the monsters living within them, were the prey. These were all sources of food. The only problem to solve was drinking water. It's a pity those buildings aren't sturdy anymore, and a lot of things are expired. Otherwise, when the zombies were extremely dangerous, I could probably have kept you alive in those buildings for several years. The Zombie King was surprised at how quickly he had adapted. Not adapting to the sudden change, but rather to his own adaptation to this ruin. Whether in the mountains, the desolate countryside, or the ruins of cities left behind before the disaster, he adapted. Back when he ventured out to find a safe zone, he was just a zombie, chased by dogs. Sounds interesting, the human said. The two walked side by side, through the weeds, through the fields, through this apocalyptic world. Chapter 164. Finding shelter from the wind and rain before winter arrives is the most urgent task. Even without snow, the biting winds of winter are not easily warded off. Not to mention the extreme weather of last year. Returning to the mountain village is out of the question. Bai Xiao doesn't know if it's guarded, but he won't take any chances. The depths of the city are a good temporary option. There might be supplies, houses, and natural barriers. What was once a jungle of reinforced concrete is now overgrown with lush vegetation. No one can easily explore the city ruins. Anyone who enters will inevitably alert them. Two people, disappearing into a city that once housed millions, can be easily found. Unless the city has been cleared, and a cleared city is undoubtedly within a safe zone. Bai Xiao has suddenly found a place to spend the winter. As for what comes next, they have plenty of time to consider during the long winter. In the apocalypse, all are equal. It's difficult for him to move through the ruins, and the safe zone will only be more challenging. Clearing the ruins requires a massive amount of manpower and resources. Suppressing firepower alone only gets him deeper. Supplies also need to be continuously transported from distant safe zones. The longer it takes, the better for him. With his equipment and vehicles, surviving isn't difficult. The challenge lies in maintaining a high-intensity search. The only problem is water. If only there were a river or lake in the city. During a break, Bai Xiao pulled out a map and looked down at it. It was a map from decades ago, and the scale was too small to make much sense. Are we really going to go deep into the city? Lin Duo looked around at the distance, put down her binoculars, and turned her head to ask. She felt a strange sense of anticipation. Back in Linchuan, she was upstairs, and Bai Xiao was downstairs. The two of them had worked together to find many things. If she lived there, she could protect the Zombie King from upstairs every day with a gun, instead of watching him ride wild boars through binoculars. We need to find a place to spend the winter, and this is a suitable place. If we find another rundown village, they won't even notice our vehicles until they're close. The wilderness is their advantage. In the city, they have to shoot to get in, and we can detect them in advance. Even if we don't, I can still show them what terror is in the city. Bai Xiao searched for a suitable location. The city is now a haven for monsters. Hundreds of thousands, even millions of zombies have fallen over the long course of time. Lin Duo bit off a piece of compressed rations. It was very hard and compressed. A small piece was extremely heavy and rock hard. She bit off a piece with great force and stuffed it into the Zombie King's mouth. Did you lick it? Bai Xiao tasted something was off. No. You eat it yourself, I eat the meat. Just a small piece for you to try. Lin Duo sat on the car door. This car door was very useful. The Zombie King usually used it to clear away the weeds blocking the way. Without any signs of human activity or interference, the weeds were very lush. When they needed to rest, they could just put it on the ground and sit on it, though it was a bit cold on their bottoms, so they had to put a piece of clothing underneath. Winter is almost here. She looked up at the dark sky. The sun hadn't come out for several days. It had been gloomy, and the temperature was dropping day by day. Yeah, so we need to hurry. Bai Xiao put away the map, stood up to check the direction. There was a village in the distance. He and Lin Duo hadn't been in this direction before, and they were wary of the village. We're running low on water. We need to replenish our water supply. If you're unbearably thirsty, I give you my pee to drink, she said. Thanks, you can drink it yourself. Bai Xiao coldly and indifferently rejected her kindness. Did you see anything through the binoculars just now? No. Lin Duo shook her head, picked up the binoculars hanging around her neck again, chewed on her dry rations, and looked in the direction they were heading. Then, a cool drop of water fell on the back of her hand. She thought the Zombie King was drooling, but when she turned her head to look, it wasn't. It's raining. Another drop fell, and Lin Duo looked up at the sky. Great, looks like I don't have to drink your pee. Bai Xiao remembered that he had a raincoat in his bag. This raincoat was made by Lin Duo herself from waterproof fabric. It was very sturdy. He put it on, and looked at Lin Duoduo again. She stacked the box, the car door, and the package together, covered them with her own raincoat, leaving the container in one corner, and then crawled over. It's still good to have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. He covered the two of them with his raincoat and huddled to one side. There was no shelter here, still in the wilderness. There were trees in the distance, but they dared not take shelter under them in the rain. It's precisely in times like these that you understand how precious a place to shelter from the wind and rain is. Just like when the disaster first broke out, those fleeing people longed for shelter, but the shelters in Linchuan were destroyed. This also created Yuming, Zhongtan, Anqian Linhuayu, and countless others in the ruins. Bai Xiao suddenly understood why Anqian and Yuming didn't want to leave, didn't want to go anywhere. Having a home to shelter from the wind and rain was enough for them. Because they had both wandered and suffered in the apocalypse. Now he had become a similar person, or rather, a zombie. Whether it was the apocalypse or not, everyone longed for a home, the only place that could bring peace of mind, a sense of belonging. For the old woman, even if she had to die, she wanted to die in her own home. Bai Xiao held Lin Duoduo tightly, sitting in the wilderness, waiting for the rain to stop. The rain pattered against their raincoats. Life on the road was tough. Lin Duoduo tried to huddle closer, letting the raincoat cover them both. Luckily, the raincoat was big enough. It feels like a shelter inside the raincoat, Lin Duoduo said suddenly, listening to the wind and rain outside. She was becoming increasingly accustomed to climbing onto the zombie king. As long as she was on him, whether it was cold, windy, or raining, she could find that feeling. The large black raincoat covered her and the zombie, creating two distinct worlds between the rain and what lay beneath. You can sleep for a while. The rain will stop when you wake up, Bai Xiao said, stroking her hair. Humans haven't had a good rest these past few days, and it's difficult to get enough rest on a road like this. Lin Duoduo responded, took his hand, and placed it on her stomach under his clothes, leaning against the zombie's thick chest and closing her eyes. The rain grew heavier. Under the dark sky, the zombie, draped in a raincoat, sat motionless in the wilderness, looking like a cold tombstone from afar. This time you're not alone on the road, a voice suddenly came from under the raincoat. Yeah, it's cold by myself. Carrying a harpoon, I can only keep going. Even if I become a zombie, you take me with you. Of course, I don't want to travel with those old zombies. Chapter 165. Bai Xiao felt he could never shelter from the rain while touching the old zombie's belly. Only a human, or this human transformed into a black-stocking female zombie, would do. The autumn rain was icy cold. A rain at this time was worse than snow. At least the two of them could keep going. Lin Duoduo slept for a while, then woke up again, listening to the rain each time before closing her eyes. She wasn't particularly cold, the zombie behind her was warm, and his hand covered her belly. Only the part of her body touching the raincoat was a little cool. She reached out and touched the zombie king's leg. The ground was wet from the rain, and his leg was wet too. Why don't we stand for a while? There was nowhere to shelter from the rain in the wilderness. You're all soaked. Are you going to have to stand all day? Bai Xiao stroked her belly and said, go back to sleep. Change your clothes when the rain stops. Are you all right? I feel better than ever before. Bai Xiao was telling the truth. Rain used to make all zombies instinctively restless, but now, even the pattering rain on his raincoat didn't calm him. He was like a meditating monk. When he was first infected, he desperately wanted peace of mind, even sitting cross-legged under the shed trying to fight the uncontrollable agitation. But both sounds and the smell of humans triggered his frenzy. Now, he truly seemed like an enlightened monk. Even though the parts of him in contact with the ground were soaked, gazing at the low-hanging rain, his body remained motionless, and so did his mind. Before, eating well could also calm the agitation. These past few days, he hadn't eaten enough, but the situation hadn't worsened. I think maybe you could shave my head. From now on, I'd be the great mighty zombie abbot. Bai Xiao savored this tranquility, trying to recall when it had begun. Abbot? Lin Duoduo asked. A monk, someone who has attained purity of mind. Purity of mind? Castration? That's called a eunuch. Bai Xiao was exasperated. He couldn't even tell the difference between a monk and a eunuch. How were they the same? He said, all right, stop talking, you uncultured barbarian. You, a zombie, look down on me for being uncultured? Lin Duoduo gritted her teeth. This wasn't the first time she'd been looked down upon by a zombie. I'm not an ordinary zombie, I'm a civilized zombie. How civilized? I never spit on the ground. You used to drool all the time. Lin Duoduo ruthlessly exposed his lie. Protect the environment. You burned the mountain down. Protect animals. You rode a wild boar around recklessly, and even tried to use a syringe to, respect the elderly and love the young. You wanted Erden to pull the millstone, and you made Friday carry the basket. You even touched my leg. Bai Xiao was silent for a long time, opened his mouth, then closed it again, remaining silent. After a while, he hesitated and said, "It seems like I'm a heinous, wicked, and monstrous zombie? Utterly rotten to the core." For some reason, he suddenly had an urge to kick down the widow's door. "This means I'm more suited to be an abbot." "Huh?" Lindwood's stunned voice came from under the raincoat. "Look at those martial arts novels. All the enlightened monks were definitely tyrants before. They could only put down the butcher's knife after picking it up. Those who never picked up the butcher's knife could at most be fire starters or do odd jobs, not abbots." Is that so?" Lin Duo asked in surprise. "Look at Lu Zhishan, isn't he?" Hearing this, Lin Duo fell silent. "So I need to touch your round body, so I can become a Buddha?" Bai Xiao moved his hand up a little. "Huh?" "Haha, just kidding. Go back to sleep." Bai Xiao stared at the blurry rain. In the sound of the rain, he needed to concentrate more, to anticipate unpredictable dangers. The rain's interference would affect his judgment. But there was no need to worry too much. The rain also served as cover. As long as he didn't get too close, sitting in this wilderness, he was like a dead object. Everything, including the scent of humans, was blocked by his raincoat and the rain. Even if cars drove by on the highway in the distance, or old zombies and monsters walked by, it would be difficult to spot him. He had even peeked at this barbarian taking a bath. Bad, so bad. How could a once model youth, an employee of the year, become such a heinous tyrant? It must be the zombie virus. Bai Xiao hated this virus intensely. It had actually influenced him, allowing him to peep at the barbarian bathing and even touch her legs. What a shameless virus. He vowed to fight the infection to the very end. From today onward, he would give up drooling. The zombie king, stroking the human's slippery belly, made up his mind to quit drooling, gazing at the still flowing rain. The long-accumulated dark clouds in the sky finally found an opportunity to pour down, the rain continuing for over 2 hours before gradually lessening, but it showed no sign of stopping. He had plenty of patience. Lin Duo, hidden inside her raincoat, sat on his lap without getting wet. He sat there, motionless, like a meditator. Traveling in the rain in the apocalypse was no good. If you had a headache, fever, or even just a cough, there was no medicine to treat it, and minor illnesses could easily develop into serious ones. In the years following the disaster, a significant number of people died from this cause while fleeing. After the rain stopped and they tidied up a bit, the sky was still overcast, and a wind was blowing. Bai Xiao, carrying Lin Duo in one arm, the coffin on his back, and the car door and bundle in the other, continued towards their destination, trudging through the muddy road. "Actually, you could let me walk," Lin Duo said, clutching her bundle as Bai Xiao carried her. "You're too slow," Bai Xiao said. "Besides, walking too much will give you calluses, and you'd be trying to feed me out of thrift." Lin Duo laughed, nestled on his shoulder. "I see you're struggling to carry the car door. Then sit on my shoulders." Bai Xiao thought for a moment, then, without letting her touch the ground, picked her up and placed her on his shoulders, her legs straddling him. It felt like taking his daughter to a market or a circus. "Can you sit still?" If she were smaller, it would be fine, but Lin Duo was so tall, he was worried she wouldn't be able to sit steadily. "Okay." Lin Duo leaned forward, riding the zombie, breathing in the fresh air at this height. She suddenly remembered being carried like this by her parents when she was little, but that memory was long gone. She couldn't recall when it happened, in the yard or in the village. She only had a vague impression. Now, she carried a package in one hand and held the zombie's iron helmet in the other, remembering the zombie's words, "Riding you, I'm invincible. Hold on tight, don't fall off," the zombie king reminded her. "Don't worry. And don't pee on my neck. Enough talk, giddy up." The ruins were no longer a human world, the land was desolate. Occasionally Lin Duo would free one hand to pick up the binoculars around her neck. The height allowed her to see far and wide, scanning all directions for potential threats. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast expanse of white. She was the eyes of the zombies. "Report. Safe ahead, no threat detected." "Then let's continue." The man and the zombie left the muddy wasteland behind and headed southeast. "This rainwater can't be drunk directly. We find a dry place to burn it tonight." Without that frenzied instinct, Bai Zhao's mind was exceptionally clear. He felt this was why he had decisively taken Lin Duo away. Previously, He wouldn't have assessed the situation so quickly. After walking for a whole day, as dusk settled, a breeze blew from afar, and a wisp of red appeared on the dark horizon. "There's a dark shadow in the distance," Scout Lin Duo reported. "Get in the coffin." Bai Xiao placed his hand, and a large, double-doored coffin was ready. Lin Duo squatted inside, and he closed the door and carried her on his back. The dark shadows in the distance were already visible to the naked eye. He used the bulletproof car door to conceal his figure and slowly walked forward. After a while, "Has it passed?" Lindwood's voice came from inside the coffin. "Not yet, but it hasn't come over either." Birds filled the sky. A vast, overwhelming swarm flew by in the distance. A mighty, overwhelming mass. Bai Xiao didn't know how the safe zone would deal with him, but he figured the only options were to hide in the car or burn them with a flamethrower. The zombies on the ground, carrying the coffin and holding the car door, stood amidst the overgrown weeds, watching the terrifying creatures fly away from the sky. Zhang Tan said it was humanity's death knell. More terrifying than zombies. Bai Xiao turned back, carrying the coffin, and strode away from this ominous place, walking on an unfamiliar road. There's always a place on this land big enough for two people to survive. They're insignificant as a target, and the more people gather, the more obvious they become, like in a safe zone. Good luck to them. They didn't come over, did they? A voice came from the coffin. They're gone. Hide a little longer. Chapter 166. Bai Xiao said he'd flown far away, so Lin Duo didn't ask any more questions and opened the small window next to the box. Looking out through that small opening from inside the coffin felt like standing by a window in your own room. Only a much smaller room and window. This small window offered a very wide view. She pressed her eyes against the window, then after a moment, took out binoculars and blocked the view. The zombie carried the coffin on its back, and she continued to observe through the small window with binoculars from inside the coffin. "I see the sunset," Lin Duo reminded her. "I see it too," the zombie king said. He used the car door to block the coffin window for a moment, and Lindwood's vision went black. "Why is it black?" Lin Duo strained to see through the binoculars. He. Bai Xiao had a smug satisfaction at his successful prank. God said, "Let there be light." He moved the car door aside. And there was light. The sunset reappeared in the small window, captured by the binoculars and the eyes behind it. "Naive," said the human inside the coffin. The vast expanse of dark shadows that had just swept by, and the suffocating oppression of the desolate land, vanished suddenly. Lin Duo settled comfortably in the box, leaning against the soft leather, feeling the box gently rise and fall on the zombie king's back. She said, "They didn't spot us." Bai Xiao said, "The two of us are a smaller target, so they didn't approach. The more people gather together, the easier it is for them to attack. Scattered survivors actually have a slight advantage." Lin Duo sighed, saying, "We've been surrounded before. That's because we're too close to the forest, that's why they burned the mountain. That location was no longer a matter of luck, it was either burn it down or move. Now, both the mountain had been burned and they had to move." Bai Xiao sighed, looking into the distance. The black dots on the horizon had already faded. He didn't want to, and it wasn't a good time to take the main road. He didn't know where the search teams for the safe zone had spread. Since they were still wandering in the wilderness before leaving Linchuan, they should wait until they were outside Linchuan's territory before taking the main road. There are people there. The next day, the zombie knight, perched on Bai Xiao's neck, used binoculars to see a village in the distance, and through the binoculars, she spotted a gaunt figure. "Who's there?" The zombie king stopped. "Very thin, doesn't seem like an enemy. Then those are scattered survivors." He took the binoculars to examine them. In the distance, dilapidated houses stood huddled together, lifeless. On the edge of that area, among the weeds, was a gaunt figure, bent over, doing something. At first glance, it looked like an old zombie wandering the land, thin and withered, but its movements revealed it to be a living person. This was certainly not someone from the safe zone, but rather a resident of these ruins. Perhaps someone like Lin Duo who grew up after the disaster, or perhaps a survivor who had lived from before the disaster until now. Bai Xiao glanced at it a few times, then looked around and returned the binoculars. A lone resident. Maybe there are other people in the village supporting each other. Lin Duo took the binoculars and continued looking in that direction. She was wary of other scavengers in the city, but now, seeing other survivors, she wasn't so resistant. Ultimately, encountering strangers outside is unreliable, but when outsiders suddenly arrive in a place you always lived in, the original inhabitants should be wary. They didn't approach or show themselves, but walked away at a distance. Firstly, they didn't want to disturb others' lives, nor could they offer any help. Secondly, they didn't want to reveal their presence. Zombies weren't suited to showing themselves either. In this terrible environment, they would frighten others. There really are other survivors outside, Lin Duo said, perched on the zombie's neck, occasionally glancing back through her binoculars. In the past 2 years, besides encountering messages left by people from Chinjiabao in the city, I haven't seen any other scavengers. I always thought everyone outside Linchuan was dead, but then you said you saw some on the road. She felt a sense of novelty, not in the presence of other survivors, but in the fact that the zombies' journey to find shelter had probably been similar. Back then, looking at the black notebook, she couldn't imagine it. Now she knew what he had experienced traveling alone. She didn't look back until the shadowy village was out of sight, holding up her binoculars as a scout, acting as the zombies' eyes. It seems the safe zone can't be completely surrounded. Perhaps the ruined environment forces them to disperse around Linchuan as the center, Bai Xiao said. Don't worry, I definitely spot any cars in advance. Those people had no coffins or zombies. Once a car is on the road, it's hard to hide. The wind whipped their clothes, the mountains gradually disappearing as they walked in an unfamiliar direction, occasionally crossing highways. The road signs were faded, some lying on the ground almost completely rusted away, while the more sturdy ones still had some writing faintly discernible. Speed limit signs were useless, only signs indicating road XX, highway XX, distance X meters to XX helped Bai Xiao determine his location. Navigating in this post-apocalyptic world was difficult. Without human intervention, the wilderness was largely the same, and even following a map, it was easy to stray and get lost. Are you cold? Bai Xiao asked. Cold, are you cold? Me too. We're cold together. Okay. There's something in the distance, wandering eastward. If we walk another 10 minutes or so, we might encounter it if they don't leave. Lin Duo estimated the distance, while looking into the distance. Then she showed him the binoculars. Should we shoot? Her hand touched the box where the rifle was hanging. She could easily reach it and aim. There were about 4 or 5, like when hunting wolves, except back then the zombie king hadn't raised his offspring yet, so she couldn't ride on one. No need, save your bullets, avoid gunfire if possible, Bai Xiao said. As they got closer, there were several wild dogs wandering the wilderness, probably wandering out of villages in search of food, or simply roaming this land. Their tails were tucked between their legs, their bellies were emaciated, and they pounced on an old zombie, tearing it to pieces. Clearly, the emaciated old zombie couldn't satisfy their hunger. Wandering the ruins day after day, neither the living nor they could find enough to eat. This thing has evolved to eat zombies too, Bai Xiao said to Lin Duo, who had hidden inside the coffin. The hungry hunters discovered this new target, abandoning the emaciated old zombie, and pouncing on it without hesitation. The zombie king put down its luggage, slammed the bulletproof car door down with a loud bang, and sent the attacking wild dogs flying. They rolled several times, struggled to their feet, shook their heads, and sliced one of the dogs in its other hand with its knuckle duster. With another swing of the thick car door, it smashed the wild dog in front of it, breaking its bones and splinters, blood trickling from its mouth and nose. Chapter 167. Now you're facing a giant, muscular zombie king. Bai Xiao remembered the times he'd been chased and forced to flee. He swung the thick car door again, smashing open the wild dogs in front of him. We can't always let you bully us, can we? Unfortunately, they couldn't understand. Their hungry bodies drove them to search for food, and they pounced, tearing at the dogs fiercely. So the zombies used the car door as a shield, smashing it repeatedly. Finally, one was trampled underfoot, its neck crushed with a crack. He was a higher-ranking predator. In this ruin, on this land, all the monsters roaming the wilderness were his prey. And the prey of the zombie knights. You can come out now, he said. Then the zombie knight, Lin Duo, rose from her coffin, sizing up the group of predators. Can we eat them? She asked. I can manage, you eat your rations first. Bai Xiao squatted down and used his kukri to slice open their backs, peeling off the flesh near the inside of their spines into strips about the thickness of a finger. This is something I learned from that reveler I told you about before, just this much. They weren't zombified after the infection, but hunger had altered their state. It was complex. If they continued to eat zombies to survive, who knew what they would become? The wild grass swayed in the wind, and the autumn breeze lifted Bai Xiao's clothes. He stood up, looked at the old zombie that had been dismantled into pieces, put away the iron box, picked up his pack again, and left with the zombie knight, leaving the skeletons and corpses behind. The setting sun bathed everything in a blood-red light. The new, ferocious hunters had already left that small mountain village, wandering towards the distant fields. The zombie rider sat atop the neck of a tall zombie, humming a song in the twilight wind, their intertwined shadows stretching long across the fields. They needed to reach the next city before winter arrived to weather the cold. The weather was growing colder. He was gradually getting used to his wandering life. The nights were unshaded, he could see the sky directly above him. As a zombie, he was alright, but Lin Duo relied on him to conserve her body heat, preventing her from losing too much warmth in the chilly autumn nights. They could sleep better in deserted villages. In the wilderness, he would lie on the car door. Lin Duo nestled against him, wrapped in several coats, making do for the night. Linchuan receded into the distance. Beyond the wilderness, villages began to appear, the countryside surrounding the city. Another city was approaching. Bai Xiao didn't know if he was being overly cautious, if the safe zone hadn't actually been extensively searched, or if driving through the ruins was more difficult than expected. Or perhaps they had simply been lucky enough to avoid their search area. They hadn't seen any other vehicles along the way. All that remained were rusty, abandoned metal shells left behind before the disaster, lying by the roadside. This was good news. After clearing out a few more monsters, Lin Duo glanced into the distance through her binoculars. There are people in that village, we need to avoid it. She saw smoke rising from the ruins. Maybe we help them. Bai Xiao wiped his knife clean. The monsters were wandering towards the smoke. The villages were becoming increasingly dense. He noticed there were more survivors here than in Linchuan. Not many, but at least he could occasionally spot a living person, unlike when they went to the city to scavenge, where the roads were deathly silent. Bai Xiao looked up at Lin Duo, his expression somewhat strange. What's wrong? Lin Duo was oblivious, only noticing he had looked up. I suspect the survivors in Linchuan didn't die, but escaped a few years ago, the zombie king said. That place is mountainous. Besides you and Aunt Qian, who can't walk and wouldn't dare wander around, everyone else would find a more suitable place to live. Linchuan not only has mountains, but also a forest park in the city. Both the mountain villages and the city are dangerous. The environment in the ruins has its good and bad sides. Linchuan is not a safe place. Lin Duo thought for a moment. That's possible. There are wolves there in winter, and snakes and poisonous insects in summer. So you're being silly. You're the silly one. The soft words dissipated in the wind. This was just a guess. Regardless, that place was definitely more dangerous than other places. Perhaps those survivors really were dead. Bai Xiao thought that Lin Duo had seen traces of other scavengers in the city, suggesting they lived in another direction. With the deteriorating environment, the mountains were becoming increasingly dangerous. He had been thinking of burning the mountain instead of moving, which must have made her stupid, unwilling to leave home, thanks to this human. A few days later, when the village survivors arrived nearby, they only saw the twisted, deformed corpses of monsters left on the ground. Their bones seemed to have been shattered by something. They had never seen such injuries before, and it was astonishing. They didn't know how such a blow had occurred. Looking at the empty fields, they couldn't help but shiver, pulling their clothes tighter around themselves. The unknown is always a source of fear. And the superior predator that caused all this had already gone far away. Some villages and towns had been completely overrun by the surrounding trees and grass. Small trees and wild grasses grew from every crevice, even inside houses, destroying all traces of human life. Among the ruins, there were still old zombies lying on the ground, their bodies rooted in vegetation, leaving only withered bones. The highway toll booth still stood, a dilapidated ruin. After clearing away the monsters and zombies that had previously occupied the area, they rested briefly. Bai Xiao pulled his coat tighter around himself and took out a map to study. I have a feeling you're lost, that you've gone the wrong way, Lin Duo said, also looking at the map. Impossible. Bai Xiao thought it was a joke. How could he get lost? Then why are there fewer villages? Lin Duo asked. Maybe you've gone a little off course. That's still getting lost. Lin Duo turned away, patting herself down. Be careful of bugs biting your butt, Bai Xiao said without looking up. Then what should we do? Should I help you pee? Lin Duo picked up a dry twig, tapped his helmet, and glared at him. Be careful. Bai Xiao put away the map, stood up, and looked into the distance. The sky had already fallen into darkness. 20 years ago, the road would have been bustling with cars, the toll booth brightly lit, and the streetlights dazzling. Now, only pitch blackness remained, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Even in its ruins, it still offered temporary shelter to travelers recovering from the disaster. At this time of year, Lin Duo would usually be picking vegetables in the garden or drying wild greens. Now, she was forced to wander outside with the zombies. Wrapping himself tightly in his clothes, Bai Xiao checked the remaining supplies, then gathered some dry branches. Once it was completely dark, he lit a fire in a corner, placing the coffin beside him, ready to place Lin Duo inside. An iron box sat on the fire, he sprinkled salt into it, and a warm broth was ready to be served. Lin Duo sat in the coffin, her hands in her coat pockets, her body sinking in, her legs dangling outside, her eyes fixed on the flickering flames. Actually, we could really save a little. Oh! You mean eating your foot skin? The Zombie King asked. I mean I eat less. Lin Duo glanced at him expressionlessly. Zombies had so many quirks. They were all flesh. What was there to distinguish between high and low? She didn't understand why the chest attracted zombies, while the feet were rejected. Picky eaters. She poked at the fire with a branch, making it burn brighter. The metal box sizzled, and the aroma of meat broth wafted out. Ruins were the true place for the Zombie King to live. He was the top hunter roaming this place. Next time, make a new box, a bigger one, so you can lie in it and sleep. Bai Xiao said, looking at the box. That'd be a real coffin. Lin Duo glanced at the box beneath her. The 1.4-meter length wasn't enough for her to lie down. She could only squat inside. You can lie down sideways. Bai Xiao took down some broth and poured some for her, soaking the remaining dry rations to warm her up. Double doors? Sliding doors are fine too, the zombie said, but sliding doors require a more complex structure, and the more complex they are, the easier they are to break. I still think double doors are better. Oh! Lin Duo said expressionlessly. Do you miss your hometown? Bai Xiao looked in the direction they came from. It was a pitch-black night. He had just seen the place he once lived on the map. In his memory, that prosperous and dazzling city before the disaster. He had been busy there, as an ordinary person. I have no hometown. She smiled indifferently. Everyone has a hometown. Really? I don't think so. It's where I grew up, but I don't like it there. Then where do you like? I like this coffin. She patted the box beneath her. With this, I can go anywhere. Leaving the cage that had confined her for over 20 years, that small mountain village. Just like the Zombie King who left alone to find a way to survive years ago, only this time, neither of them abandoned the other. Lin Duo followed his gaze to the place where she used to live, where her parents were buried. But her parents would surely be happy that she could leave that place, walk the road, and see the outside world before the apocalypse arrives. Whether riding a zombie, or being carried by a zombie. Walking with this zombie on an increasingly worse road. Wrong, I take you anywhere. Okay, you take me anywhere. Including the depths of the city. It's not far now. Chapter 168. Readjusting its course, the zombie, carrying a coffin, traversed tunnels, crossed towns, crushing all obstacles in its path, heading towards the unfamiliar city. A scout, zombie knight, and gunman sat on its neck. The rifle hung beside a crate, within easy reach. Before the cold snap arrived, the tall figure disappeared into the fields, and entered the unfamiliar city. Chahai City. A thick fog blanketed the city. It was early winter when they arrived. Footsteps echoed through the deathly fog, then the figure of the Zombie King emerged from the mist, a layer of condensation clinging to the car door. Wandering through the silent, fog-shrouded city. Occasionally, a woman's voice would echo beside the terrifying figure. Bai Xiao felt he was going further and further down the path of villainy. And this human was the same. If a scavenger in the ruins suddenly saw such a large and ferocious zombie in the fog, they would probably be scared half to death. At this moment, an unseen woman was speaking beside him. She might just faint from fright. This would be a villain anywhere, right? The Zombie King grumbled. To be precise, it wasn't the invisible woman, but the woman's voice coming from inside the coffin. Even more eerie. Disappearing from the thick fog on the city's outskirts, they ventured deeper. What if a group of people suddenly appears and surrounds us? The person in the coffin asked. No, there's no sign of it being cleared. The zombie had been observing the surrounding movements and traces. Ruins and safe zones were completely different, almost like two different worlds. Clearing a city in a safe zone inevitably leaves traces of fire, unlike scavengers clearing out zombies. He hadn't seen any particular traces yet. And this thick fog. Bai Xiao felt that if he encountered a safe zone team in this environment, it would be straight into a horror movie. Something must be wrong. The Zombie King muttered to himself. What's wrong? A curious voice came from inside the coffin. You were probably forced by me to be chained up, driven to escape by justice, and then a prince on a white horse would come alone, slay the evil zombie king, and rescue the trapped Linduo. Ah, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, that's how it's always in stories. The person in the coffin wholeheartedly agreed with this setup. That's how it's written in books. The evil zombie king kidnapped the kind-hearted Linduo and took her back to his castle, chaining her up and tormenting her day and night. A warrior, accompanied by the wisest elder, the most powerful mage, and the most accurate archer, embarked on a perilous journey to defeat the zombie king, traversing mountains and rivers to reach the deep castle and rescue him. Then, they saw the kind-hearted Linduo aiming her gun at the castle window, killing them all one by one, before returning to stomp on the zombie king's stomach. There are definitely some problems, Linduo muttered after thinking for a while, crouching in a box. Hopefully, a bunch of people won't just start yelling about bonds and comrades and randomly rush at me. The zombie king casually slapped an old zombie aside with a car door and continued walking down the street. Are you cold? I find a place to put you inside first, then go deeper out and look for a sturdy, habitable spot. Or maybe we should wait until the fog clears before moving around. I just don't feel safe. Perhaps it was a lingering habit, but she always felt a strange unease on foggy days. Zombies in the fog always seemed more terrifying than usual. But then she remembered, this was the zombie king, a mysterious zombie that roamed the smog, and it would become even more terrifying in the thick fog. That works too, she changed her mind. You can kill them all in the fog. There were pros and cons. The zombie king was more terrifying in the fog, but on a clear day, she could provide cover fire from a distance. The former was advantageous against humans. The latter meant she could help if they encountered any terrifying monsters. The city is too big, wandering around aimlessly isn't a solution. Let's wait until visibility is clear, and find a high vantage point. Bai Xiao compromised, taking advantage of the fog to sneak into the city and lie in wait, deciding whether to continue deeper or do something else once the fog cleared. The old city hadn't been maintained for over 20 years, overgrown with weeds, teeming with monsters, and some dilapidated high-rises were at risk of collapsing. He didn't want to be unlucky enough to be buried by a suddenly collapsing building. While scavenging in Linchuan, he and the human avoided buildings with huge cracks. Although the chances were slim, he didn't believe in luck at all, otherwise, he wouldn't have abandoned the mountain village and crossed the river to leave as soon as he saw a vehicle from the safe zone. In the apocalypse, there is no luck, only accidents. Luck is only temporary, accidents are the norm. The imposing figure carrying a coffin, talking to it, appeared and disappeared in the mist, looking quite eerie. After walking for another 10 minutes, he stopped in front of a dilapidated building. Bai Xiao circled it, looking left and right. He didn't see any obvious cracks in the building, only peeling paint on the walls, making it look mottled and worn. This was an office building with a bank on the first floor. He went straight inside. The abandoned bank was dimly lit, with old, dead zombies lying on the floor, looking very old. It was eerily quiet inside. The lounge had dark brown stains, suggesting someone had taken refuge there during the disaster and survived. The heavy door leading inside was open, and a female zombie in black stockings wandered around inside. After checking for any potential dangers, he lowered the coffin and released the human inside. Linduo lifted the coffin, sat up to get some fresh air, and looked around, surveying the dimly lit place. Having avoided the occasional survivor they encountered, the two had barely seen any strangers on their journey from Linchuan to this place called Shanghai. Bai Xiao took off his fog-dampened coat and wiped it on the coffin, which was also slightly damp. I hope everything is alright. They will be alright. He glanced outside. Finding two people in ruins isn't easy. Especially in the city. They can no longer approach silently unless they clear out the old zombies and monsters, which will definitely alert us. Shanghai. This was an unfamiliar city, completely unfamiliar to Linduo, who had never left Linchuan. It was equally unfamiliar to Bai Xiao. The entire city was shrouded in thick fog. The fog was dissipating. The sky was gradually brightening. After waiting for 2 or 3 hours, around noon, Bai Xiao got up, and Linduo went back into the coffin. They left the bank together, and looked for a place to go upstairs. They climbed the stairs to the rooftop. Standing on the rooftop, the fog had thinned to almost nothing, and the unfamiliar city revealed its true form. Looking out, dilapidated high-rises stood starkly in the desolate landscape, with withered plants interspersed with those still green in winter. On the deserted streets, old zombies could be seen, along with the occasional small animal flitting among the withered grass and bushes. The cold wind howled from the rooftops. Zombies and humans stood on the edge, looking down upon everything, gazing towards the city center. Some of the old, weathered buildings had collapsed, the streets were congested and abandoned, and the old zombies lingered here, marking the end of an era. Humans had once fled the city, but now they had returned. This time, no one will come looking for us with guns, right? Seeing the devastation and desolation, the two smiled. In this environment, it was difficult to infiltrate the city center unnoticed. Those people had lost their best chance. She didn't die on the road, the zombie king had done it, carrying her in a coffin, leading her to a new home. Chapter 169. Winter has arrived. A snowfall fell in the safe zone. Winter came early this year. Josu held a water cup, the blinding sunlight after the snow making him dizzy. The biting wind felt like it could easily pierce through no matter how thick his clothes were, making him appear somewhat old and lonely. Thin breaths carried a thin mist of cold air. Footprints were scattered on the snow. This was the entrance to the industrial zone. People coming and going were all wearing thick fur coats. Thick smoke billowed from the chimneys, only to be dispersed by the howling wind. Behind him, a bright red banner hung in the industrial zone, proclaiming labor is glorious. It's not that work needs you, but that you need work. The words third safe zone were faintly visible. The pure white snow, the bright red banner, and the black smoke from the industrial zone were the three main colors here. Looking at the words third safe zone on the banner, Josu remembered the thin, frail young man he had met at the edge of the ruins, the one who had emerged from the rubble searching for the safe zone. He missed an opportunity then. Then he missed a second. Thinking of the buck passing at the meeting, Josu gripped his water glass tightly, his fingers turning white from the force. From the beginning, he had said to negotiate first, to show goodwill, not to arrest. Dad! A young woman called from behind. Josu turned around, let out a long sigh, and looked at the young woman. Suddenly, he remembered what the report said. That person was suspected of keeping a young woman as a pet. The scene of their first encounter seemed to reappear before his eyes. For so long, he often thought of that brief meeting at the boundary between the safe zone and the ruins. There was a brief conversation. Can you tell me what the safe zone is like? You have a child. Yes, she's doing well in the safe zone. That's good. It'd be difficult for you to get in, you die on the way. Take more people with you. Good luck to you all. Give my regards to Josu. Walking on the snow, Josu stared in the direction of the ruins, his eyes narrowed in deep thought. Dad, what are you thinking about? The young woman waved her hand in front of his eyes. Josu's weathered face froze for a moment, then he looked at her without speaking. Are you dazed? I'm thinking about some things. Josu shook his head. The environment was getting worse. Josu's expression grew increasingly grim. Those old fogies were still clinging to outdated ideas. This disaster was far from over. And in the distant sixth safe zone, he wondered if the research and development had made any progress. The personnel and equipment, they were all top-notch and advanced. He glanced at the lifeless industrial area in the dead of winter. Winter's here. Yes, winter's here. Have the supplies for District 4 arrived? Josu asked. They arrived, but not much. They all been prioritized for District 1, they're draining us every day. Don't say so much. He waved his hand. High-rise. A clanging and banging sound echoed from the high-rise. Commercial buildings were collapsing, others were dilapidated. The quality of a building after 20 years of neglect is easily discernible. No need for the meticulous selection and comparisons required when buying a house. This building had no cracks, no sinking, only some peeling paint on the exterior walls. It was a very good building. A place untouched for years was now being revisited. Bai Xiao was reinforcing the security bars on the windows. High-rise buildings didn't need to worry about monster intrusions, only about threats from the sky. Throughout the entire floor, any extra windows were sealed off, and areas with natural light were reinforced with dense security bars and iron grills. The birds couldn't fly in. The neighborhood was full of dead branches and leaves, attracting the wandering old zombies, who slowly gathered in this direction. Even if the scavenger set foot here, they wouldn't continuously make noise. This noise was incredibly attractive to them. The clanging and banging sounds, intermittent, had been going on for several days, even making the old zombies trapped in other buildings restless, constantly banging on doors and windows. If this were when they were fresh, even you, the zombie king, couldn't withstand it. Lin Duo saw the commotion outside through the window. The zombies on the street were all gathering this way. Those undead corpses seemed to be subjects summoned by the zombie king. Shanghai City was relatively peaceful before their arrival. And now, as far as the eye can see, the ruined buildings, tall and short, are deathly silent, like a huddled mass of long-neglected graves. And those undead corpses, like demons crawling out of their graves, stagger out one after another from shops with missing doors, from the shadows, from buildings. Some can no longer stand, yet they still crawl on their hands, eerie and terrifying. They are the original source of the disaster, the nightmare of the previous generation. This city, which fell years ago, is filled with zombies. After years of no living people, it has fallen into a state of calm after the storms of time. The city center was a no-go zone for the living in previous years. If the calm continues, these decaying zombies will die in droves. The peace was shattered. 2 uninvited guests unleashed terror within this forbidden zone. Withered zombies emerged from the mall, drawn by the sound. Standing on high ground, looking down at the streets below, the scene was chilling. Lin Duoduo gazed at the streets for a moment, then at Bai Xiao. Now she truly suspected that the zombie king wasn't just boasting, he really was a king. The scene before her was the best proof. This scene was probably only possible 20 years ago, when she was just born. Undead corpses appeared in dense swarms, constantly being drawn out of the mall and the subway. The once relatively clean streets had once again become a despairing forbidden zone. No one had ever, and no one dared, to create such a commotion in a forbidden zone for the living. Even now, with their reduced lethality, such a large scale, continuous swarm drawn out by the sound was still not easy to handle. There were simply too many of them. Like swarms of ants. Even after countless years of decay and death, some zombies still exist, untouched by wind and rain, lurking in the darkness. They were awakened. Their rotting clothes, now tattered rags, hung loosely on their bodies as they staggered but resolutely toward the same direction. Even within this neighborhood, zombies emerged from other buildings. From the opposite building, there were thuds of zombies banging against windows. Through the blurred glass, one could see the terrifying, old zombie behind them. This was a sight that could send nightmares at first glance. The sheer number of them, even before they decayed, would have made even the safe zone shudder. A thick horde of undead corpses had already gathered at the neighborhood gate, jostling and pushing, trying to enter, searching for the source of the sounds, or perhaps searching for their king. At the forefront of the zombie horde, on the rusty neighborhood gate, a wooden plank hung with wire, stained with dark red blood, bearing the eerie words, "No living allowed." It hung there askew, jostled and pushed by zombies, its old, repaired retractable door creaking and groaning. Deep in this deserted city, a neighbor who coexisted with old zombies and monsters was about to move in. A dense horde of old zombies rushed to celebrate. Chapter 170. Are you kidding me? On the outskirts of the city, 2 thin scavengers, having just arrived from afar, stared dumbfounded at the dense, black horde of zombies huddled together, their hearts nearly stopping. Under the gray sky, that forbidden zone for the living seemed to be summoned by some kind of magic. Countless evil spirits were awakening, crawling out from the shadows, and surging in the same direction. Terror was awakening in that neighborhood. "What's happening?" one of them asked, his voice trembling. This scene brought back some unpleasant memories. "This godforsaken place, whatever it is, let's run." The 2 hurriedly packed their belongings and fled the area. There were too many old zombies. Being surrounded was not a good thing. 3 or 5 could be easily dealt with, but filling an entire street, let alone zombies, even if it were all scarecrows, it wouldn't be easy to cut a path through. The city was vast, and this wasn't the only mysterious and terrifying place. Next time, they stay further away. Fortunately, the impact was limited to that area, not the entire city's turmoil. After many years, the streets deep inside the city were bustling again, like a pre-disaster holiday, crowded with people. That's quite a commotion. Bai Xiao looked back. This wasn't like a mountain village. In the mountains, banging on coffins or making helmets wouldn't cause a stir, but here, reinforcing a security window attracted a dense crowd of people. But it also proves one thing. The scavengers here haven't ventured into the city center or cleared out the zombies hiding in the buildings, otherwise it wouldn't be this spectacular. He glanced at the gate of the residential complex he had reinforced over the past few days, wondering if it would hold up. It seemed he'd have to reinforce it again tomorrow. Lin Duoduo said, "Making noise on the outskirts might attract a few scattered zombies, but not this many." Bai Xiao said, "That means we came to the right place. The outside has been mostly cleared over the years, but the inside remains dormant, with only occasional zombies wandering to the outskirts." Lin Duoduo glanced at the chilling horde of zombies. The reason no one dared live in the city was because of the danger lurking in the shadows. It hadn't disappeared, it had simply fallen silent after the absence of living people. She suddenly remembered doing something similar. Many years ago, when she lived alone and felt like going crazy in the quiet of the night, she would use an iron rod to bang on the tricycle in her yard, attracting Uncle Kai and Erden to wander outside. Only then there were only 2 old zombies in the village, a far cry from what the Zombie King was doing now. He climbed so high to repair the window, the noise carried far. That's more like the Zombie King, Bai Xiao said. He didn't find it eerie or terrifying at all. Instead, he felt a great sense of security. The area outside the residential compound was completely swarmed by zombies. Looking out from their quarters, all they could see were old zombies, like demons and monsters at the foot of a sacred mountain. This was a no-go zone for the living. The eerie, old compound stood amidst the zombie horde. You won't have to worry about being bored anymore. An old zombie trapped in his room, banging on his window, greeted them from across the street. New neighbors always need to be accepted. Then he turned back and said, "You can name them. That one's called 3 eggs, the others below are called 4 eggs, 5 eggs, you can call them Saturday, Sunday, or January 1st, February 2nd, enough to keep you coming up with names for a year." He pointed to the zombies surging across the street outside the wall. "This is a guarantee of safety." Lin Duo glanced at her neighbor across the street. To be honest, even in her nightmares, she had never dreamed of anything so outrageous. The evil Zombie King had built a castle where his people gathered, hiding the kind-hearted Lin Duo here. "Looks like this is the Zombie King's true territory," she muttered. The mountain village was still within the living world. This was zombie territory. It had been for 20 years. It's not over yet. The transformation has just begun. Bai Xiao put away his tools, climbed up the rope to the next floor, went through the window, closed the doors and windows tightly, came down the stairs, knocked on the door, and Lin Duo opened it from inside. "We build a stove upstairs, and push the chimney out through the old drain pipes or ventilation ducts. It would have been better to put it downstairs, but we're worried about a fire. If something happens upstairs, at least we can put you in a coffin and run away," Bai Xiao said, walking to the window and testing its sturdiness. Even if attacked by birds, he could stand there and watch them. The neighborhood was overgrown with vegetation, which needed to be cleared and removed, but that could be done slowly. The whole floor can be cleared out. An empty building like this is perfect for renovation. The number of zombies outside will probably increase. After I'm done, I sweep through the neighborhood again. Then you can occasionally take a stroll downstairs and greet the zombies outside. Nobody wants to greet them. Didn't you name Erden before? Even in broad daylight, there was a chilling feeling here. Bai Xiao stood by the window for a while, thinking about what it would be like at night. "The prophecy has come true," he said thoughtfully. "What prophecy?" "If a brave squad really does slay the horde of zombies and reach the evil Zombie King's territory, you can shoot them all with a single shot from your window." Lin Duo was cleaning her guns, an old rifle, a homemade gun, and 2 captured submachine guns. "I heard that people used to go to markets. Are these zombies here for a market? This is called a temple fair, much more lively than a market. It was a grand event before the disaster." Bai Xiao looked at the people celebrating his move, then, realizing this wasn't a rural temple fair, corrected him. "It should be called a pedestrian street. There are no cars, just people everywhere. It's like this on holidays, packed with people." "Really?" Lin Duo looked at the zombies crowding the pedestrian street. "You know a lot. It was like this before the disaster, no difference, just a huge, dense crowd." Bai Xiao was actually starting to feel a bit like he was living in a bustling city. He used to look down from his company's high-rise building and see hordes of people leaving during rush hour, though never this crowded. Only pedestrian streets offered such a sight. Now, without the lights, if they were still on, the streets would be a sea of heads at night, resembling a bustling metropolis in its heyday. The zombies across the street were still banging on windows, trying to communicate with their new neighbors. The banging had stopped, and the zombie horde on the street had become somewhat scattered, no longer moving in unison. But with so many, they couldn't move, stuck huddled together on the street. This is really a good place. Even Lin Xuan probably couldn't muster this many zombies. Bai Xiao looked at the scale. The nearby subway was teeming with zombies, one after another emerging. Lin Xuan didn't have a subway, and its population used to be smaller. This place is bigger than Lin Xuan. Could there be other terrifying things here? Lin Duo asked. "You mean monsters that eat zombies? There might have been before we came." Chapter 171. The Zombie King is a terrifying thing now. The wiped-out squad has already proven this. He tore open the security window with his bare hands, went inside, opened the door, and entered the building. If there really is such a thing, an uncontrollable force, a monster that grows up eating zombies and becomes supersized, you're still there, Bai Xiao said. just like when they fought off the wolf pack invading their territory. With Lin Duo providing support from afar, even if a similar monster appeared, Bai Xiao wouldn't be chasing it alone like before. He was the new ruler of this desolate city. No more carrying supplies back to the small mountain village on a tricycle. This old neighborhood was his new home. During the day, he dealt with the leaks upstairs, the broken windows, the missing security bars, boarding them up, and reinforcing the ventilation areas with multiple layers of security bars and wire mesh. The entire building was their home. A cage sat on the rooftop. Bai Xiao was trying to gather more materials to enclose the roof with netting, creating a safe place to dry clothes and rest. The feeling of standing high above the silent city was quite nice. He could also see unfamiliar scavengers in this strange city, survivors like Lin Duo, struggling and trying to live. The surrounding horde of zombies provided sufficient safety, and they were undisturbed. Perhaps you need some friends, if there are survivors around your age, Bai Xiao said. Friends? Lin Duo was taken aback. The last time she heard that word seemed to be back when zombies were drooling, and could only utter 2 words at a time. For so many years, living alone in a small mountain village, she had never heard that word again. She was a loner, prepared to die alone, but things only began to change after she picked up a zombie. You want to raise some other humans? Lin Duo glanced at him. The zombie king was something else. His ambition had grown, and he wanted to keep several people in chains. Ah, maybe I can build a zombie kingdom, and you can be the zombie princess. A castle always needs a princess. Whether it's a dragon or a zombie king, they all keep princesses. Perhaps the identity of a princess is more enjoyable for dragons or zombies to manipulate. Bai Xiao rambled on for a while, then turned to see Lin Duo ignoring him, undressing. Her long, shapely legs and strong physique were not what a survivor living in ruins could possess. The people in these ruins were merely surviving. They were thin and frail, even worse off than Lin Duo before she encountered the zombies, in their efforts to avoid danger. Lin Duo could live off the mountain. Perhaps it was because of that mountain that only 2 women remained in the village. After all, risk and reward are always balanced. Without that mountain, she might be even thinner, but the risks would likely be less. Not only were there wolves roaming in winter, but snakes and insects roamed in summer, and wild boars occasionally roamed the area. The 2 guns also played a significant role. If the risks in the mountains could be mitigated, it would be a treasure trove no less valuable than the city. Perhaps I should correct something. Not a zombie princess, but a zombie queen. Bai Xiao blinked. You perverted zombie. Lin Duo didn't turn around, smoothing her long hair. I think a zombie empress dowager would be better. After all, I raised you. There are still some rooms that haven't been opened. Next time I go out to look for something, I also try and find the locksmith company I used to work for. Maybe they still have the tools. Bai Xiao couldn't open all the doors, and some were even electronic locks. These would take time, but at least this floor was solved. He had taken good care of this human. Then be careful. If you sense danger, take me with you. Don't worry, the monsters in the city leave clues, just like us. Bai Xiao glanced at the zombies outside the building. If there really is a terrifying creature, the old zombies nearby probably won't survive. There will be a pile of bones. Actually, when he went to look for the security bars, he had already passed a sparsely populated area and sensed something unusual. Danger always leaves traces. Even though everything has changed after the disaster, the laws of nature still apply. Rabbits won't burrow where tigers roam, and nothing dares approach where bears hibernate. Danger is marked by the areas they occupy. This massive horde of zombies is the same. It represents the zombie king's presence here, posing a different kind of danger to both the monsters in the city and the scavengers. Lin Duo said, living in the apocalypse for a long time makes you less and less human, but we can't treat ourselves like monsters. Look at the horde of zombies outside before you speak. Living people couldn't survive in this environment, and these people deliberately came here. Lin Duo changed her clothes, putting her combat suit aside. Now that the windows were sealed, there was no need to wear such a heavy suit. Once it was clean, she probably wouldn't wear it much anymore, unless she needed to leave here to hunt the zombie king or something. It was perfect for protecting her body in the wild. Does it look good? You're such a generous human. I said, does this outfit look good? Linwood's face darkened. I was just talking about the clothes. What are you thinking? The zombie king said. Lin Duo stared at him without speaking. Why are you wearing white? I remember you don't like wearing white clothes. You just noticed it's white? Linwood's eyes darkened even more. Actually, it looks very good, Bai Xiao said. Tell me, This time you were talking about the clothes. Lin Duoduo glanced at him. Of course, the clothes look good too. Bai Xiao shrugged, moving all the useless junk out of the house, and bringing in more upscale furniture he found in other rooms. Back in the mountain village, there wasn't even a sofa. Sitting on a small stool was very cramped. A soft sofa was the standard before the disaster, and this human agreed, lying on the sofa was very comfortable. People before the disaster really knew how to enjoy life. Lin Duoduo took off her shoes and curled up on the sofa. She used to love the big sofas and soft beds in those houses when she was scavenging, but her old tricycle made it difficult to transport them back, and much of the village's property had been destroyed during the disaster years. Now you're enjoying it too, Bai Xiao said. Lin Duoduo curled up on the sofa for a moment, then suddenly got up, rummaged through a bag in the corner for a while, and finally pulled out a small figure. Bai Xiao was taken aback. It was the Qiongmei figure with white clothes and silver hair that she had found while scavenging. She placed the Qiongmei figure, which had been sitting on the window of her old mountain village home for a long time, on the table, looked at it, and wasn't satisfied. She turned to look at it again, then placed it on the windowsill, and examined it once more. Alright, that's more like it. Lin Duoduo breathed a sigh of relief, turning back with a smile. This is our new home now. A home standing in the forbidden zone deep within the city, surrounded by zombies. Unlike that small mountain village. Even within the safe zone, once you venture deeper, the ruins make it difficult for vehicles to pass, and getting out of the car. Such a large city would be a nightmare for them. If they didn't have enough people, they might even be overwhelmed. After all, this wasn't scavenging, it required a large-scale search of every building. Zombies could carry coffins across the city. They had to clean it up thoroughly. The zombie king returned to the place most suitable for him, bringing his queen home. This time, no one could easily drive him away. You still have it with you. Bai Xiao hadn't noticed while packing. Lin Duoduo was the one doing all the packing. Don't you really like this little person? She said. This isn't a figurine, it's a collectible. The figurine she scavenged from Lin Xuan, which had followed them to this unfamiliar place, was now placed back on the window, almost as if as part of a ritual. Only now did Lin Duoduo take it out. A soft sofa and a large bed, towering buildings, zombies everywhere. She curled back up on the sofa, and seeing the little figurine by the window, a sudden sense of peace washed over her. Since this was home, there still needed to be familiar things. It couldn't be a gun, that's a weapon. Nor could it be a coffin. That's a tool. Only things like this, meaningless, useless, yet genuinely loved, could bring solace to the soul. Chapter 172. Qiongmei sat quietly on the windowsill, just as she had back in the mountain village. Outside the window behind her, the streets were teeming with zombies. In a high-rise building, Lin Duoduo curled up on the sofa. This was a novel experience, living in the city, the experience of people before the disaster. Back then, there were no zombies, no monsters. People lived in apartment buildings, rooms packed tightly together, a single building accommodating countless people, as many as the zombies on the street. Bai Xiao walked around the living room tidying things up, and she watched intently. This is called heating. It's a pity there's no central heating anymore. The zombie king pointed to something on the wall, explaining it to the barbarian human. The human glanced at it. It's very warm when it's lit in winter. The zombie king continued. I might have zombies to warm my bed, that's also very warm. She said. It warms the whole house. You know a lot about things from before the disaster. Lin Duoduo said. So you're such an idiot. Bai Xiao plopped down on the sofa, which seemed to creak. After years of being idle, the sudden contact with the zombie king was a bit too much for it. Lin Duoduo had just lain down on the sofa when, as the zombie king sat down, she felt herself sink a little. She immediately kicked him with both legs. Get off! You're going to break it! If it breaks, find something sturdier. Bai Xiao didn't move, letting her kick him. Just kidding. Even if this human used all her strength, she couldn't kick his butt off the sofa. If she did, she would only fall off herself due to the recoil. But as the human kicked, her 2 feet slipped under his clothes and stepped on the zombie. Her icy feet suddenly touched the scalding heat of the zombie. Hiss. She squinted and gasped. Zombies are truly wonderful things. No one spoke. The zombie king sat on the sofa, reminiscing about his once familiar life. His life before becoming a zombie, in the bustling city, and his current ordinary life. He knew it all so well. If he simply drew the curtains and stopped looking outside, the furnishings, the house, even the decor, including the presence of this human, all made him feel as if he had returned to a time before zombies and monsters. Lin Duo gently stepped on him, also getting used to her suddenly changed life. She had thought she might die on the road, but the box had protected her well. Now, listening to the occasional noises outside, she knew they were from the zombies on the street, but she didn't resist all the changes. This was a new life she had never imagined. The light outside gradually dimmed, and the room slowly became dark. A tall, burly black figure sat on the sofa, and a woman lay on her side, stepping on the black figure. Occasionally, a faint, almost imperceptible noise drifted from the building across the street, zombies banging against windows. "I really miss it," the Zombie King murmured. "Miss what?" Lin Duo asked. "I miss all of this." His expression was obscured in the dim light, only his profile visible. He missed it all. If it weren't for the sudden accident, he probably would have already found a girlfriend, curled up on the sofa with her watching TV shows and playing games. Opening the window, he imagined the bustling sounds of people coming and going, the noise of cars passing by, the flashing neon lights, not the streets teeming with dark hordes of zombies. He continued, "Everything's familiar. As soon as it gets dark, I feel like I'd gone back to the past." Lin Duo sat up from the sofa, leaned over, and hugged the zombie's neck, pressing her face against his back. She didn't know what the Zombie King was reminiscing about, but she sensed it. The zombie was somewhat sad, just like Aunt Qian when she looked at a stack of photos in that lifeless courtyard. "Where's something warmer?" Bai Xiao touched her arm, stood up, took off his coat, and draped it over her. The thick coat on the zombie was still warm. Lin Duo wrapped herself tighter, sat cross-legged on the sofa, and stared at his dark silhouette in the increasingly dim light. A terrifying silhouette. "One more hug," she said. "Don't be so horny." The Zombie King coldly refused. "Tomorrow, I go fetch water from afar, and see if I can find a water tank to put upstairs. I also need to find a locksmith. The windows were sealed today, so this house should be safe now." He tugged at the security bars on the window again, checking them over. There are 2 residential complexes nearby, Wanhu International and Luhu Community. The former is an artificial lake that's long since dried up, while the latter, whether due to rainwater replenishment or its lower location connecting to groundwater, is still perfectly fine. Perhaps because it's closer to a water source, the situation there is worse. Otherwise, he'd like to live there directly. Fetching water is still a hassle, so he wants to get a huge water tank. He can also clear the weeds from the dried-up pond and fountain downstairs, deepen it, and dig some drainage ditches to collect rainwater. That way, once the area below is cleared, he can plant something nearby. The unchecked growth of greenery in the neighborhood also needs to be cleared. However, that's not urgent. It can be postponed and dealt with gradually. The main issue now is the building itself. First, open the doors that can be opened. Only consider forcibly demolishing them if they can't be opened. Then, either seal the windows completely or reinforce them with multiple layers of security bars or barbed wire. These past few days have mainly been spent reinforcing the neighborhood gate, clearing out a temporary living area, and reinforcing the current apartment, providing a place to stay. "Don't wander off," he said, turning around, then thought for a moment, "Should I chain you up?" "Whatever you want." The Zombie King had already cleaned up a house next door in the village once, but back then, he was tinkering with his own home, while this was a place for 2. Lin Duo, wrapped in the zombie clothes, collapsed onto the sofa again. She'd been cleaning the room for the past 2 days, throwing out the useless items and bringing in the useful ones. The next day, dawn was breaking. Bai Xiao, carrying an iron bar and wire, along with his tools, went downstairs, stepping over the withered branches and leaves in the residential area, until he reached the main gate. The zombies outside were crammed together, warping the gate that had been hastily repaired a few days ago. Separated only by a retractable gate, the withered zombies stretched out their hands, struggling to squeeze in. Bai Xiao glanced at them, then reinforced the gate again with an iron frame. This broken gate might not stop fresh zombies, but it was enough to keep out these old ones. All right, stop pushing," the Zombie King said to the outside of the gate. At this sound, the undead went even more frenzied. Bai Xiao watched them with satisfaction. Their frenzied display made him feel like a big star. Once upon a time, he had been on a business trip and happened to see a celebrity's plane land. Outside the airport, the fervent fans were just like this, stretching out their hands, screaming, trying desperately to break through the barriers, their voices hoarse. The old zombies that crawled out of the shadows looked exactly like the fans, if not very similar. Early in the morning, hands as thin as withered branches reached through the door, frantically trying to rush in. Bai Xiao shook hands with them through the door. Chapter 173. Lin Duoduo, holding binoculars, saw the zombie king and an old zombie on the street shaking hands through a retractable gate in the residential complex. After the handshake, he climbed the wall, found a spot with the fewest zombies, and vaulted out, his burly figure disappearing into the horde of zombies. She pursed her lips, then turned her gaze to observe her surroundings further away. The zombie king was out, so she was in charge of observation. In the current residential complex, unless she hid in a box and had the zombie king carry her out, she couldn't get out. Like a princess imprisoned in a story. It wasn't high enough here, so she went up a few more floors, stopping on the second to last floor. This was where the zombie king had left behind, a place to set up her gun, and also where some tools were piled up, some for setting up the rooftop, others for storing water. Standing here, she could observe every rustle of wind and movement with her binoculars. In the dilapidated street, she could see zombies, scavengers, and monsters all at once. Mainly, it was to guard against potential enemies and scavengers. However, no scavengers ventured into this area yet. Even if they did, the horde of zombies would force them to deter. A zombie king carrying a bulletproof car door appeared on the street, then quickly disappeared, wandering the streets with an old zombie following behind. The fan meeting gave Bai Xiao a real taste of being a big star. The enthusiastic fans even chased him for several blocks. The wind grew colder. On the deserted streets, the old shops were empty, the original advertising boards reduced to mere sheet metal hanging askew. Walking through the city like this, it seemed very peaceful, but Bai Xiao knew what was here. Besides zombies, there were also the monsters that had mutated over the years. Occasionally, droppings could be seen among the withered grass. Zombified animals wouldn't leave such traces. In this city that had weathered 20 years of storms, some monsters had learned to feed on zombies. As dawn broke, it awakened the desolate city. Zombies, drawn out by the noise, wandered about, their clothes now tattered rags. They were no longer as terrifying as they once were. Their steps were unsteady, and their movements slow. Bai Xiao didn't bother to clear them out. The remaining old zombies were mostly those that had been dormant in shopping malls and subways, now awakened and crawling out. Those zombies that had been roaming the streets from the beginning had long since succumbed to their weariness, and died one after another. These old guys who crawled out of the shadows were already physically weak. They had only managed to endure a little longer by avoiding the sun and rain. Now that they were out, they would soon collapse and turn into skeletons. Occasionally, Bai Xiao would envy them, spending their days aimlessly wandering, until one day they would fall and never get up again, and it would all be over. There was a photo studio on this old street. He went inside and looked around. There were many wedding photos. The people in the pictures looked happy, but they were at least 20 years old. He wondered how many of them had survived the zombie outbreak. The photos were all old, like the shop itself, left behind in the past. In recent years, apart from the occasional zombie wandering by, there had been no living people. Leaving the shop, he tried to make his way around. There were usually locksmith shops around the neighborhood, and they would have many tools. He didn't need many, just enough to open most doors. A few could be forcibly opened without issue. Unfortunately, it wasn't found yet. At the end of the old street, in the warehouse of a large supermarket, he did find a handcart, previously used for moving goods and organizing shelves. He had originally planned to check with a repair shop to see if they had one, but now, he didn't need to bother. Even if he couldn't find one here, he could find one sooner or later in those buildings. He came out of the supermarket carrying 2 large buckets. The rumbling sound of the cart attracted several zombies. Fortunately, he didn't have to be as careful as before. The zombie king gave them a push, sending them tumbling on their backsides. Bullying the old folks again. The zombie bully reflected on himself. These old zombies weren't even as sturdy as Friday, otherwise, carrying a few bags for them could be a help. He suddenly missed Friday carrying his basket. These old zombies were far less capable than Friday. They couldn't even walk steadily on their own. Outside this street, the main road was called Ping An Road. He had never been to Shanghai City before, not even when he worked there. But looking at the abandoned shops and the scale of the buildings, it must have been a bustling city in the past. While observing the nearby shops and pushing away the approaching old zombie, he headed towards Lulu Community. That community was about a 20-minute walk away. It had an underground entrance, and nearby were piles of zombie bones, giving off a dangerous aura. Bai Xiao had avoided it last time, and he avoided it again this time. He didn't know what was inside that entrance. The area was near a water source, and the vegetation was lush. He could see the underground parking lot entrance in the distance. It was pitch black inside, as if it were swallowing up all light. If he were to explore this place, he would definitely need to bring Lin Duo along, so she could provide cover from a distant building with a gun. The city's depths had been silent for over 20 years. No one knew what changes had occurred, especially in such a large city. Bai Xiao didn't want to take any risks. He merely glanced at the entrance twice before pushing his cart around it. His intuition told him that what was inside was terrifying. He had felt this way when he encountered danger on his journey to find shelter. It wasn't some mystical intuition, but a subconscious analysis and summary of the surrounding environment. Like a deathly silent forest, devoid of birds or insects, it instinctively exuded a sense of danger. He filled his water tank and kept a safe distance from the entrance, pushing his cart back. The zombie-infested neighborhood stood there, making the way home difficult. However, with precautions, he used the cart door to push his way through, eventually entering through the back door. A few fanatical followers tried to follow, but the zombie king used the cart door to push them back, slamming the back door shut, leaving the fanatical subjects still wandering outside. The area became quiet once inside the residential compound. The zombies and animals that had been lingering there had either been thrown out or dealt with. Looking up, he saw a human waving from behind a window. "Rope!" Bai Xiao called out. He preferred using a rope to hoist things up rather than carrying them himself, saving him the trouble of running back and forth. A long rope hung down from the building, the human at one end. She only needed to hold onto the rope while the zombie king went up to take over. Clearing land was always hard work, but this hardship was temporary. Once I got them sorted out, I won't have to run so far to fetch water anymore. The zombie king pulled the water up and looked at Lin Duo. She too had become a dirt-covered figure, having cleaned many rooms, and was covered in filth. "This little bit of water isn't even enough to clean you up," Bai Xiao sighed. "Actually, you don't need to clean. I can just wipe myself down after I finish cleaning." "You're so dirty. Take your clothes off," the zombie king said. "What do you want to do?" "What do I want to do? Why did you always hold the hose and make me take off my clothes? You're a zombie. I'm helping you rinse off, and you're still unhappy," she said. The dirt-covered figure ran off, her face still filthy, and continued sweeping away the layers of dust. Bai Xiao pushed the cart away again. Actually, it made sense. Even as a part-time cleaner, how many rooms could she clean in a day? This was bound to be a long project. Right now, it was still the initial cleaning phase, so the filth didn't matter. I never heard of a zombie king imprisoning a princess and then making her do chores. Usually, being played with is enough. Everything else is for the zombie king to worry about. The rumbling sound came again from downstairs in the apartment complex. The old zombie trapped in the building across the street continued banging on the window. Lin Duo glanced out the window. The enormous zombie king, all alone, pulled a small cart and walked into the horde of zombies. This time, he didn't bring water, but instead brought back some supplies to store in the downstairs room. With his experience scavenging in Linchuan, he was adept at finding supplies, and this city was much larger, and had once been more prosperous. He spent one day repairing the building, and the other searching for useful things. The building was often filled with noise, either humans cleaning their apartments and organizing supplies, or the zombie king moving things. A few days later, he returned carrying a large, soaking wet water tank and placed it upstairs. "Empty," Lin Duo said, knocking on it and listening to the sound. "Fill it with your pee," Bai Xiao said. Chapter 174. Full of pee? You're going to drink it? I can save it for when I'm out of water. Open your mouth, I pee right in your mouth. Lin Duo's expression was unfriendly. "You're disgusting," Bai Xiao said. Lin Duo was furious. That stinky zombie, turning the tables on her. Bai Xiao clattered upstairs to the large water tank, then back down. Lin Duo asked, "Where are you going?" "There are a few more. I'm bringing them all back," Bai Xiao said as he went down the stairs, "one for collection, one for sedimentation. Use 2 for collection and sedimentation. Just bring them back. The extras are for you to store your pee." "Okay, drink a cup of pee whenever you miss me," Lin Duo said. The zombie king turned and pointed at her. The human looked at him expressionlessly. "Paint it black, then we can have hot water later." The zombie king went downstairs, glancing up at the rooftop. He was genuinely afraid that the human might suddenly urinate on him from the roof. Zombies do eat people, that's true, but they shouldn't be attracted to other bodily fluids. He wasn't sure, but at least when that human had exercised, she had sweated, and her scent was stronger than usual, making her more attracted to zombies, who kept wanting to lick the beads of sweat on her neck. Of course, this didn't include the sour smell of not having bathed for days while scavenging. That was a different story. The old zombies crowded in front of the complex gate. The Zombie King glanced at them. You can't even get enough to drink, stop crowding. These zombies clearly didn't understand the importance of sustainable development. They had killed all the living people back then. There were no new humans in the city, only zombies. If you could learn to do what he did and keep humans in captivity, even if it's just one zombie raising one human, chained up with iron chains. Then when you go out, you could greet them with, "Good morning, how's your human?" Don't even mention it. It almost bit me after just a couple of licks, scared me to death. How about yours? My human is sick, I'm figuring out how to cure it. The Zombie King chuckled and walked down the old street. These past 20 years could perhaps be called the zombie era, but their emergence was sudden, and their demise was swift. Now, with no living beings left in the cities, they simply await their slow decay. The old zombies, unable even to find water, have undoubtedly been eliminated by the times. The old streets are deserted and desolate. A cold wind blows, and the Zombie King wraps himself tighter in his clothes. He looks up at the sky, it's winter. He wonders if it will rain. First, let it settle, then filter, then boil. As long as water can be stored, the normal water problem will be solved. If it snows next, we have to fetch water every few days. It's not a big problem, just a bit inconvenient. Linduo stood on the rooftop, observing through binoculars for a moment, until the Zombie King, taller than the surrounding zombies, disappeared around the street corner. Only then did she lower the binoculars and look at the crowded zombies around her. Just as the Zombie King predicted, the two of them were small targets, making them difficult for the dangers from the sky to notice. As long as they hid inside the building, the danger wouldn't be that great until the environment continued to deteriorate. If many people gathered together, they would be more likely to attract monster attacks. So he changed his mind, and no longer wanted her to go to the safe zone. He glanced at the old zombie in the building across the street. It occasionally banged on the window with a thud. We can't even get a piss. Linduo looked away, glancing at the gloomy sky. In winter, scavengers were rarely active, and they seldom entered the city unless they were truly desperate. Otherwise, no one would go into the city to scavenge in the dead of winter. Not only was it cold, but some things in the city were also hungrier and more ferocious in winter. Because the weather was getting colder and colder, the two of them hadn't stopped, trying to get everything ready before it got really cold. After bringing the water tank back, the Zombie King began carrying bricks up from downstairs to build a small stove. This was an unfinished room on the 8th floor. After clearing it out, he would cook here. The city was vast, even cooking here, he wouldn't be seen from 2 blocks away. His only worry was fire. Even if he were seen, it wouldn't matter, as long as they were in the city, the Zombie King could avoid anyone while carrying the coffin. What if a big fire breaks out? Linduo squatted down beside the Zombie King, handing him bricks. Let's find another house. There are plenty of fires in the city. Bai Xiao had seen many burned ruins, mostly remnants of disasters. Yu Ming had mentioned that the year of the disaster was snowing heavily and extremely cold. The fires were likely started by survivors trying to keep warm, or perhaps due to the chaotic environment, intentional or accidental ignition. So much time had passed, and only cold rubble remained. I put you in a coffin. As long as there's no nuclear bomb, you can run anywhere. What if the building collapses? So I raised it up. The Zombie King transformed into a bricklayer, squatting on the ground, hammering and banging. There's insulation under the bricks. It's so small. Linduo looked at the stove, which seemed completely out of place with the Zombie King. The zombie was so big, and the stove was tiny. So it's for you. Bai Xiao figured she wouldn't understand anything about pressure or anything like that with this barbarian. All she had to do was hand her bricks. It would be hard to escape if there was a fire downstairs, and there were too many dangers outside. He initially thought of putting it in the underground garage, but the garage was too big and dark, not suitable for humans. In the end, he could only put it in the upstairs room for now. In the story, the imprisoned princess sat by the window all day doing nothing, Linduo said. You made me chop wood when you tied me to the shed. Yeah, right. Linduo had once ordered zombies around, valuable experience from early humans taming them. The small stove was now the first step in the zombies' taming of humans. The zombie queen squatted here. The stove looked tiny, but for her own use, it wasn't particularly small, just average. Add a chimney, extending from the pipe left when the house was built, and the stove would be complete. Linduo clearly liked the stove and couldn't wait to try it out, but the zombie queen stopped her. It was still damp from being built. She liked everything here, the soft sofa, the large bed, the desk, the furniture, although they were all old. What's all this dirt for? Lin Duo asked again. Pilot here. If you're stupid enough to start a fire, you can cover it up. Bai Xiao placed a shovel beside him. Back in the mountain village, large pieces of wood that hadn't burned completely could be stuck into the ground and burned again. There was no soil here, so he had to pile some up himself. With another task completed, this zombie-infested neighborhood was gradually becoming a shelter. It was a pity the environment was so harsh, otherwise, downstairs, with its large space, would have been the most suitable. If one day even the bugs get infected, I carry you to the tallest building, and we live in the highest room, with all the doors and windows sealed shut. Bai Xiao pointed into the distance. From the highest point, overlooking everything, Lin Duo looked at the tallest building. It was a remnant from before the disaster, and to this day, she still couldn't understand how such a tall building had been constructed. Chapter 175. Through layers of reinforced security bars, Lin Duo couldn't clearly see the tallest building. But she knew it was the city's very center, where there were more zombies, and it was far more dangerous. The scavenger simply couldn't reach it. Even she could only get there by hiding inside the zombie king's coffin. If she came out, she would easily be surrounded. The scavengers progressed gradually, searching for supplies little by little from the city's outskirts, day after day. Even after so many years, they hadn't ventured deep into the city. If they were discovered again, the zombie king could simply run away, cross the city, and escape any threat. The city had far greater advantages than the mountain village. Won't it be alright if the scavengers see us? It's fine. The safe zone took a year to reach Linchuan. Further advancement would be very difficult. In the ruins, as long as we're not surrounded in the mountain village, no one can catch us. Besides zombies, we can't even see a single living person. Lin Duo smoothed her hair. The city was deserted and desolate. It was even more desolate than a mountain village. People used to live here. They go out to buy groceries and cook dinner in the evenings. There was a market over there. Bai Xiao pointed outside. And after dinner? After dinner, we wander around outside, like zombies, or play games, play computer games. You were a zombie from before the disaster? She carefully observed the zombie king. Then you're not an old monster? I'm not old. You don't look old either. Lin Duo glanced at the street below. If he were an old zombie, he'd be just like them. Besides, she had witnessed Bai Xiao being infected firsthand. But you're strange, you imagine more things than I do, Lin Duo said. It's not imagination, it's everything I miss. Bai Xiao stood behind her, looking out the window at the dilapidated state of the street. He lowered his head and gently sniffed Lin Duo's hair. You should take a shower. You have to go through the trouble of carrying water over, so you can shower after you've finished cleaning up. Lin Duo frowned. You smell bad? You're complaining about me. Bai Xiao flipped the sofa over, reinforcing it with a wooden board underneath. It creaked every time someone sat on it. Now it was much sturdier. I found a few warehouses over there. We can slowly move them over, but no scavengers should be able to come here, so leaving them there for now won't hurt. Yeah, it feels more secure piled up inside the building. Once you bring them back, you won't want to touch them. But it gives me peace of mind. Alright, there's still plenty of time. I slowly move them back, put them in your bed, and let you sleep with a jar of honey. Because they've been cleaning the building for the past few days, they were both dirty, so they slept on the floor, on a thick layer. It wasn't very comfortable, but it was better than when they were on the road. Outside the window, everything was a hazy gray. After eating some of the things the zombie king had brought back, she laid down. The weather was getting colder, and it was much more comfortable in bed. There's an underground parking garage over there. I feel it's a bit dangerous. I go deal with it when I have time. These next few days? Let's wait. Leaving it there actually has its advantages. The zombie king shook his head, saying, if we eliminate all the external threats and make this place safe, it might not be so good. It treats us like a food reserve, and we treat it like a food reserve too. We deal with it when we run out of food, or when it threatens us. That's a true neighbor, someone you can watch over. Bai Xiao realized he changed. Before, he would have eliminated it immediately, but in this city, this zombie fortress wasn't safe on its own. Other threats were equally important. This was the ruin. That's fine. Cities are inherently dangerous, Lin Duo said casually. Along the way, she had come to understand the zombie king's power. With the city's dangers, the zombie king's presence, and her support from upstairs, this place was more peaceful. Bai Xiao said, I thought you'd be worried. Lin Duo smiled, lying on the ground looking at him. Someone like me, protected in a coffin, don't I trust your judgment? A discovered threat isn't a threat. If you encounter danger outside, run this way. I often keep an eye on you with binoculars when you go out. Just like a few years ago, when she released 2 zombies to roam the village. After the zombies lay down. Can I sleep with my feet on your stomach? Linduoduo asked. If you're not afraid of turning into a zombie, you can continue sleeping on top of me, Bai Xiao said. Linduoduo hesitated, looking at the zombie king with some conflict. The weather was getting colder, and sharing a blanket with the zombie king was a huge temptation. But accidents are unpredictable. I just step on your stomach, Linduoduo said. She still wanted to live, didn't want to become a zombie. Her legs stretched out from under the blanket to the other side, where the zombie king grasped them. It was a strange feeling, making her involuntarily twist her body. Compared to his large hands, her feet seemed tiny. Those burning hot hands completely enveloped her feet, warm and cozy. I find it strange. You're in heat, Bai Xiao said. Linduoduo gritted her teeth, wanting to bite him. It's normal for a healthy human to feel this way, especially since you've been reading some rubbish books. Xi Menqing did the same thing to Pan Jinlian, making her aroused. Nonsense. Linduoduo turned her head away, pulling the blanket tighter around herself. No one would be aroused by a zombie. This damn zombie, his words were so awful. It was just the warm feeling that made her feel a little comfortable. I can smell your arousal, the zombie king said mercilessly. Linduoduo exclaimed in surprise. What's that smell? It's... how should I put it? Before, I could only smell human flesh, and that would make me agitated. Now, I think I control that agitation, and I can distinguish it more precisely. The sweat you shed while working, when you're in heat, when you're relaxed, each smell has a subtle difference. It's hard to describe the difference, but I can tell. You're bragging. I just feel warm and comfortable. Linduoduo scoffed. Stop holding my foot. She tried to pull her leg away but couldn't. You felt a little bit when you touched my back before. I heard you swallow. Shut up. Fine, don't admit it then. I warm you up. The room fell silent. As the temperature dropped, the building's insulation layer aged and deteriorated, making it increasingly cold at night. That smell is very pleasant, the zombie king suddenly said. It can mask other smells. You still dare to talk back. Linduoduo punched him a few times through the blanket, thud. Why can't I smell it? You're not a zombie. Chapter 176. Upon waking up, Linduoduo sniffed around, wondering if the zombies really had that heat smell. But she couldn't detect it after sniffing for a while. She looked at Bai Xiao suspiciously. Of course not now. It's been a whole night. You can't be in heat all the time. This stupid human. Next time I smell it, I won't call you out. You seem pretty embarrassed and angry. I really want to shove your mouth shut with my feet. Linduoduo crawled out of bed, feeling the winter chill. She shivered but couldn't help lying back down and pulling the covers tighter. The zombie king, however, got up and stood by the window, looking outside. You can come and experience the high-temperature blankets of a zombie. Before he could finish speaking, Linduoduo had already crawled from under her blanket to the one next to her. To a human, the place where a zombie slept all night was like having an electric blanket on it. The sudden heat made her sigh softly. When it gets colder, you can sleep at my place. Once you warmed up, go back to your own spot, and I crawl in. She instantly devised a plan for utilizing the zombie's energy. Living in the ruins for so long had instilled a strong sense of inertia. When winter came, all she wanted to do was stay in bed and be a useless person. But now, unlike back in the mountain village, she didn't have as many winter reserves, and there were still many things she hadn't done. After lying in bed for 10 minutes, feeling warm all over, she braved the chill outside, got up, rubbed her hands, and opened the door. It was a large apartment building with 2 units per floor, the kind that would have been quite expensive even before the disaster. The hallway was dark. It should have been a spacious and bright hallway, but due to the environment, and for safety reasons, the extra windows had been nailed shut, making it appear somewhat dark. Bai Xiao was mainly attracted to the high ceilings here. His current physique felt cramped in a regular house. Really? Linduoduo suddenly asked. What? You mean? The smell. Of course. Bai Xiao didn't know if this was evolution or reversion. Logically, only animals use scent to indicate their mating season. But Linduoduo was clearly human, so the problem wasn't with her, but with himself. When he first started eating vegetarian food with Linduoduo, he was a frenzied zombie, unable to control his instincts. Hunger made him drool whenever he saw humans. Later on the road, he was often hungry, constantly rushing. Even the sound of old billboards rattling in the wind would make him agitated, turning him closer to a zombie. But now, he felt much better. With ample blood and food after returning, the change was very noticeable. Come on, check if the stove we built yesterday is leaking smoke. Bai Xiao lifted her up, carrying her on his arm as they went upstairs. Linwood was feet dangled in the air, swaying back and forth. She couldn't help but sigh, wishing this zombie had been there when she lived in the village a few years ago, before the environment deteriorated so much. This was the first time they officially started cooking since moving in. The Zombie King was quite solemn, with a ritualistic air unique to those facing a catastrophe. Before, it was just like on the road, a small fire, a metal box on top to boil some water, and that was it. The stove had a kitchen god statue. Bai Xiao muttered to himself as Lin Duoduo looked at the newly built stove, with a clean pot on it. There was also a chimney leading outside. Next to it was a funnel-shaped basin, connected to a thick pipe extending outside the room and down to the floor. Wastewater poured into it would flow out through the pipe. The filthy zombies and filthy humans. Let's light a fire and see if it leaks smoke. You stay here and start the fire. I'll be right back, Bai Xiao said, turning and going downstairs. He had just seen something sneakily carrying away an old zombie that was crowding the outer edge of the street from the window. The local monsters were so rude. Can you catch it? Lin Duoduo thought, deciding to take it out with one shot. It couldn't escape. Of course. The Zombie King's gate as it descended the stairs exuded the aura of someone who had slain Hua Xiong. Lin Duoduo boiled water, peering through binoculars into the distance. The Zombie King scaled the wall, directly killing and disposing of the monsters carrying the zombies, throwing the excess heads and skins into the zombie horde, and taking the flesh back with him. Won't you make them grow fiercer? Lin Duoduo had seen his actions. Unlikely. They're completely dried up, exhausted, left with only a sliver of instinct. Bai Xiao shook his head. Aunt Qian had tried feeding Uncle Kai badger skin and flesh, but it was useless. There was no way to revive them. The reason he was able to recover initially was because his body hadn't lost its vitality, and his hair was still growing strong. He was just thinner, but his body hadn't been fundamentally damaged. Besides, they're old. Nothing is immortal. If they could really revive, do you know what that means? Bai Xiao said with a smile. Lin Duoduo paused, then a terrifying thought crossed her mind. Immortality? Provided they can revive under these circumstances. The Zombie King shook his head, looking out the window. He could tell that these creatures' lifespans had reached their end. Those zombified animals are the same. They're all eliminated. They can't survive. That makes sense. Lin Duoduo had lived with the old zombie for so many years, and understood them somewhat, having watched them decay day by day since she was a child. The only exception was the Zombie King before her. What's wrong with you? Yeah, what's wrong with me? Bai Xiao chuckled, looking into the distance. It wasn't in the direction of the mountain village, but further south. He felt that there might be a tiny chance of finding the answer there. That direction was where he had lived before he became a zombie. On the way, he saw the city he used to live in on the map. He had thought about going there when he was looking for shelter, but he couldn't do it then. What are you thinking about? Lin Duoduo followed his gaze, but saw nothing, only the gloomy sky. I'm thinking, he said. A zombie thinking. A bit comical. I'm thinking, could it be that I bit myself? Bai Xiao chuckled. This might be far too audacious. He remembered it as a withered old zombie, but 20 years had passed, and no one could recognize what the undead once looked like. If this place still had that nagging boss, that incompetent owner, that company from his memories. Then this person, while on the run, might have passed through Linchuan years ago on their way to a safe zone, or perhaps they were searching for that destroyed shelter in Linchuan, and then became a zombie, wandering the streets, slowly growing old. No matter how hard Bai Xiao tried, he couldn't remember the old zombie's face. It had already turned to bones, and died in Linchuan. Chapter 177. You bite yourself? Lin Duoduo was surprised and confused. Sure enough, zombies are all stupid. Try biting yourself again? Hee. Bai Xiao chuckled and shook his head. This was just a bold guess. If, as he suspected, there really was a similar design company in that distant city, and even if that terrifying name could be found in the company's tattered records, Bai Xiao felt the possibility would greatly increase. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to have survived and become a rational zombie. Now, standing among the zombie horde, he was towering over them, clearly not of the same species, but increasingly resembling a true zombie king. Theoretically, if someone could successfully survive the infection, then others would inevitably remain rational as well. However, judging from the actions and appearance of the safe zone, it seems no one has yet been found. He used to think the zombies were old, and humans were too clever to be infected by the older zombies. So, while animals survived the natural selection process, humans, through their intelligence, avoided infection, leading to their current state. Once the older zombies died out, the remaining humans would only be able to die from animal infection, making the chances of survival increasingly slim. But during this journey, looking at the map of the cities he used to live in, he suddenly had a new guess. He didn't know the truth. Perhaps his previous thought was correct, because humans were so intelligent, few were infected by the older zombies, thus preventing that mutation. And there were clues to follow. If I bite myself, it's like a second adaptation. Bai Zhao's voice was low. Regardless, it was still him. A wandering old zombie for years. That old zombie was nowhere to be found. He was already a flickering candle in the wind, barely able to walk. If Lin Duo hadn't passed by and taken him back, he might now be a new, fresh zombie wandering the same place. I want to go there, see if there's another company, but I don't want to go, the zombie said. I don't know what you're looking for, but if you really want to go, you can take me in a coffin. Lin Duo followed his gaze in that direction. Although she didn't know what was there, it seemed important to the zombie king. I haven't decided whether to go. I think about it later. We can't walk in winter. Another heavy snowfall will trap us all. Bai Zhao shook his head. The past was the past. Survival was the most important thing. But the image of that old zombie kept coming back to him. That's wishful thinking. He ruffled the human's hair, laughing. It was you who tied me up to cool me down and fed me porridge. Otherwise, I would have turned into a fresh zombie and ambushed you, waiting to bite you while you were scavenging. Call me mommy. Lin Duo raised her chin. Little one. The zombie king ruffled her hair, then went upstairs to fetch water. You can boil some water to wash up now, you're filthy. These floors are cleaned, the rest is just tidying up. Lin Duo thought for a moment and agreed. Both she and the zombie were filthy enough. After eating, Lin Duo boiled water, mixed it with cold water, and felt cold as soon as she took off her clothes. Previously, it was just a quick wipe. This was the first serious cleaning since leaving that mountain village, and he felt completely refreshed. Bai Zhao didn't stay on this floor. He needed to go downstairs to clear away the withered grass and trees outside, to prevent an accidental fire caused by the dry grass filling the entire complex, and also to add firewood for the upstairs neighbors. Then he had to go out and move supplies. Yesterday he stayed inside building a stove. Today he had to go out again. In the afternoon, he left the complex. Lin Duo looked around with binoculars for a while, then turned back to sew curtains. In winter, thick curtains were necessary for warmth. This zombie fortress was gradually getting better. Occasionally, she would glance at her old zombie neighbor in the building across the street. Living in a city house was more interesting than she had imagined. These high-rises weren't peaceful. The zombies trapped inside were quite a disturbance. It would be even better if she could herd wild boars, gazelles, rabbits, etc., and raise them in the complex downstairs, just like in the mountain village. And the soft sofas were really comfortable. Snowflakes began to fall outside in the afternoon. They drifted down from the sky, not heavy, and only felt slightly cold on the face. Bai Zhao wrapped his coat tighter and walked along the deserted street, mingling with the zombies, pulling his cart, churning and rumbling as he hauled what he had found into the building, expired items, and still usable ones. The sound was unusually jarring in the quiet street. Walking on the path once trodden by countless others, he suddenly remembered how, more than 20 years ago, this place was bustling with activity, with cars flowing on the road and people crossing the sidewalks. Now, only desolate, overgrown weeds and trees remained, the road cracked open, with grass sprouting from the cracks. One downside to living in the city is that the desolation can sometimes bring a sense of oppression. Perhaps it's the familiar sights and sounds, the road she used to walk and see every day. When the bus arrives, a huge crowd disembarks, and those familiar memories, like faded old photographs in Lin Duo's hands, are unexpectedly stirred. Life in the apocalypse is probably always like this. Aunt Qian, that old woman, often gazes towards Lin Xuan. Yu Ming silently stares at his collection of figurines. Only those who grow up after the disaster are truly pure, only wanting to survive. They have no extra memories, nor have they seen much. Thinking of that human, he glances up at that building, and the inexplicable oppression quietly disappears. When Bai Zhao returned, thick curtains hung on the bedroom door and windows. The bed sheets and covers had been changed, and there was a thick quilt, clean and tidy. Lin Duo was half lying on the sofa, sewing a new curtain under the covers. This sofa is really nice, she said to Bai Zhao. Right? Bai Zhao sat down beside him. He looked just like the homeowner before the zombie outbreak. Only his size was a bit much. The sofa wobbled a little. When he first opened the door, he almost thought he returned to the time before the zombies. Lin Duo was leaning against the sofa, a cup on the coffee table, just no TV. If there had been a TV on, making a sound, it would have been exactly the same. Lin Duo, in her early 20s, looked like a wife waiting for her husband to come home from get off work. The zombies on the street outside the window reminded him of the cold reality. There were only 2 living people left in the city. Perhaps there would be a few scattered scavengers, rushing to find one last batch of supplies before the heavy snow to survive the winter. What are you looking at? Lin Duo noticed something strange about the zombie. I want to hug you, the zombie king said. Don't be so horny, Lin Duo said expressionlessly. Chapter 178. The room was chilly. Lin Duo lay on the sofa, covered by a blanket, her hands still a little stiff from the cold. Normally, she would have been wrapped in a coat, hands in her pockets, warming herself by the small stove in her village house. Winter was like this. In the pre-disaster days, without heating, even using a computer would make your hands numb with cold. Bai Xiao had experienced it, but now, as a zombie, although the cold was unbearable, he could endure it, unlike this human. Hearing Lin Duo use his magic against him, he became displeased and reached under the blanket. Lin Duo kicked him twice, and then stopped moving, letting the zombie touch her legs. At least it would warm her up a bit. Why don't you touch my hands? They're so cold, she said. Put them in for a while. Bai Xiao turned his back and handed her his collar. Lin Duo put down her needlework and slipped her hands under his collar, immediately feeling much better. Lighting a stove here could easily cause a fire. There's no renovation upstairs, and the stove won't retain heat. Bai Xiao realized how important the small stove was. It wasn't just for the warmth it provided, but also for the constant supply of hot water to drink. Compared to that, things were much harder to endure now. The room with the stove didn't even have a window. It was sealed off with layers of wire mesh, offering no ventilation and no insulation. And this place was also poorly ventilated. It's alright, as long as we don't move around too much, we be fine. The wind won't blow in, so we won't freeze to death. Lin Duo shook her head. For zombies, going outside in the wind is truly cold. If she went outside, her ears would freeze off. The wind was blowing outside. Bai Xiao moved further into the sofa, and Lin Duo naturally made room for him. He squeezed him whenever there was room, picked up Lin Duo, and tucked her into his lap. They covered each other with the blanket, his legs clamping her feet, his hands cupping her stomach, so she sat comfortably in his arms, just like when they were outdoors, covered by a thick blanket. Outside, the snow was dim and gloomy. This was actually quite nice. Lin Duo found it more comfortable than before, sitting by the fireplace and stepping on his stomach, because she felt sleepy faster. In this cold weather, warmth was key to drowsiness. She squinted and suddenly smiled. Using a zombie for warmth sometimes felt absurd. Lin Duo, freshly washed, was very moisturized. Her soft hair hung down, her lower abdomen was smooth, and she felt limp and soft all over. A human fragrance wafted from her, filling his nostrils. He lowered his head slightly, wanting to bury his face in her human clothes and inhale the fragrance fully. Just like before when Lin Duo would hold his head to her chest, he even suspected that it was because he had become increasingly able to control his instincts. At first, he would drool and wet her clothes, but later that rarely happened, and the scent of humans no longer aroused him. I don't need to smell to know you're horny. Lin Duo opened her eyes, a little surprised and a little disdainful. Stinky zombie, in this cold weather, still getting aroused by humans, shameless. Bai Xiao's face darkened. If you don't keep rubbing your feet against my legs, this won't happen. Can't I rub a zombie's legs? Lin Duo felt the zombie's legs were very warm, and kept gently rubbing them with her little feet. You're seducing me. Do you know what seduction is? Rubbing your feet against a man's legs, that's no less than Shimin Qing pinching Pangelian's feet. But you're a zombie. You can't generalize about zombies. Just like other zombies can't walk or run fast, I can still dismantle cars with my bare hands. How about you catch a female zombie next time? Female zombies are all old, they can't withstand my 7 and 7 out attack. Lin Duo smacked his hand hard. You're just that kind of lecherous zombie. This zombie is no good. You're still rubbing against me? Bai Xiao frowned. This human's foot was very restless. It's kind of fun. Lin Duo's eyes flickered, revealing a smile. Don't be so lewd. Humph. Lin Duo closed her eyes, and obediently pulled the blanket tighter. Bai Xiao was considering how to find a stove. Finding one in the city was difficult, and making one himself wasn't easy either. There was also the kettle. The countryside has its advantages, and the city has its advantages. Make a few more curtains, and hang them in the little room next to the stove. There are no windows there, so make them thicker. Will you warm yourself by the fire there? We have to use them if it gets too cold, Bai Xiao said. They can manage now, but he's worried about the extreme weather like last year. Last year, Lin Duo couldn't sleep in the middle of the night because of the cold and called him over to warm herself by the fire. If it weren't for that stove, she might have frozen to death inside. I hope there won't be so much snow this year, Lin Duo hoped. Bai Xiao didn't say anything. People living in ruins most hope for good weather, peace, and that the environment won't worsen. Survivors living alone have very low resilience. They could die at any time. I'm here. If you can't hold on, I take you to the basement. It's dark there, not very safe, but it should be fine for the winter. Bai Xiao lay on the sofa, Lin Duo nestled against him, dozing off for a while under the covers. The dead of winter was certainly not a good time. By evening, a light white layer had settled outside, covered by a thin layer of snow. The neighborhood was all right, but the old zombies on the streets outside were even more conspicuous against the snow. They huddled together, struggling, their heads and shoulders covered in snow. Bai Xiao went down to take a look. The shallow snow had been disturbed by the zombies, but the damage was limited to the immediate vicinity. It would be much better further away. Snow could expose many things to hide. He observed the footprints in the snow. It had only snowed for less than a day, the snow wasn't deep, and the snowfall hadn't lasted long enough to reveal anything yet. He wasn't in a hurry. It would snow again eventually. Whether dangerous predators or prey, a heavy snowfall would leave traces. Observation was necessary to get a clear picture, just like when tracking wolf packs. They couldn't hide their tracks, nor could they conceal them. After carrying some things back from a distant store warehouse, Bai Xiao noticed some foreign zombies among the horde, squeezed together. He thought for a moment, then went over, pulled one out, and threw it to the outer edge. When they encountered cats or other creatures carrying old zombies, the monsters would snatch them away first. What kind of creatures dare to infiltrate here? Having done all this, he breathed out a puff of cold mist, and returned to his apartment complex. He circled the snow-covered ground, carefully searching for any suspicious footprints before heading upstairs. Snow makes everything visible, allowing him to eliminate threats, something he had learned in the mountain village. This was just the beginning. If the snow didn't stop, the tracks on the snow would be quite numerous in a couple of days. This was an opportunity to clear the area and monitor the surroundings. Lin Duo would also be upstairs observing with binoculars. In the past, she would clear a patch of snow to scatter grain and catch sparrows, but now that wasn't possible. She could only hide from any bird she encountered. Chapter 179. This terrible world. It will only get worse. Bai Xiao brushed the snow off his shoulders, trudged upstairs, and then trudged back downstairs carrying several buckets, placing them in the drain as a precaution in case the weather suddenly cleared up tomorrow. He considered filling a large box with snow, compacting it, and then carrying it upstairs to burn. After filtering, it could at least be used for daily cleaning or boiling water. In the past, snow would carry dust, bacteria, car exhaust, and chemical pollution, leaving the city's sky hazy. But now it's much better, there's not as much smog, and it's much cleaner. The first snow of the year fell softly, covering everything, and adding a touch of white to the swarms of zombies outside the neighborhood. In the dim light, the white snow and the black, staggering zombies created a vibrant scene in the city. The next morning, Bai Xiao continued what he had done the day before, thoroughly checking the neighborhood and following the snow to see what had been active the previous night. The results were satisfactory. Aside from some rat tracks, there were no unexpected traces. He vaguely felt a sense of familiarity, like when he was patrolling around the village. However, the foreign zombie he had dragged out of the neighborhood the day before was gone. There were drag marks in the snow, along with some plum blossom-shaped footprints. Judging from the footprints, it's a cat, but the size doesn't seem right. To be able to drag an old zombie like that, it must have been a very large cat, the kind I saw in Linchuan. Bai Xiao observed the footprints. Weasel tracks were similar, but with subtle differences, as were other animals that had invaded from outside. He wouldn't have been able to distinguish them before, but now he could roughly identify them. He wasn't surprised. More than 20 years ago, before the zombies appeared, the most common stray animals in the city were cats, followed by dogs. They even had automatic feeding stations on the streets, and their reproductive capacity was high. Initially used as food for zombies, infection meant instant death, but over a long period, it began feeding on zombies. I haven't seen this before. Bai Xiao found a row of delicate, shallow paw prints. 3 oval toes in front, 1 behind, and an irregular palm print. The snow was still falling. Besides the tracks left by the lingering old zombie, he followed the tracks for a while, glancing at the distant Luhu community, the place he had sensed danger from before. The snow there wasn't as messy, but a footprint caught his eye. This footprint was large, much larger than the ones he had just seen. Looks like it travels at night, Bai Xiao guessed. He walked a long way mainly to observe what else in this area besides the zombie tracks needed attention. Good, you avoided the zombies' activity time. You're qualified to become an ally of the Zombie King. After wandering around for a while, he was familiar with the surrounding area, including an old town that used to be occupied by tenants. It was very crowded, with many zombies, some lying down, others still moving. Any findings? When he returned, Lin Duo was standing by the window with binoculars. While the Zombie King was observing the area, she was searching for suspicious traces in the distance. She turned back and asked. The area is relatively clean, Bai Xiao said. By clean, he meant there weren't any roaming, packs of monsters wandering the area. As long as they weren't in groups, the kind that roamed around weren't much of a threat. If there were, they should activate the human riding zombie plan and deal with them like they did with the wolf packs. If they did find a cluster of messy claw marks, he and the human would have to move in and follow the tracks. As for the other neighborhoods, a little danger is actually a good thing. The more dangerous the city, the safer it is. Lin Duo nodded, put down her binoculars, sat down, covered her legs with a wolf's skin, and wiped the rifle. Xia Shui didn't go out again. Bai Xiao went upstairs and tidied up a small room next to the stove, spreading bricks he found outside on the floor to make a small stove in case of extreme weather or extreme cold. There wasn't much to do in winter, and he gradually became like that barbarian, except for patrolling the area and lazing around the stove, holding a book, warming himself by the fire while stroking the human's outstretched leg, eating something, and chatting, and the cold days would pass by. Should we hang the curtain in this room? Lin Duo also came upstairs wrapped in her coat. Yes, let's hang it on the window first. At this moment, the cold wind was still whistling through the window. The dense wire mesh on the unfurnished window could keep out birds, but not the wind. The curtain, once drawn, kept the wind out. There's a reason why people like to nap by the fireplace. For many who grew up in the north, this kind of life is most reminiscent of life before a disaster. Under the blanket of snow, there's no need to face zombies and monsters outside, no need to deal with danger. It's not much different from the old days of the year when people would gather with friends to play cards and drink to hibernate. Beside the warm fireplace, there's also a pleasant mood and a constant supply of hot water. Lin Duo guessed what it was when she saw him laying bricks. She seemed very happy, clinging to the zombie's back, her arms wrapped around his neck. You're choking me, let go. You can't strangle a zombie. Besides, she hadn't even used much force. She pulled out a cotton hat from somewhere, put it on the zombie's head, pulled it down so it covered even the ears, and instantly made its head warm. There were 2 small pom-poms on top. She flicked them with her fingers, turned it to look at the front, and the Zombie King's red eyes suddenly seemed softer, somewhat strangely cute. You warmed it up with your head, so my hands feel warm when I put them in. I thought you were worried I'd be cold. Same. Lin Duo looked at it with satisfaction, then took out a scarf and carefully wrapped it around his neck. Then she pulled out a pair of sunglasses. She lifted the hood to expose the ears, put the sunglasses on, and then tucked the brim back in. Mischievous. Bai Xiao took off the sunglasses and put them on her. That iron helmet was too cold. Used the hat to cushion it. She rarely went out these days, so she didn't need scarves or anything like that. The snow stopped briefly at noon, but resumed in the afternoon. Snowflakes the size of fingernails swirled past the window, filling the streets and blending seamlessly with the buildings of varying heights. Just looking at them made you feel cold. The water stored upstairs had frozen solid, rattling loudly when shaken. Seeing this, he moved it downstairs to his living quarters, where at least there were no gaps and the furnishings were thick. The stove wasn't ready yet, and it was too cold, so Lin Duo crawled back into bed. The Zombie King stood at the window with binoculars. Zombies wandered the snow-covered streets, a unique sight in this post-apocalyptic world. Bai Xiao really wanted to find a camera to capture the scene. Chapter 180. When the snow had piled up to a thick layer, Bai Xiao stopped staying indoors. The streets, roads, and residential areas were all covered in white, but the streets outside were a mess, with not only zombie tracks, but also monster claw marks on the snow. The Zombie King, wrapped in thick clothes and wearing a cotton hat, took a shovel and a box and began clearing the snow from the residential area, packing it tightly into the box, making sure it was packed well. Each box held quite a lot. The large residential area was slowly cleared, and soon 2 boxes were full of snow. He carried them upstairs, and then brought the empty boxes down. Linduoduo wasn't idle on the roof either. The coffin was placed aside, and she also used a shovel to fill a large bucket with snow. Occasionally, she would go to the edge of the building and glance down, where she could see the zombie king moving around in the residential area. She also filled and packed the buckets tightly, then carried them up to the 8th floor, where there was a large water tank, the one Bai Xiao had told her to fill with her urine, and poured the snow into it. Humans upstairs, zombies downstairs. Occasionally, during breaks, Bai Xiao would greet the zombies huddled at the entrance of the complex. He remembered when he was a child, the school would organize students to shovel snow after it snowed. Back then, they would basically play while shoveling, a large group of students clearing their own classroom area, piling the snow into small mounds, waiting for it to melt. Back then, all they thought about was playing. They could play with anything for a whole day. Now, in this deserted forbidden zone, a human and a zombie were busy at work. The thick snow in the complex was slowly cleared, and several large water tanks upstairs were filled with firmly packed snow blocks, placed next to the stove inside the house. In the evening, Linduoduo sat in a chair, soaking her feet in the hot water after heating a basin of melted snow. "Do you drink human flesh soup?" the human asked the zombie. "That's called foot bath water," the zombie king said. "The production process is the same. Don't you find it strange? Everything drinks the broth except you." Linduoduo pointed to her old zombie neighbor across the street. "It would definitely like to drink human flesh soup too." "Foot bath water is not the same as human flesh soup, thank you. We zombies like to eat raw. Human flesh soup rinsed with cold water? It would be better if you were a bit silly." If the zombie king had remained the same silly, idiotic figure he was a few years ago, she might have kept him as a pet and given him human flesh soup to drink. Then, the zombies would definitely have been willing to drink it. Linduoduo leaned back in her chair, a wolfskin covering her legs, her feet immersed in the hot water, her whole body softening and relaxing from the warmth. After a long day, the howling wind outside only accentuated the comfort of the moment. "Do you drink zombie soup?" "Nobody drinks zombie soup, just like nobody eats zombies, but zombies eat people, so zombies drink human flesh soup," Linduoduo said. "Oh," Bai Xiao replied indifferently. "What a pity, what a waste." The human seemed a little regretful. "Human flesh soup is such a good thing, zombies should like it." That doesn't make sense. She thought those old zombies outside would definitely like human flesh soup with a human scent. It's not a pity at all. I think you're just too reserved. If you had tried it under the shed, you would have liked it. Bai Xiao thought back to how she used to drool every day, and for a moment, she wasn't really sure. "You secretly lick my fingers, so theoretically it's the same thing. Right?" Linduoduo raised an eyebrow, looking at his expression. "No," the zombie said calmly. "You can lick it, then I wash it." She lifted her foot from the basin, still wet, and said to the zombie, "If you're not going to wash it, take it out." The zombie king tested the water temperature, took her foot out, dried it with a cloth, and then poured out the human flesh soup. Seeing Linduoduo sitting on the chair and reaching out, he picked her up with one arm, carrying the kettle in the other, and went downstairs back to the house. So convenient. Linduoduo dangled her feet, swinging back and forth, sitting on the zombie's arm. She was growing to like the big zombie more and more. He could easily carry her around, and she could ride on his shoulders. It was very stable. Linduoduo sighed after the zombie returned to the house, and put her down. He wouldn't drink the human flesh soup, nor eat her foot skin. What did this zombie even like? "I still like the way you look, fierce with a gun," Bai Xiao shrugged. "I can't be fierce anymore. It's different from 2 years ago. Without a coffin, you're dead outside." Linduoduo glanced at the window. The curtains hung there, obscuring the view outside. Hunting wolves with him, carrying baskets to the mountains for produce, leaning against him on summer nights in the cool breeze. It felt like just yesterday. She picked up her rifle and cleaned it. If needed, she would protect the zombie from a distance. "If a team of heroes comes to hunt me, I leave it to you." The zombie king always felt that one day someone would rush over, shouting kindness. After checking the doors and windows of each room and pouring 2 cups of hot water, he lay down on the bed. Linduoduo, huddled under the covers, only peeked out from under his blankets. After moving into this building, they lived together, or rather, in a large bed. She was in her own bed, and the zombie was in his. When it got cold at night, she would stretch her feet over there. The zombie would either hug her or trap her feet between his legs to keep her warm. After all, a zombie's sleep was more like hibernation. He only needed to close his eyes. Any movement would wake him, and when there was no movement, he was as if he were asleep, resting very quickly. Lin Duoduo reached her hand out from under the blankets and touched Bai Xiao's strong back. The muscles on his back were strong and thick. "What are you doing?" "My hands are cold," she said. It felt the same as when she rubbed his back. He hadn't eaten well for the past 2 months away from the mountain village, but he was still strong. "This is a mental illness," Bai Xiao said. "You're a zombie, and you're saying humans are sick?" Lin Duoduo wanted to burst out laughing. Normal humans don't get horny towards zombies, especially one this big. You're already a mental monster. You're the one who's sick. Here, drink this expired milk powder. Lin Duoduo touched the cup on the bedside table. It wasn't so hot anymore, and handed it to him. The milk powder was found in this building. There was a crib and many toys in that room, but it was empty. There were neither zombies nor skeletons in the room. It seemed the owner had left in time. It was unknown whether they survived, entered a shelter, or survived somewhere in this land. A zombie who drank expired milk powder. Anyone would think he's sick, and sick people usually think others are sick. No normal person would just pick up zombies and bring them home. And not just one, Uncle Kai Erden. If he hadn't maintained his sanity, Bai Xiao suspected that after raising him for a while, once he wasn't in much danger, she would have let him roam the village, keeping him company with Erden, the little girl who picks up zombies. After all, living in a place full of zombies, growing up like this, perhaps it's another kind of normality. Chapter 181. Who in their right mind would pick up a zombie? He just rode a tricycle and tied her up, taking her home. His deepest impression of this human was when he was first infected, riding a bicycle from afar, the cold, dark muzzle of a gun pointed at him. No one living in the ruins is normal. They either raise zombies, collect figurines, or await the end of the world. In the apocalypse, the line between normal and abnormal seems blurred, especially for those born during the disaster and raised in this environment. If it weren't for the education from Lin Huayu and his wife, plus their grandfather, Bai Xiao wouldn't know what this barbarian would look like. At least for now, she seems relatively normal. Just slightly, relatively normal. But when faced with the safe zone, she ultimately betrayed their expectations, choosing to stand on the zombie's side. Bai Xiao turned back and took her hand. She quieted down and stopped touching it. Lin Duoduo was a little excited after the snow stopped. She had been worried about a snowfall as heavy as last year, which would not only make travel difficult but also make hunting challenging, trapping the two of them again. Fortunately, the snowfall wasn't as heavy or as extreme as last year, and a few old zombies had fallen dead on the street. She also went for a stroll, bundled up in a long, white down jacket that reached her calves, a hat, and a scarf, her hands in her pockets, dressed like someone from 20 years ago. The outside world had transformed into a world of ice and snow, most of the ground white, except for the cleared area within the residential compound, where withered branches and weeds were exposed. Like the people who lived here before the disaster, she wandered around the compound. Only the fountain was long gone, the pond was dry, and only weeds and saplings remained, looking somewhat messy after the snowfall and subsequent clearing. Regardless, it was still a remnant of an old community, the houses bearing the marks of its former inhabitants. Even after more than 20 years, it felt as if they were still living among the people. She didn't care about the dilapidated state of the community. She was simply curious, looking around here and there. When she entered, there were still zombies in the community. The zombie king carried her directly into the building in a coffin. Later, the community gate was repaired and blocked off, and then the monsters and zombies inside were cleared out. If I go closer over there, will they riot? She also saw the old zombies crowding the community gate. Seeing them from here was different from seeing them through binoculars from upstairs. This stirred up memories of her childhood. Back then, there were far more roaming zombies than now, some not so old. From the rooftop, you could see them crashing into the barricades at the village entrance. You can say hello to them, Bai Xiao said. He didn't know about others, but this woman was definitely not afraid. After all, she was a ruthless person who dared to keep zombies in chains. Sure enough, Lin Duoduo, hands in her pockets, approached a little closer, looking thoughtfully at the horde of zombies huddled outside the complex gate. What are you thinking about? The zombie king thought this ghostly woman was thinking something impolite. You used to be just like them, always staring at me and drooling. She turned her head and smiled at the zombie king. Part of it is because of my braces. Yeah, I believe you. Lin Duo, hands in her pockets, turned away, not getting too close to the zombies, only approaching the zombie king. Unfortunately, the sun wasn't out today, the sky remained overcast. That's the underground entrance over there. I blocked it. There are several entrances and exits. Something's crawling in. If it builds a nest, it'd be troublesome. Bai Xiao pointed into the distance, saying that was where the sealed-off entrance was. In this cold weather, animals would always seek out such sheltered places to survive the cold nights. I considered leaving it open. With the monsters living downstairs and us upstairs, that would be the safest. But you always have to come out and wander around, so I sealed it up. How did you even think of that? Lin Duo was thinking of the monsters chained up in the village, only in a different form. They would live upstairs, and the monsters would live underground in the complex. She thought about it for a moment. It sounded quite exciting. But then, she wouldn't be able to go downstairs freely. She accidentally stepped on a bone. Bai Xiao picked it up and placed it some distance away. We bury it when we have time. Our living space can't be all bones. You're still the same as before. He had cleared out the place where Lin Duo used to live. All the zombie bones in the fields were buried, and there were no bones to be seen in the grass. She hadn't been used to it then. We can't just throw them out, Bai Xiao said. If we leave them on the street, and then those zombies fall down. He inexplicably pictured that scene, the walls of the neighborhood surrounded by skeletons. Towering buildings, below which lay countless broken skeletons, and skeletal zombies that could barely wriggle and wander. A towering figure of a zombie king sat on the rooftop. This is too eerie, he said. The bones on the streets will be cleared away eventually. Even the Demon King's castle couldn't compare. If you want to collect their corpses, then collect them. After all, you're the zombie king, Lin Duo said without objection, only adding, I think it's even more terrifying if it's clean and tidy in the city center. She glanced at the zombies at the gate in the distance. When they die, you collect their corpses. There aren't a single bone left outside. If any scavengers see this, they think you ate them all. Among the scavengers of Shanghai, a terrifying legend circulates about a zombie king who eats zombies. He gnaws on zombies, and eats human flesh every day. His dwelling place is so desolate that there's not even a trace of bones left. After all these years of the apocalypse, no one has ever collected the corpses of zombies. Except for their relatives, who have become zombies. Do I look like someone who eats corpses? The zombie king frowned. Anyway, if I saw a clean street deep in the city, and a zombie like you sitting on a rooftop, Lin Duo pointed upstairs, I definitely think you ate all the old zombies here, and that you grew this big by eating zombies. A clean street is undoubtedly more terrifying than a street with old zombies. From the city's outskirts, the dead zombies are scattered haphazardly, uncollected. Some were cleared away by scavengers, others had fallen over the long years. The city was always dark and oppressive, deathly still, like a graveyard burying the past 20 years. Only survivors came to scavenging, no one lived in the city. If streets truly appeared without zombies, or even without bones, it could only mean one thing. There was something more terrifying than zombies here. It was a chilling, abnormal terror. But right now, surrounded by a huge horde of zombies, isn't that scary? Bai Xiao asked. Scary too, Lin Duo said. That's right, Bai Xiao said. Lin Duo smiled and said, so what's scary isn't the zombies, it's you. Whether it's clean outside or surrounded by a horde of zombies. When the zombie king appears, the scavengers will tremble. What if someone sees you? Bai Xiao picked her up with one arm. A woman appeared nearby. That's the poor scavenger captured by the zombie king, being kept as a food reserve. Chapter 182. Winter used to be terrible. The people in the ruins disliked this season because it meant food shortages and endless cold, requiring them to prepare for winter months in advance. But things got much better after the zombie king appeared. It wasn't immediately better. The first year, the zombie king was a simple-minded vegetarian, following her into the mountains to gather chestnuts, dig wild vegetables, and collect firewood. He was starving that year, only able to scatter some grain on the snow after it snowed, and catch sparrows for the zombies to eat. At that time, Lin Duo thought that life would continue like this, unchanging, just like everyone else living in the ruins, until the day she died. But the following spring, the zombie king left to find shelter, and when he returned, he was different. His experiences along the way were only briefly mentioned in the Black Notebook, but from then on, the zombie king had become a powerful hunter. This was just one example. Occasionally, when Lin Duo recalled the winter before the zombie king appeared, she still felt a chill. Mentioning other scavengers to the zombie king, She glanced towards the direction outside the neighborhood. Those living in the ruins, as before, feared winter, shoddy their food and clothing, waiting for spring. She and the zombies collected scattered bones in the neighborhood, gathering them together, some from old zombies, some from animals, to bury once the ground wasn't so frozen solid. A woman picking bones, holding a skull aside, looked quite gruesome to Bai Xiao. Should we bury them all together? They probably won't mind. Bai Xiao said, if no one cleans them up, they just slowly turn into bone fragments among the withered grass, rot in the soil, and occasionally be dug up by those monsters and scattered everywhere. The bones left behind by dead zombies are very brittle, probably because they're older zombies. They decay and age first before turning into skeletons and collapsing. In this state, the bones of zombies are very brittle. Even a simple squat takes a long time for them to get up. They collected the skeletons and placed them under the eaves of the building, where they wouldn't be covered by snow. Some exercise equipment still remained here. Because it wasn't outdoors, but on the ground floor, it was relatively well preserved, with horizontal bars, parallel bars, leg press bars, an air walker, and a waist twister. Before the disaster, the elderly men and women in the neighborhood would probably gather here, stretching their legs while gossiping about family matters and other people's private affairs. But now they're all covered in dust and haven't been used in a long time. Bai Xiao wanted to try, but unfortunately, he had to forcefully curl his legs to hang himself up. Looks like it's not suitable for zombies. He sighed, his hand tracing the old, worn-out community facilities. Only when civilization is lost do we realize how prosperous and wonderful the era we once lived in was. But that era can never be recovered, leaving only these ruins. This is for humans, not for zombies. Lin Duo stepped onto the walking machine, swinging her legs with a creaking sound. Just as she was about to say something, the machine suddenly collapsed. Bai Xiao grabbed her, lifting her up. The human was startled, but after regaining her senses, she laughed as the zombie lifted her up. So flimsy. It's too old. It used to work perfectly. Bai Xiao kicked the cracked cement seam below. If someone had lived here all along, it wouldn't have broken so quickly, but without human activity, vigorous natural growth would destroy everything. Lin Duo picked it up. Bai Xiao asked, where are you going to throw it? I take it upstairs and see if we can fix it, Lin Duo said. We can't fix it. We need to drive it into the cement floor, and we don't have the tools. Oh, I see. She put it down regretfully. This human was like a bandit, trying to take everything home before the disaster. The habit of scavenging had lasted for so many years, it probably couldn't be changed. Before, Lin Duo had always hidden inside the building. After the snowfall, confirming it was safe on the snow, she came down to wander, roaming around with the zombies, picking up bones, or checking out the garbage room. She had come to the city to scavenge before. It felt different living in the city now. She counted the buildings. A two-bedroom building like this could house about 30 families, not many. In the distance, some buildings had 7 or 8 families per floor, others more than 10. With over 30 floors, that meant 200 or 300 families per building. At 2 people per family, that's over 500 people. A dozen or so buildings in one complex meant at least 5,000 or 6,000 people. No wonder there were so many zombies. Some complexes used to house 1 million people, aren't you scared? The Zombie King said. Lin Duo had no concept of 1 million, scratching her head, but instinctively felt a sense of dread. What did so many people eat? They ate zombies. Explaining the pre-disaster ecology to barbaric humans was extremely difficult, so Bai Xiao casually glossed over it. Lin Duo had never seen them before, never ridden a bus, and never taken the subway, especially during rush hour. Seeing them would terrify her. There were more people in one carriage than she ever seen in her entire life. They came out from the shadows. They'd probably die soon. You have to dig a huge hole to bury them, Lin Duo said, pointing to the crowded zombies outside. Bai Xiao knew they were still alive, because they'd been hiding motionless in the dark shopping mall and subway. If they'd been active in the open, they wouldn't have lasted this long. Now that they were outside, covered in snow, and when the snow melted and became wet, it would freeze again at night, and the already aging zombies would likely collapse in large numbers. Let's take it slow, he said. He and Lin Duo squatted against the wall, watching the zombies at the entrance of the residential area. Next to them lay the skeletons of zombies that had died in the area. They used to be people too, going to and from get off work every day, moving through the streets of this city, Bai Xiao said. Sounds pretty good. Lin Duo imagined groups of people, not zombies, wandering the streets, just like in the old photographs. They hadn't experienced the zombies' most ferocious state back then. Now they were just ghosts roaming the city. They were the last echoes deep within the city. After the snow, some zombies had fallen, and others had been carried away by monsters. The zombie king couldn't protect them, and could only bury them. She went to the building across the street, and experienced the satisfaction of scavenging again. When she reached the 7th floor, she heard a crashing sound from inside. Linduoduo thought for a moment, and remembered it was her neighbor across the street, an old zombie trapped inside. She didn't disturb it. She had collected many books from this building. Before, when she scavenged on her tricycle, she couldn't carry them all, and would only pick a few to take with her. Now that she lived across the street, carrying them was much easier. Chapter 183. Carrying a large stack of books wasn't too difficult for Linduoduo. After all, the zombie king always liked to touch her abs. Muscular men are always attracted to each other. She also liked touching the zombie king's firm muscles, feeling a strong sense of security. If it weren't for the fear of infection, she often wanted to bite his arm. "I'm carrying books. Can you even lift me up?" "Nonsense. I could lift you even if you were lying in a coffin. These books can't be heavier than a coffin." Bai Xiao lifted it, glancing at the human. "If you want me to carry you back, just say so." Linduoduo smiled. "You can carry it back. Be careful yourself," the zombie king said. Before, she was a human who scavenged alone. She didn't actually need his protection to live well. Scavenging near her home was very convenient. She didn't need the broken tricycle. She found a suitcase, emptied its contents, packed in what she had collected, went downstairs, turned a corner, and arrived at her building. Besides books, there were also some small tools, supplies, and a thermos found in the building. They already had these at their place, but since they found them, they took them back for future use. On the 6th floor balcony, there was a large pile of flower pots, all the plants withered and dead, just a rotten heap of soil. It was clear this family used to enjoy gardening. They had everything, small shovels, spray bottles, you name it. There was also a large fish tank, but it had long since run dry. "It's nice here," Linduoduo said. "But we can't see the streets on 3 sides," Bai Xiao said. The location of their current place is excellent. Perhaps it was a bit less desirable before, being close to the street and experiencing noise, but now, without those problems, its location is unparalleled. From the upper floors, there's a vast, unobstructed view. Linduoduo agreed, only finding the exquisite decor of the place a pity. She found a very good pair of scissors and beckoned, "Come here, let me cut your hair. It's so long." Bai Xiao obediently sat down, letting her do as she pleased. Whether it was improved technique, or he was slowly getting used to this terrible life, he wasn't as resistant to Linduoduo's awful haircut. It was indeed shorter, and as for the dog-chewed look, well, whatever. It seems not that good? Linduoduo looked in the mirror, having a slight understanding of her own skills. "It's fine, it's alright," Bai Xiao said. "It looks even scarier." "Yeah, you need to maintain your intimidating presence." She accepted this advice, although there was nothing to intimidate. Even if the zombie king wore a braid and a skirt, the old zombies wouldn't be surprised. When she got home, some of the snow that had accumulated in the water tank yesterday had melted. If she wanted to use it for drinking, it would need to settle and filter, but for cleaning, it wasn't so troublesome. Just filtering it once was enough to heat it up. The water tank sat beside the stove. As the cooking progressed, water dissolved and settled inside. Dry twigs crackled in the stove. Today, they were cooking canned food the zombie queen had brought back from outside. She used to love it, finding satisfaction even just once a year. Now, with so much of it, that particular joy was gone. Perhaps that's how people are. Too much of anything changes. Zombies are no exception. Faced with a living, breathing human, they became picky eaters, refusing to eat foot skin or drink human flesh broth. If it were those old zombies outside, just the smell would probably make them feel like it was New Year's. They hadn't seen a living person in over 20 years. Linduoduo squatted on the ground, warming herself by the fire in the stove. Her face was hot, but her back was cold. The water tank there would continuously absorb heat and melt snow. "It smells so good," a zombie said from behind. Today, the zombie king had willingly worn a hat because he cut his hair, and his head was cold, even indoors. "It's been a long time since I had vegetables," Linduoduo said, resting her chin on her hand. These past few days, she only eaten meat. Wild vegetables were nowhere to be found in the city, and the dried wild vegetables she brought on the road were long gone. This seems like a problem, Bai Xiao realized. It wasn't a problem that the zombies only ate meat, but humans still needed vegetables. Before winter, Lin Duo would dry a lot of vegetables. Then when it got cold, she'd just grab a handful and throw them in a pot for soup to stave off hunger and warm her up. But they were deep in the city. Going to the suburbs would take hours on foot, making a round trip difficult even in a day. We can plant them next year, right? I remember you brought seeds, Lin Duo said. That's too long. Let me look around, Bai Xiao said. He wondered if there would be any in the park. It's become a thicket of trees there. And there's also a villa area where people often grow vegetables in their yards. He wondered if there might be any leftovers. He wondered if he could find some wild radishes or something. Why don't you take some calcium and vitamin pills like I did? He suggested. They were picked up from outside. Some had already turned to powder and couldn't be kept in tablet form. Bai Xiao didn't care if they were useful or not. He already drunk expired milk powder zombies. The virus hadn't killed him. If he got diarrhea from eating a few expired calcium pills, then zombies would be too weak. And then grow to your size? Lin Duo retorted. Because I'm a zombie, I grow bigger by drinking expired milk powder and eating expired calcium tablets. You're human, you won't grow that big, Bai Xiao said. If there's a problem, you just get diarrhea or die from an allergic reaction. Then I might as well grow bigger. This zombie always comes up with bad ideas. Lin Duo suspected that it wasn't just the meat he ate, but also the random expired stuff he picked up from the city that made him so big. After all, other zombies don't eat it, and neither do humans, only he does. Every day it's either coffee, or sesame paste, or kanochi. What's that called? She didn't even remember what zombies called it. Actually, some of it was expired protein powder, but Bai Xiao hadn't explained it to her. Whatever it was, as long as it made her full, that was good. Compared to infected animal meat, expired sesame paste was insignificant. It was better than infected meat. Zombies also need nutrition, and with his powerful digestive abilities, he doesn't need to worry about expired food. Those zombies outside can crawl around with huge holes in their bodies. Eating expired food is nothing to him. We should be able to find some. If not, I eat the meat, and you eat the grass, Bai Xiao said. Lin Duo ignored him. Zombies can eat anything, but humans get sick and very fragile if they don't eat well. She suddenly felt that what the zombie had said might have made some sense. This was a more advanced life form, and she was a weak human. Seeing the zombie eating whatever he found, she shook her head again. Smart people know that they don't randomly pick up food outside, and they run home when it rains. That's the standard for normal intelligence. The zombie king also knows to take shelter when it rains, but he's stupid enough to pick up food outside and taste it. She used to care, but seeing him so lively, she stopped interfering. Let him pick it up. Chapter 184. The next day, the zombie went exploring the park. The park was far from their dwelling, deliberately chosen to be far away. Unlike the quiet and peaceful park before the apocalypse, this park was now almost entirely covered by trees, teeming with life. Therefore, the zombie donned an iron helmet, carried a car door and a knife, and had his homemade gun slung at his waist before leaving, heading towards the park. Several other zombies followed him, like he had a few lackeys. Lin Duo watched his figure disappear into the distance through binoculars from upstairs, then turned and looked around. It was only early morning, the city seemed still asleep, or perhaps it had never slept at all. No matter when you looked, the scenery was exactly the same. Zombies roamed the streets, and several monsters passed by in the distance. She wrapped her coat tighter, stamping her feet as she paced around the room. The temperature had been dropping increasingly these past few days. Even indoors, her hands and feet were cold, requiring her to get up and move around frequently. Actually, before the snow melted, she didn't want the zombies to run so far, but Bai Xiao said to check the situation first, and the snow would make it easier for him to find clues. Just like when she used to chain the zombies under the shed while she patrolled the village with a gun, only now the zombies were more powerful, so he took over the patrol duties. They were still missing a chain. For some reason, Lin Duo always felt that no chain was perfect, just like the chain she used when raising the zombies. Back then, she sat under the eaves, and the zombies sat under the shed. In the evenings, after finishing their work, as she fanned herself with a palm leaf fan, she would occasionally think, looking at the chains on the zombies, if only we could switch places, if I were chained under the shed, and the zombies could go out to work. Actually, she just thought about it casually, wanting to be lazy. She was feeling very tired. Who would have thought it would come true? It's probably a lingering effect from that time. For almost a year after the zombie left to find a shelter, she would occasionally glance at the empty shack, imagining the zombie suddenly kicking open the door, and announcing to her that everyone outside was dead, and now she was the only human left. Bai Xiao was right. People who grow up in ruins are all sick. Lin Duo pondered deeply, and finally confirmed this fact. Actually, she had known all along. Before finding Bai Xiao, she was already tired of this damn life. The yard was overgrown with weeds, the vegetable garden was neglected, but she had been deceiving herself, telling herself she would live a very long time. Until that day on the road, when the zombie was infected by the big cat and didn't know if she would die, she sang her a song. She felt as if something had poked her. At that moment, she felt that the zombie really didn't want to die, really wanted to live. And at that moment, she suddenly also really wanted to live with the zombie. Listening to the howling wind outside, Lin Duo poured a cup of hot water on the table. She sat curled up on the sofa, a wolfskin smeared over her legs, holding a piece of clothing and examining it closely. Zombie clothes were too big for her. Sometimes she couldn't find them, and had to alter them with needle and thread. Occasionally, feeling cold, she would stand up and walk around, using binoculars to look out the window at the old zombie below and the distant expanse of white snow, watching for a small black dot that seemed to appear and then get closer. When she felt hungry at noon, she would scoop out some honey with a spoon, mix it with water in a cup, and enjoy the sweet taste. It warmed her and made her feel less hungry. In winter, staying indoors required little energy, and a little food was enough to last her the whole day. The sky outside remained overcast all day, from dawn till dusk, without any change. Time passed unnoticed, and as dusk settled, the zombie king still hadn't returned. She couldn't help but climb a few flights of stairs, looking around with binoculars, but still couldn't spot that figure. As darkness deepened, she grew worried. Holding her rifle, she stood guard at the window, glancing at the old zombies on the street. They served as both protection and a barrier. Apart from Bai Xiao, no one could easily enter or leave the neighborhood. There shouldn't be anything in the city that could threaten the zombie king, she was confident, but it was so late, and he still hadn't returned. As she waited, time ticked by, until it was completely dark. Then, a commotion arose on the street. She immediately raised her gun and looked outside. In the dim light reflecting off the white snow, the zombie king's familiar figure appeared, running back from outside. Bai Xiao entered the house, bundled in the cold wind, carrying a plump squirrel. A little embarrassed, he said, "I got lost. The city is dilapidated, and there's snow everywhere. Everything looks the same. I almost couldn't find my way back, otherwise I would have been back this afternoon. I thought you were stuck in some kind of trap." Lin Duo knew that even if they encountered hordes of monsters, they could always run away if they couldn't defeat the zombie king. They could easily escape by slipping through a building. The city was much safer than going into the mountains before. "It's good that you weren't worried," Bai Xiao said. "I was worried." "That's good too." Bai Xiao took off his helmet and the hood underneath, removed his scarf, and hung his coat on the rack in the entryway before leading Lin Duo upstairs. "That place is very nice. When spring comes, there will definitely be lots of food in the park, even better than I expected." "Is it particularly far? How did you get lost?" "It's too convoluted. After all, this is the city center, with lots of tall buildings. I just kept getting lost." For someone who considered himself a civilized zombie, getting lost in the city was incredibly embarrassing. The abandoned city wasn't what it used to be. The streets were covered with the footprints of many old zombies, obscuring his tracks. The streets were a maze of interconnected, dilapidated buildings, winding and twisting. "I didn't hear any gunshots, so I don't need to worry too much about you." Lin Duo squeezed his hand. His once warm and large hand was now icy cold. After wandering around outside all day, even a zombie like him was starting to feel the strain. She rubbed his hand. The zombie said, "Luckily you didn't go looking for me. If you had gotten lost again and been chased by the old zombie into hiding in some building, that would have been troublesome." Lin Duo said, "I couldn't get out even if I wanted to. With so many zombies crammed outside, who could escape except you?" "That's true. While you're not here, they protect me," she said. "It wasn't for nothing that I collected their corpses." Bai Xiao looked out the window with satisfaction at the deep night sky, where he could hear the occasional noises of zombies on the street. "Next time, I take you with me to explore the high-rises outside, to familiarize ourselves with the streets. I need to get familiar with them too, otherwise, if I get lost again, I need to know the terrain. That'd have to wait until the weather warms up. I don't want to be stuck in a coffin in the dead of winter, being carried around by you." As she spoke, she lit the stove fire, pulling the zombie's hand close to the flames. The heat from the stove dispelled the cold. "That'd take a long time. Let them protect you for now. This kind of weather is indeed a bit tough." Chapter 185. Bai Xiao now understood how difficult it was for those refugees over 20 years ago, when they faced fresh zombies and had to wander and hide. Even by the fire, he didn't recover for a long time. It wasn't until he finished a bowl of hot meat soup and drank some wine that he finally let out a long sigh of relief. I finished altering a piece of clothing today. Take a look and see if it fits. After eating, Lin Duoduo came downstairs and picked up the garment, showing it to the zombie. She was thinking of unraveling some yarn to knit a large sweater specifically for the zombie, but the zombie always liked to get the clothes dirty when it went out and about. The thought of the zombie king strolling around in a sweater made her think it would be quite nice. Great. It fits perfectly. Bai Xiao was fed up with those tattered clothes. Sometimes they would even tear at the crotch when he exerted force, which made the zombie lose face. Whose zombie king is running around in open crotch pants? In novels, zombie kings are always world-destroying, aloof, arrogant, and domineering, commanding armies of thousands. He's wearing open crotch pants. Squeezed into a pile of old zombies, he accidentally knocks his subjects down, making them fall on their backsides, and the old guys can't get up for ages. What a slap! The zombie king is embarrassed. Even this human is mocking his subjects for being old, saying they might break their bones from a fall. Lin Duoduo lit a candle, watching the zombie change his pants. Could you turn your head away? Bai Xiao was even more hurt. The zombie king needs to change his pants, and he's being stared at by a barbaric human. Maybe he's not a king at all, but just a stupid zombie. Bai Xiao suddenly realized this terrifying truth. A terrifying zombie king only needs to be terrifying, preferably sitting on a cold throne for 24 hours without eating or drinking, researching how to destroy humanity, carrying out huge conspiracies, and at the same time, giving a sinister and cold laugh. That's what fits the image of a cool and arrogant zombie king. Instead of wearing an iron helmet and leading a few old, toothless subjects, shivering like dogs in the freezing snow, scavenging scraps to feed the humans, and then happily chugging down a cup of expired milk powder, letting out a satisfied burp, he comes back to change into pants altered by humans, only to be stared at intently. Who hasn't seen whom before? Lin Duoduo pouted and turned her head. Hearing the rustling sounds, she turned back, watching the zombie change its pants with interest. The large zombie finally wore clothes that fit. Maybe I'm not a king, but a stupid zombie. Bai Xiao stood up and looked down at the woolen pants. A real zombie king certainly wouldn't wear woolen pants. You are the king. Lin Duoduo held a candle, the flame flickering in her eyes. She lowered her head, tugged at the cuffs of the zombie's clothes, and examined where they needed repair. The zombie king definitely doesn't need humans to sew his crotch. Then let the female zombies in black stockings sew it for him? No, the zombie king can't tear his crotch. They can tear it, otherwise where would the zombie king's clothes come from? Does he not wear clothes? As long as he can wear clothes, he definitely tear them. Those zombies can't sew clothes, so he can only pick up human clothes. Lin Duoduo said, unless the real zombie king doesn't wear clothes and runs around naked every day, that would be too perverted. Her soft hand touched and tugged at the zombie's furry pants, finally withdrawing her hand with satisfaction. Where did the zombie king sitting on the cold throne get his clothes? Bai Xiao realized he had never thought about this question before. The clothes of the old zombies outside were all tattered strips, hanging in shreds. You're going to be a zombie king who can wear clothes. Lin Duoduo smoothed her hair, encouraging him. A zombie king has to drink 3 large bowls of human flesh soup every day. If he doesn't drink enough, he gets angry. He also has to eat 3 pounds of foot skin with every meal. You just want me to drink your foot bath water. This damn woman. She's definitely not mentally stable. Bai Xiao picked her up with one hand, opened the bedroom door, and threw her onto the bed. He heard the human laugh. Although the room was pitch black, he could almost see her gleaming eyes. In the vast, deserted ruins of the city, only this one building was lit by candlelight. When the candle went out, the entire city fell into darkness. Does it fit? Lin Duoduo felt him lie down, stretched her legs over to the other side of the blankets, and put them on the zombie's legs. Bai Xiao had his back to her, gazing towards the dark window. In those dark streets, wandering the zombies, aged by countless years, and the monsters that feed on them. They live in the apocalypse, and they will die in it. The line between humans and zombies seems blurred. The zombie habitually grasped her foot and closed his eyes. She reached out again, slipping her hand inside his clothes, touching his back. Half your body is over here, the zombie reminded him. Then he felt the blanket behind him lighten. The human had crawled out of her own bed, pressed against his back, her arms wrapped around his front, her whole body pressed against his back. It's warmer this way, she murmured. It's too cold. The zombie king didn't speak for a moment, only touched her hand. Aren't you afraid? Sometimes I'm scared when I look in the mirror. When I first left the village, I was prepared to die on the road. I never expected you to actually bring me to life. It's actually quite a gain. Even if I hadn't survived, I wouldn't have any regrets, she said softly. I said I would bring you to life? Actually, I thought I couldn't go on living for a long time. Before I found you, there were many moments when I thought about giving up, but I persevered each time. Because if I died like that, all the struggles of the past few years, borrowing a gun in the dead of winter to go into the mountains, all the hardships and suffering would seem meaningless, wouldn't it? It's ridiculous, isn't it? That's why I kept living. Bai Xiao touched her hand, without saying a word. So I want you to lock me up. You chained me up when I was sick. It was nice, a rather complicated feeling. As long as the chain is on, I don't have to do anything. I don't have to think. I don't have to think about the meaning of life, and I just feel completely relaxed. Your hobby is a bit perverted, the zombie king said, although he did like having a chain hanging on this human's ankle. The white ankle and the black chain looked quite nice together. This isn't a hobby, it's a form of escapism, like how I really hoped that when you returned from finding the shelter, you would announce that everyone outside was dead. That way, everything would be meaningless, and I could do whatever I wanted, including getting aroused by a zombie. Her voice was low as she tightened her arms and hugged Bai Xiao tightly. If everyone outside dies, it'd be like being chained up. I won't have to think about the meaning of my life. There will be no expectations or definitions people have for me, and I won't have to live in hope. Many people have gone mad these past few years. What truly drives them insane is hope. Many people have died too. I don't want to be like Aunt Qian, living a miserable life for 20 years, and then ending it all alone. Those past 10 years have been too bitter for her. She only brought Uncle Kai home when she was near death. Actually, she'd been mad for a long time too, just without showing it hysterically. You've been mad for a long time too, Bai Xiao said. She lifted the zombie's clothes and left a kiss on its back. As long as you're here, I won't go mad. Chapter 186. The zombie probably understood the feeling of being chained up. Unlike when he was chained, he still had hope then, only thinking about not becoming a mindless zombie. Lin Duoduo, however, had lived in this environment for over 20 years, and would continue to do so until the day she died. Aside from the revelers, who had clear goals, many of the other survivors in the ruins were probably struggling because of this unwillingness to accept their fate, not wanting to become laughable, so they had no choice but to continue living. When survival has become a form of suffering, chains can actually bring liberation. It's another kind of reconciliation besides death. Lin Duoduo had once been holding a Bible and reading it, but clearly, it hadn't helped. She was right, it was escapism. So a chain could allow her to let go of everything, let go of hope, even let go of herself, purely, abandoning her identity as a human, existing as the most carefree being. She lived peacefully, like the wild grass and flowers by the roadside. The zombie could also pluck her and tuck her behind his ear, taking her far away. This terrible world, Bai Xiao sighed. So much time had passed between a human and a zombie. Looks like I shouldn't have let you taste the sweetness back then, the zombie grumbled. That time when she had a fever, he chained her up for 2 days, and she got addicted. Those were the 2 most relaxing days of my life. Lin Duoduo had never experienced that kind of relaxation before, so much so that she later tried locking herself up. But it didn't work. Only when the zombie chained her up himself did she feel that complete relaxation. Speaking of which, I was quite happy when I was tied up under the shed and freeloading. I only had to chop firewood occasionally, and the rest of the time I could read, do calisthenics, and even order you to pick locust flowers. You finally admit you were freeloading back then. This zombie had been stubbornly insisting he wasn't. I saw a big locust tree near Shidai Jiayuan. Bai Xiao said, that's closer to the park. Oh, I never been there. I don't know where you're talking about. I take you to see it next time. Even coffins get moldy if left out too long. Lin Duoduo closed her eyes, her cool hand sliding over his body, tracing the outline of the zombie's chest. Actually, zombies like being tied up by me, right? You're a pervert. Don't assume all zombies are as perverted as you. You can unlock things without a key. Linwood's warm breath brushed against his neck as she whispered. That time the key broke accidentally, the zombie king opened the lock with just a wire. Bai Xiao paused for a moment, then said, just as I said before, it was to freeload. Lin Duoduo laughed, touched his stomach for a moment, and said, it's so warm, exactly as I imagined. In this cold winter, Sharing a bed with a zombie was a great pleasure. The first time she put her feet on a zombie's stomach, she secretly thought how warm it would be to have such a warm zombie in bed. Without a heater, the zombie was the heater. Especially with the cold wind blowing outside the window, the wind was even stronger on the high-rise buildings, howling and wailing incessantly, and the sound of tree branches rustling in the distance in the darkness. But the colder it was, the warmer Lin Duo felt. The freezing weather only accentuated the comfort of her bed, making the contrast all the more profound her sense of happiness. If there hadn't been zombies, and if she hadn't died in last year's snowstorm, she would probably have been alone, shivering under the covers in the cold nights of the mountain village, enduring day after day, until death came. Zombies are so nice, she murmured softly, her eyes closed. Nothing could buy this moment of peace. Even if he was a zombie. So what? She had once captured this zombie with chains and brought him home, and the zombie had chained her up too. Her legs were draped over the zombie's body. She clung to him like a koala. Be careful, don't turn into a zombie, Bai Xiao said. Once you're a zombie, warmth won't help. It's through my clothes, it's fine. Lindwood's hands continued to grope his body. How about you consider chaining my feet? Lindwood's voice was a little hoarse. If I don't come back one day, you'd be locked in the house and slowly die, the zombie said. That's for the best, isn't it? If you live, I live, if you die, I die. There's no other possibility. You remember that there's still a human chained up in the house, she said. If something unexpected happens, you won't think, what if I don't come back? I can still grab a gun and find another way to survive. You fight desperately to come back, crawling back if you can. The zombie pressed down on her flailing hands through her clothes, without speaking. I won't give you the chains, Bai Xiao said. I can tell you like having chains on my feet. I'm not that perverted. You better be. Lin Duo closed her eyes, falling silent, completely enveloped in the warm blankets, the zombie still radiating heat. She curled up, hugging the large zombie tightly. I knit you a sweater tomorrow, she added. Bai Xiao felt his heart skip a beat. He opened his eyes, gazed at the dark room, then closed them again. And so, the night passed in silence. Only the biting wind howled outside the window until dawn. In the dead of winter, the north wind was like a knife, relentless day and night. The temperature remained below zero throughout the night. The water in the upstairs kitchen froze. Winter nights are long and days are short. Thick curtains hung in the windows. Even at daybreak, the room remained pitch black, as if it were still dark. When Bai Xiao woke up, he turned his head and saw the human with long, messy hair, curled up behind him, wrapped tightly in the blanket, still fast asleep. One leg was draped over him, and the other hand was wrapped around his chest, using him as a human heat pack, greedily basking in the zombie's warmth, trying to maximize the contact area. It should be the other way around. Bai Xiao pulled her hand out of his clothes, but the next second she put it back in. He pulled it out again, and Lin Duo slapped the zombie, then put it back in. The zombie king reached out and grasped the human's leg. Lin Duo hummed, her eyebrows relaxing. It feels weird when you hold me like that. So what if I'm horny? Bai Xiao said. Lin Duo opened her eyes and punched his arm hard. Why are zombies so rude? Bai Xiao said. I thought you got angry and wouldn't let me touch you, so you went back to your own bed. Just a little longer, she said. She rubbed her face against the zombie's back. You used to have an outrageously healthy lifestyle, the zombie said. Even when you're hugging a female zombie in winter, you like to lie down, Lin Duo said. No, Bai Xiao said expressionlessly. Although he knew she meant warm, he still wanted to argue, thinking of those old zombies. You sleep alone, freezing to death, and you get up early too, Lin Duo said. Chapter 187. She felt like she'd been hugging a blazing stove all night. The areas pressed together were hot, but her back, covered by the blanket, was cool. She huddled in bed for a while. Lin Duo said, turn around. No, just like this. Bai Xiao had his back to her. Be careful, turn around. Okay. Bai Xiao rolled over, head down, and Lin Duo pulled the zombie's head into her arms, pulling the blanket tighter. Don't drool, she said. I haven't drooled in a long time, the zombie said. He had mastered control. He would no longer drool while talking like before, stubbornly claiming it was because of his braces. This made the human wary and disgusted. The allure of his human scent hadn't diminished at all. He had simply hidden it well. Lin Duo wore a simple, clean sweater, without makeup or perfume, yet she smelled wonderful, and Bai Xiao was reluctant to let go. If you had an accident outside and couldn't come back, you wouldn't be able to smell such a pleasant human scent anymore, Lin Duo said. How do you know human scents are pleasant? You used to drool whenever you got close to someone. Would you drool over a pile of poop? You're disgusting. He buried his head in Linwood's chest, inhaling the human fragrance, not wanting to say anything disgusting at a time like this. I told you, even if you hugged someone, you wouldn't want to get up. You clearly said you wanted to hug a female zombie. It's the same. Female zombies are warmer, and you can kiss them. Linduo said. Zombies are all so old, just skeletons. They don't smell like that. The zombie said. Find something fresher. Humans are better, they smell better. The zombie said. Not only do they smell like women, but they also smell like humans, and sometimes even have a hint of arousal, much better than zombies. The thought of a zombie rubbing against a chicken leg and getting aroused makes me feel really strange. Linduo held the zombie's head, staring at the ceiling. A chicken leg rubbing against a zombie and getting aroused is also strange. Bai Xiao said. So I'm not actually a chicken leg, right? Maybe? Okay, get up. Linduo touched the zombie's hair. The stubble was stiff. She had helped cut it. The room was still dark, but opening the bedroom door revealed light from the living room, clearly indicating it was already daylight. However, there was still no sunlight. Winter is always gloomy. Has it snowed outside? She asked. No, it's still windy. Bai Xiao went to the window and lifted the curtain to look. Actually, in the past, no snow was a good thing. Although heavy snow would make it difficult for monsters in the wild to survive the winter, people would also struggle. They might die of hunger and cold before the monsters even died. Now, with the Zombie King, we can hunt monsters and search for supplies deep within the city. Logically, the more snow the better, but thinking of the survivors struggling to survive in the ruins, less snow is better. No one can leave alive. It's just a matter of sooner or later. It's good to be a little better off now. I'm so stupid, really. I've been cold for so many days. Linduo sat up in bed, rubbing her messy hair, yawning, then touching her arms. The moment the zombies left, she felt the cold again. I knew zombies were so warm. Why didn't I tie you to the bed? It's early in the morning, be more discreet. Bai Xiao said. I drooled all over you. Linduo looked down and tugged at her clothes, seeing no drool on them. She wanted to lie down, but seeing the light in the living room, she had to get dressed. She stood up unsteadily, and went to the living room to do some calisthenics with the zombie until she warmed up. Help me unravel this. She sat on the sofa with several different colored garments, letting the zombie stand a little further away to help her unravel the yarn. The Zombie King was looking forward to soon having a well-fitting, oversized sweater. Can you do patterns? The zombie asked expectantly. No. Linduo said expressionlessly. The stupid zombie. Sweaters weren't that easy, but he made it sound like it was simple. Oh. Seeing the zombie's slightly disappointed look, she sighed and asked, What pattern do you want? If you could. The zombie pointed to the figure on the windowsill, seemingly about to frown at the human. Afraid his sweater would fly away, he moved his finger, pointing at the human. It would be great if you could get yourself up there, but that's quite difficult, right? So a plain color will do. Anyway, it's for warmth, no need to go to so much trouble. Linduo glanced at him, then at the little figure on the windowsill, and nodded expressionlessly. These woolen pants are so warm, the zombie said happily. Linduo, with her long, flowing hair, sat on the sofa knitting, her hands deft and radiating a domestic charm. As long as she didn't want him to drink human flesh soup or eat foot skin, this barbarian was actually quite composed. She would occasionally try to make him act like a zombie, feeding him scraps from his body, and asking him if he wanted some human flesh soup while wading through foot bath water. I'm going out. Okay. Linduo waved, continuing to tidy up her things. The zombie went out into the howling north wind, leaving the horde of zombies behind. He glanced back and saw a figure with binoculars in a window upstairs. A small portion of the zombies crammed into the street dispersed. Awakened, they continued to wander the streets, sometimes lingering in the same area, sometimes wandering far away, unable to find their way back, becoming increasingly unfamiliar with the place. When he banged on something in the neighborhood, those zombies that had wandered a short distance would return. The biting wind whipped up snowflakes, making it seem as if it were snowing again. The Zombie King casually swung his arm, using the bulletproof car door to push an old zombie that had wandered out of a nearby shop far away. He walked along the old streets, more chaotic than the high-rises. Perhaps because the houses were older and less sturdy, providing better hiding places and survival conditions for stray animals, these old neighborhoods became their gathering place after the disaster. Even after being infected by zombies, they still habitually lingered in this area and some residential areas. On the contrary, the dusty, old high-rises had more old zombies. The city wasn't unlivable. As long as one was strong enough, it was more suitable than a mountain village 20 years later, in this overgrown wasteland. There was a reason why scavengers came here. Wandering through the old streets, searching for food and supplies, Bai Xiao returned as dusk fell. He noticed a red flag hanging in a window of a distant building, strikingly conspicuous in the white world. This immediately put him on alert. It was Lin Duoduo issuing a warning from above. Perhaps she was protecting him from behind a window, gun in hand. Chapter 188. Different situations have different omens. Red indicates danger from outside, on the street. This is to warn him in case he encounters any unexpected events outside. Lin Duoduo, from her elevated position, can monitor the area and issue a warning so he can respond and avoid being caught off guard. Just like when they were scavenging in Linchuan, she was on the rooftop while the zombies cleaned the streets, then led her to the city center. Their cooperation was already second nature. In the words of the book, they were like adulterers, their collusion reaching an appalling level. Simple monsters and zombies weren't enough for Lin Duoduo to activate the warning. She knew the Zombie King's power. So, upon seeing her signal, Bai Xiao instantly assumed a defensive stance, the car door blocking his way. The zombies, braving the cold wind, observed their surroundings and movements as they quickly ran back. Entering the residential area was uneventful, no gunshots were heard, and no danger appeared. He only breathed a sigh of relief after going upstairs and entering the house, seeing the human perched by the window. "What happened?" the zombie asked. "Before you came back, I saw a very large dark shadow lingering around the corner, afraid you might encounter it." Lin Duoduo scanned the surroundings again with her binoculars, making sure the danger had passed before putting them down. The zombie paused. "A very large dark shadow? How big?" She gestured about. "This tall." Seeing the human's gesture, the zombie's expression became more serious. Although it was only a rough estimate, it looked over a meter tall. "Twice as big as a wolf king." She pointed to the wolf pelt. The zombie didn't underestimate it. Since Lin Duoduo had given a warning, it meant that based on its size, it could pose a threat, not necessarily one it couldn't defeat, but one that would likely injure it. "I can't hold it down?" He could easily subdue a normal monster with one hand, and a single kick would break its bones. Lin Duoduo shook her head. "It's too far away, otherwise I shoot it twice," she said. "The gate to the complex definitely won't stop it. If it wants to come in, it can just jump over it. It might have wandered over from another area, or maybe." Bai Xiao remembered the dangerous thing in the underground parking garage. He paused and said, "Our good neighbor." "Good neighbor?" It doesn't look very friendly. Thinking about it, in a complex surrounded by zombies, how good could the neighbors be? The fact that the Zombie King is its neighbor speaks volumes. Lin Duoduo wrapped her coat tighter, stood by the window gazing into the distance, and after a moment nodded. "That's good. It's much more useful than the old zombie, if you don't clash with it." After saying this, she turned around, her gaze shifting, and suddenly smiled. She didn't know when she had started to think like a zombie. As humans, living next to monsters is considered a good thing. Bai Xiao picked up his binoculars and looked around. "Let's check again tomorrow. If it's too threatening, we go and raid its lair. Don't go out tomorrow, or try going in another direction." "Okay." Putting down the binoculars, Bai Xiao lowered the curtain, instantly darkening the room. "Lift it up." Lin Duoduo sat on the sofa, still knitting. Bai Xiao lifted the curtain again, letting in the light. It wasn't dark yet, so he simply sat down in a chair and continued observing the distance through the binoculars, hoping to catch a glimpse of what it was. "What are you looking at? Is there anything else? See how you usually look at me." "TCH. Lin Duoduo, sitting on the sofa knitting, scoffed at the zombie's words. "You're blocking my light." The zombie moved its chair aside, and continued to perch on the windowsill. "That zombie's head is stuck in the gate of the complex. Did you see it?" Lin Duoduo asked. "Where?" "Let me see." Bai Xiao moved his binoculars, searching for a moment. "There really is a zombie with its head stuck." He chuckled. Among the bunch of zombies crowded at the entrance of the complex, this one, whether squeezed by the other zombies or stuck its head in the gap itself, was stuck there, unable to pull it out no matter what. Luckily, it's a male zombie. Bai Xiao couldn't help but think of a certain series of zombies stuck in walls, washing machines, slides. "You seem to be thinking about something bad." Lin Duoduo glanced at him. "No. What if it's a female zombie?" "That's it." Bai Xiao continued moving the binoculars, trying to find a zombie with grass growing on its head, then remembered it was winter. I saw you carrying a black zombie outside the other day. What was that for? Lin Duo, knitting, suddenly remembered something. That's not one of my people. I put it outside so any monsters carrying zombies could take it first. You're quite picky. Lin Duo glanced at her arms. She was quite fair-skinned. A zombie is almost squeezing in, Bai Xiao said. He shifted his gaze. More accurately, it was being squeezed in by other zombies. It was too thin. Most of its body was squeezed into the gap. Throw it out when you go out, she said casually. Watching the zombies and monsters outside from here is quite interesting. Of course, that's when the environment is safe, and there's no worry about them breaking through layers of defenses. Even if they get into the residential area, it's difficult to get into the building, and once inside, there are layers of stairs and doors at the top of the stairs. After watching the zombie siege for most of the day, Bai Xiao put away his binoculars and went upstairs to take a look. The snow had melted and then frozen again, and the water tank was now a mess. He lit the stove fire to warm the water tank. This is where the advantage of the hand pump well became apparent. The well water was warm in winter and cool in summer, and the water was lukewarm when drawn in winter, far less icy underground. He lit the stove fire, went to the side to sharpen his knife, picked up the kukri that had accompanied him all the way, and then brandished a piece of radiator pipe he had taken from the house. What are you doing? Lin Duo asked. This knife is a bit too small, Bai Xiao said, holding the iron pipe. A big iron rod seems more useful than a knife. Lin Duo looked it over and nodded. Yeah, you haven't used a harpoon in a long time. It's always good to have something more comfortable. Bai Xiao tossed the radiator pipe aside. It was still a bit light and rusty. Lin Duo thought for a moment. The zombie king carrying a big rod. She felt like she'd seen that image somewhere before, but couldn't quite place it. She stopped thinking about it. She tended the stove fire. Several dark shadows appeared in the night sky. Suddenly, several crashing sounds came from outside the window. The layers of security bars were thudded. She turned her head to look. It was pitch black outside the window, and she couldn't see anything. The zombie king had also moved closer. What's that? I can't see clearly. I don't know what kind of bird it is. Lin Duo wasn't nervous. She just glanced at it and looked away. In the current environment, this building, like the coffin carried by the zombies, is simply a larger coffin. It provides absolute protection. Neither the zombies roaming outside, nor the monsters deep within the city, nor even the birds flying in the sky can penetrate this protective net reinforced by the Zombie King. Chapter 189. Observing the distant zombies through binoculars from inside this building felt like stepping back in time. The extreme safety inside contrasted sharply with the extreme danger outside. The layers upon layers of protective netting were impenetrable. Not even a little finger could pass through. Closing the windows and covering them with curtains made it even more secure. Lin Duo loved sitting by the window, just like when she was in a zombie coffin, a dead end, yet able to watch helplessly as danger lurked nearby, unable to breach the defenses. This is what a shelter feels like, she sighed. What she had hoped for all those years had now been realized in this way. The shelter used to be like this, back when they were first dealing with zombies, Bai Xiao said. But not later? Later, when they started clearing out the surrounding zombies, there weren't so many zombies surrounding us anymore. Bai Xiao also squatted by the stove, warming himself with the human, his small hand and large hand resting together on the stove opening. Shelter structures expand continuously. Initially, it's just the size of a shelter, used to defend against zombies. It's probably a high wall, barbed wire, electric fences, and so on, separating an area, like this residential complex now, the Zombie King slowly explained. Then inside, there are large communal sleeping areas for 10 or 20 people. After all, back then, survival was the priority, fighting off disasters. Lin Duo tilted her head, leaning against him. 20 years ago. Yes, once the situation stabilized, it expanded based on the population. The expansion process involved absorbing refugees from elsewhere. For example, during that great migration from the ruins, when this shelter fell, those who received the news risked their lives to go to another shelter far away. Besides, there's a constant stream of lone survivors seeking refuge. Secondly, we need to improve living conditions. Large communal beds for 10 or 20 people can be converted into rooms for 6 or 2, or even individual rooms. This requires expanding the shelter area and increasing its carrying capacity. Carrying capacity is what I just mentioned. If a large number of survivors are suddenly rescued or migrate there, Then 2-person rooms can be converted back into 3 or 4-person rooms. As long as there are enough food and water, the shelter's capacity can be greatly increased, preventing a shortage of space and blocking survivors from entering. Finding a shelter only to be blocked outside would be terrible. Linduoduo finished speaking, glancing at him. The zombie king had found it before, but he was a zombie, so he came back. He hadn't intended to go in alone in the first place. Bai Xiao also glanced at her. She didn't know about Lin Huoyo's incident. He looked away and continued, then we need to restore production. These people can't be idle. The shelter will provide them with a safe production environment, and then they can start producing. Once you have manufacturing capabilities, start an industry, and possess relatively complete basic social functions, it's no longer a shelter, but a safe zone. At this point, all threats within the safe zone will be eliminated, and there will be no need for walls and barbed wire, because the threats will have been eliminated far beyond their settlements, allowing for large-scale production. He said, that's the place I saw a few years ago. You talk as if you actually witnessed the development of a shelter. Linduoduo narrowed her eyes. She almost believed it. How many people can this building hold? She asked. 3 to 5 at most. Any more than that, and food and water will be a problem. 12 or 20 people basically can't achieve ecological self-sufficiency, Bai Xiao said. Unless we go back to the mountain village. Didn't you say that by expanding, it would become a safe zone? That's assuming there are only zombies. Bai Xiao ruffled her hair. If there were only zombies, we could expand. But now there are more than just zombies, so the safe zone is blocked outside the ruins. We can only address the immediate crisis. Linduoduo sighed. If there were only zombies, she wouldn't have to hide in the coffin, or in this building. From the beginning of the disaster until the zombies grow old, that's about 10 years. If that's the period of rapid expansion of the safe zone, then when the environment deteriorates to the point of being unbearable, it will be the period of contraction. From then on, it will get harder every day, and we might even have to go underground, the zombies said. Linduoduo warmed her hands by the fire. So, it's going to revert to its original shelter form again? If there were only zombies, the ruins would probably have been cleared by now, and the apocalypse wouldn't have happened. Probably, Bai Xiao said. Back in the mountain village, before Aunt Qian left, he had often pondered whether a safe zone was the way out. If everyone was ultimately going to die, he would take Linduoduo on a trip before they died, to see the world, or to live the simple, contented life she loved most. The water in the pot boiled, and Linduoduo stood up. Do you want me to make you some milk powder? I make coffee, Bai Xiao said. Linduoduo stared at the zombie, questioning, you drink this bitter stuff. Why not human flesh soup? It made no sense. He had completely distorted the zombie's habits. Foot wash water won't do, but breast milk water is an option, the zombie said. Linduoduo kicked him. This stinky zombie is being picky. I know you want to make me happy because zombies like to eat people, so you want me to eat some foot skin and drink some soup, but I'm a civilized zombie, different from those old zombies. You're so civilized. Linduoduo ladled hot water for him. A cup of coffee was poured in, but unfortunately, there weren't any locust flowers, red dates, elm seeds, or other miscellaneous ingredients to throw in and shake. You're a barbaric zombie, I'm a civilized human, Linduoduo said. But zombies who drink coffee are civilized. The zombie king held his coffee. This was recorded even before the disaster. And you, my human, you don't drink coffee. Nonsense. Linduoduo looked around, put the iron helmet on him, and then tapped it with a spoon. Who's civilized? I acknowledge your civilized status, Bai Xiao said. Is it civilized that I don't drink coffee? Linduoduo asked, holding up her spoon. Civilized? Will you drink human flesh soup? That's unnecessary. I let you off this time. Linduoduo rolled her eyes at him, scooped up some more hot water with a spoon, and waited for it to cool before drinking. Humph. What's so good about coffee? She tasted it. It was bitter. It reminds me of some things from the past. The zombie king stood by the window, holding a cup, gazing at the dark night sky, where zombies wandered the dark streets. It's best not to think about the past, she said. The times when you least want to live are also the times when you think about the past most frequently. You're right, Bai Xiao said, pouring some milk powder into the cup and adding a spoonful of sesame paste. That tasted much better now. Chapter 190. Every time Linduoduo saw the zombie standing by the window, cup in hand, lost in thought, she felt a strange, indescribable feeling. It was as if the zombie belonged here, in this city, someone he knew everything about, unlike her, who had previously seen it as a dead city to scavenger, kicking at the withered bones on the streets, quickly leaving once he found something useful. He had many memories here, as if he had lived here for a long time. But deep within the city, there were no living people. An expression cannot be imitated. She keenly sensed the zombie's melancholy. Whenever this happened, Lin Duo wanted to feed him something to cheer him up. For a zombie, the most delicious thing was none other than herself. But the zombie refused the human flesh soup. Sigh. The zombie king had always been quite mysterious. Lin Duo recalled the time the zombie king sat under the shed, his hands and feet chained, sitting cross-legged, like a sage monk. I was better back then, but I wasn't as strong. I couldn't even poke a zombie with a stick. I was a bit weak. Back then, I used to drool a lot, but I haven't been lately. It's strange. Ever since the zombies came back from looking for shelter, every time she saw a zombie drooling at her, she found it quite amusing. She even liked to tease the zombie king, making him drool at her, putting her fingers in his mouth, and letting him suck on them to taste the human flavor. You really haven't drooled? Lin Duo suddenly realized she couldn't remember the last time the zombies drooled. Yeah, sooner or later my eyes will return to normal, Bai Xiao said, sipping his random drink. Want to try my feet? Lin Duo asked casually, glancing at the zombie out of the corner of her eye. No. That's exactly what Shimin Qing was like. I'm not Shimin Qing. Then you're Wu Daoan. I just be Shimin Qing. No, I'm Wu Song, and you're a shameless vixen seducing your uncle. Zombie Wu Song. Lin Duo nodded. But I still think I'm a bit like Shimin Qing. Bai Xiao scratched his chin. Why? She asked. You peek at me from upstairs every day, and I can see you as soon as I look up from downstairs. Bai Xiao seemed thoughtful. That woman, with her delicate features, either watches people from behind a curtain or stands behind a window. He paused, clenched his fist, and slammed it into his palm, saying, You even hit me on the head with a bamboo pole. Lin Duo was startled. She had been hiding behind the window peeking at the zombie leaving, and had even hit him on the head. Her feet went limp when he grabbed them. That's it. Stop reading those lousy, worthless books. Next time, find me a Journey to the West, and I show you what it means to beat a zombie with a stick. The zombie looked back. This human had delicate eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes, squatting in front of the stove. Her small figure seemed weak and fragile to the zombie, and the more it looked, the more appealing she seemed. No wonder, every time she looked back before leaving the house, and saw Lin Duo with binoculars behind the window, she felt something was off. Looking at a monkey? Lin Duo asked. That's called the Great Sage equaling heaven. He slays demons and monsters along the way, escorting Tang Sanzang on his journey to the west. Sun Wukong is a monster. Strictly speaking, he was a monster before the journey was over. All the monsters wanted to eat Tang Sanzang, drooling over his flesh, but Sun Wukong, this monster, didn't want to eat him. Lin Duo said with satisfaction. Oh, so you already read it, the zombie said. There were zombies everywhere outside, and in the dead of winter, there was nothing else to do but read some random, worn-out books. When you left, I was alone in the village, and sometimes I flipped through them, she said. She added a few more dried branches to the stove. Life had to go on. Lin Duo hugged her knees, watching the dry branches turn black, then red, crackling softly in the fire. She smiled. Having a zombie around was much more interesting than when she was alive. Even if the zombie wasn't this big, couldn't hunt, and was scared by the old zombie, it was still quite good that he relied on her carrying baskets to support him. In the night wind, the sound of the old zombie banging on the window of the building across the street could be heard. After finishing his meal and extinguishing the fire, the zombie led the human downstairs. The stairwell was pitch black, and he was afraid the human would miss a step and tumble down the stairs. So every time he had to climb the stairs at night, he would lift her up with one arm, and this human would dangle her toes, leaning her head on his shoulder. The night belonged to the zombie, making each step he took very steady. It had started snowing again outside sometime during the night. According to the human's calculations, he had survived the year. In the 4th year after his transmigration, he was sharing a bed with a surviving human. She clung to his back like an octopus, with a foot draped over him. It wasn't as comfortable as in the mountain village, where he could roast chestnuts and dried meat by the fire, and eat persimmon cakes. He didn't know how much longer he would live, but as he had said at the beginning, it wasn't too bad. He should have died the moment he was infected. Everything that had happened since was fortunate. And she would continue to live until the day she could no longer become a zombie. The zombies and humans huddled together in the building, finding the winter incredibly warm. The next day, the zombies observed through binoculars. Light snow continued to fall on the old zombies on the street, Several more zombies fell in the cold night, only able to crawl on the ground, their bones broken by the trampling of other zombies. The human also had binoculars, observing the street outside beside him. That zombie really squeezed in, she said. Just one. I throw it out when I go down. Bai Xiao also saw the old zombie squeezing into the neighborhood through the gaps. It wandered aimlessly. Initially attracted by the noise the zombie king was making inside the building, it should have dispersed when the noise subsided, but there were too many old zombies outside, filling the crowded street, and then slowly squeezing it in. Similarly, there was the zombie with its head stuck in the door, unable to get in or out, just stuck there. If it had any compassion, it should give that zombie a push and free its head, Bai Xiao said, seeing the zombie with its head stuck again. Otherwise, in a few days, that zombie's head will fall off, its body outside, and its head inside the neighborhood. You should put up a barricade outside the gate, or just block the intersection. This street would be clean. Too clean isn't good either, it'd be lifeless. Bai Xiao scanned his surroundings, keeping an eye on the distant movements, hoping to spot the dark figure Lin Duoduo had mentioned yesterday. It must have come here to forage, because of the snow a few days ago. See it at the corner of the intersection to the west? The human suddenly asked. Yeah, it carried away a zombie. Bai Xiao looked in the direction she indicated and saw the dark figure. It's like you, raised on zombies, Lin Duoduo said softly. Although they were far apart, the sense of oppression was exactly the same as that emanating from the zombie king. I never eaten a zombie, the zombie king said, holding binoculars and staring intently at the monster in the distance.